Welcome back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, this not a test, it's not a race. No black or white, everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
then you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you kidding me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I used to get in the vicinity.
After 3 weeks of back and forth action through online qualifiers,
And that's going to be 5 in a row.
we are back, live and in person in Texas for our Major 1 tournament.
Shotzzy still alive, and it is absolutely non-stop here on the point. You have got to be kidding me, and it will be the game. Thank you for the first one. That is the assistant to the third round. Oh my God, he's beating the snot out. Oh, he did it again. Let me get away with it. Toronto Ultra. That's what we want. Woo! 13 seconds on the clock. And it will be the LA Thieves. Spoil break. Get it done in 3. The ace in his sights, and he'll take it. He's still going. Oh my goodness! What is this? Krim is beaming with an SG from range, for God's sake. And that's it. Bang!
No more waiting. It's time to see who wins the first major in 2022. Day 3 of the Major 1 tournament starts now.
What's going on, Texas, and welcome back. And a matter of fact, let's take it back to Thursday before a match even took place. With all that talk heading into Texas for the first major of the season, we all had an idea of how this bracket would turn out, and a lot of us were wrong. OpTic Texas are looking to dominate this event. Most importantly, the underdogs are putting up one hell of a fight. Welcome to day 3, and most importantly, welcome to the CDL Texas Major. I am so excited, and as you see right now, the fans, they're ready, and rightfully so. We have some banger matchups to start out the day. But me, my name is Velly, I'm the host, I'm running the ship. Our guest analyst is gonna be Joe, AKA Merc. We got aLLeY, and we also got Nameless. Hey, yo, Nameless, on a scale of 1 to 10 for day 3 right now with the matchups that we have, how hype is this place?
9,000, baby. It's going to be lit in here today. We get to see OpTic versus FaZe. Some more teams are also going to be sent home. And at the end of the night, the loser of OpTic and FaZe are going to play LA Thieves.
Yes.
It is going to be mental in this building.
aLLeY, this is it. We saw a lot of teams go home yesterday, but today, there are Titans facing off.
I can't believe we're already into Saturday. 5 teams have already been sent home, and I think the most surprising one for most of us has been Seattle Surge, right?
Oh yeah, and with the teams that were going home, I mean, the Minnesota Røkkr were able to send LAG home to start out the day, and LAG, even though they had a good first day, things didn't turn out well the second day, and they were one of the teams that went home with a 3-0 loss. But Nameless, when it comes to the Seattle Surge, that was a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, it's tough, man. This is a team that I think has a ton of potential. They start off the season very hot, but they just have to expand their map pool. You can't be having to play Bocage versus a team like OpTic Texas. You're just going to get smoked. So we're seeing some teams get exposed here in Major 1, and they'll go and work on things and come back stronger.
Yeah, and I think you have to look at NYSL as well, right? I mean, obviously Hydra has been their star. He's still been putting up those numbers, but talk about Clay and Krim, and it's just the way that this is happening. They're going to probably have to go through a rebuild phase a little bit, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, what are you going to do? Do you just pick up another sub? Do you try to take someone from Challengers? Is it Clay or Krim that has to go? I don't know. That group has a lot to go over, but hopefully they can bounce back. It's what, what we all want, honestly.
Yeah, and what we all want to see as well is the bracket. Let's see how things have unfolded since Thursday. With 2 days down the way and with 2 more to go, take a look at this. And aLLeY, right now, I'm wondering one thing. What the hell are Paris Legion doing here?
I have no idea. They have exceeded all expectations, and we got to talk about the man, the myth, the legend. Tom Gravity has transformed this roster, especially in Search and Destroy. He came out on debut and has a higher KD than everybody else on the roster already. Temp looked so much more comfortable on the map. Fellow gets taken off that main AR. I don't know whose decision that was to do in the first place, and now he is a demon on the map.
Yes, and with that team change and plus that explosive victory that they had, they took that main stage for an interview. They took the stage by storm. Let's go ahead and see what my man Timp had to say to the audience.
Don, we met backstage just before the walkouts. And you didn't say much.
Appreciate y'all.
You didn't say much to me. All you said, you looked me dead in the eye, you said, I'm about to fry. You were not kidding.
Yeah, and the scrims the past couple days since we playing on land, I don't know if it's all mental, but I can't die. They have to pray to whatever they have to pray to kill me. After first map, our coach McGee said, yo, you're playing like an absolute shrimp right now. I said, I bet. We started challenging and we made it a good series and we took the dub, so I'm just happy to win a series, man. Like, we're on the board. We're on the board, yo. Like, we're on the board.
Hey, yo, Nameless, they're on the board, man, and they're going to shock the world if they're able to get at least a top 6 placement if they beat Boston today.
And I think they're going to do it, man. These guys are vibing. Like, they look like they won champs up there, all 5 of them in the interview. But, you know, it's an exciting feeling, right? They're in the honeymoon phase. Tom Gravity had an incredible series in his debut. Comes in, and he's sort of the leader for these guys. You could see it translate to just way better gameplay. So this is a Paris team that's new and improved, and I'm excited to see them take that stage versus Boston.
Now, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule as well, because Paris will face off as Boston to kick off the day, and after that, this is going to be a good one. London Royal Ravens will take on their EU brethren on Toronto Ultra. That's going to be a banger of a matchup. But right now, Joe, I'm looking at Atlanta versus Texas OpTic. You were the one that cast it their last time playing. That's going to be an insane game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a long time ago, right? 2019, you know, on land, you had that incredible 1v1. But I think for both of these teams, this is kind of like a heat check that I would like to call. I think they play a lot of the same map pool. They both like to take a lot of gunfights. I'll be honest, these guys just want to beat the hell out of each other. This is a heavyweight fight. I cannot wait to see it later on today.
Right, well, OpTic Texas is going to have their hands full, Nameless, because they're going against the best in the CDL right now, a team that has not lost yet and the only undefeated team here.
Yeah, I mean, in the last 4 matches, they're 12-2 map count. On the other side of that, OpTic Texas is 12-1 map count. But what's scary on the side of Atlanta FaZe is that Simp has showed up, right? Like, he's been fine all season. He's been an all-star all season. But he was on another level, superstar status in the series that they had versus Boston Breach. And, you know, when you have guys like that, like Cellium, who's been the best player this year, Simp who can pop off, it makes it so difficult. You can see the stats here. This is what we've seen for 2 years straight. Them just leading in every single category. And also, they're expanding their map pool, like a Gavutu or Berlin. I could see them going out there and just streaking and taking over. So it's so tough to beat these guys. You got to split the hard points. Search and destroy. You got to be on point there. Toronto showed us the formula. Now these other teams are going to have to do it as well.
Yeah, well, with the crowd behind them, OpTic Texas might actually have a chance, in my opinion. That's a game that I really want to see, aLLeY. I saw RC's in the hallway, and I said, at least let it go to a Game 5, man. He said no Game 5s. We're going to stomp OpTic. And when it comes to OpTic, they showed out in a big way on that main stage.
They've been on nothing but an uphill, right? They have won every single match since. And like Nathan said, their map count is going insane. But Atlanta FaZe, they are undefeated. They are 8-2 in hardpoint, 6-1 in SD, and 4-2 in control. But again, Texas has pretty similar stats. Hardpoint, they're 6-3. SD is 5-3. Their control, though, is the real talking point. They are 5-1, and that is off of a lot of offensive dominance from this team. So they may be able to steal that map away early, but they gotta take a hardpoint. They do not want to go down early to a team like Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, the question is just like, what control will FaZe pick? Because obviously FaZe, they're 1-2 on the Gavutu control, but
I'm thinking Tusky, bro. I'm thinking we're just
going to go right at him, right?
Go for it,
no
dude.
shot.
That's the question.
4-1 on Tuscan control. There is no way Atlanta FaZe let that in the lineup.
Have we ever seen FaZe shy away from a challenge?
No, that's what I mean, dude. This is what they want. I think they want to take as many gunfights as possible and play with pace.
Yeah, well, you know what? Enough of that talk here on the desk. We always go back and forth about what we think, but right now, we're in the home of OpTic Texas in their stadium, and I'm going to have to ask you guys, when it comes to playing against Atlanta FaZe, do y'all really feel like OpTic got this? Go ahead and make some noise.
Well, they're behind them for sure.
Hey, they didn't leave me hanging this time around. I like it. So after that, we're going to see Atlanta face off against OpTic Texas, and then the one that I'm really looking forward to, London versus Toronto. And aLLeY, both of these teams are looking great, but I'm really loving London Royal Ravens.
I mean, it's which team's the better EU team, right? And we've seen it all over Twitter. The storylines are there. Cammy v Gismo right now specifically, but stats across the board, London is looking like the hotter team. First in S&D round percentage, third in hardpoint win percentage, third in control round win percentage, and second overall KD. Toronto Ultras at ninth. They have been struggling with the slaying lately, but we did see an S&D role change and Sight picking up the sniper, so London has a lot more to look out for when it comes to search and destroys in the series.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is, right, we saw London play on Thursday. It was sloppy. It really was. I think they survived the Los Angeles Guerrillas in that winners round 1. They're able to get through. But the fact is, we know how strong of a team Toronto Ultra is, how much better they get on land, how basically, if you make a mistake versus Toronto Ultra, they're going to take advantage of it. So for the London Royal Ravens, I think it's, okay, we survived that round 1. There's some VOD to go over, but we have to fix those mistakes, because if we don't, we're going to get smoked.
Right, and when it comes to Toronto Ultra, Nameless, I'm going to be completely honest, man. Bance is a dog out there, especially in Hardpoint, right? But it was Insight that stole the show, kind of like aLLeY was just talking about. They were able to get a big upset against the Thieves, where they had their backs against the wall.
2-3-5 team, man. Their strong search and destroy team is kind of what we saw at Toronto last year, and they're able to take that control, and that's what you need. Kleenex and Bance the control to pop off, and then that switch, having Insight run the sniper, was beautiful. I mean, we're so used to seeing Cammy use that sniper. Obviously, he hasn't had the best season so far, and you put Insight there, and he's so good at positioning. He plays a little bit slower. He's not giving you any free kills or overextending for peaks, and he was just hot, man. So he's going to need to bring that same fire today in their matchup, because it's going to be extremely tough. They're going against the London Royal Ravens team that's been solid across the board in all game modes, and a Ravens team that looked even more improved in Hardpoint versus LAG, which is a strong Hardpoint team, one of the best HP teams we had coming into this event, and London smoked them.
You're right. Well, hopefully Toronto has it in for them against their European brothers in the battle of beans and toast. You guys know what I'm talking about. But we also caught up with Bance to see what he had to say about this little rivalry. Let's go ahead and hear him out.
I'm joined now with Ben Bance of Toronto Ultra. Mate, hello. Welcome to Saturday here at the Major. How are we doing?
Doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, mate. Thank you very much. Let's talk about the team's performance, though, coming into this one. Qualifies a little bit hit and miss here at the Major. Game 5 against LA Thieves. How'd you turn the corner? How'd you manage to make the team sort of get things going?
Search and destroy 100%. I think we were losing like every clutch round. We were always getting clutched on. We were always making plays when we didn't need to. Just doing silly mistakes that normally we'd never do. Like last year, we were like the top 2 S&D team. This year, I think our record was probably like during the qualifiers like 1-4, maybe 1-5, something like that, where we just couldn't win a search and destroy. So that's been a big focus for us, and obviously we won 2 searches against them, and we always knew that was probably going to be what won us it, because I'd say they're like a top 2 team for Hardpoint. They're just so good at Hardpoint, so we have to guarantee we win those searches against them.
It looks strong indeed, mate. Now, let's talk about the upcoming match against the Ravens. The word on the street right now is that you have a very interesting LAN record against Zero. Would you care to elaborate on that?
Yeah, he's 9-1 against me. It's not a good record. Been going back to probably about 2015. The only time I beat him was when I was a main AR. You know, the one role that no one would probably say I'd ever be is when I beat him. So, yeah.
We'll see if it happens today. Final question. Both of your teams, both the Ravens and Ultra, are pretty good at bullying Hardpoint. Do you think we'll see that in the rotation?
Yeah, 100%. We're both going to square up on it. It's probably both our best maps, 100%.
Can't wait, mate. Thank you very much. Good luck in the game. See you later.
Thank you.
And with last year being what Toronto and what everybody called them, the second best team in the CDL and an overall 3-3 record right now this year, they're going to take the main stage against the London Royal Ravens, and we're going to see other Titans hit it off on that stage. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get things going. The pre-show is about to get wrapped up right now. And for all of you at home and for all of you in attendance, I just want to say welcome to day 3 of the Texas Major. Let's go ahead and get things started. We'll see you soon.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Analyst Desk, and most importantly, welcome back to the CDL Major 1 right here in Texas. And for the first matchup of the day, we got Boston versus Paris. And I say we just go right into it. With the recent team change from Paris Legion, they're just sky high right now, aBeZy.
Absolutely. Gravity adding consistency and so much S&D prowess to this team. It allowed Temp and Fellow to just really do whatever they want on the map. They come out with the dub, and they made it to Saturday. And Nameless, when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory for this team, what do they got to do against Boston Breach?
Start fast. Lost 138 to 250 on map 1 Tuscan HP yesterday. I think Fellow had a very slow start with the submachine gun. He got going later in the series, so you need to get that going a little earlier to make it easier on yourselves. Ride from the hot slaying from Temp and Gravity. These guys were absolutely on point yesterday. The chem was in. You saw Temp pulling out the SMG Automaton. It didn't matter. Gravity was there to back him up, and they both popped off for a surge. Then take the control. Breach's last to control round win percentage. They have not been great in that game mode, and what we've seen from the Paris Legion is they can contend in that game mode. They almost won it yesterday, and even in the stage 1 qualifiers, they were decent there as well, so excited to see that.
And when it comes to Boston Breach, Joe, it was a really interesting series for the fact that most of Boston Breach actually went negative in their KD department.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the key here. I mean, they are kind of struggling when it comes to the slaying side. If you look at their respawns, control, and hardpoint, the only player positive for them is Capsidal in that hardpoint. They just need a little bit of help. I mean, yes, their teamwork is obvious there when you're getting outslayed like that, but can they turn it around? Yeah, you know, as simple as it is, slay a little bit more.
Well, when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory for Boston Breach, they need to hold line in S&D. Their 4th in round win percentage, and both teams are 2-0 in S&D yesterday. But for Boston specifically, it was a lot of 1v2 clutches for this team. So win more comfortably, guys, and getting slammed, no problem. One Tuscan hardpoint versus Florida, despite being outslayed by 17. I'm going to be looking at Nero and TJ for this. They had a little bit of a slow start yesterday, hoping for a turnaround today and improve your setups. They're 9th in hold percentage, but they were pretty high up in the rankings when it came to breaks, but they've been struggling on that early rotation.
Right, and for this matchup in the top 8, let's start off the talent predictions right now to pick'ems. Me first, I mean, I know you guys see the glasses right now. I got the Paris Legion Zennies on. I'm gonna have to rock with them. Temp and everybody else on that roster seems to just be beaming right now, and they're so happy. And after a big win like that, I'm thinking that, you know, some motivation to even do better to get into that top 6 after winning this game. It's going to come to life. But, Joe, when it comes to you, who you got?
I mean, I don't know if I would have said this a couple of days ago, but I'm going to go with the Paris Legion. I love what I saw yesterday. If they can get that jitters out of their system, I mean, the way that Temp was playing, we saw glimpses of it from Fellow. I like what I saw from Paris.
Right. aBeZy, who you rocking with?
Nothing against Paris, man. They are looking fantastic after yesterday. High Moon is certainly in effect, and Gravity is doing his job, but I got to go with Boston Breach.
Nameless, Boston or Paris?
Paris, period. That's it.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get this show started. I can't wait. Once again, I said welcome to the CDL Major. And aBeZy, if there was a player to watch in this matchup, who would it be to you?
Depends. Are you asking for Paris or for Boston? If you're looking at Paris, it's got to be Tom Gravity. That's the player we're going to be watching until they fall out. It's who we were watching yesterday. It's definitely who you got to watch today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get hype. Let's take a look at the hype videos before the match gets started. We'll see you on the other side.
And he'll have some words for Prim 6. Forcing the issue on Mikey's inside of the face, and that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6? On the fetch,
There's 2, there's 3.
Texas, hello, how we doing? Listen, we got an amazing day of matches, but it starts off with the story of the underdogs. On one side, Zindy for the winning. Mr. Map 5 goes huge yesterday. And on the other, Paris Legion, no wins, they come away with one. I thought they won champs yesterday. Everybody was so fired up. It's the underdogs. It's time to get rocking. Let's meet the squads. We're gonna start it off with Boston Breach. Capsidal, Methodz, TJ, and Nero.
With all the hype behind Paris Legion right now, Boston are looking to breach their way and they're getting this dub. Big Cap, Zinny, and the rest of the boys looking to go big this game. And Maven, Paris Legion, they look rejuvenated. They look brand new. Bring them out on the stage.
Listen, we're starting to believe. Tom Gravity comes in. There's a new feel to this team. Can they get it going? Can they get another win? Can they fight into the top 6? Let's meet the squad. Paris Legion. Gravity, John, Tim, and Fella.
aLLeY, you think they're going to get 2 in a row?
You know what? They were just happy to get on the board yesterday, and today the vibes have to be high up. Temp says he is basically unkillable on the map in scrims thus far, and we saw it yesterday take place as well, so I expect nothing different heading into today.
All right, Maven, the underdogs are hungry, man. Go ahead and let them eat.
Exactly that. The underdogs are hungry. They're rearing. They're ready to go. It is time to get this bitch started. Let's get it going. Up to Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, Big Dog. Let's get it, friends. This is going to be an absolute treat. For those of you who tuned in yesterday, you know that both of these teams had a great time winning their games. They had a wonderful time, a bit of a show. Things were real spicy. And today, I expect no less. Miles Chance taking through this one. Mate, how you doing? Let's get into this.
Dude, it's such a fun match too, right? As soon as Paris start to show a little life, it's like we finally have 12 teams in the league. At least that's what it feels like to me. But it's going to be an interesting series to watch. Both these teams going to be getting after it. Gravity still going to see how the settles into that role. Paris still a bit of that unknown factor. And on the flip side over for Boston, I mean, again, lethal in the search and destroy is just about to see how far they can go.
Well, seeing how far they can go. We'll have a look at the maps and modes in a moment. But ladies and gentlemen, hold on. We're going to the cage to start things off. Now, Chance, for those who haven't seen, Boston's journey here, their journey through Røkkr has not been fun.
So keep in mind, Capsidal on this map has the 5th overall best KD of a 1.2, but their past 2 series against both Florida and Atlanta, they got outslayed like crazy. This is like a breath of fresh air. The amount of pressure difference between a team like Paris and a team like FaZe cannot be understated, because while Cap has the 1.2, John on the other that stage has a 0.78 on this map. So by no means am I expecting Paris to roll over and die. I think, again, they have that new dynamic. They look like a different team, but at least for Boston, finally, they might actually be able to feel good going into this map.
And then the nerves, the jitters, just getting that out of the system, getting ready to rock and roll into this one. So both teams, the lives are on the line here in the major.
And confidence is king in Call of Duty, right? If you're concerned at all about going into a map, you're going to falter. We had Fellow in his interview yesterday talk about that jitters they had on the first map. Well, they got to win under their belt. They got to be feeling good.
Fans are already on their feet, getting ready. The Paris Legion fans never thought I'd say it out loud. There we go. They're having a good time, but Boston will find the time. Opening hardpoint kills go their way. They've got themselves set up for their next rotation as well early on, and this is looking fine so far, Chance.
This is looking devastating. This is the trap. 2 players able to cut out top grandmas, but you have players on Boston so far pushed up very early on in this hill. Nero wheeling and dealing. The opening breaks for this man in the hard point. He can beat a machine. He does get taken down, but hey, 4 kills just to open things up for Nero. Not too bad.
Yeah, 4 not his best, but he's going to do what he can. Over to TJ now. Looks to find 4 of his own. Hardpoint is going to come to the close now as the 5th kill comes through from TJ. Gate will go down. We will go over to the fields, to tanks, top side of the map, and it's going to be Temp. He's in position, trying to find that battle there against Methodz. 2 ARs going at each other now. Those long lines of sight, not a dangerous place. If you're one of those players, the subbies now trying to get in there. And here comes the hit from down low. Boston breach with the time, and so far, Chance, it is a blowout.
Paris, finally someone Fellow actually able to soar through with that MP40 and get a couple players out of the hill, but question is for how long? TJ's there for the trades and gets cut down before he can get that glide, and Paris, the break is in, flipping those spawns and making sure they don't get run up on that money hill, but we're talking about streaks. Cap was just on a 4. He gets shut down as well. It's a nice little bounce back across the board. Paris, they got some fight in them early on.
They're trying to get things going in mid. Nero's going to now hit that backside of barn, trying to get those players out of spawn. That's the left-hand side of the map right now. Gravity on the back line now for Paris. 2 to 5. He's going to try to keep that play going forward, try to find those kills. But with the final 15 seconds, this hard point coming to a close, Boston is going to get the feet up on the table, enjoy that time. But looking over towards Grandma's now. 3rd hard point here on the cage, right smack bang in the middle.
Well, Boston definitely had the spawns, but they don't have the pressure in the hill, at least not early on. And you see John's idea, just trying to make sure, well, he can get the spawns in his favor, but he does get chopped down, shot in the back. But if you have Boston pouring all these pressure over towards the tank, you can get spawn trap in the back. So right now, I think Paris might be happy with the setup. The kills they need to get them, and Fellow delivers at least for the first. This has not been bad time at all at the early start of this hill.
Hey, Nero's in, finds 2. That's a clean sweep. Paris is done for now. On spawn, left-hand side of the map, they're going to make the run across now. Nero, eyes on the backside. Little does he know, it's the other way they're coming from, brother, but TJ's guns are up. Irons ready. Here we go. John, Gravity through the outside. On the outside, though, the kill's coming through from Temp. Gravity can't make an entry whatsoever. John does manage to find at least one, but there's Methodz, the rat in the kitchen. What is he going to do? He's going to keep getting that hard point time.
And right now, honestly, Boston just looked a little bit comfortable, right? I mean, Zinni, he's 4 and 5, 3 hills in. That's like the least amount of engagements you're going to see this early. But if Boston had to play against Florida, had to play against FaZe, they're used to dealing with the hefty Slayers. Now, maybe a little bit of pressure's off, and you're seeing the subs, well, try to make use of it. Windy City for Capsidal, but TJ and Nero there for the flanks. TJ, by the way, 13 kills as they get the 100 points.
That's the Boston special. It's that clean 4 down here on the cage. They're happy to take it. They're going to set up, find that time. Paris, slow approach now on the entry. Here comes Temp. TJ gets dropped. Capsidal now trying to pick up the pieces, flying on forward. Does manage to get 1. Here comes Big Cat once again. Can't get it done there on a Gravity, and that's going to be Nero once again. Trades on trades on trades, but Boston Breach come out on top again.
And they're setting up for a blowout as well, right? There might only be 30 seconds left on this hard point, but if you're spawning pairs towards the back, if any one of these players on Boston in the next 5 or 6 seconds begins that rotation over towards River, I mean, it's already a blowout of a game. 80 points is a massive amount, but Boston, they're not rotating. Number 4, Nero, he started pushing towards ult, so for Fellow, a moment of opportunity to try to get the spawns for his team, but he's got the gunfight coming up. It's incredibly important for him to win it.
He gets it. That's big. Backside of the map now closed up. Paris now looking to try to make the comeback here on River. Let's go for a quick listen in with the Paris Legion.
I got you right now, guys. Look at Tom. Can't get the time. Underground, one shot. Right. Close on you, Ty. Laying down. And then one shot. One more point on me, guys. He's hitting on the gate. Manny. He's going P5. He hit street. Street in one. What's up, Castle? He's going to push out well, probably. I hear you. Go underground. Zinni's on the street. I hear you. He's on the top hop up, on the hop up. Hop up, I don't see it. Hop up, dead. I'm just looking hill. I need a hill. One more, pitch P5. Yeah, he's one shot hill. Dead, one more top street. Top Manny hop on the front gate. He's one shot, he's solo one shot. I'm going up all the way. He's still up there. You want time, Manny? I'm gonna get time, bro. Zinni's deep left. I need your front. It's top. Come on, yo. What's gonna hit me front again? Yeah, he's top gate. I got him. Nice, get time. One more top gate, Capsidal. Nice, that's 3. Nice, good shit. We gotta turn the fuck up, yo. Yep. Yeah, we're good, bro. Wanna go top mid. Get on T2. One's gonna be holding your paint. Yep. Get on T2. Nice, good job. Single Nero, one shot. Nero's one shot. Yeah, he's in big door, one top. He's out. One outside big door. One hit, one bullet, bro. And one Z. Hold on, NATO. He hit gate of time. They don't let me flip. Hit me right. I need a time. Get off time. Mid hole, bottom bar. Nero, still big door. Let's try to get some time. I'm holding your gate right now. Tom Manny. Rapping left to help you. I have your seat. TJ gate. Tom Manny again.
We don't know how well you heard it there back at home on stream, but we know the fans here are enjoying the Paris comms. That's for damn sure.
Temp, if nothing else, brings the energy to the game, right? But, I mean, if you're looking at a map like Bocage and you're thinking about who has the advantage between some of the young gun cracked out players versus the old heads, well, Nero right now is having a blast, and TJ Capsidal right there with him. As far as the rotation goes, though, number 5 in the back of the map, Gravity. He's got the important one to win. He gets it on Methodz, but even still, you have a ton of pressure on those back spawns because Boston not too far away, but at least pairs towards the hill first, but for the moment, not really collecting that time.
Yeah, again, we heard Temp talking about that in listening. It was like, yeah, we need time. We also need to turn them up, but they're doing that now. Slowly but surely, Capsidal, they're 19 and 12 through bottom barn, cleaned up once again as the trades come through. TJ with a quick reposition now, top side of barn in the second set. Here he goes, into John, cleans him up, gets the players of Paris off the point for now. Nero with the inside barn control, and this is, if anything, a good thing right now for Boston. Keep them off the point as best you can. They're doing just that. Now they pick up the time.
And it really just has been a comfortable game, right? Almost through and through. Whether or not they get the spawns, able to just keep these players out of the time. TJ does get chopped along the way. And hey, Temp wins a couple big ones just to make Boston spawn out. So final 15 seconds. Should be poised to go to Paris. Nero, though, he wants to be aggressive on it and strip away every last second. But John, another one-on-one that buys his team the extra 7 seconds. Going over towards New. Methodz, he is back on his tank. We know Boston loves to get these back spawns, but once again, the fight actually towards the hill. Bears there, a little bit early.
Oh, okay. Zinni's in the back line now. He's in trouble. Temp's about to hit the flank, and there we go. John with a perfect pinch for Paris there on the back lines. And look at the spawns now for Boston. In they go into John, and John trying to deal the damage. Takes care of 2 before being brought down, but they're still on that close spawn. At the same time, though, the time ticking away. 131 and climbing now for Paris Legion. Pulling this one back slowly. Boston still trying to make the entry. They can barely get out of spawn.
And it looks like they're following Temp's advice, right? Gravity and John starting to turn up just a little bit. Both of these players were near triple negative early on, but they have popped back up to even. I mean, this was a 70 or 80 point lead that Paris have clawed their way back into it. And they're doing it right now on this Grandma's Hill. 10 seconds and they want to fight tooth and nail. It is the tally of battles for scrap time that add up on this map. And well, it looks like for that old hill, it is a bit chalk, but hey, we're within a 10-point game. This might one come down to the wire.
Hey, Nero, that was a big kill, though. A close score line going now back in the barn, second set. Lines up now, going to be Boston breach every possible corner. Atushi is tucked into it, and here we go. Paris trying to find their way even close enough to the hard point. No one's able to get anything done just yet. Here we go, through tanks, through the side of the map. Here comes TJ from the top rope. Temp's going to bring him down. Methodz now through the back. Trying to find something here as a hard point is going to slip for a second. A big win from Zin. Can't get any more of that. Gravity back on this one. Capsidal gets brought down as well. 2-1 now from Boston trying to make the entries, and John, he's going to skedaddle. Here comes Nero. As the kills keep going, the 20-point game chance is still as close as you like.
And Paris needs this time, though, or at least strip it away right now from Boston and try to get them out. And of course, you got to think about that rotation as well. One of the only important rotations, number 8, number 4, potentially going at it down towards River. This is what Fellow is responsible for. Do you see the scrap time fight? Right now, Temp is doing his best to stay alive, but that needs to be chalked. Wrap over towards River and get the setup that you want. Have a player posted up towards mid. Temp, the roaming Slayer out towards this A bomb site. And right now, they got the coverage on the map that they want. They came into this hill down by 25. Let's see what happens in the end.
Yeah, they've got that set up now. Temp, cut the players out through mid. That push is going to be slowed right down. Top grading, so has to worry about that player. Temp's still on this force spree right now, and here comes the push. Good timing, though, from Capsidal to save the day. Gravity, last player up now for the team. The rest on spawn, trying to get as close as they possibly can, and Gravity's got to go big here. 21 and 23 overall chance. He's got to find these kills, and there's a couple to be had here. Gravity still keeping it going. One more member now of Paris on the other side of the spawns, and that's it. You've got some time going, but it's not enough.
Cakewalk is there, man. Nero, I mean, he just breaks on through, right? 4 kills for him. This could have been a big hill for Paris to get back into it, but the slang was not there. The hold was not there, so they're going to have to try to fight back once again, but now that lead has just grown and grown for Boston as the slang continues. Paris, though, pick up a couple, trying to get set up around P1, and Fellow able to pick up 2 along the way. And players are getting chopped down before they did it. You actually have Gravity set up around the hill, getting them done with the Automaton. Right now, about a 30-point game separating these two teams.
Caps are starting to start getting the kills going. 29-23 for Nero, though. 34 and 27. I bumped into him before the game. He was talking about how he loves to start really hot. We've seen that, but he fizzles out towards the end of the mid-game. Now, we're not seeing that. 40 seconds remaining here on Gate. The third set. Definitely the final one here on our first map. We'll see if Boston can close this one out.
You got to turn up, man. You got to turn up in these final 2 hills. Game clock maybe won't be a factor. I mean, if 218 is on the board, you might think it's not going to happen, but the rotation certainly is. More important, gunfights in the back. Nero wins that one, but it is the swarm around Grandma's. Players getting shot in the back, spawns all across the map. Nero's going hunting, but so is Temp. He's looking for the second. He's looking for the fights over towards New. Neither team has been able to lock this hill down at all for any sort of money hill, but Paris will be here first. They are down by a ton. They have to be perfect.
It's got to be clean from here on out. The 231 of Boston is already a wonderful bed to be sleeping in. 2 players now making the way through mid. Paris with the setup for now. They cracked the 200-point mark, and now Methodz trying to find something on side barn. The pressure mounting. The submachine guns are getting things going, but it's the back line that could be huge. Methodz cutting the players out on spawn. Fellow reads it. Fellow brings him down. Capsidal goes as well, and Paris, they continue to hold.
Here we go. They got the 4-man wipe eventually. Now they're going to be spawning out, and for Boston, it's going to take a bit of a time to gear up for the next break. A couple players trying to get it through Grandma's, but honestly, Paris, they got the control. Number 8's inside a barn. Gravity's inside the hill, and Methodz, I mean, he's from the back tank. Gravity ready for it. He can stay alive here all day.
Big
pass on the flank, takes both of them down.
Brings him down. 2 members of Paris still alive at the point. Here comes TJ, front line, driving him forward. Temp brings him down, trades her out. the lead for Paris for a second. Rotation's already down. Big Capsidal's already there. 35 from 28. He's locking this one up. The reinforcements pouring in. Gravity has to go big to make those entry kills on the new point. And here we go. Tom Gravity finds one from behind. Now the setup has to change. TJ on the stairs with Gravity. He's still going. It's 10 seconds for the win for Boston.
You gotta get it. You gotta get inside the hill. This is where the mix comes to play. 10 for the spawn kills. Collects one. His team is alive in the feed. They get the kills. 4 seconds away. They get the game. Boston nowhere to be found. And Paris Legion.
Woo! That's map 1, baby. We don't see many comebacks on the cage, but that was a good one.
The advice from Temp, the old school COD player. You just gotta turn up towards the end. They were down by 80, maybe 90 points at one point in that game. I mean, 125 to 40. It was looking like a Bocage blowout, but look who turned up for the squad. Donnie Temp, 42 kills to his name, nearly Mr. 5K damage. Shades of Black Ops 4, but even the turn up towards the end, right? I mean, you had John, Gravity, Slow Start, right? Nearly triple negative. Look at the turnaround that those two had, and Gravity especially in that final hill, making that rotation, picking up 3 massive kills to get them set up at Barn. That new kid on the block, making the high impact plays.
With the last 45 seconds of that hard point there, and the cage did not disappoint. And then again, we look at what Boston are doing right now, right? On the break, they're looking fine. They've got themselves the lead for the time being, but it's just patience. Capsidal on the flank, this is a sweet 2. They hit the rotation later on as well, Chance, but where did it go wrong for Boston?
Well, I mean, Gravity is the guy in the mini-map to watch, right? Number 5, what kind of route does he take and what kind of clearance does he buy? His first teammate in front of him is going to fall, and you can see it is him by himself in 3 of those arrows for Boston. He finds the only open lane available, gets the first one, finds the MP40, says thank you very much, and turns it to the next 2. I mean, taking them all down, and even then just puts his teammates in such a good spot, allows the flank to come in from Temp, and it's just those clean pays to find that open lane in those final moments. Again, Gravity, I mean, again, cannot be understated how valuable, I know it's only 2 series in, but how valuable he has been for this team.
Well, as you can see, the team are obviously loving the performance there. And hey, it's what, 7 now, 8 technical days of practice for Paris Legion, but they're turning things around. Boston Breach, a heartbreaking loss for them. But wow, okay, that's map number 1 in the books. Search and Destroy is coming up in a moment, Chance. And Paris as a team, they were built around the promise that Search would be their game mode. Is that the case today?
I mean, I don't even know about the promise necessarily, but when you looked at least the original roster, you were just thinking the only way this team is going to have success is if they are godlike in S&D. That was simply not the case, but it was the same for both of these teams on stage yesterday. They got their wins off of winning both of the Search and Destroys. Obviously, we're expecting it to be a battle. We have talked about Boston's stats in this game mode time and time again. One of the top teams in the game. Paris, they have to be ready to try to match that energy. Because especially as you stated, right, only 7, maybe 8 days of practice, that is not a lot of time to try to go over all these detailed strats that you need on maps like Berlin for Search and Destroy. So they have their work cut out for them. It will be a battle against Boston on this next map.
Boston, we have seen the ice in their veins. They're clutching up when it matters here on the Search and Destroy. Speaking of the Search and Destroy, see the top performers in this matchup already. Capsidal, the man, the myth, the legend so far. The 1.2 and that 7.4 kills per 9 rounds. That is a lot of kills, man. And again, for Temp, he's a vet, Chance. Like, he's been around the block so many times. He's such a talented player. He's finally getting back in the swing of things, man. He's got his mojo back.
I mean, well, so he's never really lacked the mojo. He's always been one of the top performers on any team he's been on for the past few years, but it's not about getting all the kills and being the top performer. It's about finding those wins, but right now, Paris starting to collect them. You saw the 1.27 KD in this game mode for Capsidal. Well, the entire team for Boston on this map, a 1.28, so these guys love the trip to Germany. They love to play on Berlin. It'd be interesting to see. I mean, in all honesty, it felt in my mind like they were favored for map 1. In my mind, I think sort of the same thing for Boston again for map 2, but we saw how it just panned out on Bocage. We still don't know exactly how good this Paris Legion team could be.
Yeah, the sky seems to be the limit again. That honeymoon period is real. Here we go. Berlin, Search and Destroy, map number 2 here in our elimination matchup. Starting to run out of teams here in the OpTic Texas Major. After this series, we will bid farewell to one more, but until then, we've still got games to play. Looking at the records across the board, chance against Boston. Good looks there on Berlin so far, 2-0, but hey, this is a brand new day.
And what's interesting about those stats, right? Obviously for Boston, fantastic on this map, right? If you're fantastic on offense, you're gonna have a great time on Berlin, especially if you have success getting that bomb down. But in all honesty, it might be middle of the pack for pairs, but this is one of the maps that we saw them on LAN on yesterday. Took Seattle down 6-3 in round count, so that's a strong performance. I mean, I know Seattle hasn't been the best, but their Berlin S&D has been some of the finest in the league, so Bears absolutely came to play yesterday. They've got some reps in. Let's see what they can do here in game number 2.
B hit right off the rib, 2-2 split on the defense now for Boston. Nero might catch something here, finds John. Woo. All he's gonna catch is a cold out in the rain. That's a nice opener from Boston, 2 kills. Paris, they've still got that bomb to worry about. It's dropped now on the inside there of the mailroom.
That's just bold as well. You got 2 little birds up on that perch looking to see if they can find any kills, but there is no reason for Boston to make a play. You get the bomb down in P2, you get set up, you get corners across the map. I mean, that is genuinely just an opening break where the strats put you over the top, and TJ, enemy spotted.
Fella's going to take a couple, but look at the setup now from Boston. They've got the bomb covered here. That's Nero's job. Pick up Gravity. Okay.
Damn.
Wins it. May be able to recover the bomb now. Now it's all on Fellow, and this is the 1v1. Capsidal wins the fight on the other side of the map. TJ's going to take care of Fellow after a great opening break. That 2 down early off. Nice setup, keeping the composure there. Boston take the round.
And it really is good timing just for TJ and Nero coordinating together, right? We see Nero win that one-on-one. Maybe took an extra second with the shots. Not always easy through the door, but what caught me off guard, I was like, why is he sprinting forward with only 13 HP? Oh, that's because TJ has his back. The timing of when TJ makes his approach was perfect. Get those first 2 kills, and I mean, in all honesty, right, it is very fun on offense to get the bomb down towards B, but if you have a dominant round like that on defense, Bears Legion in the future, you're going to have to think twice.
Boston, you're going to see Nero escorting the bomb carrier Capsidal now towards the A-bomb site. It's going to be TJ watching that mid-side, Methodz towards the back line, and it's a bit of a movement now from Paris Legion. TJ finds himself Temp and John, and they whoop his ass.
That's the first time I've seen someone mantle up on those steps instead of the easy route, so definitely a mishap from TJ in that moment. Methodz there, though, to even the odds, but he did not see John on this full flank, and his awareness isn't OP. John should have a freebie.
Yep, this is a classic John move. Here he comes. Eyes in, take that. 3v2 now. Fellow with the tags in the Capsidal there. Bomb's going to still reposition over towards the A-bomb site. And oh, here we go. Nero's trying to get aggro. If he can maybe find a kill here, this is great. But Capsidal's got to watch his own back for now. Nero is on the assassin play, trying to find a kill here. Oh, he's making a lot of noise. There's the pinch. Gravity's going to take care of the bomb carrier. Nero in the 1v3. Looking to make it that bit more interesting. Will he be able to catch any more out here? And I don't know if that's going to be the case. Bomb recovered. 22 seconds to make the play.
And he's also in a pinch as well. And if he can't even get the bomb planted, Gravity has the angle, looking to gun him, forces him down, but the pinch is there. And Paris Legion bouncing back on defense. I think maybe just unfortunate for Nero, right? An opportunity maybe to shoot a couple players in the back. There was someone in fire, someone over towards Stone, but his teammates fell before he was able to make a play, so not able to take their time. Something I think we saw yesterday from Boston when they were playing on Desert Sieges. There was moments for them where they just have free kills on these flanks, but the coordination or maybe the comm's not there, players dying before the play actually comes through. A small little missed opportunity, but either way, tie game.
B hit now from Paris. First round we saw this go the way of Boston Breach. But so far, so good. Nero, woo! Ears might be ringing after that one. 42 HP. Still steady, slow approach. Boston like these very spread up setups.
Look at number 3, by the way. TJ. TJ might be the guy that actually just wins them this round. I mean, he might not know it, but tucked underneath where that bomb is over towards top 3. He can spot out the cross, but I mean, the bomb, effectively, it seems like Paris are really just trying to play for picks. And, well, Temp delivers. But that's not the side the bomb is currently at.
Capsidal has still tucked himself in this little corner, and Temp may have seen a shadow or two through that crack in the door. John wins a big one there on TJ. Oh, he may have been the savior, but now he's done. 4v2. Capsidal now springs to life. He might be in trouble. Temp repositions, brings him down. Nero now in the 1v4. And this is going to be tricky with 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb gets planted. Nero, man on a mission. See ya!
Dead. Might have found the opening to get decent timing. John ready for it. A clean round. The setup was there. Play for picks, and they got all 4. Not even a little bit of pressure. And TJ, again, it seems like every time he's trying to make that play towards top third, he's just getting caught. I thought he was going to be in an interesting spot, but not able to find the kills in that round. Paris up 2-1. Boston will be back on the attack. And Paris, by the way, on defense, mixing things up. They triple stacked B last time. Now they're triple stacked over towards A. Gravity, he found the first blood so quickly, catching Methodz, who was trying to watch that cross. So you have no intel if you're on Boston.
Nani. Temp's going to now creep closer. Capsidal on the close. Oh my god, with this sub. Nate's in. Capsidal dodges it, stays alive, stays sneaky. And Temp's though still going to check this one. Big winner, Cap. Nice tags. John though cleans him up. Takes care of business. They could jump this one. There's a possibility to get it done. Again, it's watching out for TJ though. Nice angle from TJ. Fellow comes in and takes care of business. Nero now on the 1v2. Is he going to bait out the play? Is it the trap set now from Gravity? The damage is done. He's got the read, but you still have to kill him. Someone has to still jump the bomb. And there it is. Boston all laid plans, set in stone. It looked good. Legion somehow pull it out.
And I like the high IQ of Gravity in that situation, right? You send someone on bomb just to bait out the gunfire. You give Fellow that free kill on the man playing towards the back, and then you got the last guy in a pinch, and Gravity not hopping the bomb, not playing a tight corner, knows the push isn't going to be coming from the spawn. It's going to be on the flank from somewhere. Plays a nice little spot towards the backside near Train. Gets that intel, finds the kill. Honestly, I mean, Paris Legion got that 6-3 win yesterday. Right now, full speed ahead.
It's looking very composed. I mean, they look like they're having a good time. They look like they know exactly what they're doing. Boston may get a leg up every now and then, but it hasn't been enough to truly go big. Let's see if they can get it on this time. This is going to be an A hit now from Paris Legion. Z may have backed down. Yeah, perfect time. He's back down. He's clearing out the door, the little cracks in the door so we can see that bomb site better. And now Cap's going to be tempted mid-map. Cap wins it again. Space to work with now. Mid-map covered. Paris is still committing to the A site.
And this, I mean, it's such a tough spot. Like, you have to play for picks. You got to be worried about Capsidal on the flank and maybe hope you get gifted a freebie. Methodz has some information. He knows John's around the site. He sends a nade forward, and it connects on John, but there is no follow-up. So, I mean, that's just a nade to say, hey, I have the information that I already had. Bombs over towards A, and, well, now you have a little bit of less utility. But of course, you do have that full flank coming through. All these players right now coming through P5.
A lot of noise. Whoa, the bomb does get planted. You may get the kill. Capsidal gets traded out. It's a 3v2. Paris, 2 players now on the post-plant position trying to lock this one down. Gravity's on a 5. Boston are spreading out wide here on the retake.
He's just waiting for a kill to fall on his lap, but now the pressure's on. And, well, can't find Methodz. Knows he's going to be getting swarmed, and Nero just needs to sprint at him. Ready for the gunfight. Takes him down. No streaks for Gravity. No extra rounds. Boston back on board.
Kudos to Nero as well. He was the guy watching the B bomb site that round, so he had to take the long way round, the scenic route. By the time he rocked up, all he had waiting for him was a sweet 2-piece, and there you go. Nice round out of Boston, pulling things back.
And I got mixed match as well, right? I'm talking about Methodz utility. I forgot they already had that first blood, right? Capsidal, we talked about it on this map as a team, the 1.28 KD as an individual in this game mode, one of the best KDs in the league. And he just puts himself in a precarious position, but finds that first blood and makes the round that much easier. Capsidal has been a machine on Berlin. Back to the attack they go, Paris. They are mixing up their defensive strats every single time.
Nero. Okay, Capsidal finds something. Once again, another first blood from him. Quick transition now towards A. And this is nice out of Boston. They've got that space to work with after the first blood, and now they're going to make their way over towards the A bomb. Over to Fellow, though. How many shadows will he see? How many players will he see enter the bomb site? And will he be able to do anything about it? 1, maybe 2. Here comes the nade. Cooks are up. Nero down to 43. Not enough to get the kill. Here comes the plan. Gravity, though, will throw another. Takes care of Nero, so coordinated effort there to get the kill. The bomb doesn't go down.
That's exactly what we need, just those coordinated nades on bomb, and now the pressure's on, because Paris, they can wait to actually hear the sound cue of when you pick it back up. Capsidal can't find the snipe because Gravity has been on point. The follow-up is there, and TJ, for the 1 versus 3, gets the freebie for the next one, but does not have that bomb, and both of these players for Paris stacked up towards fire.
It's 30 seconds to work with now, and TJ, has he been gifted the time? He may have just slipped on through. Here comes the noise. Fellow, what a snap at TJ, 1v1, 20 seconds on the clock.
And I love this too, he's just gone. He's gonna be trying to play the mind games. He doesn't have a lot of time to work with, but he's trying to bait out Gravity on this rotation. He times it perfectly! TJ wrote the book. That is chapter 5. I mean, he has no time on the clock, no time to rotate that bomb, but just plays it, rotates over, knows Gravity's gonna come in and check that off angle for the bomb plan. Because we already know Gravity, use the tack, use the nade. He's gotta look at it with his eyes. TJ playing that round like a fiddle. And what a round Boston needed. The difference between being down 4-2 and tied up. I mean, 4-2, that is like that sweet spot that you need to avoid. That is now 2 rounds in a row for Boston.
That might have been the confidence booster for Boston there. That's going to give him now the mental muscle to now push through this. He's still 8-3, even after that crazy play. Tej, 6-3, still on the 3 spree. Here comes the slow push now from Paris over towards that B site again, trying to keep their options open. John with the bomb top third now, looking to just find anything. Eyes are open across Berlin, looking for a single soul, but there may not be one in sight. 2 towards the A-bomb site for Boston now, there's 2 over towards B, all quiet.
Last time they tried to play for picks, Paris got the clean round. 4 picks, one after the other. A different setup this time. No pressure over towards A. They're going to make the move over towards this A site. You got number 3, TJ. He's going to be watching the cross. He is going back and forth. I don't know if he spotted John, but number 4, Nero, might be the man to push in, finds that first blood. The chow from outer, the trades are in. Only 27 seconds left on the clock.
Still trying to make this one work out. The plant towards B. TJ's trying to make something happen. Here it comes. Oh, it's not going to go down. John Fellow, the twosome, are going to find those kills. Bomb planted. They're going to get out of dodge while the git is good. Cap, though, flying on towards the bomb site. John still playing this one close. If Cap checks it, if he tries to get the defuse, he knows these players are in these predictable spots. Will he decide where John is? Will he see him out? 30 seconds now. He's going for the defuse. Methodz got the coverage. Are they going to check this one? Indeed. Gravity finds one on the Methodz. That's the cleanup, but Capsidal, baby! Capsidal, baby! Puts him on the table. Takes the round. Word to tongue.
And the look on disgust of his face of how do you let him do that? Bomb planted. Everybody in the perfect spot. Can someone look at it, please? You just can't, like, you cannot afford to lose. This is an elimination match. And you make a mistake like that, that is a dagger. I mean, Methodz can barely find kills, but Boston are just finding round wins like that. I mean, just absurd. It doesn't even happen in ranked.
We're gonna run it back real quick. Fast blind now from Capsidal. Here comes Temp. They've had a war on this inside of the B-bomb site, and oh boy, Capsidal's picked a sweet corner on the outside, seeing shoulders. Temp hasn't seen anything just yet. And they're gonna chill now for a while. They're gonna stay like this for as long as they need to. Here come the Leafers, tacticals, you name it, it's all coming over the top. And there's a big one now from Gravity with the first blood. 30 seconds now, you gotta try to find the defuse. You've overwhelmed the bomb site now for Paris. You're trying to clean these players out, but watch out, Nero's on the flank.
It's gotta be Methodz too. He's up in the window, he finds one, but he should get traded. He's trying to stay lost. Methodz reads it, but look at the defuse, Nero is there! And Zinni finally making the plays. Gravity, no time to work with. Job well done, Boston. Bounce back.
Woo! Take the kill as well. Boston. What a bounce back. What a brilliant run. TJ's massive 1v3. You get the ninja defuse, and then you win a round like that. That's 3 exceptional rounds of Search and Destroy in a row. You don't see that in ranked either.
And that just looks like a collapse to me. Something Nate Dogg would never do, right? You just can't afford to have the previous round 3 players alive. No one checks the bomb. You give away the sneak defuse. That is just destructive to the mentals. And again, Methodz was looking for kills, and he got the biggest 2 potentially of the game for him. Paris now, the pressure on. Trying to fight back in, but TJ with the gunny. First blood, advantage Boston.
TJ has plot armor now. He can't seem to die after these wild rounds. They have the man advantage. Nero come up top. Tem can't win it. Nero's there. Here comes the last 2 remaining members of Paris Legion, maybe here in the map. Trying to stay alive. Keep that bomb in play. Fellow's got to go big here. Got Methodz on the inside of the bomb site, and okay, here comes something. Zid finds it. Zid finds it. Can't get the second, though, and that's going to be the cleanup crew, and Capsidal's there to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got a series on our hands now. We are tied up 1-1.
And I mean, pick your poison on Boston of who you want to give credit for. They were down 3-1. Who's the guy that starts to turn things around? It's TJ with that 1v2 clutch. And I don't know if that's the round that really destroyed the mentals of Pairs, but the round after that, you get the bomb down. It's a 3 versus 2. You get a setup you want, and they just let Capsidal not even shoot his gun, just defuse the bomb right in front of their eyes. And if you let something like that happen, there ain't no bouncing back in that game for that. Boston taking over in the final few. Great plays towards the end. And I mean, that is a 6-3 win they needed. Both of these teams, the win they got yesterday, it came down to both of the S&Ds. As far as it goes in this series, well, Boston able to secure the first.
There we go. Whew. I tell you what, friends, this has been a lot of fun so far. 1-1 here in the series thus far, and this has been, again, a real treat. 6-3 for Paris yesterday, 6-3 today for Boston. I mean, but it's just been a treat. It's been such a treat, man. I mean, Chance, are you expecting this? I don't know where we go, but maps and modes now. Tuscan, Berlin, Tuscan, if we have to go the distance. And the way I'm sniffing this series, I'm feeling, Chance, we could go the whole way.
It's very interesting as well, right? I mean, I still think I haven't seen enough from Paris to be a true believer, but it's a map they played yesterday, and they did look decent on it, right? They go to a round 5 against Seattle. They certainly had good fights on the map, but at the same time, Boston obviously has the advantage of having an extra, like, what, 2 or 3 months of scrim practice on the map, but at the same time, only a 0.88 KD, and the fact that they're 1-6 overall in control, it has not been Boston's bread and butter. Maybe the game for them to try to turn this around, and of course for Paris, maybe the only like clear-cut advantage they would have going into a game mode.
Before we get into that, we're going to have a quick look at our Scuff play of the game. We're going to give this one to TJ, of course, that 1v2 situation, the clock not on his side, the wild snap there on a fellow.
Yeah, the gunny was on point, but again, look at the time. Gravity knows he's picked up the bomb. Gravity goes to check it after the next 5 or 6 seconds, expecting the plant, and TJ's like, 10 seconds, is that enough time to run over to the site and actually get the plant down? No. What is Gravity be doing? He will be chasing me because he needs to clear out that bomb site. Plays it perfectly, the reposition, the timing, everything from TJ on point, and honestly, that is the round where things started to turn around from Boston. They were in such a difficult position, makes the hero play to dig him out.
Well, there we go, our Scuff play of the game. Now we're going to throw to a quick commercial break. We come back, we're playing Control, map 3 in this exciting lower bracket series. Don't go too far, friends. It's going to be a fun one.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
1-1 in the series so far. Paris Legion elation after the victory on Boccage her point, but on the Search and Destroy in Berlin, it was all Boston, baby. And we're tied up 1-1. Thanks to that guy for keeping score, because without him, we would be useless. Scumpy got the what? Who knows? We'll find out more about that a little bit later on when, of course, OpTic Texas play Atlanta FaZe. But for now, making our way through Boston Breach, Paris Legion, and oh baby, the timeline's on fire.
And TJ, I mean, has to be one of the most entertaining players, in all honesty, to watch in Search and Destroy, because it feels like 80% of the time I'm watching, I'm like, what the hell is that? Oh, we got the kill. Okay, cool. It's very confusing. Loves the ego chow more than anybody else. Loves the heat checks as well, whatever you want to phrase him as, but obviously gets that 1v2, gets the turnaround for the game. Couple first bloods as well, including the final round. So TJ putting in that work, but of course, that's just for the Berlin S&D. To Tuscan we go.
Tuscan, we go. Control map number 3. Let's find out who walks away with at least the lead in the series so far. Pretty closely contested as far as things go. The comeback there we saw on Boccage was absolutely wild. 6-3 in the Search and Destroy. Moments of greatness either side, but man, once Boston got things going, they left Paris in the dust. TJHaly's 1v2 again. We watched that as our Scuff play of the game just a moment ago. That was a banger. An absolute banger. We had everything in that Search. It was a treat. But now, a different kind of a treat. An Italian treat. Maybe a carb-heavy treat. Maybe some pasta. Maybe a bit of pizza. Maybe a bit of that good special marinara sauce that we're going to season atop this Tuscan Control map number 3. Let's get it!
And look, on the side of Boston, right? 0-2 on this map. Same can be said for Paris, but I think 1-6 overall in Control. They only have one respawn map where they have a positive KD. That's Berlin Hardpoint, and it's only a 1.01. In the Control, they got like a 0.88 now. Nero, the player to watch for the Boston Breach, needs to be a guy to light things up on this map. And they tried to 4-stack over towards B yesterday. Did not work out for him. Now, it's only the triple. They make some noise, and I think, what, number 6, John, I don't know if he's got the automaton. He does. Only player to spot this out.
He read it for a second there, but here we go. Let's find out if 3 really is the magic number. Here we go. So far, yes, it is. They're on B.
And here we go. You got a 2-man stack, and Methodz when the gunfight's on the flank. They delayed that push to bait out John, and they timed that perfectly. Talk about making the adjustments. 2 men on point, trying to dodge these nades. They're getting tagged up, but win every gunfight. The perfect opening break for Boston. That is exactly what they need.
It's still going good. No one could do wrong. That's a lot. We saw TJ finally die in church. You lose B now. Got to try to hit some aggression towards A. You have to try to recover now for Paris Legion, and that's what Temp's trying to do. Here comes the Hitman squad. It's going to be Fellow leading the charge now on the spawn. He's going to try to find something here, but the players now from Boston Breach right off spawn straight to the map. They're going to try to find him, and they do. Oh my God, they cannot do any wrong. They're already making their way in the way. It's done. It's done. It's over. They're stacking up.
It's an A point that gets capped 90% of the time on this map. You got Methodz on the Godhead.
Oh my God.
You got him on a 4 spree. Everybody for Boston putting in the work.
Oh my God. Boston. That was a good round.
I love it. They're learning, right? You can go back and watch the round where they had the 4-stack yesterday where Florida just shuts them down. What do? They send TJ over towards the A side. They don't make the move until TJ gets the first pick on the opposite side of the map. So not only for Paris does nobody wrap back towards B because they did not read that push. John also gets baited because of that slight delay. Boston are learning. They are finding the tweaks. And if you can capture B off the rip like that, you're feeling fantastic. You got Methodz potentially getting streaks. You're feeling even better.
The life count wasn't too bad either. They managed to slay out a little towards the end, so they're going to have the lead there also. Over to Paris now. Let's see what they've got on offense. So far, that Gravity First Blood's going to help them get a bit of a foothold in A, but you got Boston players all over the map.
And I think Methodz might be the player. And at least later on, you're thinking about potentially those score streaks. He is out of the fight for the moment. A is going to be as chalked as it gets. Maybe not Nero! All 4 loves him some Tuscan. I mean, that's this, but look at the pressure action. There's going to be 3 players over towards B. This might actually bite them in the end. Now, Nero's going to be playing for streaks, but this is going to be retaking from, like, everywhere across the map. But Boston still finding every single kill. Oh, dear God.
Oh, my. Thieves now can't quite take care of Gravity, but Nero, our very own Roman Emperor, bringing him down. 7 now in a row. Streaks are all his, and the man is flying across Tuscan so far. So you have to look at the progress now towards B as well. You got 1 segment cleaned up, 2 segments cleaned up on A.
He might not have been the guy that got the elephants over the Alps, but he got himself a ton of kills back in his heyday. Well, this is his map where his heyday just rains hair. Glide bomb already secured. Fella might win that gunfight. That's just to secure A. They're going to get it, but still for Paris, down by 2 lives. Admittedly, they do have a tick over towards B, so that little gift of spawns they got earlier after Nero just slays them out. Maybe an opportunity for a bit of a quicker stack on this point.
Try to slow things down now. And the nades for Boston has been the death knell for Paris. They're unable to get anything going still. 21 now for Breach, 18 for Paris Legion. Shut the door, John. Chill out for a moment. Re-equip, re-arm, think of the play. Allow the reinforcements to show up. Here we go. Finds himself one. Cooks an aid, hoping to get a couple more out of this one, and that could work out. Just bounce off the top of the roof. Nope, in the cap we go. In the cap we go. And he finds one. 10 and 4 overall. Thanks, Tej.
I mean, you're just making a solo chow, by the way, with the automaton, trying to push out plasma. Zero follow-up. That is not a good look, and you just go in one by one and get chopped down. And Capsidal 11 and 4. You needed the SMGs from Boston on this map to step it up in slang. They have done so tenfold. Double positive for both of the rookies. And keep in mind for Paris, they have to deal with the glide bomb as well. If you don't force it out this round, I mean, you might just be looking at a hot 3-0.
Still going to keep something going now for Paris. It's not over yet. Gravity unable to really get anything out of this. It's 3 and 9. As Nero is going to keep this P5 side of the map locked down. Here comes 10. Good cleanups. Now you got a bit of space to work with. Forward they go. Trying now to run into Cap, and he's going to lock down top plat again. 25 on the clock. Boston now swarming on the defense, cleaning up these players, and it could be done right here, right now. It's all on Fellow to try to find some kind of contest.
14 v 7. I mean, they're getting picked apart on lives. They got to deal with a kill streak in the back pocket of Nero as well, and they have to try to get through Capsidal, but at least they're able to do that. Couple MP40 soaring forward, and number 8's already on the point. The opportunity's here, but here comes the glide.
That's it. That's the insurance policy. You're going to lose at least one hit. They spread out, though. They spread out, but the kills from Methodz cleans up both. 7 seconds remaining, and you did have a moment there from Paris. 11-3 in the live count. That is done. The round is complete. Boston Breach do it again. They are truly putting Paris through the blender here on Tuscan.
Good news at the very least for Paris, they force out the glide, right? A couple gunfight wins, the MP40s heat up just a little bit to at least get out over towards B. There's basically never a moment, you're down 7 lives, you're not having a lot of time, but at least you get that glide bomb called in. So now you go back to a neutral situation. I think John, number 6 on the minimap this time, might play B a little bit differently. He's more aggro this time, but for Boston, the push isn't coming here yet. Nero, he's looking through the middle of the map.
Unbelievable things in that first round. Now we're going to see a little different look over towards A in the slow and steady capture now as the stack's going to work out. Nero and Tej finding the time. There goes the first segment, and man, Boston are putting us through the ringer here. They've got all the moves. Let's see if they sound like Jagger with a quick listening with Boston Breach.
You guys top church. Top church, still there, still there. Wait for you. One shot. You got him?
I don't know, I'm on this guy, A. Fell away, fell away.
Top church, top church, top church. No, Johnny, John, all good. Slow play kills you.
He's gonna push out our side of you, probably.
Yeah, remember, kills are the most important here.
Yeah.
Slow play kills. Put him in vine. Stun.
Going right there.
Look our mid alley arch, like towards
A. Yeah, he's at P5, he's out the window, he's looking out the window.
Down the window. Big alley.
I need the window. I didn't anything window, he probably went low.
Yeah, he definitely went low.
I've been close. No, he's top fire, Tim. He's just holding P5.
I know top fire. Low fire, we need. Nade top fire. All we want here is... No, there's two, P5, Tom, and get on the P5. Fire, one shot, Donnie, absolute, top fire. Low play kills.
Yeah.
Get someone.
I know with the nade, like, alley.
John's absolute P5.
Yeah.
Nade P5.
Mid alley?
Right.
Yeah, one was mid alley.
Hit for a pick right.
One's still top fire, Nice, still fire, still Tim.
Top fire, I think. Close to me. No.
I'm flagging fire, Nice.
Tom was in P5 too.
Okay. Was gonna be on mid, maybe? Alright, top that.
Get on. Well. Let's go well.
Low church. He's going church alley, pretty sure, Tim.
No one has his mid. I spawned deep, TGB pitching.
They're gonna be in mid, probably. Nice. Check up you.
I got one shot. They're side you.
Yep, their side you.
I got two.
Our side you.
Gotta go away. He's our side you. Time church. Top church. Our side you follow.
He's our mid alley.
Nice. What's gonna be top church? Good. All happens you. We're watching you.
Boston finally managed to get themselves on the way, finally stop the clock chance, and what is it, Schrodinger's Gravity?
Yeah, definitely not 2 players over towards P5. I think the initial comms were good, at least for Methodz. They're just saying, hey, the kills are way more important, but they might have made that call. They're still gonna, or they're down by 6 at the very least. The round's still continuing, but not ideal situation from Boston. They had the right idea, but certainly get punished a little bit. And it looks like they might be able to secure a... I will say, by the way, we had a listen in on the same map with Boston yesterday, and there was a moment where it's Nero and Capsidal working together, and again, the situation where the comms were not great and sort of putting their teammates in a bit of a bad spot. I think just another little example there of just a couple mishaps, but right now, 45 seconds, they're still trying to win this round.
They got a lifeline still to work with. Paris have a 6 life advantage. TJ's doing what he can to work that one down. Gravity, though, you have got a lot of members of Boston to deal with. To deal with him, he does. Zinni's up next, and all the tags are there. The kills come through. You've got the player on B. Zinni wins another one. Brings down another player. 30 seconds remaining. You have to get a player on the point now for Boston. 7 lives to the 11 of Legion.
And TJ, he's going to be putting a lot of pressure on the flank as well. At least going to be drawing the attention of Fellow while all of his teammates are gearing up through church. So 2 players may be watching the flank. It's going to be interesting how you approach it. TJ looking towards Plat, couple trades around the point. And now you're actually trying to get that stack. You are closing the gap on lives as well. Boston, they might be able to pull this off. TJ counting 1, the trades are in, and still number 4 is alive.
Finding the kills. 3 now remaining for Boston Breach. 13 seconds on the clock. They're going to take the foot off the gas for a moment, try to get those kills. Here comes the play, though. 3 to 5, 9.6, just trying to bait some aggression, bait some movement. Methodz finds 1, Nero gets a trade out of it. Oh no, team kill, 6 seconds. Oh my gosh. Woo! Paris. When the going gets rough, managed to pull it out in the final second.
And again, that is a mishap of comms early on, but the good thing they actually had was saying, hey, we just need to close the gap on kills. It came down to just a 2-man difference. So if you start that out where you are stuck in your spawn and you spend 45 seconds slow playing your way out of it, somehow you turn that into nearly winning that round. That is impressive work from the Breach, who now just need to close things out on defense. I don't know if Legion have any tricks in the bag, but it looks like if they're sending 2 to B, a couple players mid-map as well. They're trying to make it mixy. But look at the read from Boston. They're just prepared for this on defense. They know the only way they lose this round is if you lose the fights on B, but it is played perfectly. Nero, go be the bait. Let Cap pick up the kills. That is as good of an execution of a defensive strat for Boston as you're going to see.
Oh my god, Nero, the timing on that dodge in the stun, managing to make it through the back line. Now Capsidal's doing the same thing. This could sting. Fellows does have 1 eye on the back. 1 eye might not be enough. Oh, 1 eye is plenty. What a kill. Capsidal's done. That's going to be pressure now, mounting still. Yes, still have to worry about Zinni, though. Over towards A. 2 segments, I believe, are complete. There we go.
Couple players just hunting for kills as well. This might be 1 segment through on B. By the way, Fellow able to win 1. John might get cut down, but they still have the pressure. Gravity might be triple negative, but hey, just stick that man on the objective. If he can't find the kills, let him be bait. You got 2 players coming through, though. His teammates still around. Capsidal for 1 and Nero for the other 2. You at least get a tick on B, and you get the reset to be able to capture A. They should be able to do it quickly, but right now, Breach players, I mean, they are just all over the map as Nero flanking once again.
Once again, I mean, he's making so many rounds. I'd love to see the step counter after this one. The boy is doing the distance, and here we go on a 4. Oh! No. That's the 5th. Looking for another. Ding. Nice kill. 50 seconds now on the clock.
And now he's gone on the cross as well, right? That is 2 players. He's now spotted over towards B. He may fall, but now Methodz knows where to look. Him and TJ working in tandem. Maybe with Capsidal nearby, let him take the pressure as well. I mean, I think right now you can just see all of those Breach arrows, right? They are making sure that they are stacked up over towards B at all times. They know the name of the game. Hold that point. You are good to go. And a 2-life lead for Boston as well.
Having a great time again on those flanks. Gone now. I'm trying to punch a hole through the defense of Boston Breach. They have been so aggressive. Here we go. Nero's up, tagged, finds 1. That's good enough for now. Teammates stacking up. Here comes the nades to clear out the player at the back line. Okay, I like the exchange of nades, but in the end, it's going to be Paris who stands strong.
And TJ, by the way, he is at least fighting players, but he's on the other side of the map. You're spawning front church. You have players so far in your spawn, and now the scenes are flipped. It's hard to win on offense because it's hard to break from this side, but this is the setup Paris want. Capsidal gets cut down as well. 2 ticks now over towards B. You got to swarm from Plat.
Bello's still trying to stay alive. He's now doing the dance to death. He's going to find a couple. Kills keep going down. You've got 1 player left for Paris on point. It's going to be John. John's still alive. Nero in the 1v1. Guns him. You've got 9 lives apiece. That segment of B is getting closer to being closed. Methodz and Nero now draining that one. We're back to square one. 9 lives, less than a minute. Here we go.
And look, it's so hard to stack a point because you got to deal with nades. You got to deal with so many angles. But if you got 2 ticks, you could stack it. If you ever get 2 players on this point, it's going to go in, what, 3.5, 4 seconds. You got 1 man on it. Fellow trying to find the opening. It gets it. Takes down Methodz.
How did he slide through and find that kill? Nero surely cleans him up. He does. Pressure still though for Paris, now coming through church side of the map. Over towards the point we go on Nero, 7-6. Boston with a 1 life lead. And it's a stressful one at that. 30 seconds now on the clock. Paris are desperately trying to find something. Get on the point, find the kills. Time dwindling now, waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike. The iron was hot a while ago, boys, but you better get in there. Here we go. Capsidal now on the flank, able to find anything. As the time keeps ticking away, the kills keep going down, 6-5. Nero now dealing the damage. It's going to be the final 10 seconds, and here we go. This is it. Paris on the point. Methodz brings him down. Gravity getting involved the last few seconds, but he's the only one there. He has to throw himself on the point. He's got to get involved, and the time is not on the side of Legion anymore. It is a 3-1. And what felt like a bit of a fizzle out as exposed to an explosive finish there from Legion, but Boston, that first round chance, man, that was something special.
I mean, those are the 2 biggest moments for Boston, right? It is the opening break they had in round number 1, and then the opening break for defense that they had in that final round, making sure there's no funny business over towards B. I mean, I think the comms that we heard maybe give an example of why this team were 1-6 in the game mode, but if you get a performance like that out of Nero, especially towards the end, picking them apart over towards P5, I mean, you got a guy 34-22. Hard to lose those.
He had a real good time. Nice spree out of him. The highest we saw there, of course, being a 7. Streaks coming into play as well. We saw that a couple of times. And again, this is going to be the highlights now for those streaks chance. Perfect, coordination out of Boston. We heard the comms being a little disconnected even at times, but somehow still managing to make that work. And if anything, that's just a sign of the youngsters on the team, maybe still ironing out the problems. Pressure, if anything, here in a lower bracket matchup. A very, very tense one at that with a lot of stakes to it. But either way, Nero, man, he was putting on a show for us.
I would love to see that 1 man picking up the instantaneous quad feed. That is as good as it gets, but I think right there, you see a situation where this is almost uncharted territory for this Boston team. They are almost expecting not to win these controls when they go into the series. Well, they get that win, maybe just that extra confidence that they need. They already trust themselves in the game 5, but they might be able to just take this one down in 4. You can see in the stat line there, right? Gravity, not a great game. Bit of a tough performance from him. You're definitely looking at that guy for the bounce back in game 4.
Got to see it indeed in the bounce back. We are now at match point for Boston Breach. Win the next hard point, they would advance into the tournament, and we will say bonsoir to Paris Legion. But will we see the bounce back indeed? Comebacks abound here in the tournament. It has got to be said. And here we go, looking across the Twitter sphere. It's a lot of love for Nero.
Deservedly so. I mean, it's mainly hardpoint where all the opening breaks, like every single time he goes on a tear, but he just finds those moments where he lights the spark, right? Obviously, the quad feed is there. The big play is over towards P5, and a very consistent slaying performance from him as well. But sometimes you're looking at the SMGs when I'm thinking Berlin, leaning a little bit more towards those AR players, right? A little bit more of a rotation-heavy map, especially when compared to Bocage. Obviously a burner of a game number 1, where Paris outslayed by just a little bit. Need that bounce back, need that slaying power to be even higher, because, I mean, honestly, at this point for Boston, they're almost used to getting outslayed and finding ways to win. They did it against Florida yesterday. But I did mention before, this is actually the only respawn map where they have a positive KD, admittedly only a 1.01, but hey, they'll take it.
They'll take that. Again, Berlin, we now descend upon that for our next hardpoint map, and again, potentially the last map now, if Boston can walk away with the win here. This is going to be huge. First hardpoint, no chance, was also a ton of fun. Obviously, the massive comeback from Paris Legion there, when we thought, Boston had this one in the bag.
It felt like they just ran out of steam a little bit. You're looking at the stats from game number 1. A player that never ran out of steam was obviously Donnie Temp, right? 42 and 34. That's the guy to look at. Gravity step it up, but Temp to lead that charge. And on the flip side from Nero, loves the engagements, loves the gunfights as well. Not too shabby either. That, of course, is the mixiest map we have in the game. Admittedly, Berlin, I mean, we do talk about rotations. The map is quite large, but honestly, it is about as mixy as it gets as well. Quite a few of these hills. I mean, it is just a battle around the hard point.
Yeah, by that we mean that the hard points, you know, you see a lot of engagements inside the hard points, a lot of contest times, a lot of, you know, flying through, finding trades, kills. You think of P3, even the way P2 sits, like they're wild indeed. P5, maybe a little bit longer range, but kills abound here on Berlin as we load into the map. Fist bumps in, and now with their backs against the walls, let's see what the great underdog Paris Legion have got left in the tank. Can they force the game 5? Can they find that special sauce they had yesterday to bring down Seattle Surge? What an upset that was. Once more, onto the breach we go for Paris Legion. Here we go. Berlin hardpoint.
Pressure's on, 1-1 record for both of these teams. We talked about it being an enjoyable one for Boston in the slang, but this is a map we saw Paris play yesterday against Seattle, 250 to 186 win. So they have certainly had success. We know that they can make something happen. No floor is given, and honestly for Donnie Temp, we already know what the advice is. If the pressure's on, the back's against the wall, you just gotta turn up.
Here we go in a P1. Affectionately dubbed The Office. This is certainly where business gets taken care of. Nero, if he gets this, oh baby, what else can he get? It's nothing. John, good shots. Trades are there. Early time then, going in the way of Boston. Big kill out of Capsidal, keeping the clock flowing for them. And that is not a bad look whatsoever. Fellow with the final kills coming through, and hardpoint will now be boxed open. Nero, though, right back at it. And man, these trades are fast and furious.
This is honestly sort of how Boston approaches the Tuskens as well, right? Get a little bit of that early hill time, and they actually manage to flip those spawns, and maybe not the easiest rotation over towards P2, but they at least get that slide edge. But it is still a massive battle around the point. John looking for a couple kills, but he's also looking for ammo. He's got the help, but that is a truly unfortunate stun. Kills get traded, and Paris get those final few seconds to scrap, but look who's here on the roto. It is Nero. Able to win those entry gunfights. Boston, so many more players around the point. It looks like Paris, I mean, they're trying to cut around through the middle of the map.
It's taking a while to get there as well. While this happens, Boston picking up time. Here comes John. Capsidal trailed on him. Finds one. Capsidal can't take care of everyone, though. Over to Nero now. Next up, great reads on a fellow. Finds the kill. Looking for the next. Peekaboo. I see you! Nero was looking for the door kill. Little did you know it was going to drop right into his lap. Nice shots either way, but that's going to be 5-2 overall for Nero. Hard points still in Boston's hands.
And this is seemingly just such a good confidence game from Nero. Finally gets taken down, but he has enjoyed himself in the respawns against Paris, but Legion are starting to at least attempt to turn up. John is in the hill, picking up a few more, but obviously for Paris, two things you're dealing with. You want this scrap time, but the rotation that much more important. Temp right now is swinging out over towards Train. You got number 8 Fellow. They will deal with that Doc's pressure. They will have the spawns for new. They will be down by about 30 points, but this is a hill where you can lock down a substantial amount of time, and they're going to be comfortable early on. Right now for Boston, no one anywhere near making the approach.
Yep, we're going to flip over towards next. It's going to be all Paris Legion for now. A nice opportunity for them to pull this one back and maybe even take the lead. Here comes Capsidal, first in. The approach now through the right-hand side of the map. That's going to be all low docks. That's going to be TJ brought down. Methodz next to step up to the plate. He's going to try to find something here. John on the hard point, finding those kills. And John finds another one. That's going to be the clean kills coming through. Spawns close though for Boston Breach. And once again, the mighty Nero, the breaker of hills, does it again.
Just steps in, walks up, and picks up a big 4. There's the 5th, and now he's thinking about streaks. The main slayer in this lobby continues it, finally gets taken down, but hey, you go to a hill right there where you're dealing with P3, the only thing you need to do is make sure Paris do not catch up, and they do exactly that. I mean, they'll have to go on a long rotation once again, but they have been able to maintain that lead.
Ooh.
I will say for 3 seconds, Boston, I mean, just incredibly far away. Number 2, Methodz, the quickest one on that rotation, but there should be a good chunk of free time that Paris should be able to collect. Maybe about 10 or 15 seconds that'll go completely uncontested.
The attempt watching the right-hand side of the map. It's all going to be on Fellow on the close left, but he may have let a few players through. Good shots on the Capsidal, takes care of him. Got a couple more to deal with, but those red dots are going to give his teammates eyes on everything they need to look forward at. It's on Temp now in the hill. Trying to take care of Nero, a little bit of help from those environmental hazards find across Vanguard. Capsidal, oh baby, pistol in hand, not going to be enough. 30 seconds on the point, but a good chunk out of Paris there.
Yeah, a bit of a tough spot where you put more bullets in the barrel than the actual opponent, so you'll take those couple kills, strip away a bit of that time, and well, there's the barrels causing problems for Paris on whatever direction. And still not a bad break. It is almost the same situation. You get a clean rotation, you get 10 or 15 seconds to free, but Boston fight towards the end, and again, it is just about maintaining that lead. You go towards a P5, the second scrappiest still in the game, and Nero seemingly unkillable, 12-7 as we go into this new hill.
Scrappy fight as well. There we go. TJ is going to be first into this hard point. The approaching plays now from Fellow, finds 2 before being brought down there. And Capsidal trying to watch out for that P1 hit also. Here comes the flanks. Pinches on, no one in the hard point just yet. Both teams feeling each other out, waiting for the moment to strike. And here comes the close range gunfights on the point. Capsidal's going to try to find something. Will he get any more out of this before John does bring him down? And now John can't quite get the second. Too much damage dealt. Hard point 30 seconds now, and neither team able to get much.
That is tragedy though from Paris. They don't end up actually securing those spawns to do, so a bit of a mishap that could cost them long term, or Fellow can go and make the play. He's got a little bit of help from the perch from Temp. And right now, he's just trying to soften up that blow and maybe time out the push. It is 15 seconds until he gets to New, and Fellow right now causing problems. He's going to be able to allow his teammate to potentially pinch through P5, but instead of waiting, he just goes for it, hits the full send, and that's going to allow Boston to get set up in this new hill. Only a 6-point game, but P1 absolutely won. You can lock down for a good chunk of time.
Yeah, you got a big spread now from Legion, a lot of angles to cover, and John's going to be the first one in. Here comes the slow push. A lot of angles still to work with, and yeah, it's a sandwich, and you're getting eaten alive right now from Paris. Boston lock this one down very well indeed. TJ finding another one. This has been an ideal P1 hold so far, and there is tons of time remaining on it.
And that is a bad communication right there from Paris as well, because Temp is actually shooting TJ in the back, but John, he just goes for the actual push instead of helping out the teammate. Well, that just costs you an extra chunk of time. Again, it was a 6-point gap between these teams going into this hill, but it has been a tried and true full 60. Fellow doesn't hit the jump. Players falling left and right. Paris starting to get picked apart. And this is not a serious elimination where you can afford to have small little mistakes. You will get punished. That's what happened in the Berlin S&D, and that's a moment where it happens in the Berlin hardpoint as well. But these rotational gunfights, key, Fellow, first man in.
Maybe 5 now for Methodz, and Fellow first in, but heavily tagged. And again, the comeback is possible. Somehow staying alive right now from Fellow. Hard points up. It will be hard, it will be difficult, it will be quite the journey, but they can do it. Paris, Legion, you've won the fans here in Arlington, Texas. Can you win the map and force the game 5?
They at least got the stack early on. Well, how long is it going to last for? John's got to win the one-on-one, and hey, there's the 4-man wipe, but Gravity is by himself, so he's got a couple more big ones to win. From the top rope comes Methodz, and Boston quick on the re-break. It seems like when Paris ever enter the hill, it does not last for long. Boston constantly there to put the pressure on, constantly there, winning the fights. And honestly, again, you get 15 seconds trying to make this rotation happen. Nero doesn't want to wait for TJ. Just tries to commit and full send it, and well, that is going to make Paris's life just a little bit easier, but still, they are down by 80. They need a big hill.
So on that rotation, though, already towards the next, they've got themselves set up. Waiting now for something to happen, and Nero's going to be the first one to push it. Now trying to hit the backside. Great moves out of Nero. Smooth entry to the hard point. The second kill, almost get the third as well. John heavily hurt there. Still retaining control for now. Big kills out of Paris. Time ticking in their favor. Here comes another shot from Boston.
Well, not going to have actually blocking those spawns just yet. TJ trying to time it up with his boys. John, though, just incinerates them, but at least he buys Cap the space to go for that contest time. Strip away as much as you can, Cap it, but win one in the corner. And if you're in the corner, you're harder to kill, and now you go for the chow. Methodz picks up 3 along the way. In another situation where Legion need a big hill, but Boston with the pressure, they just make it so difficult for Paris to collect any time at all. Still an 80-point game.
Yeah, and already spawns for Boston. They're set up for success here. They're going to be making their way across the map easily. Spawns are up. Nero's already there. Now from Paris, you're trapped in the fucking wrong farthest side of the map. You got to get yourselves out and about and across the train yard, and the time is ticking. Boston, 200 points now crossed. This is looking like it.
And they're just so far away. I mean, neither team's quick on these P4 rotations, and that just gives you all this like free time. Now you know you're going to be worried about those back spawns, but even still, you're what, 35 seconds away from winning this series. Boston looking to get it done in 3-1 fashion. Fellow chopped looking the wrong way. Gotta check both directions, but you get the back spawns. But for Paris, I mean, you just have such a long way to go.
It's guns up. It's trying to find everything he possibly can. John from the back. Here comes the hit through trains now from the Boston breach. 20 seconds remaining on the point, and you've got to get every single moment of it now for Paris. You don't want to give Boston anything to work with for now. That bed comfortable. 221 to the 130 and climbing now. Looking towards P5 already is going to be Capsidal. Fellow somehow staying alive on hold. Will pick up a few more moments, but Capsidal and the rest of Boston Breach, they are in position for next.
And Boston right now need to do two things. You see number 3 on the minimap, just keep someone towards that left side, towards that P1, keep the spawns on the left. That's why you'll keep spawning up and fire, and as long as you have that, you can afford to just at that point fly in towards the hill, but you can't afford to get picked apart. If you ever flip those spawns for pairs, they still can turn this game around.
Here we go, Capsidal now flying in. He knows John's in position, but there's the kill. You're going to keep him off it for now, and that's good. But you need to still pick up the time. So, in the words of Donnie 10, it's time to turn the up. Let's go, boys. Get in that point. Boston still keeping him at bay. John staying alive somehow at top 3. It's 3 in a row for him. Capsidal now looking to get that dagger in, trying to find it. And patience, will it pay off indeed? Oh, this is an awkward 1v1. Boston back in the hill. John somehow still alive. As you're keeping at least Boston off the time for now, but Z may have done it. That kill now opens with the point. You've got time.
Oh my
Paris still
God.
playing spoiler though.
Dude, neither one of these teams is blocking spawns at all. I mean, they literally just, both of them spawning behind each other fire, but Captain doesn't care about your spawns. He cares about the kills, and he gets all 3 to P1. We go for Boston to close this series out.
There we go. Capsidal starting to heat things up. You've got full control. Boston, 5 seconds for the win. John, do what you can. Fly, Paris, fly. No. Boston, they wake us up from the dream. It is all over for Paris Legion, and hey man, it was a hard-fought battle, but Boston Breach, baby, they came to play today. They got an opportunity to shine on Bocage. It was stripped away for a moment. The search and destroy and the control prowess were true. And that round on Tuscan, the 3-1 split with the old step, the old wait for that one to go down, we saw strokes of magic from Boston. They will continue here in the major.
Maybe a few mishaps, things that need to be cleaned up for Boston, but also so many great moments, right? I mean, I think if you're looking back towards that search and destroy, right? If they lost a little bit of steam on the Bocage, if they're down 3-1, someone's got to make the hero plays. TJ was picking things up a little bit. Caps getting diffuses that he can. And once they got that control in the series, they never looked back. Couple big brain plays, and honestly, the slaying towards the end. This game, it was TJ. 4,200 damage, 32 kills for the kid. And honestly, I think even Nero, right, just had a blinder of a series through and through. All the respawns he was putting in work. I think that is a series for Boston where they just outgunned them, outclassed them, outplayed them. Keep their tournament run alive.
Yeah, it was a deflated Paris Legion towards the end of the series there. They could not come back after the difficulties in the control, and that was where Boston were like, all right, cool, we have the game plan. We may have made a few mistakes in the comms, but we're going to run this one through. Highlights now of that Berlin hard point, and oh baby, we saw it all. This series was crazy. Chance that search though, with 3 straight rounds with Boston looking fantastic, good rotations out of the Breach, and Nero, a player that could only really get things going at the beginning of the game, finally able to get that consistency down, and that, for me, was a massive difference maker.
That search and destroy was a difference maker, like for both of these teams as well, right? Whoever's taking down that game 2, you'd have to imagine would have that advantage at least long term, but I think more so Boston, again, it had an extra few months of practice as the full squad, putting in some work. Nice little superstar performances out of the rookies, and also even on this map specifically, right? Quite a few kills where even when they were getting out-rotated, still just with the pressure that guys like Nero were able to bring, bullying Paris out of the hill, stripping away that time, and I mean, they truly just built themselves such a massive lead. No way they were going to lose that game.
3-1, the final score there, and again, if you look at the Boston wins, they were dominant as ever. I mean, look at the Bocage at the start, was a real exciting one indeed. Tremendous work out of Paris there, but after that, it was all finished. And now we say adieu to Paris Legion. It was one hell of a ride. That map against, well, that series against Surge, we'll never forget. But hey, that is it done. Now though, friends, it's time for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Well, actually, no, it's not. It's time for our beautiful friends on the desk. Guys, I've missed you.
I missed you too, Miles. Great casting, by the way, by you and Chance. But let's talk about it. Paris Legion, the Cinderella story is finally over. And aLLeY, it didn't even have to take the last map to really solidify that win. I think the dominance was set on control.
Absolutely. And control has been Boston Breach's worst map mode going into this. And I even had it in my notes that, you know what, try to play Tuscan, but honestly, chalk it in the series overall. But that opening offensive win, when they pushed through Plat and got that first 3 wipe, they instantly stacked the point. They pre-aim spawn, 2 players fall. Methodz and Cap combined get 2 players off of spawn. They get the B right away. And then then once they go to A, once again, they get a 4-wipe. They stack the point. There's 3 players on A. Nobody's close enough from the side of Paris Legion, and you blink and that round was over. Paris was probably mind blown when that happened. And then they follow up with the really convincing defense. They almost did it again in round 3. They were this close to getting that B cap. It looked like a whole different Boston Breach team.
You're right. And speaking of it looking like a whole different Boston Breach team, we saw everybody have their moment in this game.
Yeah, I think that's what's important for Boston Breach. We've talked about Cap a lot. I mean, Methodz, he had that big game 5. Who are the other 2 players that you're really looking for? It's Nero and TJ. And I swear, TJ is like one of the shriekiest players of all time when it comes to COD, but especially in that map 4, he really found that rhythm. Nero stepping up in the control. They need these 2 guys to play consistently if they want to advance in this tournament.
You're right. And when it comes to sprees in Berlin, Big Cap was always on. We saw him have that beautiful little streak towards the end. I thought he was going to do it again, Nameless.
Yeah, it's just the icing on the cake, right? He got up in their spawn. He was just being annoying, picking up 3 or 4 kills just to close it out there on the plat. You know, that was a wonderful series out of the Boston Breach. They knew that if they lost that first map, which was their map pick, that it was going to get muddy, and they had to win that search and destroy. So what do? They win that search and destroy. Capsidal with a crazy defuse, TJ with the 1v3, and then also going into Berlin. That is the map pick that you saw from Paris Legion that they looked good on yesterday. Completely answered the call, destroyed them on that map. They played fantastic, and they shut Fellow down. So this is a team that was prepared today, came in with their research, and executed flawlessly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to send it back over to the main stage for the Gamefield post-victory spotlight with Nero.
Thank you. Nero, this is your first interview on the main stage.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, I love it. You're coming off a win, but before we talk about this, you know, last year you're on the LAG Academy team. You know, their main squad isn't playing well. I'm hearing you guys are beating them in practice and stuff. Yeah. You never really got your shot last year. Did you come in with a bit of a chip on your shoulder this year?
Oh, 100%. Because, I don't know, I had to put in a lot more effort because obviously I put an effort for the Academy team, but I was like, that didn't even really work. So I put in the extra grind for this.
I love that. I love that. Now, top 6. How's it feel?
Oh, it's amazing for the first major because when we came in, obviously, we're a new team, so it's fantastic to be top 6 for the first major.
I love it. I love it. Now you've got this great mix of like veterans and young bucks, obviously. I feel like you don't always like get unlocked, but when you seem to have the freedom to play with pace and be the playmaker, you just open up the map. Is that when you're at your most comfortable?
Oh, 100%. Because when I'm fronting like that and do whatever I want, I'm unkillable.
I love that. I love that.
Nobody's messing with me.
No, yeah, and we saw that at many times. You're wiping out the entire squad. So you're top 6 now. You got a chance to make a deeper run. This run is not done yet.
Yep.
What is maybe the single most important thing for this team going forward?
Teamwork. That's what we were going into this. We're like, you know, if we play like a team, just duo with somebody. Be a duo with somebody. Just run around the map together, and if we do that, and we're going to fry.
Well, hey, I've loved it, man. It's been a pleasure to watch you play. You are bringing it game in and game out. Good luck the rest of the way. You're an absolute monster. And hey, you did great for your first interview.
Let's go.
I loved it. Let's get it back up to the desk. Belly, guys, take it away.
I'm loving it, man. He's so happy to smile up there.
It's a nervous moment.
Exactly,
it's a nervous moment. It is.
Talking in front of a crowd like that ain't easy.
Hey, you hear yourself as well through the speakers? Listen, I'd probably mess up if I was up there, honestly.
I remember Joe in the interview at Champs, like, I need water.
Yeah.
It's like the funniest thing
Now it's
ever.
thirsty.
It's tough.
Bro, it's frying.
You're right. And the best part about that interview, Nero was saying, hey, it's teamwork. Because, aLLeY, last series, most of Boston Breach went negative.
Yeah, listen, not only did they recognize the stack potential in that Tuscan control. All right, we got Cap at a 1.26. Okay, we got Methodz at a 1.41. Nero is sitting at a 1.55 on that Tuscan control alone. That was literally his map.
Yeah, now, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we have another banger for you. Don't go anywhere anytime soon. We're going to have the Titans from Europe. It's going to be the Toronto Ultra versus the London Royal Ravens. I can't wait, and I know you can't either. We'll see you in a few for some more CDL action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back to the beautiful state of Texas, where we are holding the OpTic Texas Major. And what we just saw on that main stage was something special, but here on the desk, we're gonna break it all down. I got Chance, I got aBeZy, and of course I got my man Nameless, but Chance, you just got done commentating Boston Breach versus Paris Legion, and the Cinderella story is over, but I just want to kind of reflect on that for a second. I mean, Paris should be proud getting top 8 at their first event after not winning a game this year.
I don't know if proud would necessarily be the right word, but at least they got something on board, right? They can now, with the new guy on the team, like go into the next stage with a little bit more confidence. So certainly things are looking at least a little bit up for them, but at the same time, a couple sloppy performances here and there. They certainly have stuff they need to work on.
Right now, let's get into the games right now. Nameless, when we talk about these two Titans facing off against each other, I'm going to be completely honest. When it's going to be time for pick'ems, I'm kind of coin flip between them because London has been a surprise this year and Toronto Ultra, they were looking good so far this event.
Yeah, it's a tough call, right? Like, you look at the stats, you look at the map sets, and you're like, I think London should be the team that wins this series, but there's just something in me. It's like Toronto Ultra is that team that is gritty, and they get it done. But I love this London team, man. And we actually have the maps coming in, and they're trying to square up on the AR maps. It's Gav, Berlin, Desert Siege. So you need a lot out of players like Zero, like Gismo. And that's a good thing, because we've seen Gismo popping off, and guess who hasn't been popping off? Cammy hasn't been playing that well. So the AR matchup, I tend to favor the London Royal Ravens.
And when it comes to the game field keys to victory, aBeZy, what do London have to do?
They got to press your game 1 and 4 advantage. Toronto is 0-2 in hardpoints versus LA Thieves, who is the best team in hardpoint right now. London is 2-0 versus LAG, a high slaying caliber team. So head-to-head, again, they're going into a Gavutu. This is going to be an AR clinic, but shut down Toronto's control offense. Toronto is first in offensive round win percentage. They got to shut down that aggression. I'm looking at CleanX and Insight to be the troublemakers and prove you're the better S&D team. London is #1 in S&D round win percentage. My only worry right now is it literally looks like Toronto's in their honeymoon phase with the switch from taking Cammy off the sniper and putting it on Inside as of yesterday.
And one way that the London Royal Ravens can strike back definitely is from that hard point. We saw the stats, Chance.
Dude, unreal on the AR maps, right? Especially even like the Gavutu control, not just the hard points. Like, they have unreal KDs in that game mode. This is where these guys can slay. And I think that's the battle. It is without question Toronto have the better teamwork. They have the best teamwork in the league. But the slaying power, as mentioned, Cammy hasn't exactly like peak Cammy just yet. Well, Ravens, they have definitely not slouched in that category.
And the last time we saw them on that main stage, they put on a show. Insight picked up the sniper, and he just took over in that search and destroy. And Toronto Ultra now, they're looking to maintain that streak.
Yeah, I mean, they were absolutely disgusting. That game 5 was all Insight. And, you know, to speak to what Chance just said, if you look at their statistics, it's ridiculous. It's so even. It's such a well-balanced team effort on the side of the London Royal Ravens. So, yes, you're going to need players like Insight to really turn up here. But getting into the game fuel keys to victory, Cammy needs to keep up the hot slaying. 1.07 KD versus the LA Thieves, a 0.94 coming into the major. What do we expect out of Cammy on that stage? That is for him to pop off. I remember that crazy 4-piece that he got on Raid last year, and I was like, yep, that guy's a superstar. And he just continued to fry, man. So I'm expecting him to get to that level here if they're going to win a championship. And then back to the basics in Search and Destroy. You saw the Bance interview in the pre-show. He said there were some mistakes that they were making. They were playing a little bit sloppy. The communication wasn't like it once was. Well, they fixed it in their last match. So came into the event last in round win percentage, 12-5 round count versus LAT. They picked it up. They were on point. And then Unstoppable Force meets an immovable object. Toronto, 4th in hold percentage. London, 1st in break percentage. So Toronto, they're going to have to hold those hills, man. London, they like to break on in. They got players like Afro. They set up those pinches and they get it done.
I like him, man. Now, let's go ahead and get down to our talent predictions, the pick'ems. Me, so far, I was thinking about it while you guys were talking about the game field keys of victory. And I'm going to be completely honest. This was a hard one. Now, Toronto Ultra, they were kind of slipping against LAT, and I really didn't like what I saw. And Insight really did save the day in that Search and Destroy. I'm going to have to go with London. I have not stopped sleeping on them ever since they started their streak. And Chance, you shake your head no, man. Do I sound kind of wild right now?
You don't sound wild at all. I understand the commitment towards the Ravens, but like I just have to back Toronto Ultra in this series, right? Top 2 team basically all of last year since stage 2. Really one of the main struggle points they've had is their Search and Destroy more so even, right? Like a 5-5 record, I think, coming to the event, not great. They're going to fix that. I have so much faith in this team. They have proven themselves time and time again. And until they start getting consistently beat, I'm going going to continually be in their corner.
I like that. iLLeY, are you going to choose Toronto backed by bands, or are you going to go with Nasty in London?
I am so torn between these two teams, man. But just across the board, Toronto, they've been looking a little bit average for me. Even though their S&D was lights out yesterday, London is first in round win percentage, first in first blood percentage, and first in 4v3 win percentage when it comes to S&D. And that's really only hope when it comes to the series for Toronto Ultra, so I'm going to go with the London Royal Ravens.
Nameless, you and I, we've been VOD reviewing London before the season even kicked off, and we saw Afro go nasty, and he's maintained that streak so far. You were talking high about him. I'm wondering if you're leaning towards that roster right now when it comes to pick'ems.
Man, it's so tough. I want to go London, but I just think Toronto is going to win this series, man.
Okay.
I mean, they were top 2 all year last year. They played phenomenal, won events, and then the kickoff, like they did their thing there, right? They might have had a rocky road at points during the qualifiers, but they come into this event and they beat one of the best teams that we have here in the LA Thieves, so I'm going Toronto Ultra.
Now, I have a question for you then. If London were to beat Toronto Ultra, what would you like to see them do? Well, how would they adapt?
They're going to have to fry them in the hard point, man. They got Gavin Berlin. That's got to be their bread and butter there. And we know they can steal a search and destroy as well. So it's going game 5. This series has got to go game 5, and I just trust Toronto.
All right, aLLeY, who's the player to watch?
Player to watch is going to be nasty for me, man. He was hitting form the other day, and if he does it again today, I'm a little worried if I'm Toronto Ultra.
All right, now, Chance, when it comes to this ultimate game, I mean, who is going to be your player to watch as well?
I think Bance. Bance has had a spectacular year so far. He is one of my favorite players without question because he has had like a career resurgence since that Stage 2 performance last year. I think he's been a machine. I think he has a great head on his shoulders for Call of Duty. And he's also one of the guys that he's been making big plays as well. I'll keep my eye on him the entire time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get things started between the European gods in the CDL. We got Toronto Ultra and also the London Royal Ravens. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. To the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. I'm legendary.
Players in every single corner of the map right now. To London is Afro. And oh my God, there are just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
Well, Texas. If it isn't you, and you're still here, but do we have a game for you, friends? This has been a crazy weekend, right? Crazy. Like, no, I didn't see any of this coming. Paris, madness. We're going to have a great game later on today, but for now we're going to keep things rolling with a really fun one. We've got none other than the Kings of the North and a team who are very, very familiar with royalty themselves, the London Royal Ravens. And they're going to be going toe-to-toe, and it's going to be one hell of a show. We ready? You sound pretty ready. Let's bring them out. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the London Royal Ravens! We got Zero, we got Nasty, Gismo, and Afro.
I don't know what that move was, but that was something on stage. Gismo, you're looking confident, but it looked kind of like Miles was the Undertaker there. He was like, all right, everybody's walking out behind him. Here they go. Here they are, the boys in red. London Royal Ravens. Gismo looking to slam Cammy through a table.
Yo, Miles, I know that London are ready, but Toronto, they want to take that stage by storm.
Oh, they can't wait. I hope they're not too keen, because I'm still out here. I better get out of the way. But here we go. Welcome them to the stage, the Kings of the North, Toronto Ultra. We're Kleenex, Insight, Cammy, and Bance.
When it comes to flashy plays and teamwork, Nameless, this team has it all.
This team is absolutely disgusting, and we saw what Ben said in that interview. He's 1 in 9 against 0 in matches on land, so he's going to want to turn that around and win this one, man. I can't wait.
This is going to be a battle between two titans, Miles. I can't wait to get this going.
There's a lot of friendly rivalry on this stage, but now that it's all said and done, it's going to be strictly business. Now, speaking of strictly business, it's about time to throw to our casters. Bryce, turn, take it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As you can see, today we can't possibly be biased. We have managed to get in a lovely sweet spot where it's 2 European teams. And this is going to be an incredible matchup. Not only is the opinions split from experts to fans on who's going to walk away with this, but even ourselves have no idea, genuinely no idea how it's going to go.
We may well be in different jerseys and regalia from both the teams, but neither of us really know which way this one is going to go. What a series this is going to be in the winners bracket side of things between London and Ultra. It's the new dogs against the guys who have really established themselves as one of the top teams in the league. But my goodness me, I think the whole community, the desk, us, everybody is split on which way they think this one will go.
And here's a reason for this, right? When you look at these two teams in context, the Ravens have the statistical advantage. Everything stats-wise says Ravens for this one. They're higher in the rankings, they're higher in the seeds, but Ultra have been here for a while, have been doing it atop for a longer time.
We could delve into it a little bit more, but let's have a look at the maps and modes to kick things off. We heard Ban say it, Berlin, we're squaring up, and that's going to be map number 4. But before that, we do have 3 to go. Kuavo, Hardpoint, Berlin, Search and Destroy. Kuavo Control will end on Desert Siege, Search and Destroy. It's such a precarious one because you know, you look at the search stats coming out of Ravens, they're phenomenal. But how good was Insight with the sniper over the weekend so far? That change-up has really worked out for Ultra. So I'm completely split when it comes to the search and destroys, when it comes to the controls. But if I was to lean in one direction for the hard points, it's hard not to say the London Royal Ravens.
No, you're 100% right. You are 100% right. And that's what's making this such a difficult matchup for an awful lot of people to figure out how it's going to go down. For me, personally, looking at these two teams, the thing that's really kind of focusing for me is that, yes, both teams want to win, but they kind of really want to win this one. They know bragging rights are up for it. They know their contemporaries, the European players, they're all going to get those bragging rights at the end of this one. But it's enough guessing. It's enough kind of pondering and thinking about how it could potentially go. Because it is time to get into this first one. Of course, straight on to Kuavo, Hardpoint. These two teams at the moment, you can see it's the Ravens refuse to rotate. Ultra don't do it either. Whole percentage 3rd and 4th break, 1st and 7th. That could be the deciding factor for this one.
I mean, that break percentage comes in because of the slaying ability of the London Royal Ravens. Every single player, not just in the hardpoint, we're talking hardpoint, S&D, control, positive, 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 positive across the board. They do not get outslayed. Ultra, though, they're the team that you will look at as a team who, if they do get outslayed, they can still win games comfortably. It's the ultimate matchup against slaying and teamwork, and it's all the way in Europe, but we're here in Texas today, and into Kuavo we go. It's Ravens up against Ultra.
Already the trades coming straight in at P1. Both teams throwing bodies at it as well. Gismo and Nasty, though, combine and take that first control. Cammy's here trying to slow it down eventually. Does get traded out. It will be the Ravens who gain first blood.
Gismo's somebody who plays with a lot of confidence, and he's going to need it here today. We've already heard the comments coming out. He's like, I'm going to fry Cammy through a table or slam him through a table, whatever it is, but he's challenging everything and eventually will go down. The initial time goes over to the London Royal Ravens. They're holding this strong. The push from Ultra is coming.
Here we go, this is a huge push coming in. Look at the stack coming through, they fly in here. And this is what Ultra are known for. Concentrated hits all across the map. They do gain the scrap time here as well. And now they've got to kick into action. It's about the rotation of both.
Over towards P2 we go. Cammy's the only one there momentarily for Ultra. He gets wiped out. London do have that rotation. Clean Excellent looking to cut off the head of the snake. And my goodness, Nasty. Big kill coming on through. Nasty finding the kill at the Clean X. And now it's going to have to be a retake from Ultra. Ravens are the first ones there.
Oh, there's Nate's what's coming in already for the Ultra. But it will be the Ravens with the control to begin with. You can already see Bant has managed to break his way through. It's like trying to back him up with some control on the top of the boat, but nobody's there at the moment.
I mean, every time we see Nasty on the other side of a gunfight, he seems to be winning it, and he's one of those players we talked about so consistently. It's always good. everybody's been talking about, Gismo and Afro. Nasty hasn't had much of a look in, but so far so good in this series and over the weekend. Zero with a good start as well at 5-2, and Ravens controlling it as Gismo slips the net once more.
Well, this is the
back
problem.
He's got to be the one that makes the play here. For the London Royal Ravens, they're like ships in the night as him and Kleenex.
Gismo finds Cammy, but it's not going to be enough. It gets taken down before he can do any damage. The Ultra get this rotation. They will hold on to it to begin with. They are trying to get some more kills in that kill feed. It will now be on the London Royal Ravens to try and make the next push.
Yeah, well, the break-in percentage, we've seen it so many times. We've seen examples of it so many times. They are so good at breaking these hills, but this is going to be quite difficult. Toronto, the trenches are dug. They are deep inside. This P3 rotation, Afro and Co cannot find a way through. It's been all Ultra here over towards P3. And this is some solid time being racked up. Cammy inside the hill. This is looking like a lead change coming up in a second. They're forcing it out as well. Keep an eye on Kleenex as he's getting aggressive over towards the next hill. Eventually will fall, but Ultra can spread their wings. They can push out. They can get map control and the lead as well. Good hold from Toronto Ultra.
On a streak as well, and now eventually going to be taken down. But look at it, holding this top boat though, and this is where it gets a little bit difficult. Ultra are going to try and hit this correctly and get the trades. At the moment, London, they've dug their trenches. They are ready to hold firm on this. They know the points are available. And it's going to be a slow crawl for the Ultra. They want to get in position. Inside opens it up though. It's to take down Nasty. You can already see that pressure starting coming from Bats. Gismo trying to thread the needle.
Just trying to find some angles. Ultra taking their time with this break. You can't rush it. Gismo finds one on the inside. Keep an eye on Cammy out towards the beach though. Has he got round the back? Has Nasty been caught out? He didn't see him, and here he is. Cammy round the back. Here's the rest of Ultra now coming on through. Zero with a big kill. And it looks like London will hold, but Kleenex in the front. It's Trey Zero Morris once again.
And they hold. The London Royal Ravens continue to hold on here. Refusing to let Ultra come through. They manage to get a ton of kills into the middle, but it will be Trey or Zero who manages to hold firm here, and then the Ravens go back into the lead as we head into our next rotation.
It's back and forth. The pendulum swings left and right between these two so far. It's very much been about the rotations that have come on in. Both these teams very good at breaking, as we've mentioned multiple times, but it's been very rotational heavy. Whoever gets there first has been locking in a lot of time. The AR's very much on point in this scenario. Zero having a good game for the Ravens here at 10-5. On the other side, Kleenex with the SMG. He's the guy getting it done. But so far, this control from Ultra looks so good once again. And it's when you get over towards screen, you get that control towards the back. If you have boat control as well, it's the ultimate setup. But let's go here for Ravens. They find a couple of kills on the outside. Can they find a breakthrough?
Well, the #1 break team in hardpoint for the CDL are now going to try and throw their medal against the Ultra. They've already given away 30 seconds, but here they come back to get 1 and 2, but no. Gismo and Nasty now combine. Eventually, Cammy shuts it down. No time coming through. Nasty gets his 3rd one on the Ultra. Now looking for inside coming around the corner, but inside is equal to it as both teams pile in for this scrap time.
Oh, Ravens don't get any points on the board here over towards P4 until there's 15 seconds left. A phenomenal hold from Ultra once more, and we go into another rotation, but here we go from behind. It's going to be Bans coming in through the side. Zero finds an important kill. Ravens need to be here. They need to find these kills. It's a slight lead over towards the Ravens. The contestation is still here. Zero still surviving. Eventually does go down. It's a clean wipe for Toronto Ultra. Ravens being forced away.
And even all the way into the second rotation, there is no daylight between these two teams, and that's exactly what we wanted to see coming into it. It is now going to be the turn of the Ravens to try and get it, but they try and they get shut down. Kleenex shutting down the beach. Says no, thank you, keep away from this. Maybe we'll see you P2 if you're lucky.
Yeah, they're really forcing them out over towards that P4 spawn as well. Don't want them to find a way through. My goodness, Nasty. It's a big gunfight win. They'll get control of P1, and it's only Insight left momentarily. Big gunfight going to be going on over towards the other hill. Insight finds 2, but Nasty will eventually clean them up. And these fights over towards the boat. They go towards Ultra. And can they lock it in again? You can see how advanced they're getting up on the map as that final 10 will go over towards the Ravens. But can Ultra lock in here, P2?
This is a big push for them as well. Both teams, of course, trying to get every single point out of this they can. But let's jump on board with the Toronto Ultra for a listen in.
LCS 2, 1 on all,
Trace
on all.
hold.
Nice, top boat, yeah. Top boat, that's 4. Last guy.
Already clip. Good week, absolute. What do you mean, get? I'm watching this one. Out clip.
I can get time.
That's one hit me in the right. That's one. He's gonna break. Gonna break.
Yeah,
Gonna break.
Get near Jeremy.
Nasty's already, but Nasty's gone. Ho.
I'm coming. I'm just coming to sack with you. Fuck.
Oh. Hit him once.
Top ring, straight. Really, top ring.
Ah, got me in time, Afro.
Trade some ring. Am I going to?
Afro, no.
Mid absolute. Joey's gone. He's pushing. He's pushing S2. S2 absolute. S2 still. S2 tanks.
S2 tank. I don't see him.
S2
tank.
Trade. Racing him.
Afro's old.
I might try to cut him
Afro's
off,
old
bro.
weak. Afro's behind the tank now, I think.
Okay, yeah. He's weak. He's weak.
He's gonna be
He's gonna be top. Nasty.
Nasty coming
Nasty top.
Yeah, I think it's mid tank, bro.
Still mid tank. Nice, well played.
Just wait.
He's got nades over.
And it's on tank.
I'm naded. Naded tank.
I need a tank.
On the stairs, though.
We can tank. Nice.
One's
on the rock.
on the rock. But then, nice. Top ring.
Top ring out. Top ring.
Nasty top ring.
Afro's hit down. No, he's come back. Two.
I'm on shot.
Top ring.
One for outer ring. We're still looking for Afro.
He's pinch.
Make cut, maybe. I still top ring. One top ring.
Top ring weak. One pinch me.
Nice. Top cut.
Nice. He was really weak top ring, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a big time.
I went left already, bro.
It's on your push. Yeah, go play top ring.
Push close.
Go push.
Let's go
now. Go push.
Nasty
top.
Nice. Push camping. Push up.
Yeah, I'm going, by the way.
Could already be clipped, by the way.
I'm going low. They can be top board, Jimmy. Top ring, sorry.
Yeah.
They me
They're playing deep. They're going to play deep.
Yeah.
I'm just staying live cliff right now.
One deep, yeah, deep rock.
I stop.
I'm nade time. You got nade. Nade the right.
I'm waiting on the right here.
I need it back left, bro. Still top.
Deep rock, I'm pretty sure.
Looking at it. I don't see him deep right.
Top absolute, bro. Top absolute.
It's on the left, close left. Hold it. He's pushing you out, Toby.
Well, that's about as fast as you will ever hear the Ultra comms because it is heating up in this map. They're now going for another push. The Ravens need this hold. They're only about 20 points behind, and you can see the pressure coming in from Ultra. They are trying desperately to dig them out of this hill, and they are failing under the guns, but Cammy gets two. Gismo now around the back looking for Cammy. Nasty gets one as well. And the Ravens are bringing this back to all square.
Every single hill they're going over towards us. Whoever's there first, they cannot break through. Every single time they locked it in, but here we go for Ultra. They're going to find a way in here. Zero has to go. Massive and finds three. Huge plays from him, and Ravens will find the lead once more. Both these teams have, as said, they've just been trading hill back and forth. Once they're in, they lock it in. But when we get closer to that 250-point mark, expect things to get quick and get quick fast.
Well, we've spoken before, the London Royal Ravens are the #1 break team in the CDL, and if they are going to live up to that statistic, now is the time. The Ultra are ready, they've got map control, they've got the hill as well. Trades are starting to go down across the map, it's clean X again. The Ultra Cammy, not going to be able to do it. Nasty's opened a gap for them. The Ultra are now spawning out. It is going to be the Ravens who are in a position. They're going to jump straight into now. They can't actually win it here though. And Bats is still alive.
Bats is still alive, still surviving. Gismo and Co, they will find that break. It's the first time we've seen a good chunk of time that can be won by the Ravens from a break. But my goodness, Cammy on the boat. Now going to push forward. Can he find Zero? Can he clear them out? Check your corners. Doesn't check the right one. Ravens hold. 15 points to go here. It's going to be on P1 as we go there for the third time.
Inside is ready, he's the only player here. He cleaned out Afro just a few seconds ago. Keep an eye though, Nasty might make a play. A hero play for the Ravens. He needs reinforcements, he's all alone in a sea of Ultra. He's looking for it, he's in the flank, there's the first. Looking for the second, it's not going to be good enough. The reinforcements coming in, it's Afro for the Ravens again.
Trading 2 for 2, Zero is there, Afro inside, Kleenex goes huge, finds 2. Ravens find themselves inside. Ultra need to get it going very, very quickly. 7 points away. Where are the Ultra? They're nowhere to be seen.
Not here.
Can they get there in time? Insight's diving for the line. Gets inside. Can they hold it? Yes, they can. And the London Royal Ravens take map #1.
And that's about as close a game of hardpoint as you are ever likely to see. We are talking millimeters, not inches. It is unreal how close that game was going to be, but London walk away. And that is everything we expected it to be.
It is. These are the maps that they need to come in and win. They just about get it done. It's a 15-point game. And it was quite a strange one. We didn't necessarily see any huge pop-offs from anybody in particular. It was very much about getting those rotations nailed in. When you did, they were holding. It was very, very hard for either one of these teams to find a break. Very, very well played, honestly, from both teams in terms of a game of hardpoint. It just came down to that final rotation over towards P5. over towards green where they broke through. Ravens managed to get that little bit extra of time after Ultra found that rotation. The gunfights come through over towards P1 on our third rotation of hills, and it's the Royal Ravens who look out.
It certainly is, and we can take a look at that last 45 seconds again here, because this is insane. We kept speaking about the Ravens and their break potential. They hold it down, they managed to get this point, and we thought, hey, maybe Ultra will hold down P1, maybe they have the ability, but no. In come the Ravens, and it was a slugger match up top. You're about to see it. Keep an eye, because obviously Nasty was in a great position, got one, and he bought just enough time for the trades to come in. The Ravens were able to get bodies there. Afro came in with 2. Huge plays in the end.
Yeah, for Nasty, that's just a really, really quick turnaround from CleanX and Vance that didn't find that breakthrough necessarily, but Afro finding his breakthrough, and Gismo, the last one remaining, finds that last kill that you needed to get locked in, and all of a sudden the Ravens are there, they're locking it in, and it's up to Insight. And he's running shoes on, he gets inside, but nobody there from the rest of the Ultra squad. Royal Ravens will have known though, heading into this game, hardpoint are the maps they need to take. But both teams proficient in search and destroy, specifically Ultra a little bit more last year, but of course, so far this weekend, we've seen already good S&D games out of them. They'll be heading into map number 2, looking at even the score.
Yeah, they certainly will, of course. Going into this next one, a lot of people had the Ravens taking the half point. It's basically the statistical safe bet, but going into the Berlin S&D, if Ultra want to take this series, this is the start. They're going to have to win it against the Ravens, because we're not really favoring them against the next half point either.
Has to be said though, it's very, very close, all things considered. It does come down to Kuavo. It's one of those maps that is pretty much one of those that is very rotational heavy, and not in comparison to something like Bocage. And this time around, it's the Ravens who get it done when we've actually questioned their rotational policies, really, haven't we, on multiple occasions. This time though, it does work out for them before we head into a Berlin search and destroy.
It certainly does, but let's look at the statistics for this one, and well, that speaks volumes already. This is the reason before this game we said the statistics are heavily in favor of the London Royal Ravens. First in round win, first in first blood, and first in 4v3 win.
It's all very, very important statistics, but if you were to look at the Ultra so far this weekend, their game up against LA Thieves, they were phenomenal in search and destroy. So 7th, 5th, and 8th, I don't read into it too much. Yes, okay, the first place is there for the Royal Ravens on each and every single one of those stats. A nice reading if you are a Ravens fan. But Ultra, they know what they're doing. The sniping of Insight has been influential to their gameplay. And will they be able to make it count here in map number 2? It is one of these scenarios where it's difficult for the Ultra looking at those stats, but they know that Insight has been lights out so far.
They certainly have. Let's have a look, though, at Nasty versus Insight and how those two players match up going into our Search and Destroy. KD's in the top percentile, 1.21, 1.17. Kills per round, it's not a million difference either, but the first bloods, Nasty has been performing lights out so far.
I'd like to see Insights for this weekend so far in the 2 games of Search and Destroy. It's a lot better than a 1.17, I will tell you that. But when it does come down to snipers, yes, Berlin, it's very informational. That sort of thing that you can gain with that sniper. But do we see as many picks in this map specifically as we have done in some of the previous? For Insight, maybe not. He has been a big catalyst in the Search and Destroys. Can he get it done with this one so far? London Royal Ravens, it's not a good record for them when it does come down to Berlin Search and Destroy. And Ultra will know that.
And that's the crazy thing for this one. Obviously, these two have picked this map specifically. Neither have a good record on it. And this is one of the things we were going to talk about, actually. KD ranks of both these two teams. The London Royal Ravens, all above a 1. Fantastic KD ranks. Ultra, all below. But is it gunny or is it positional? We're about to find out who walks away in this one. Time to get into the Search and Destroy on board with Vance.
The kid coming in on the outside over towards A, straight through the doors. The trade going to be there. Yes, it is. Vance very much the sacrificial lamb in that scenario. Now that bomb may well go down. Afro lines it up. Not going to find anything. That bomb will find its way down. It's a 3v3 retake here for the London Royal Ravens.
Insight currently in no man's land, about as far away from that point as you could possibly be. That does mean they are outnumbered, but not outgunned. CleanX managed to find the first one. Players now coming through as well, but Zero's managed to get it. It does mean he's going to be alone. CleanX needs reinforcements from inside at some point. Afro dipped. Oh my God! How about that slide cancel? It's all on Insight though. He's been magic before. Can he be magic again?
Oh, Has he slipped the net here? It looks like he has. Finds the kill. Is he going to get away as well? That's huge. And the Insight will surely just run this time down. Will not check it. Does not need to. Checks it in the end. And Afro in there. That's a round over towards Ultra. Gunfight ensues. It is Afro who wins it, but the round goes over towards the other side of the Atlantic with Ultra.
I'm going to be honest with you, Insight, it's so clutching. It's starting to become the norm, not just an exception. Over and over again, Insight is the man. But what a round. I mean, that tactic, by the way, Insight was so far away that they were outnumbered for the majority of it.
It's a huge worry, because if that happens and then it comes down to the scenario where somebody dies on your team in that scenario, you're in a really tough spot. But I do believe, unfortunately, we do have a small issue. We will come back to the game in just a moment, but really good round there from Ultra. Managed to find their way back in after an initial very, very good break from the London Royal Ravens, but nonetheless, I think Ultra will be happy to get that round away.
Yeah, close round as well. There was a lot of things that could have gone wrong for them. Obviously, Insight.
Yeah, that's the one.
Found basically a magical tunnel to get into it. They shouldn't have been able to, really. They had to play a ticket, the Ravens. They just didn't miss him. That little bit of COD timing. Sometimes it works wonders.
A lot of people inside the venue here Saturday. Things are just getting better. And we're very, very excited for the rest of the day, as you all are too here. Of course, and at home, we're just so thrilled to be here in this game. I had to take the jacket off, things are getting a bit sweaty, it has to be said. And what a game it has been so far. Very much looking forward to the rest of it, and we honestly do see this potentially going down to the wire. We're talking about Ultra and the S&Ds and the control, and then we're obviously talking about the Ravens and the Hardpoint and the S&D. It's kind of a flip in that scenario. It's hard to judge the control. Look, honestly, it's just quite difficult to figure out who's going to win it. Ravens with that first blood, though, is something we did expect.
Yeah, I'm just going to say it's quite suspicious, to be fair, that Ravens win that first map and suddenly the jacket comes off.
Like, I mean, if you're trying to call me out for being biased today, it's happened before, it has to be said. Look, we just love Call of Duty.
We do.
Maybe European Call of Duty just that little bit more. But look, at the same time, we're very, very excited to be jumping in on this one. It was just kind of coincidental that we got this game. It was in the schedule. That's how it worked out. But the next game coming up as well, we can talk about that later on. How good of a game is that going to be between OpTic and FaZe? Of course, the winners of both games will face off in the winners bracket final tomorrow, which will be so exciting. But the losers of both games have some games to go today. Let's have a look at that bracket and see who is still remaining here at the OpTic Major. And my goodness, it is really heating up. And for me, yes, I look at that winner's side of things. I look at FaZe, OpTic, Ravens, and Ultra. And look at that shark at the bottom of your screen in Thieves. Since their loss to Ultra on Thursday, they have looked lights out. And they are a dangerous prospect of whoever drops between FaZe or OpTic. And in the venue, who do you think's dropping up against Thieves, though? I wonder. Is it FaZe, you would think? Nobody's... You're not even replying to me. That means it must be OpTic dropping in, is it? OpTic 3, oh! I'm sure the desk will have something to say about that, but ultimately, very excited to see how that game does go down. Heading into this one, though, back focused here. Yeah. Ultra, with the disadvantage, has to be said, not looking good, but the S&D, they find themselves in the lead. Can they make this count? We'll get the lobby back up and running, and let's see how things are going to break down the rest of the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, one of the things also coming into this game here, and we've talked about it a little bit in the past, is Ultra's performance on LAN. That's where they want to be. They're desperate to get into this scenario. You've got to remember they are the Kickoff Classic champions as well. Series record of 15-9. Map record 61-53. Grand finals made though. They've made 3. They elevated themselves to one of the very best teams in the entire CDL last year, and they've continued that performance.
Very clutch team when it does come to these LAN events. They're one of the most dangerous and very much the second best team of last year. They would have liked to have got themselves maybe a few more wins and, of course, a major, which it was looking destined they were going to find until, well, the Røkkr decided to turn up in that series. Nonetheless, they've got a shot here, and I think we've talked about it so much already. There's so many teams here that could go on to win this event. FaZe will be the favorites, but there's still a lot of teams who'll be vying for that spot come tomorrow.
And it's tense between these two, by the way.
It is.
It's all fun and games.
Gismo doesn't look tense right now.
It's all friendly, but bearing in mind the bragging rights between these two, it's a very serious thing. They'll remember it for an awful lot of time. We've already spoken about the record between Zero and Bance. Obviously, it's not really ever gone in the favor of Bance. Only one time, all the way back in Black Ops 3, has he ever beating Zero on land. Will today be the second, or will it be double digits for Zero?
It's quite the feat, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Considering, you know, the teams that they've had, you would argue that as of more recent, Bance has necessarily been the more successful. But when it does come up against matchups against each other, it is difficult to argue against Trey. It has to be said. But we're back in now to map number 2. I do believe we'll be going back in with a lead, of course, for the side of Ultra as we load into Berlin once more.
All right, well, let's get back into this one, of course, and we've already talked about the statistics for S&D and everything else. It does go in favor of London. And just to confirm for everybody watching at home and everybody in the venue, as we go back into this game, the Ultra will be leading the S&D 1-0.
How's this going to break down as we jump back in? Will be Ultra with the chance to find themselves an attack here. I'm very curious, these search and destroys, they need to be Ultras, really. You don't necessarily chalk map 1 and 4 up, of course. But back into it we go. The gameplay continues, hopefully uninterrupted this time.
Our Clinic's about to come under an awful lot of pressure. The Ravens are ready and waiting already. The pre-fire coming through. Nose plans to be all around him, and Nasty gets that first blood. Zero gets Bance as well. Cammy managed to get one back here, but they are now outnumbered. It is all going to be London.
Cammy looking to try and find the pick, has to be careful of these stairs. Easy pickings for Afro. Kill comes on through. It's a 1v3 from Insight. You wouldn't count him out in the form that he has been so far this weekend, but 2 guns on him. There's one. Can find Zero. Suddenly gets interesting. Plenty of time, Bryce.
Surely not again. Surely not again. There is just no way Inside is going to be able to clutch one more time in this. They're looking for him, and they are now playing the time. London don't even want to give it an opportunity. He's going to go straight in for it as well, try and get him, but that's a crossfire. And that will be London who win that round. And, well, 1-1.
What cable you kicked? What have you done?
It's 1-1. That's what we can say.
Surely,
right?
surely
1-1.
it was. Yeah, they found the kill. You would have thought so, but apologies to everybody at home, of course, inside the venue. We'll get things back up and running. Stunting the momentum just a little bit, but very interested to see, though, of course, from the side of Ultra. Once again, Insight's that guy that's playing on the island a little bit. He's the one that's going to be left last alive, and it's very, very difficult to find anything there from him. But this sort of thing, I'm trying to think, you know, when we talk about it, the game as a whole. Yes, okay, that hard point comes through for the Ravens. Does this slow down their momentum? It's not necessarily, it's not gamesmanship, obviously, but in previous games, you've seen people maybe taking a little bit longer at the toilet, blah, 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 taking time in between games when they do lose a map, just to try and stunt that progress of the team. Confidence, momentum is a huge thing in Call of Duty. And this thing, I'd say it probably suits Ultra that little bit more. Well, and that team looks fierce, to be honest.
I'm just in really good spirits, but I actually want to talk a little bit about that last round, if I can. So, essentially, you know, we talk about clutches in Call of Duty. They're theoretically never really supposed to happen. You're supposed to be able to use that number advantage to make sure you win that round every single time. And I like the way the Ravens kind of gave up and said, hey, even when we have the numbers, we need to play this safe. Every sort of tactical come out, every sort of grenade come out. Afro, even when he threw the shuttle, was like, yeah, I'm not even going to pretend to try and challenge. I'm not going to give him any chance to get a clutch against us. Zero backed up into the door. They went basically facing each other in a crossfire and like, look, we cannot lose this if we stick together.
Absolutely not. Fantastic stuff from the side of Ravens, denying the opportunity for the clutch to come through. But we're going to get a couple of things sorted out here. We're going to go for a very quick break, but we'll be resuming the search and destroy after this 1 minute break. We'll be back in just a second.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. Legendary.
They got players in every single corner of the map right now. Dude, London is Afro. London is Afro.
And oh my God, there are just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the OpTic Major. This is the Call of Duty League, and we have the Ravens versus Ultra going on our main stage with our wonderful, wonderful in-house crowd. They're all ready. They're all good. They are excited for these games to get underway, and so are we. But we've got a few minutes before that as we make sure everything is working this time. Fingers crossed here on the main stage, Tom.
Yeah, we're running out a couple of problems. It's a little bit unfortunate. I went a bit Clint there, didn't I? But yes, it's been a bit of a weird one. We've been back and forth with the crashes. It's happened a couple of times, it has to be said. But the teams are getting involved on social media, though. They've noted it as well, unfortunately. Is this giving anybody, one of these indications of how it's going to go? Well, the London Royal Ravens, has to be said. I'm a big Pad fan. The guy who is the social media manager at the London Royal Ravens, getting on board with it, and yeah, it's just look. Should we just reset from 0-0? Is that what we're saying?
Well, here's the interesting thing. Obviously, the teams are talking about these crashing here, and nobody at the moment has really got to the culprit of it. Because let's face it, Maven is back, and this is happening. I'm just saying, there's a connection there somewhere.
Did it really happen much at kickoff? I don't think it did. I heard he's back there just kicking LAN cables all over the place. But yes, we've been actually on occasion accused of being biased towards European teams, but
yeah, I don't know why.
I don't get where they get it from, to be frank with you. But it was one of those scenarios we just thought, well, we can't be biased. Yeah, really, can we? Yeah. They're all literally from Europe, so it works out perfectly.
Yeah, so we decided to dress up for the occasion. It's not something we get to do very often, but we jump into it, and as you can tell, the teams are a little bit divided on this. Funny story actually coming into it. We did go around and we do occasionally talk to the teams before the game and trying to get it, and I had to borrow this off the Ultra as well. And after we got our outfits, we weren't allowed in the other team's dressing room, so we kind of got banned.
I've known Marky B for years, and he said some choice words to me backstage when he seen the Ravens jersey. Look, it's just a bit of fun, that's all it is. There's no favoritism here.
This actually works out really well for us, and this is something people probably don't know coming into it. Well, first of all, I am not stylish at all, so being given clothes to wear always works out. You can probably tell I'm not stylish from my hair. But also, something you probably don't know about Tun is Tun came to this event. We had a crazy journey. You might have seen some of it on social media. We've come from Italy for this one. Tun actually turned up without a suitcase. A suitcase, by the way, that is still missing.
Completely gone. If anything, this is probably what I was going to be wearing anyway, because I actually don't have any more clothes. We're running out. Unfortunately, the polo shirt that I was wearing yesterday, which was quite happily mocked by some of our team yesterday, is
sometimes you need to go golfing halfway through a cast.
It's been shelved. That's not coming back out again. But unfortunately, yes, this is pretty much all I've got to wear at this stage. And thankfully so, though, we do have these teams to go on with. And I think, again, let's go on to the conversation of these European teams. And I think people are like, oh, well, you don't want to see them go up against each other in this scenario.
Yes,
it means they get knocked out. And it's like, no, it means one's in the winner's bracket final, doesn't it? Of course, they do have a very, very dangerous opponent, whoever it is going to be, coming out of that second winner's bracket semi-final, of course, between OpTic and FaZe, which is going to be coming up next.
I'll tell you something, Bance's John Cena impression is getting really, really good.
I think somebody made a very good joke on Reddit. I think I seen that all of the Ultra Boys look like just a British NFT collection, don't they? Just like different versions of each other. Even though Kleenex, of course, is not British, but nonetheless, hopefully we are jumping back into this one very, very soon. We're waiting as well. Don't you worry. Everybody in the chat, spam me. Of course, it is the Caster's fault. We do sincerely apologize.
Don't worry. Fortunately, I found a solution for all this, right? I went on to Reddit, right?
Uh-huh.
And there are lots of people on there that know how to do this flawlessly. So I figure we're going to get those people, and they'll do it next time.
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
Yeah, it must be really simple, apparently, according to our Reddit as well. But yes, I know, it's esports. These things happen. It happens all across the world. And as soon as the game is up and running, we will get back into it. But before that, you're probably sick of seeing our faces. So we're going to go for a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll get this game on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL, and our crowd is enjoying a screensaver here on the main stage.
Easily entertained. Easily
entertained. So, I have to be the bad news man at the moment. We are going to be waiting a few more minutes in this one. We are trying to fix the issue. Of course, these things do happen, and I know the chat's probably not very happy and everything, but fortunately, we have some wonderful talking heads that are going to take us through everything that's happened so far and what we can expect to see for the rest of the game. So over to our beautiful desk.
Thank you, you biased casters. I love the entire by the way. But so map 1 is underway. We're gonna get it into Search and Destroy soon. But the London Royal Ravens had a crazy comeback win in hardpoint to get that lead. And aBeZy, that was a nail biter.
I mean, yeah, Nasty finds 3 to break P5, and London was still struggling to rotate on that hill, but what really sold it in was their money holds on P4. The second time around, they played it super tight. Zero played an off angle, and they held almost the full 60. And then we got to talk about Nasty playing his life on P1 the last couple of seconds. He just laid there. He was like, best case scenario, I hit them from the back, I shoot a player. That's exactly what he got done. He gets 1 kill, makes everybody in P1 turn around to answer for him. That allows Afro to push up, trade him out, and Gismo pushing in from mid, and that's ended up getting London the last couple of seconds they need to take the first hard point.
And that's incredible, right, to see some big plays from the guys on London, because there's still the question, right? Like, they might have been tearing it up in challengers, but this is land now. This is against the team that has been the top European team for so long, so you're clutching up in those final moments. That is just the confidence builder that, I mean, honestly, maybe they don't need it. It's not like confidence is something they've lacked.
Yeah, true that. And, this is the map that they had to win. This is their map pick, right? Kavutu, map 1, they played fantastic. And also, highlighting the very end of that game, Afro made a massive play, went all the way around green. I think got 2 to 3 kills there into P1 in order to stop Toronto from pushing up and getting a full setup. So it was honestly beautiful plays all around from the Royal Ravens. They all had their moments where they really weren't outslaying by a ton either. So, it was a tough game, a grueler to start the series off, but they're gonna go toe-to-toe on these AR maps. They gotta win them. They win 1. Now going into the Search and Destroy, that's Toronto Ultra's bread and butter. Have a 1-0 lead right now. We've seen Insight with the huge clutch in the round 1. London steal that map. They're in a great position.
And I really do think that kind of sets the tone for the series of how close it's going to be, because you bring up Cammy, but it is you have very distinct matchups, right? Your Afro versus Kleenex, your Zero versus Insight. Well, Insight may have been getting those clutches, but Zero, he's got the bounce back, the most veteran player on this team. One of the, if not the best European player of all time. Always fun to watch this guy. I feel like we got robbed when we lost him for a 100%. Year.
And as the series actually started, it was Zero that came out hot. He was the only one positive on the side of London Royal Ravens for quite a hot minute until the end of that hard point. And you see it here, map 1 Kavutu, he had a 1.53 KD, 83% non-gated kill percentage. That is insane. And he had 1 minute and 30 seconds in hill time. On the flip side, Bance was seriously struggling, and I'm starting to think that 1-9 land win percent is starting to make sense.
Now let's go ahead and talk about Cammy as well. Now when it comes to Toronto Ultra, Cammy, we know that he can pop off and do his thing definitely. Nameless, do you think he's going to make a difference in the Search and Destroy game coming up?
I think so, man. I mean, they need him in the respawns as well. You're going to need him on that Kavutu control. I mean, point blank period, what we just saw, he's playing all right, but we need him to turn up because he was a superstar on this team in that AR role. And the ARs on the side of London, they are red hot right now. So you can see his statistics right now. Starting off the series pretty good. That's a good sign for him. When he's shooting straight, usually they get dubs.
And especially you need him to turn up just because of the smack talk, right? Even Gismo's now tweeting out pictures of him and telling him yo, we're the best 2 flex players in the game. You have a European battle, no lack of trash talk. This is bragging rights ad nauseum for these 2 squads. And I mean, make no mistake, Cammy is ferocious on the map, but I mean, hey, at least for map number 1, slightly outpaced. And I mean, Ravens take that win. You are looking at him for that bounce back.
Right, and we were talking about basically veterans like Zero, who's a legend in the scene, right? But aBeZy, see, we're talking about the young guns as well. Players like Afro, we know that he's going to have these big moments to really help his team out. We saw it at the end of Hardpoint.
Exactly. He did start the hard point a little bit slow, but Afro has been a consistent slayer across the board when it comes to respawn, especially, and it's been the young guns for both of these teams. It's Zero and Bance are literally just the vets against each other, all right, whose young guns are going to do better, and so far, London's looking hot.
You're right. Now, this is actually a really interesting matchup because both of these teams, these rosters are European, right? One London Royal Ravens, the other one is North American team, Toronto Ultra. So, Chance, My question to you is, if you live in London, anywhere in Europe right now, which team are you really rooting for?
I have no idea, because like those are diehard fans. As far as I'm concerned, they're some of the best fans in Call of Duty, right? Those guys go crazy over in Britain, but even when like the Ravens have been poor, they still back their team. But just the fact that Ultra have been winning them chips and finding their spots in the grand finals, it is a very tough call. It genuinely might be the case of whoever wins this match on the stage,
that's the favorite.
They get the backing of their fans.
I love it. And Nameless, for the simple fact that in Call of Duty, we've had really one good European team for so long, right? Now we actually have two in the mix. This changes the entire landscape of everything.
100%, right? And it has been dominant for so long. And then last year, Toronto was like, no, guys, we're trying to take that top spot. Almost got there, but the problem is there was an Atlanta FaZe. But, you know, looking at how these two teams play, I feel like they're going to be solid throughout the entire season. So we might have 2 European teams in the top 4.
All right, now when it comes to Search and Destroy, aLLeY, what are you expecting? Because we saw Insight last alive a few times, and I think he's going to try to make magic happen here.
I think it's going to be incredibly back and forth. Even though the statistics in front of you, wow, that lift is first overall for London Royal Ravens. Yesterday, Toronto, they made the change, right? Insight now has the sniper in hand, so I feel like their S&D is going to completely take an overhaul, and we're going to see it in this series, maybe a Game 5 on Desert Siege if we happen to make it that far. But I got to talk about the EU teams, right? EU challengers. A lot of these players are fresh young guns coming up from that scene, and they're fighting for top 6 right now, top 4. That is insane. Gismo, Afro, Kleenex, Insight, Cammy. This is EU challengers on the stage right now, proving their worth.
And their stats, right, are absurd, right?
Yeah.
You know, first place down the line in a couple different categories. Obviously, though, we know Ultra can wheel and deal in the game mode. It has been a focus point for these guys going into the major, and I mean, at least early on, it's looking like they have some of that ice, too. So it might be a back-and-forth game. Who can clutch up in that potential round 11?
Yeah, man, and looking at the series, like, these guys, London Royal Ravens, are 1-4 on Berlin S&D, and that's going to, like, it's going to be tough for them to win that map. So they end up winning that. They're in a fantastic position throughout the rest of this series. So really, I mean, this next map might be the most important one, Billy.
And speaking of which, you guys are wondering how both of these teams got here. If you're just now tuning in, let me hold your hand and catch you up just a bit. London Royal Ravens, they got a big 3-2 win over the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and Toronto Ultra had an amazing comeback win against the Los Angeles Thieves. Both teams, by the way, knocking out both LA teams.
I mean, it's funny, too, because I think Thieves is like a team, and they're still in it, so who knows, but a lot of people were expecting to be in that finals, but, I mean, Ultra just maintaining that dominance, taking it to them, but maintaining dominance might be like the key. It is so difficult with talent like this to actually hold on to anywhere near those top spots, and well, obviously for Ultra, I mean, back against the wall already in this series, it is not easy to go against this Ravens squad.
Now, I kind of suck when it comes to, like, you know, brackets and whatnot, but Nameless, if I stand correct, so far, London Royal Ravens, they're at 1-0. If they continue to win this series, Toronto Ultra is going to have to play the LA Thieves again.
I think the loser of FaZe OpTic goes down and plays LA.
Okay, so I stand
the loser of this will go down and play.
We can still get there, though. We can
loser
still
of this
get there.
will go down and play Boston, and Boston was looking pretty damn good, man. So that'll be lit as well. And the Search and Destroy specialists.
Okay, matter of fact, the game is ready to get started right about now. Let's get things hyped up, and Bryce and Ton, go ahead and take it away.
All right, we are back. We are live.
It's about time.
Back into it. Let's go straight in. On board with Ultra on the attack, and they're already heading straight into it, but they have been wiped instantly. Maybe they need another reset.
I didn't even have time to jump into this game. London Royal Ravens just come screaming out of it. I think they might have found my bag, by the way. I was just on the phone to them. Didn't expect it to come straight back into it. But of course, 1-1 between these two. It's about to be 2-1 to the London Royal Ravens, though, and with that round, and once again, Insight caught out on his own every single time. Yes, okay, he does have that clutch factor. This 1v4 will be quite difficult.
Yeah, this is maybe a step too far, of course. The Ravens playing very, very slow and instantly going down there again. And this Ultra tactic, obviously it's worked for them. It's something out of their playbook, but unfortunately it is used to catch flankers. It is not used to be dominant in that point. And we haven't managed to get anything out of it really so far. And essentially now it's a first to 5.
Let's see who finds themselves there first. Good start by the Ravens. They'll come out screaming. That's the kind of round you want straight out of a long delay. Kills on the board fast. Ultra, no time to think about it as we head into the next round. So that's now 2-1 to the London Royal Ravens.
Here comes the push, actually. It might be just Gismo making a little bit of noise over at A, and the Ravens will wait and try and use that opportunity to get into B. At the moment, a little bit of a split and pick seems to be going on as both teams is looking for this first kill.
Kami getting aggressive. Has to be careful. Afro, if he doesn't win this one, but Nasty with the MP40 gets it done and gets out as well. And the communication's going to be coming in here from Gismo. I've got complete control of A, so the London Royal Ravens will take that in their stride, get themselves over. Ultra going to have to hit from a kind of a different angle here. The map is flipped. A look at the positioning of Gismo. This will be huge.
Gismo versus Bance. They're both next to each other as well. Players from the Ultra moving up as well. Bance is trying to make a pick here, and as soon as that bomb goes down, Ultra are going to have to try and do something here, but Afro's already found one on the flank. Gismo gets Bance as well, and Afro says thank you very much, I'll have two. The Ravens have come back into this set to destroy with some fire in the veins.
Big kill coming out from Afro. The round was already done, but Ravens very much with the wind beneath their wings. Can they keep this up here? Ultra need to bounce back very, very quickly. And that said, when it comes to search and destroy and building, it's hard to get that sniper really in play as much as you would see it on maybe like a Tuscan or something along those lines. So back into it we go.
All right, bit of Let's Go Ultra in the crowd here at the moment, and they are going to need that. They're going for this push once again. Same A. At the moment, being a little bit cautious, might be a call for a rotation if they don't find anything here. Insight going into that similar position, going to be looking at P5, seeing who crosses on the flank.
It can cover so much here. He gathers so much information from that spot. But the big problem is, of course, is they transfer over towards A, if that's where it is ultimately going to go down. Engagement going to be coming in. Gismo inside with Afro. The push is going to start coming from Ultra. Bodies are going to start hitting the floor any minute now. Afro ready and waiting. The bullets don't hit though, and Bance finds the kill. Gismo now on his own. Ultra in a good spot here. Insight will be covering the flank, but they need to find their way in. Can Gismo hold it down on his own? Here comes the push, just the bob and weave. It finds one with the drop shot. What year is it? He gets taken down, and now it's a 3 versus 2.
It's going to be Nasty on the flank. Nasty opens it up, bringing it back to a 2 versus 2, but the Ultra is split. They have not got the teams together. I think it's been found as well. Cleanix goes down. Nasty again, and Insight is left to try and clutch, to try and pull a win from the jaws of defeat, and unfortunately, he's not a Superman. He cannot get there in time, and that's going to be all.
That should surely be it. 5 seconds to go. Not going to find both kills. Not even going to find one. Ravens looking so strong in this search and destroy.
Ravens are hyped. They're ready.
Hopefully we're still good to go. A little bit of commotion on the stage.
Oh no.
Please, no.
Fingers crossed. Cross
Please,
everything.
no.
Put your headset on.
Put the headset on, Toby. Put it on.
Put it on.
Crowd, tell him to put his headset on now.
Oh no. Oh, that seems to be...
Oh, honestly.
Wow, we're going to start getting the storybooks out at some point.
Yeah, do you know any... Can you sing or...?
Babe, can I sing? We'll be singing, dancing, everything at this point, because it does seem to be some sort of complication. Apparently, people in the backstage just keep pulling out wires. I'm guessing it's Maven. I'm guessing Maven's very, very tired. He's ready to cast. He's been chewing through the wires all day. There's nothing else we can say. Apparently, this one's going to be very, very fast. It's just a quick reset.
Just a quick issue to figure out. It sounds like it's maybe a sound issue from what I was seeing on the cameras. Hopefully, we'll be back into this one very, very quickly. But what about the Ravens looking so good here? I chose the right jersey at this point, didn't I? It's looking quite good. Nonetheless, look, Ravens with a very, very good start to this restart of the Search and Destroy. Look great in map number 1 as well. They've been feeling really good heading into the rest of this series. I'm kind of waiting for Ultra to wake up here. We were talking about it during the break. That map number 1, nothing crazy really happened, did it? It was just a very structured game of control from both, of hardpoint, I should say, from both teams. Very much about those rotations, locking down these hills. And yeah, nobody really popped off. It was just a scenario where teams were locking down the hills. It was very hard for them to break back.
It was. I actually want to talk about Insight a little bit here into this one. Obviously, this is an Ultra tactic. This is something that maybe the Ravens have looked into or thought about, because right now they're kind of playing him irrelevant. Like, they're not hitting the flank for him. They're not making him get into any position where he can actually see the numbers come through. I think we even saw, was it Nasty or Afro managed to get a flank in that round before. And essentially, if nothing is happening in that, maybe a change of tactics. The Ultra are doing well to break in, but eventually just keep going down, losing the numbers they are looking to see. The Ravens are winning their gunfight. They are picking apart the defense of Ultra, and it is not working on this reset. There has to be something now as we go back in this game. Right now, it's going to be, what, 4-1? I'm not going to go too much into the scores, because obviously that's all for admins to figure out, but it's looking heavily favored to the Ravens. If they win this S&D, it could be all over.
Yeah, as you can see underneath here, the teams are not quite in their seats at this moment in time. So hopefully we're ready to go in just a moment. For my sake, your sake, and everybody else's at home's sake, we can get this game back underway. Thank you so much for being so patient with us. The crowd weren't necessarily so patient. I heard some boos. It's just to play Maven as constant as we have been trying to do. Hopefully we'll be jumping back into this game very shortly, but stuttering through it somewhat at this moment in time.
Hey, we might set the record for the longest S&D of all time.
Yeah.
I don't know what that record is. I'm sure somebody is going to tweet it at us, but this could go on for the record of it.
Carson can maybe figure that out. Our stats guy has been massively influential, helping the broadcast out. Shout out to him. And let's speak about Carson, actually. He's the guy who was picking the stats up. We were having a conversation over a beer or two last night, and he is very much favouring the London Royal Ravens here. He says that he thinks they can make the final based on their stats. And who am I to argue with the guy that has all the numbers, is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's interesting when you kind of break it down in that kind of it, like when you talk about the statistics of the teams going forward and how statistically this should actually pay out. I believe you just went Atlanta FaZe London final, but I'm sure that won't make a lot of the crowd here very happy.
No, probably not. But we are, unfortunately, I have to tell you, going to another break. Hopefully we do get this figured out. Really, we want it figured out as soon as possible. Such a big game in the grand scheme of things here, of course, in Texas. And we'll be back with the Search and Destroy just after this.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath and dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever really gonna live again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And I have said that a few times during this S&D, more than I thought I was ever going to. But I have been told we are going back into it. Everybody, all across the world, cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross everything you've got, because we will get this done. I promise, we will get this done.
Third time's the charm, right? That has to be the case. We're going back into this one, speaking of threes, with a 3-1 lead to London. There was an issue in that previous round. So into it, 3-1 up for London. Oh, pray to the god gods that this is the last of the delays for this one. So I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to see this game. I'm really looking forward to the next one as well. Let's get into it. Third time is the charm. The London Royal Ravens 3-1 up. They're 1-0 up in the series. And they're looking to defend over towards A's. Ultra find their hit.
Ultra got the tag again. Already, it's going to be a big hit. Teams already throwing at each other, and it's now a 3 versus 3. Ultra did not get the clean breaking that they wanted. Also, they've moved inside.
Smart there from London. They're back on down. You can get the angle from behind, but unnecessary for the Ultra to hang around any longer than they need to. Nasty lingering mid-map has to be the guy to make the play here, potentially. Is he going to see them? aBeZy chooses to turn around. We have to go with Nasty. Surely nothing going on this side of things.
Sneaky, he's sneaky. Just the inside as well. He's managed to get it. Is Bans going to come off that bomb? No, he has got it down, but it is basically a 1v3 until his teammate gets over there, and Bans gets absolutely destroyed. It's now Cammy left alone.
Oh, no chance that they know where he is, but Cammy's going to really struggle here. London Royal Ravens just looking so confident here in map number 2. Fist bumps all around. They're feeling it, has to be said. 4-1 to the good.
Well, statistics don't always tell the truth, but they never lie. And at the moment, those statistics for the London Royal Ravens, first in basically every category we track in S&D, is paying out here. Nothing the Ultra do is working.
No, I just wonder if Ultra, maybe this stuttering start has now allowed them to build any momentum to get back into this game. We asked the question during one of our 16 breaks so far. Has it been the case of maybe the Royal Ravens, with that momentum from game number 1, can they continue it off? Well, the answer to that has been absolutely yes. 4-1 to the Ravens now. Let's head over towards B. Insight is there to defend.
Here comes the peak, here comes the peak, here comes the peak! There's a few bullets thrown back and forth. Inside comes under the pressure. The Ravens, though, can try and make a move, but keep an eye, there is going to be a player here. As this guy slipped the net. Who is that? It's Bans. He's going to be found, though. He's going to go down. Very aggressive from both teams. As Ultra trying to get in a position, but they are being cut to ribbons. Nothing they are doing on this map is working. Eventually, Clinics will bring it back to a 2 versus 3, but is that going to be good enough? Cammy doesn't get a shot on it either. Clinics though with a second. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2.
This is huge. Bomb's going to go down. They're going to surely fly at him. Nasty will get out. Zero on his way back round. Kleenex is thinking about it, of course, now. Nasty, can he go for the check? Cammy is there to hold it, but is that defuse going to come on through for Kleenex? Stick the bomb, defuse early. How many times do we talk about it? You don't check it for a good 15 after you get it down, typically. The defuse comes through, and after bleeding rounds, Kleenex and Ultra find one back from the Toronto side.
And that is a big win for Ultra. They needed something going in the Search and Destroy. It has not been good for them so far. Kleenex rolls the old shoulders, says, all right, I'll do this one, lads.
Finds all the kills for his team in that round as well.
Oh, Clinics is going rogue.
I mean, this is so aggressive from Ultra. They were aggressive in the previous round as well. Will Afro know they are here? Apparently he does. Oh, as he turned around at the wrong time, though, is the hit's going to come in here from Ultra. Surely Afro will be seen, and Bance finds it. And look at the collapse that they have on over towards B. They can transition to A as well. 3 options here for Toronto Ultra.
Everton now, it's going to be Nasty though. Nasty gets the bomb down, and Ultra have got mid-map control, but very little else in this 3 versus 3. They're now going to have to dig the Ravens out of every single corner.
So well played from the Royal Ravens. They respect the fact that Ultra are on fire. They back it up and they catch the guy with the bomb. Insight caught out. Now Ultra need to find a way back in. Here comes the entry, Bance through the door. Zero is there, but so is Nasty, who finds both kills. Absolutely huge plays from the rookie. Kleenex now, he needs the bomb. He needs to find 3 kills as well, and surely it's going to be impossible. 5 in a row here for Nasty. Can he find 6 as Kleenex finds 0?
Nasty. Kleenex looking for it. He's going to try and pick a corner, try and figure this one out. Just no time to get it done, and it's slow, it's steady, it's all good. It actually ends up coming out, and Kleenex can't do anything. He does get the kill, but they will not be able to get the plant, and the Ravens keep on rolling.
No time, just no time at all. Really well played from Nasty, slows it down completely. Those 2 kills, absolutely huge. And it was ultimately, you know, the opening for Ultra was so good. They find that pick, they have fire control, they've kind of got mid-map control, but Insight once again left on an island. But a complete desert one at this stage. Hasn't been able to do a thing on his own. Kleenex 5-1, the 4 streak. Maybe he can get something going to bring Ultra back into this one, but they're 5-2 down. Big hit here from it. Over towards this side from London.
And this will be the end. Vance though managed to get first blood onto Nasty this time around, but it has been brought back into it as well. Kleenex coming under. Oh! How do you win 2 gunfights like that? Kleenex shutting down the Ravens this time, and it's Zero who's left alone in a 1 versus 3. Finds Cammy, but doesn't get any more as the Ultra claw one back desperately.
It was needed, and Kleenex still on this streak. That will be, I believe, at least 6. Keep an eye on things here. Kleenex is 8-1 from the restart, but his team's still finding themselves floundering. 5-3. London used the veterancy of Zero here to close out this map and find themselves 2-0 up.
They just need 1 good opportunity. It's Ultra on the attack.
7. So there you go. The glide bomb is there for Kleenex. It has to be used, really. And here it is. Information coming out, and you feel like the guy inside the B should be dead. Nasty falls. It opens the bomb site. Afro follows him as well. Bomb's going to be going down from Ultra. It's a 2v4 retake for London.
Well, Zero's going to be on the docks here. He's going to be able to find something. He needs some magic. He needs some way of breaking this deadlock, and he's going to find Vance as well. Try to take the shots. He's inside with a sniper! And that sniper's going to take him down. Gismo's going to find the players of Ultra here as well. They'll dance, they'll dive, and they'll get him in the end.
Signs of life from Toronto Ultra.
It's been a long S&D, but it should be a very good S&D if this keeps on going.
Can Ultra push us to the wire? Things getting a little bit closer now. The experience is really going to come into things here for London. There is a severe lack of it for the majority of it. We've seen Gismo vibing for the most part, but maybe a slight concern on his face now, as that is now 5-4 to London. Can Ultra tie us up and send us to around number 11?
Well, here we go. Which way do London move? At the moment, Ultra seem a little bit indecisive. Sniper is out for Insight. Scoped in. Ready.
Nothing falling this way for Insight. Ravens looking to try and slowly find their way around Cammy. Living on a wing and a prayer. Survives that one. This could be a huge engagement when it comes on through. Gismo with the bounce, doesn't check his corners, and Bance is there, ready and waiting. Ultra 4v3, make that a 4v2. Zero. Looking to try and find something here to bring Ravens back into this round.
Broken out, the old sniper, left in a 1 versus 4. He's going to need some sort of incredible sniper gameplay. And you can see, I think, Yeah, he did see him. Insight knows he's there. It's 5-5. The delays have been dragging this S&D out, but we have reached the pinnacle. The teams have gone back and forth. Everything we expected from the European showdown comes to this. One more round.
And it's really the catalyst of CleanX, who has been getting it done here for Ultra. Can they seal it with another round as we head into round number 11? It's going to be Ultra on the attack. Can they make it count here on Berlin? Inside looking for the cross, not going to find it. Look at the aggressive hit coming in here from London. Bance is trying to survive as it's CleanX. It's an absolute blood battle in the middle of the map. It's suddenly a 2 versus 2.
Somehow, Ultra managed to get out of that one. It could have gone very wrong for them. Cammy looking for another streak, though.
This will be huge. If you can find the next kill, puts you in a 2v1. Glide bomb available. An insight with the sniper.
Genuinely anyone's game. Who blinks first? Both teams. A little bit of hairs on the neck, standing on end. The sweat, the stress. Just trying to figure it out. Both teams desperately trying to figure out where the other team are positioned here. They don't know where the hit's coming in. Cammy's going to find one, but doesn't actually get 0.
That felt like a kill that should have come on through for Cammy. He doesn't hit his shots, and all of a sudden, the round breaks into life once more. The hit is made, the bomb is down. Ultra to defend it. Ravens have to find the retake. Keep an eye on Gismo. Can he find a pick before he maybe gets shot in the back here? He's in no man's land. There's the shots. There's the glide bomb.
Hello!
Here it comes in 0. You can run for cover all you want. You can't get away from fate. As Ultra bring things back 6-5 game 2. Series on our hands.
We talk about the ice in the veins of Ultra over and over again. Bance said it's something they want to make sure they get every single time. And London are sick to their stomachs. They had that one in the bag. They had the win all sewn up. Well, they didn't count on CleanX. They didn't count on the comeback. And we're heading into the control all tied up.
My goodness me. A very, very close ending. It's been close games all the way through. If you can remember, about 4 hours ago, we did play a hard point in this game. And that was close as well. 6-5 in the search and destroy as we head into Kuavo next. I dare say we shouldn't be going for a break because these players should be ready to jump into game number 3. I'm not going to promise anything, of course, but nonetheless, what a fantastic search and destroy. And ultimately there for London, that was in their grasp. They had it 1 round away. 4 back to back to back to back from Ultra sends the series to a tie heading into map number 3.
Yeah, that was done. It was dusted, but somebody didn't tell Ultra. They somehow fly back into this one. A couple of clutches, a couple of snipes, a couple of big plays made the difference in the end. And I feel like a broken record again. We said it coming into this, we expect very little between these two teams. The hard point, 15 points. The S&D, 4 hours long, but a 6-5.
Very, very close. And ultimately, it comes down to CleanX and finding those 2 kills that he did towards the side of A. I can't remember what round it is because, of course, the rounds went to the top or anything. We'll see it at some point. It's after the restart, and he was finding kills all over the place. When we compare these rosters, we put them together, we line them up 1 by 1. Where do we put the advantages in CleanX? Finding kills like this. It's one of the areas that you would imagine Ultra are going to be looking towards to try and find the rounds. Bance huge kill there, sees Gismo on the entrance. Insight closing out the round to send us to that final round. And Cammy just going huge in the mid-map. Easy kill on the Gismo. 3 kills for Cammy in that round 11. Make it 4, and the ace with the glide bomb. Huge plays from Cammy. 6-5, 1-1.
Yeah, certainly. I was going to talk about that Bance kill again. Actually, huge kill there because that would have put so much pressure onto Ultra and probably would have meant that round went a different way in the end. Winning those 50-50 gunfights, don't get me wrong, it's not flashy, it's not amazing. We see players like CleanX and Cammy dropping streaks, but sometimes just 1 kill can make a difference, and that one did.
Very well could have done in that round. Big plays from Bance. Now heading into control though, going over towards Kuavo. It's an interesting one. The Royal Ravens 3-1. across their whole season. 1-0 for the side of Ultra. So both will be feeling confident. And it's about who can be aggressive, who can force that team towards the back spawn when they are defending, of course, and who can maybe find something over towards B. If I was to maybe note on anything, we've seen Ravens find probably the quickest attacking round of control we've seen on Kavutu all year long so far. So it's interesting to see if they can continue to do that, but my goodness me, it should be a good one either way.
Certainly should. Let's take a look at some key players for this one then, of course. Afro versus Cammy as we go into the control. It does seem like Cammy gets the lion's shares of the team kill, 27.5%. But in every other category, it's Afro leading. The KD is higher and the per minute 10 minutes. So it's close. It's still close though.
Very, very close between these two in terms of the statistics side of things. Cammy definitely stepping things up though, has to be said. Had a mammoth final round there, finding all 4 kills to send this series to a tie heading into the 3rd map. And let's see if he can continue that form here in map number 3.
Yeah, Cammy was one of the big question marks coming into this major. Obviously, the last week or so of the qualifiers and everything that ended up happening, had to sub out for Hixie, came back, performance wasn't T1, but what it was is all about LAN. He's got to LAN, shown he is every bit of the caliber of the player we expect him to be, and also Bad is having a good time.
Yeah, you like to see the positivity if you're an Ultra fan as we head into map number 3 in just a second. But yeah, back on the Cammy, I mean, one of the guys last year that was absolutely lights out. So many times people were talking about him in the conversation of being the best player on the game. I think, you know, a couple of wins underneath their belt in a major, and you would have actually had that argument completely solidified. He was phenomenal all the way through. Just highlight reel after highlight reel. Hasn't found those heights, and I think that's why people question him in this game so far. They say to themselves, right, okay, well, look how good he was last year. It's very hard for some players to replicate that year in, year out. But he's getting back into the swing of things, and maybe a little bit of a slow start. But London need to regain that composure there. They were sitting pretty in that search and destroy. You can see Dominic, the coach for the London Royal Ravens, talking his players through it, calming them down, giving them the strats heading into map number 3.
Love the fact that both coaches of these two teams are obviously ex-European professionals as well.
I mean, we've known all these guys. I've known Marky B longer than I've known my wife.
Yeah. Well, I won't get into that relationship, but what I will say is it's probably not talked about enough, and we can shed some light actually on some of the coaching staff for both of these two squads. Obviously dominate on the London Royal Ravens. If you are a fan of European COD history, or just COD history in general actually, I believe the last time he won an event was AW, a European event back then. Of course, Marky B, everybody knows Marky B, but the player I want to talk about behind him is actually going to be known as Flux. He used to be a pro back in the day as well, and kind of a stealth pickup for the Ultra. They didn't really, it kind of flew under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, he just kind of started turning up, didn't he? And it was one of these things. Oh, Flux on the coaching team, but really helping the squad out. It's very EU orientated over at Ultra, tapping into that potential. Both teams on the EU Challenger side of things on multiple occasions, and you absolutely love to see it. I mean, we and plenty, obviously, some of the Challengers casters that are here with us as well, who are just constantly harping on at how good that European Challenger region is. And here we are with the stage full of European players, some rookies, some players who have been around for many, many years, but nonetheless, it's a European matchup that is living up to the hype. One apiece now between these two as we head into the control. We're starting to roll in this series now. Don't let us stop. Which way is this control going to go, though? One apiece. Who can take the lead once more?
Statistics interesting for this one, of course. I believe London Royal Ravens 3-1. Toronto Ultra 1-0. Technically undefeated, but which is better, to have lost one or to be undefeated but have not played as many games? We're going to find out, of course. We do start on board with Nasty, looking for control around top vote.
And it's about these teams trying to find some clean rounds. So far, so good here for Ultra. Finding kills on the board, and Kleenex challenging and pushing on forward. Final kill is going to be found. Afro with an important one to get his team out of their spawn. Look at the shots from Kleenex. That's an SMG, ladies and gentlemen. 4 in a row from him.
Well, at the moment, heating up just a little bit, but you can see they're only really leaving Cammy having a what's mode at the moment. But Cammy gunning. The Ravens trying to find a little bit of ingress here on this point. They're not getting it so far. Zero eventually finding 2, and they are now trying to stack here. There's always an Ultra player left alive. Eventually, it's going to take Zero getting 3 of Ultra to start getting some time.
Yeah, the time is now being stopped as eventually the London Royal Ravens will find themselves inside of A. My goodness, Cammy. The shots are into Zero. working out here for Ultra. It's a very clean round so far. London still have purchase over towards both, but CleanX is just running around like an absolute lunatic. 7-3. Gismo yet to find a kill. They just can't find a way through, and Insight and Co. locking this one down. Afro needs to stop this time.
Ultra are being the most annoying team I've ever seen. Every time we go onto a Ravens perspective, they're trying to shoot a player who just is essentially running away and letting their team pick up kills. Something Ultra are known for is their teamwork, and it's paying out here. Though, I say this, finally, London starting to get some timing, get some boat control, but it's not going to be enough. They're in, it's Ultra instantly.
So convincing there in round number 1. And Ravens just cannot get any purchase. That's the thing. It seemed to just be 3 kills Ultra, 1 to Ravens. There's one guy who can stop the clock just that little bit, but just so well played by Ultra, finding their gunfighter, being annoying. It's such a big factor when it does come down to control, about players putting themselves in awkward little spots, cutting off lanes, and just being a nuisance. Really well played by Ultra, and that could be very positive for them. Finding many kills, that's going to be sitting at what, a positive 7 or so, or 6 or 7 for them heading into this round. Keep an eye on that as we head over towards round number 5 potentially. Looking for the push here though is Toronto Ultra. All that kill feed is London Royal Ravens though. So try and force them away.
Shooting the other foot here at the moment. Inside trying to hold down the fort, let his team somehow get out of spawn. Gismo going to go hide him though, and eventually we'll take him down, and it's now going to be Ultra who are feeling the squeeze. The Ravens said, hey, anything you can do, we can do too.
They can push here. Going to be very difficult for Ultra to get out of this one. Zero's going to have to be the man. Shot's going to go in, but plenty more over towards him. Finds one with the nade. Shots in the inside, not quite able to find them, but the Royal Ravens, look at the setup on the map. So difficult to try and break out of. And every single kill going over towards Ravens. We talked about that positivity from the previous round for Ultra was around 6. This moment in time, it's about 10 for the Ravens.
They just cannot move, they just cannot breathe. Ultra are being punched in the face repeatedly here on this map. There is nothing they can do, it's all gunning from them. It's like trying to get those kills to allow them to breathe, but with 19 seconds left, I don't even know if they're going to go for this.
I don't think they are, to be honest with you. I think it's damage limitation at this stage. Ravens pushing up because they know they can't find their way through. They want to find more kills. They're finding more kills. Insight and Cammy momentarily the last alive. And wow, what a defensive hold from the London Royal Ravens. Ultra do a good job. London do a better one apiece.
I'll tell you something. I think the players are aware that we had a very long S&D. They're making this a quick control.
Just no purchase being able to be made, but Ravens did it better that time around. Last time on the attack, they were finding kills here or there in the break, although Ultra were mostly in the feed. It was very much down to the fact that they found that fort down, and when you push it, when you put that team into that attacking spawn, it's so difficult to find a way out. The setup there from the Ravens was superb as Gismo found 6 in a row, 1 and 6 heading into that one.
They've been punished hard, and here come the Ravens this time.
Both kills coming.
Looking to make sure they do not repeat the mistakes of the past. They're going to get boat control completely. Zero's going to open up. Cammy's trying to get away and must have the smallest amount of health possible as Gismo is playing for streaks.
Oh, Afro's going to get caught out there as he pushes up towards green, but yes, Gismo looking for this streak as A starts ticking. This could be very important. We know how open Gavutu is. You know how many kills you can find with these streaks, but Cammy eventually goes down. There's the glide bomb. Job done here for Gismo. Can he lock down the boat now as the A push continues to come on through?
This is looking much better from London. Looking forward here, and Gismo just happy to play up the top as well. Oh, gunning! That's a 9 streak for Gismo. They haven't got the time yet, but it doesn't matter. They are just punishing Ultra all over the map.
It's only a 2-kill lead, though. They haven't necessarily found too much of an advantage. Good shots from Bans. But plenty of time being made up towards A. The gunfight starting to come in here from Ultra, though. You have to be very careful if you're the Ravens. They have managed to push through from Cliffside. Nasty finds 2 inside a boat. As Afro finds another. This should be A starting to get locked in. We should see an extension of that time. The lives with Royal Ravens, but it is only a slender life lead.
Board with Afro. Going to be looking to try and open this up here if he can. Finds inside. He knows if they get A, the key will be trying to get through that spawn. You can already see, though, the Ultra trying to push this one up, and it's not been a great game from Benjamin Bance this time around. 5 and 13, struggling here on Gavutu.
13 is a lot of deaths. It really is, especially only with the 5 kills as A is locked in. Gismo and Co continue on, but good kills coming in from Cammy. It just takes one big break here from Ultra on the defensive side to then force London back into their spawn like we've seen in the previous 2 rounds. But London are making a better work of it here. Bance on the outside is going to find an important kill. Can he find the second on Afro as well? Yes, he can. Good play from Banson. Ravens are just struggling to find a way through here after a really good start. Ultra locking it down.
Completely locked in, these two teams.
Oh, that's big in the back. That's big in the back. We're going to
open. Gismo is flying through here, and it's going to be the Ultra who have to try and adapt for it. They're going to be pinched on a few sides. Gismo, the key, has to make something happen here for the Ravens if they want to break this deadlock. Just waiting for his teammates. This next trade could be huge. They're looking for it as well. It's going to be Zero who gets it. More of the Ravens now trying to move into position. They're desperately trying to have this fight. They want to have it. Nasty gets one as well. It's all Ravens from here.
Inside spawns directly in front of Nasty. He's going to spawn there once more. He's kind of stuck in and around Radio Tower, just trying his best to survive, trying to find something, but his teammates have done the job for him, and eventually Insight will take down Afro. Good defensive work in the end by Ultra. Spread themselves horizontally across the map as Aurora Ravens trying to find their way through, and well, we're playing CDM once more as Ravens say no to the attack. And I can't wait for the update to control like everybody else, but this is what we're living in right now, and Ultra very much happy with where they are right now. We head into another round. Defense has been king, as Ultra once again hold their defenses.
Well, if I'm correct, I think at the moment the Ravens have the advantage. They've been doing so well at the moment. And this has been a bit of a weird control, heavy on the defense.
Hey, it's not been weird at all. It's been very standard as it comes to Kuavo, I would say.
All right, it's not been that great to watch. Both teams very slow. I'll give you that one. But anything could happen as we go into this one. Ultra could break the deadlock. They win an attack, and it doesn't matter.
Streaks in, potentially for Cammy. That's something to keep an eye on. This final round should just explode into life, though. Streaks could be all over the place. Bance now on a 5 as well. And this is what Ultra are going to play for. They'll know that Gismo's going to be close, and there comes the bodyguard Bance as he finds another kill. Nasty falls down. 6 in a row from him. The stun comes through. Surely Afro goes for the challenge. Big gunfight comes on through, and Ravens clear out both, but all for Insight. He's still here, still alive, and still rolling.
Going to get some time here as well, and the Ultra know at this point they really have to try and make this attack work. Start staying alive, waiting for reinforcements. Already players from the Ravens pushing up, trying to punish those players coming out of spawn as Insight goes down. The sun slows him down just enough, but it's Bance. Bance going to try and break the deadlock here. He's going to find one. He knows where that second could be as well. And Gismo guns him as he comes out of green.
That's both cleared though. That's 4 dead actually, as Ultra are finally going to find a little bit of real estate on this map. Pushing up forward is Cammy. Nasty didn't see him either, and concentration over towards B is going to start coming up through. If Kleenex have found another, it's suddenly game on. Now the Ravens will know that somebody's behind them though, because of the spawn that does come on through. Cammy with the shots as well, but still A needs to be captured from the side of Ultra. Really struggling as Ravens continue to defend.
Yeah, Ultra are going to go for the win this time. They are going to try and make this one work. At the moment that A will be secured, you can already see. Keep an eye though. I think Afro might have something to say about it. He's being caught. I think they know exactly where he is. He is going to go down. It will now be the Ultra in control of A. I don't think London are going to go for another push. They are in fact going to go for that defense and try and hold this down.
They're just going to try and hold them over towards the boat though. Nasty has a little look, backs on down, gets out of there as well. A is now going to go over towards Toronto, so they have 1 minute and 20 seconds to find this attack. And the curious one for me, keep an eye, of course, Gismo does have those streaks. If Ultra find a little bit of room, if they find 4 dead, the insurance policy is there for the Ravens if they do need it.
Going to the big kill as well, but Afro's going to hold down top ring. There's just not a lot of room to maneuver here for Ultra. Bance is trying to make a play. He's going to get traded out of well. It's all back to square one. The defenses on this map are rock solid.
Like we've seen on Kuavo in map number 1, neither team is really giving an inch. Once a site or an area gets locked down, they have not allowed anybody through. Nobody's been able to create any chaos. Nobody's been able to create those moments for the team where they can pop off. It has just been strategic. It has been a game of chess between these two. But right now, the Royal Ravens are looking to lock in their defensive side of things. Bance will find an advantage. London have a 3-kill advantage currently. I think it's down to 2 now as Bance found that one. Back to 3 now. This is important for them and for the defensive round. You can see Ultra are pushing, but the kills are going the Ravens' way. Looking to continue it off. CleanX tries to even the odds. 3 seconds to go. You need to find the kills. If you're the Ultra, can you find any more? It was 2 away. That should be Ravens with the defensive side of things in round number 5, as they just about hold on.
Well, in the S&D, somehow Ultra found some magic. They came back into this. Can they find it this time, though? Can they win the attack? 4 defenses have been won so far in this control. Is this the anomaly? Is this the exception? Ultra staring down the barrel of another map loss. They are going to need some sort of miracle.
And bear in mind that Ravens do have a hold of that glide bomb as well. CleanX will open up his account though in round number 5. Gismo falls. A very quick A would be fantastic for Ultra. They've actually managed to stack it here. It's good up very quickly. Nasty will find the kill. Bance will trade it. Insight forcing his way through, but look at Afro just running forward. It's straight into the spawn of Ultra. There's 1 player left in the bin map. He's dead, and now the Ravens can force their way forward, but keep an eye on Insight. Finds his way around, and he could be the key to getting Ultra out of their spawn.
Yeah, they need him. They need Insight here. Massive, massive wins. It's
I don't
gonna go
like
down.
that.
It's gonna go down. Nasty finds him in the back, and now the squeeze is coming. The Ravens are ready to set up. It's only gonna be Benjamin Bance who might be able to do something himself.
They're on B.
Need the kills. Bance is going through. They have a little bit of ring control here. They're coming through. It is going to be the Ultra suddenly starting to get some little bit of momentum.
This is when the streak's going to be very, very important. Surely that's going to be coming in just a moment. From the side of Gismo, here it is.
And Bance.
And this will get 1 player off B. I would imagine, is he going to be able to dodge it? No, he is not. And the next player follows through. This kill inside the ring is huge, though. Is Nasty going to be able to find Cammy? Yes, he is. And now all of a sudden, Insight is cut off from the rest of his team. 2 progress tricks over towards B, though. Still doable here for Ultra. Insight trying his best to survive. Eventually, he does fall, but damage is done.
That is 2 ticks coming through, and what that means for everybody watching is that if Ultra now successfully get A, they only need 1 real break to win this. The kills are not in their favor. The time is not in their favor. They have to make some magic happen. Cammy desperately trying to do work up top. He's seen 2 already. Gun to gun as well. 1 more player up here. CleanX gets it. That'll be A control for them, and Cammy is now putting feet to ground as he looks to get some map control away from London.
Gismo wins a huge fight over towards the beach side as well. If he had died, then that whole side of the map is open. But there you go, Royal Ravens. They may just well clean out both. 20 seconds left to go. If you're Ultra, you need to find something here. They find the kills. They have control. Keep an eye though once more. Gismo is around from behind. Can he find a route through? Potentially. It doesn't seem so. It looks like Ultra may well get a hold of it here, but Ravens are still trying to break it.
Ravens do not want them to get A. Ultra are desperate. They gave up a little bit of control for it. They need to get more points on board here. It's going to be Bance inside.
7 lives remaining.
Ravens are going to continue to pile the pressure on, but that's another player down. A is definitely going to go to the Ultra now. They're going to get Afro for 1 last swipe. Not going to stop them. That's a huge kill up top ring. Insiders just clean it up for them. Cammy's going to get another one. The Ultra are piling the pressure on. They do not have the lives, but they do have the opportunity.
Nasty.
No respawns remaining.
No respawns here for the Ultra. Make that only 3 players remaining as well as Nasty garners control of ring once more. Insight's the next one in his vision. It's only Cammy and CleanX left to go. It will be a monumental effort. Cammy will find 1. It's implausible, but not impossible, but it might be now as CleanX. Can he do it on his own? Well, I wonder. He's got time.
It's a 1 versus 4. CleanX for the history books is eventually going to go down, and that's London. London take the control. It's all defense all the time on Gavudu. But it was nail biting. It was close towards the end, but just not close enough.
And the problem is there for Ultra, they need to cut off mid-map. They need to cut off around tank because Nasty gets in the ring. And as soon as he gets there, he is a problem. He finds those kills. He finds the round for London, who find the map and find themselves in the lead once more.
Wow, back and forth on that control. And there is so little daylight between these 2 teams, but the Ravens hold fast. A kill advantage, it paid out. They are now 2-1 in the series.
Let's have a look at the highlights from that one, and what you will see is a lot of defensive kills, but more for the Ravens, which was important. I believe there's a 1 or 2 difference by the time we got towards the end. You could see it when we get there, specifically around it before Ultra were flying, they needed to find kills. But ultimately what did the damage was the Ravens' holds when they found them. Dominant, consistent dominance. Ultra had a really good start in their defensive round in round number 1, of course, but since then, the Ravens, they pushed forward, they made it awkward, and Ultra just could not find that kill deficit that had been created in round number 2.
Ultra sacrificed lives to try and give them the opportunity. They pushed B. Bans did amazing work to pull the Ravens apart on that final attack. They tried desperately to throw everything at it, but I got to say, the Ravens piled so much pressure onto A, they continued to just stick their boot into Ultra on the lines every single step of the way, and that's how the game ended. If Ultra had a little bit more time or a little bit more lives, it could have been different.
Huge. That when Nasty finds that second kill in the middle, he can then go straight up to Røkkr. Really well played from Nasty. Around green. There you go. Exactly, it's so close. It's around on either one of the maps 2 and 3. It's 15-point difference on hardpoint. We haven't seen any huge moments from either one of these teams, though. It's really been, as said, a game of chess. It has been slow and steady, but right now, it's the Ravens who are winning the race. Heading into map number 4, they'll be feeling confident on the hard points as well, but both these teams have been really good on Berlin. Is that where it's going to end here for the Ultra in the winner's bracket at least, or is it going to be forcing a map number 5 of a Desert Siege? And for me, if we do get there, Ultra have the advantage with how well Insight has been playing with that sniper.
So I was kind of feeling the 2-3-5 for Ultra here. I thought that may be the way it goes, but truthfully, as we go into this hard point, if I'm being honest, I think we're probably just going to have another tight game. It could go either way between these two teams. It's been lights out so far all over the map. We've had big plays, but every single member of both squads really is pulling out all the stops.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's really playing at a very, very high level here. Nobody really making too many mistakes. We haven't seen any slip-ups. We haven't seen anyone who has been allowed to really pop off, apart from CleanX, when it came down to that search and destroy and the comeback that came on through. Ravens will be thinking to themselves that this should be 3-0. They will be thinking to themselves, this one should be done. But
you say that, but it could be 3-0 the other way.
I don't know. I definitely, you know, look, Ravens
2-52-3-5.
Yeah, Ravens
6-5-3-2.
They would have been confident though heading into map number 1. They were well and truly in control in map number 2. And for the most part, their defenses look cleaner on the control. I think on the scale of things, if we look at a bigger picture, Ravens, this isn't because I'm wearing their jersey, have looked the kind of team that we expected heading into this series. And heading into this series, would we have expected them to be 2-1 up heading into map number 4? I'm not quite sure. But that's where we are. And Berlin is where we go once more. Hardpoint coming up. If Ultra want to continue and find themselves in a spot in the winner's bracket final, they need to win here on Berlin. Can they get it done?
Well, the lines have been drawn. Everybody's been divided on how this one will end. We can see it happen right here. The London Royal Ravens take this, they take the series 3-1 and move on to top 3 here of the Texas Major.
A lot of people had them on their lips for a team that could go on and do well. Ultra, maybe outside of a few people's vision, considering how a couple of their weeks had went previously. Cammy unwell in this team, faltered just a little bit. But can they come back here in map number 4 as CleanX kicks things off yet and heading into P1?
Well, CleanX doing some serious work here. Teams up with Cammy eventually wrest that control away from London. Now going to try and play out, and CleanX is doing it so much, so well, over and over again. The gunny of CleanX is causing problems for the Ravens.
Insight getting up close and personal onto Zero as things get mixy over towards P1. It's going to be about that rotation over towards the office building for P2. Looking like all Ultra so far. The kills coming on through. CleanX having a hell of a start. Insight is first one here. Can he lock this one down with Afro towards the back? No, he cannot. It's going to be Ravens. The first one's over towards P2.
Ravens will have it. Keep an eye on the mini-map. Bance is going all the way around. He's going to try and cause a distraction for his team. If he can get a kill here and there, and Nasty just runs straight through him. Didn't even actually stop to fire that one. Bance gets cut down as well, though. It's still Ravens' control. Slight pinch coming in. It will be on Inside to try and win that gunfight. Has to back off for a second. Afro says thank you very much for that kill. And the Ravens continue to pile on the points.
And Ravens are looking for the points, and they're looking to try and flip the spawns as quickly as they possibly can as well. Right now, you find 37 seconds remaining. Bance will find 2 on the outside, though. He's going to find his break on through. Can't find the third. Zero locking this one down. A very tight game once more. Ultra trying to find a way in, and Afro just dancing around the stairs as best as he possibly can. Here comes the aggression. Afro will find 2. Up above is the 3rd, can't quite find it. Ultra keeping that spawn in over towards the dock side. They need to lock in this hill. They are behind. They can very much rectify that shortly.
Says, all right, we'll take those 10-second scrap away from you. Decides, though, to go back for the spawns, not having any of this pressure coming in from fire already. Inside going to be inside. Has reinforcement at the same time. Bans cleans out Afro, and Bans is having a very good game so far, 7-4.
Starting well. This rotation comes in once more. Can London find the break? They've been so good at it all season long. Can they find the break over towards P3? The time starts coming on through, and the answer to that question is yes. They're finding the kills towards the back. Some players have slipped the net. They get the spawns. Can they find the kills on the upside as well? Cammy, last one inside. Inside trying to find a way through as well. Gismo at the back. Shots are in. Good shots from inside. Can they find the break?
Just never know who's going to win any of these gunfights. Gun is flying in from all teams. They're just trying to get bodies in here at the same time. Afro hitting every slide cancel possible, but the guns are still firing. The Ravens, though, get bodies in eventually. Nasty finds 3 in the end, and they will clean them out. And now it's time for the rotation after the craziness that just occurred.
Can Gismo get a little bit of purchase over towards the train side? Shot's going to go in. I'm sure he's going to be shot in the back. The Ravens struggling to find a way through here over towards P4. I think as the timers went on, when it comes down to Vanguard, we're seeing teams picking up a little bit more time over towards P4 than we have done in the past. And this is why, because teams are forcing their way forward. They're shutting down the lanes. They're making it hard for the Ravens to even get sight on P4.
At the moment, you can actually see on the minimap, I think CleanX is actually hunting a player from the Ravens. No idea where they've gone. The Ravens slowly but surely, though, squeezing the pressure here, trying to get players in here. And CleanX is actually just off to the races. He's going to try and get this flank as well. Ravens have not done a very successive job of shutting down this hill at the moment.
I mean, this is becoming a little bit of a money hill here for Ultra. They're finding the kills, but so is Afro. Spawn's coming in here for the Ultra, though, as they start to lose control of the point. Kami's still lingering, but now he's dead as well. Ultra gonna have to go for the retake. Ravens find a way through.
Ravens breaking in just enough time to keep their lead alive. And will have the advantage going into this next one at the same time. Nasty just gunning. 13-9 currently looking for this player. Camry firing back on all cylinders. And both these teams just slugging here. It's not really about that last hill. It will be about this next one.
Really good work there from the Ultra. Get a lot of time. And that gunfight gonna go in the opposite direction, looking like Gismo was gonna find it. We head over towards P5. We haven't found a lot here when we have been in this game, but that's once again 4 dead for Ultra. They're slaying well.
All right, here comes the London pressure. They're going to try and break this one open. So let's find out how they are sounding with a listen in.
100% cat.
What's it?
Close, and P1, hit you out.
Cammy very weak, out left.
Do you want to stack right?
I flip if you want, Brian.
Fuck no, Jamie's top. Yo, Jamie's third. Jamie's third. Let's go Jamie third, okay?
One was outskirts, two.
Sorry.
Third weak, Jamie.
Yo, that's our fucking cat steps.
Nice, still cat, both Cammy.
Toby stabs.
Bro,
one shot, dude.
Coming down.
Nice, stay on that.
Watch an hour,
Nice, Toby.
Watch an hour.
He's quad's cat, I think.
Catwalk one shot, Toby. One weak on me, two on me. I got one. Go try, keep finishing, bro. One shot, he's absolute.
Give me a sec.
Laying down behind the pillar. Behind the door.
Go down. He's pushed down out. Coming out behind the pillar.
P5, guys, cat.
Give me time. Right side.
Ben, dead.
Nice.
Nice. Out guy.
Don't see him.
Can't see him. I'll get your pinch.
We can time game, he's in the outer door.
Go, Callum. I got you across.
It's good.
Drop the flank. One shot, Jamie dead. Good play, we're coming flank.
No, they can't. I got it. You got it, Trey, yeah? You got it.
Yeah, I got it. Listen, Linux is at new, Cammy Team Street.
Leaving you, Joe.
That's fine. Semi fire, okay?
I spawned fire.
That's fine, come right.
Fire tank, dead.
Nice, good shots too.
The Cammy was hit,
Be on one shot.
Pass
him street.
I'm open. Put it on.
Street, Cammy weak. Blue dogs boxes.
Two on tight.
One
went open to top, okay? It's going to be left.
I've got you second, right?
He's rubble.
Yeah,
rubble tank. Jump that rubble tank.
Rubble kill me. Throw in the street on me. One shot. Chase it. Open, Jamie, get off.
Yep.
He's open. Throw in the street, Dad. One more. Nice, he's dead. One more. Time. Joey, kind of weak.
Right side.
Keep playing. Nice, Tommy, push out.
I'm one shot, bro. I'm already open. Give me a second. They naded it.
One bit back, detonated.
Low dogs, crazy.
Luke weak. I got front, I got my front. I got my front. Broken nasty. Pitch low windows, low windows. Absolute low dog. Low windows, absolutely. Absolute gone open. Open. I'm
trying to flip.
Yeah, you can flip. Yeah. Nice. We didn't flip, we didn't split this morning. Go Nuke. Yeah, okay. Go Nuke.
There's two on you guys.
Nice, flip, nice.
One's gonna be back here, bro.
Yeah, one's gonna be back here though, yeah.
Probably low dogs. I can't really push.
Listen, I think he might be already. We might have to play tight. We might have to repinch. Play tight.
Yep, maybe. I could repinch us, guy. Trying to hold
back. Listen, I'm trying to watch deep back, okay? I hit in front, Jamie.
Front. Weak.
Nice, good win.
I'm absolutely
I'm just in the back. He's weak. He went front fire. Yeah.
Where you spawn, Jamie?
Yeah, diving fire, bro. Diving fire, nasty. Came back window as well. Nice shit, nasty fire. I don't know where fire's gone.
Back window.
Coming from windows. Back door windows, shiny low. He's hit me out. Once front right, pushed out. Close left, Toby. Close left. Close left. I'll be Toby. I'm on the street, Dad. It was Gismo.
Go one shot. He went back into time.
Dead. Nice. Maybe fire.
Yeah.
Nasty dead. Down the pillar. Yep. Nice, good shit.
I killed Jamie. I get time.
I'm below fire for a sec. Yeah, we spawn front still. I'm going to.
I already went back door, Jamie. Back door.
I'll do it.
Pillar, green with you.
One fire as well. Fire's going. I'll made nasty.
I'm trying to hold you.
Nice, go in.
Who are we looking for?
Afro. Gismo, nasty. Hold him right still.
Afro
and Trey. Gizmo's fire gone right.
All right, don't say we don't ever do anything for you. Double listening, London and Toronto. Difference in comms, though, a little bit faster, a little bit more punchy from the Ravens. Ultra, cool, calm, collected as always, but there is very little daylight between these two teams.
Yeah, there's nothing. It's just Ravens picking up that final 20 or 30 there, heading back over towards P3. They're going to find a way through here once more. Ultra need to find way back into this map. It's very, very close, but it's a way back into the series. Mans towards the back is going to find two. Can he find the third? Not quite. That back spawn for the Ravens has really spoiled the party here for Ultra, who in a good spot. Heading over towards P4. Remember last time on this rotation, they picked up a lot of time. They have not been offered that luxury this time around. Ravens will lock this in. This is very, very close still.
The Ultra are falling over and over again to the guns, but Cammy opens up a little bit. Afro, though, just comes screaming through, and he is gunning over and over again. Both teams just throwing haymakers at each other, refusing to let it go, but it will be the Ravens who are now in the lead as we head into P5. 206 to 175. It's still very much anyone's game.
Yeah, it's the first time we've really seen anything more than a 5-point difference between these two teams. It's going to be London, the ones that start to stretch their legs just a little bit. Things are going to start getting a bit crazy if Zero's finding shots like that. Ravens advance on in. Time on the board for them. It's all about the spawns over to P1 and limiting the damage for both teams on this hill. Who's going to come out on top?
Well, the Ultra are going to need to pull out some magic here if they want to take this to a game number 5. They are behind in the series and behind in the hard points. Every point that ticks up for London on this hill is huge as Afro just keeps on gunning, but CleanX has the answer. Again, CleanX with the 3. Just trying to stay alive, but desperately getting every single one of these points as they look for the rotation. It could be huge. CleanX is staying alive and gunning over and over again.
It's all about these rotations, though. Who's going to be here? It's going to be Nasty. He's going to get cut down. Vance will find the kill. Ravens will find that tiny bit of scrap that was there. But the rotations are in for Ultra. This is their opportunity to level the score back up. They can't quite win here, of course, but they can be very close if they can lock in every single second. The push is going to start coming in here for the Royal Ravens. The kills are being traded in the middle of the map, though. Can Nasty and Afro do the work? Yes, they can. They're trying to find a breakthrough. Look at the spawns here for Ultra. They're not ideal.
Oh, a lot of pressure, a lot of pressure. The Ravens have cleared it out. The Ravens have cleared it out, and now Ultra are failing. They have to get somewhere near it. Nero gets another kill. London are now sitting in the driver's seat, and the Ultra have to find something. Here they go. Maybe one last push, one last roll of the dice. They need these kills to go their way. CleanX opens proceedings.
Afro surely going to get traded. Does so against Insight. Trying to find a way through. Cammy finds one. Insight. You need more than the pistol as Nasty turns. Vance gets inside, 12 seconds to play for, but it's all about this rotation. But Ultra need to stay because Ravens can still win. They can't do it now. It's on the rotation as Vance finds 2. Huge gunfights coming.
Here come the Ultra, here they come, one last chance again, somehow they held on. Already Gismo gets the first zero, gets another one. Insight trying to put pressure through, it's Cammy, it's Afro. It's Afro and Insight! Insight wins it in the end, but he's gonna go down. The Ultra are not close enough. They need to dive and scream in, they're not gonna do it, surely. It's gonna be gunned down, it's still 2-9, and I don't know who's won. It's the Ravens. have taken this 3-1 there in the end. Statistically the better team, and on the day at the major, the better team once again.
Slaying wins the game. Fantastic breaks over towards P1 on that final rotation. Just put the Ravens in such a supreme spot. And because Ultra, they have to fight for every second. The Ravens can take that advantage and they can rotate and they win the gunfights. What a series. There wasn't many big, huge moments, but how close it was a game of chess that ultimately the youngsters on the Ravens will win.
And that is London moving forward to top 3. Unreal play from them in the end. They took down the Ultra. Statistically, one of the best teams here this weekend and proving it time and time again. Huge plays coming out of so many players, but I've got to say this, still pretty even across the board. Like, how difficult is it to actually separate these two?
For me, Zero played a really influential part there as the AR kind of not parking the bus, but finding himself in those supreme positions and finding those kills, especially over towards P1. They set up so well. Zero kind of plays over around towards top 3. He can watch the cross when they spawn out towards the back, and ultimately that's where the biggest damage was done over towards P1 on that final rotation. And then that's when Ultra, they get caught kind of reaching. They need as many points. They can't give the scrap away. Huge plays from the London Royal Ravens. And a lot of people talk about Hardpoint, some of the best teams in the game. These guys are right up there.
And that's going to be difficult for every other team to deal with in this event. We wondered, can they translate everything we've been seeing from in the qualifiers? Will it come to the major? And it has arrived. Scary prospect.
Yeah, a lot of people question, you know, when seeing how well the Ravens are playing, you know, are these guys just onliners? Are they absolutely frying? Well, very much. They are putting it to the sword, that opinion.
I'm fairly certain every time we saw Afro kill somebody, he was just firing a howitzer. I swear it was one bullet. Just everybody dying on his screen.
Deleting people across every single map. It was only really a clutch up from the Ultra that found themselves in this series. And honestly, I think Ravens will feel super confident about that. Even though they lose that 6-5 S&D, they will think in their minds that they could have won that as well. But the hardpoint performances is what makes the difference. The slaying is what makes the difference. Teams are really going to have to bring the fire if they want to beat this Ravens team. And I just wonder, though, who's going to be the team to face them in that winners bracket final. What a prospect of a game that is, especially from a European's perspective, especially somebody who's in the venue as well. What a game that could be.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, we had a few delays, a few stops and starts during that game, but ended up being pretty fantastic as we thought it would do, of course. You know, Ultra are not out of this tournament. They still have a run they could potentially make, and the Ravens, well, they'll be getting ready for the next game.
Yeah, which should be a very interesting one tomorrow. They get themselves ready, but I know you guys all at home and in the venue are very much ready and waiting for the next one. It's taken a while to get here, it has to be said, but when we have eventually got there, I'm sure it's going to be absolutely fantastic. But commiserations to Ultra, has to be said. You mentioned they drop into the losers bracket. Some very good teams in there as well, though I'm sure we'll find out what happens at the end of the day.
We certainly will. Well, it's time for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Let's send it over to Miles with Zero.
Thank you very much, lads. Woo! Zero, what a grueler that was, mate, but well done. You come out with the win in the end. How the hell did that go down? Can you put it into words?
Best words to describe it is a grueler. You know, a lot of love for the boys over there. You know, they've been doing bits. Conveniently, when I weren't in the league, though. So, you know, I'm back now, and, you know, better than ever.
The record remains strong, obviously, against Ben.
Yeah, 10-1.
10-1.
10-1 on land. On land.
That's very important to know. I mean, again, you said you're out of it, you know, for a while. Of course, you weren't able to play in the league for a fair bit due to COVID, due to various reasons. Now you're back. You've brought the team back to an incredible level. London are in the best spot they've been, I think, since the league started. How's that feeling for you guys?
You know, like I said, I couldn't get out for London in Cold War, and you know, it mentally affected me. Blah blah blah. You know, but you know, shout out Dominate. Known him since I've been competing. One of the greatest coaches out there. Just sits behind the scenes, doesn't do anything crazy, just helps us all. And you know, he brought me back. And you know, I told him, you know what, let's get more points. You know, let's accumulate more points than you got last year in the first week. You know, it's a good feeling. And you know, like I said, this is nothing to do with me. You know, I got 3 superstars on my team. You know, and it's a pleasure to work with them, and it's a pleasure to mentor them into what they want to be. And I'm just glad to be a role model for them.
Absolute champion, mate. Right, so winners bracket finals next. Who would you rather face, FaZe or OpTic?
Give me anyone. I don't care. I got J Gismo. I got Afro. I got Nasty. You know, I don't care who I play. Put me in front of them and we'll just try our best.
Fantastic, mate. Thank you very much. Congrats again. Enjoy the rest. We will see you tomorrow. That was our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Desk, take it away.
He has Gismo, he has Afro, he has Nasty, and now he has a top 3 placement here at the Major 1. But I'm nameless. Anything that you throw at London Royal Ravens, they just seem to overcome and adapt. When I saw that control round number 3, the way they were able to slow down the pace and change it up, we saw Afro going off. But then the very next round, see them speed it up. It seems like London find a way to win anytime.
It was a defensive battle, right? And guess who took over this series? It was Zero. This guy popped off literally in every single respawn. Insight got shut down. And that's what you need, man. We talked about this series. We looked at the map layout, and we were like, this is going to be an AR battle. And the AR stepped up and Trey.
Yes, and Chance, London Royal Ravens, main stage, beginning of the year, power rankings, wasn't really working for them. And now, I mean, they're a staple.
Incredibly impressive performance, right? I think any concerns I had were about how can they handle the main stage when the pressure is on, and the pressure was on from start to finish. I mean, Zero called it a grueler. That is the exact word for it. Incredibly close, hard point. Toronto battles back in the S&D after all the delays, even control around 5. The final hard point goes down to the wire. I mean, some of these engagements, it's literally just trades back and forth, everybody on point, and if Ravens can handle that kind of pressure, I mean, who knows how far they can go.
One of the most evenly contested matches that I've seen all week long, by the way. It could have gone either way, but one of the players that really stepped out in a big way, and he caught your eye, iLLeY, Nasty, was disgusting.
Nasty, he did what he did yesterday. He completely transformed. We knew what he was capable of, and he showcased that in this series alongside Zero. Really humble interview, by the way, to be like, oh, you know, I got Gismo, I got Afro, I got Nasty on my side. I don't got to do a whole lot. This man had a 1.53 in the Gavutu hardpoint, 1.42 in the search and destroy, and excuse me, he went 26 and 20 in that final hardpoint. Step it up, man. Give yourself some credit. You had a lights out series.
All right, you guys hear that
OpTic
right
walked
now.
out, Belly.
OpTic's walking to the main stage, and the crowd is getting ready right now. If you guys aren't here, trust me, you're missing out. Chance, when it comes to this team stepping on that stage, the green wall behind him, nothing but love, man.
Dude, I have been waiting for this match since Thursday. Both of the teams get their wins in dominant fashion. We have waited 3 years.
3 years, Chance.
Moment, man. Like, we got the 1v1s against Cellium and Scump is like our fleeting memories of this match. I mean, this is the one that genuinely everybody has been waiting for, setting the stage to fight for that top 3. Everyone is going to be excited for this.
And OpTic is hitting their stride, 12-1 map count in their last 4 matches. And on top of that, I mean, iLLeY and Shotzzy beat FaZe for a world championship. There's so many storylines here, going back to that 1v1 with Cellium and Scump as well. This is going to be an absolutely insane match. Map-wise, these guys match up so well, and there's never been a better time for OpTic to beat FaZe than now.
I have to ask you played against OpTic a few times in your career, man. What is it like when you're facing them and the green wall is just going against you?
Hey, all I know is I'm never sneak defusing a bomb on OpTic. It's just impossible. The whole crowd just going nuts. But, I mean, obviously, you want to beat them really bad when the fans are going insane like that. And looking at a team like FaZe, Simp, who's been the bad boy of the scene, he is going to want to pulverize this team. This is definitely a huge ego check on both sides. These guys want to cement themselves.
iLLeY, so far today, we've had banger matchups. We just saw the Titans of Europe face off against each other. Let's go ahead and put a bow on this series. And how do you think the next one's going to go?
I think it could go either way, honestly. After that EU1, London ending up taking the dub, Toronto getting sent down to losers. I don't think it's the last we're going to see of them, Billy.
Nope, not at all. Ladies and gentlemen, so far this event has been incredible. Like I said, if you're not here, we have one more day. See if the tickets are sold out, right?
I mean, if they're not sold out.
It looks like it. I mean, I don't see any OP seats behind us.
There we go.
Hey, make some noise for a sold-out crowd.
Go ahead.
That's what we like to hear, man.
You turn around and the fans are looking at us. They're hungry for the hype right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we're going to have OpTic Texas facing off against Atlanta FaZe, an undefeated team here in the CDL. This is going to be it. You guys are going to make sure you're going to want to catch this one. But coming up after the break is going to be exactly that. It's going to be nothing but hype, and you're going to love who's going to be commentating that. We'll see you guys on the other side for the biggest matchup, in my opinion, here at Major 1.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The push to Crim 6, he's at least able to get one. 1 versus 1. Scump, Cellium. Scump goes in, tagged up, backed up. It's Cellium with the cover, and Scump's gonna have to back away for now.
The Maddox advantage.
Scump goes through, and Scump snaps, wins the one-on-one, and OpTic with the reverse sweep.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Belly, it's a bit quiet in here. What's going on, Texas? Let's go!
I love it. The Green Wall showdown in full in a sold-out stadium for this event. And that clip we just saw, Nameless, that was the last time FaZe played against OpTic, and what happened?
Man, storylines there. Scump the king at the very end versus Cellium, the kid on the up and coming that people thought was going to take over at that point. Scump shuts him down. So there's some stories here, man. Scump's on the redemption tour. He wants to be back on top.
Yes, and coming into the CDL for my first year, man, we all know about OpTic, man. OpTic Texas, Scump, these are all big names in aLLeY. When it comes to just the legacy, just the weight of the names on this roster, how big is it?
It's massive. I mean, do you see the crowd behind us? They're all on their feet right now. This matchup hasn't even started yet. We're still going over what's about to go down, and they are getting restless, Veli.
Nobody's sitting down right now. The crowd is so hyped. Ton, what's going through your body right now?
I want to stand up. I came out, I was like, look, I need to get to the desk after that game. I come out and it's like a party in here. Everybody is going crazy. What a place it is to be. If you're at home, yeah, great, fantastic. But my goodness, if you didn't get a ticket, I don't know what to tell you.
Right, but the Green Wall might run into some trouble right now because this matchup right here is what we have all been waiting for. OpTic Texas facing off against Atlanta FaZe, and Nameless, Atlanta, they've been running the scene for some time now.
Let me tell you something here. You know what Atlanta has decided to do going into this series? They are playing OpTic Texas on their best maps. Proud, this is a good thing if you're an OpTic fan. Atlanta's trying to come at you with Bocage, Berlin, and Tuscan. Between those 3 maps in the first 3, OpTic Texas is 11-2.
Oh.
But when it comes down to that Gav on game 4, if it gets there, OpTic has not won that yet. So it'll be interesting, but Atlanta's trying to take it to them and crush their souls here.
You're right. When it comes to the game field keys to victory, aLLeY, what does the #1 team in the CDL have to do?
I'm going to be honest, they just have to keep doing what they've been doing, but they did roll the dice on Tuscan control. We are going to see that in this series. Atlanta is 3-0, OpTic 4-1 on the map this season. So both teams have standout records when it comes to this control. So they're really trying to push their luck to the limit here and stay disciplined after first bloods. OpTic is 2nd in 3v4 win percentage. So just because you capitalize on getting that aggression, OpTic still find a way to stay in it. They need to bring those SD fundamentals. Texas is #1 in offensive win percentage. Atlanta #1 in defensive win percentage. Against, this is 2 giant powerhouses going against each other right now.
And I can't wait. Watching Atlanta FaZe so far this year, it has been a roller coaster of emotions, right? Okay, Simp comes into the game. He's not where he wants to be yet. Slowly and gradually, he's rising up there. Meanwhile, Cellium has been dominating the charts.
Best player on the game right now. There's absolutely no question about that. And for OpTic, look, the fans are here, but it is a huge task to get this done. No question, everybody knows that FaZe, at the moment, are the team to beat. But can the Green Wall behind their squad do the business against this guy who has been lights out?
You got Atlanta on the main stage. All right, fans, we're going to give you a little bit of OpTic right now, and let's go ahead and break it down. aLLeY, OpTic Gaming, tell me all about them heading into this matchup.
They've been undefeated for a little bit now, right? They're trying to live up to the hype. The crowd just does it for me, man. I don't gotta say anything. OpTic is looking to slam here, and the aggression from Shotzzy and Scump that we've seen, that SMG duo, if they keep up that slaying, man, maybe they can match up against the Simp and aBeZy.
And seeing the likes of Shotzzy pop off, iLLeY starting to warm up, Dashy being a demon last time we saw him up there, and of course, Scump. When it comes to the game field keys of victory, Nameless, what you got for me?
Yeah, win the Bocage HP Mix Fest this season. OpTic 4-0, FaZe 3-0. It is OpTic's best hardpoint. We have yet to see them win an AR map in Berlin and Gavutu, and Gavutu is game 4. And then the next 2 maps after that, I mean, Berlin and Tuscan, OpTic can be in a fantastic spot. They have, what are they, 4-1 on Tuscan? That is an amazing map for them as well. And then get Scump going and search and destroy. It was his best mode last season. We just saw him in the 1v1 versus Cellium as well. He's been great in search over the last few years. You need to get him back on point, and then also win the HP rotation battle. Both these teams, phenomenal hardpoint teams. FaZe, 85% hardpoint holds, OpTic 84% second. It's basically identical, and we're about to see it go down.
Hey, yo, Tim, talk to me, man. So Scump needs to get going to search and destroy. He's running a .79. It's kind of something like a legend, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think he's been around a little while. He's done some things. The King indeed is a legend. And to be honest with you, we seen him play well in the series the other day, though, and I think that was so influential. We know the rest of the boys are going to bring it, but when Scump pops up at the 4-piece to start off the Bocage, like, are you kidding me?
They went nuts.
They went crazy, and if he starts doing that thing again, this guy is going to inspire this crowd to get behind them even more, and they're going to need them. They are going to need them.
Let's do this. For the green wall out there, yeah, we're talking about Scump and all, and we're ready to see him go off in a big way. If you ain't worried about Scump, you know he's going to pop off right now. Go ahead and make some noise. They call him the King for a reason.
Dude, Scump has been playing so much better as of late, and that's the reason why they've been finding so much success. The 4-piece on Bocage, and we're heading right into one, map 1. Imagine.
All right, now it's going to come down to the picks. Me personally, okay? OpTic Green Wall. Listen, I love you guys, but I'm going to have to rock with Atlanta FaZe, okay? Atlanta FaZe, I'm going to boo myself right now, trust me. This hurts me as much as it hurts you, but it's going to hurt you way more when it happens. Atlanta FaZe are by far the best team in the CDL, and this is running for 2 years straight now. But at the end of the day, Ton, who do you have pulling out this victory?
We had the conversation on Twitter about, tiers and where OpTic are. My mentions were on fire when I said that Atlanta FaZe are the best team in the game. I stand by that point.
Let's go!
3-2 FaZe is what I'm going to go for. I'm sorry.
Hey, yo, are you going to give them what they want?
I'm going to tell you guys something right now.
Oh, boy.
Okay, every time I have betted against OpTic, they have proved me wrong, right? Right, crowd? Every time I bet against them, they prove me wrong, right? So, clearly I'm cursed. So no, it comes from a place of love, and I'm doing this for your sake. I am picking Atlanta FaZe in this series.
Cheer her! You was the one every time!
She's casting her curse in you. Hey, yo, neighbors. 3 for Atlanta FaZe. Are you going for OpTic or what?
No, I'm not insane. FaZe is going to win this series 3-0.
All right, now,
I'm not leaving this area, dude. I'm not going out there right now.
Let me show some love to the fans right now. For those of you that have not come to this event, you're missing out right now. And if you want to know the difference in the fan base in the green wall, first things first. Is anybody out there for Atlanta FaZe? Make some noise. Oh, shit. They went out.
Oh, us in the crowd have beef now.
Yeah. Guys, before we send this out the way, man, this is it. Do you think the green wall, if they win this, they will get the push needed to go all the way to the end?
Oh, if OpTic win this series, they're definitely getting to the final. And this crowd will push them all the way to the very end. This will be exactly what they need for confidence purposes. So crowd, get behind your team because they are going to need it. This series could determine whether they win the championship.
Yo, if OpTic win this, man, I don't think any of us are getting safely off of this platform. I'm telling you right now.
All right, you know what? Enough talk from us. Let's go ahead and get things started. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about damn time. OpTic Texas in Atlanta FaZe. Let's go ahead and get this party started.
Cellium fights 2 right off the rear, makes it 3. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. Beating way to pound. There's the next. Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise. There it is. Look at the minimap FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory.
either inside there, less than 30 seconds, and that bomb goes to boom. Scump finds one, the second as well. Here comes the push, pressure now from here. Drazah. Shotzzy wins a big one. Shotzzy's got to stay alive. Shotzzy tries to make it that bit easier, but that's 3v1. Dashy all alone. Makes it a 3v2. They reach out. Bang! Here we go! This is it! This is what we've all been waiting for! Are we ready, Texas? Are we ready? Are we truly ready for this? It's been a long time coming. I think we're finally ready to get this show on the road. These two teams haven't gone up against each other in quite some time, and today is going to be a delight. You have sold this venue out. We're about to blow the roof off this place. Are we ready? Are we ready, Texas? Are we ready, Texas? Are we ready, Texas? All right, let's bring them out. This is it. Please welcome to the stage, OpTic Texas! So fucking good. Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump.
And when it comes to the green wall, Nameless can let them know who the crowd favorites are.
These guys have gone through so much already in this season, from the fans saying that they weren't living up to the expectations, to them dominating their last few matches. They want this win.
Oh yeah, Miles, I don't think Atlanta's gonna be fazed by the Bulls, man. Bring them on out.
They are your reigning champions here in the CDL. They are seemingly unkillable. Today, we put their immortality to the test here in Arlington. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Atlanta FaZe! Cellium, Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp.
Yo, they are living their villain arc right now. Atlanta FaZe smiles across the board, man. They love the crowd.
They don't care about being the villains, Miles. They just want to walk away with that dub at the end of the day.
That's what it's all about. It's all about the win. Okay, shit. This is only what? Saturday? We're barely ready to get this thing done, but today is going to be a memorable one indeed. Let's make history today, friends. Let's do this. Let's get it going, Texas! Let's go! Mack and Maven, take it away!
Thank you, Miles. This is a special one. You know, 3 years ago, you and I were casting that incredible 1v1. It's been so long since this showdown. How far these teams have come. They look a lot different now on paper, but this is set up to be one for the ages.
No, it is. I mean, listen, like this is, you know, you look at the last couple of years, Atlanta FaZe, I mean, they've been dominating, right? For OpTic, it's been sort of trying to get back to the final, trying to win another tournament, and this is a great chance for OpTic Texas. I think the desk killed it. To build some confidence moving forward in this tournament is just so important, but it's a big test.
You know, it's funny because you and I will talk a lot about your experience, and you know, when the hype is like this, when it's a matchup of the Titans, you almost like get too amped up, right? The crowd is too crazy. You almost want to like dial it back a notch, take a deep breath. But it's Bocage map 1, so throw that out the window.
We're jumping through windows. We're gonna take every gunfight possible. 70, 80 engagements. But the Des talked about it. I mean, you know, this is a heavyweight matchup. Both of these teams have been tested at times throughout the year, but some of their best maps are here. They play each other on their best maps. They're gonna, I mean, it's a bit of an ego check.
It's gotta be. It's a heat
100%.
check, ego check, whatever you want to call it. But Texas, let's get it going, baby. Map 1, OpTic, FaZe. A battle that we will not soon forget. And there you see it, 3-0, 4-0. No shortage of talent and success found on this map, Joe.
Yeah, you can see some stats there. I mean, rotation win percentage much better for OpTic, but first and hold percentage for Atlanta FaZe. Maybe the reason why, I mean, they like to run 2 ARs, right? Between Cellium and Arcitys. Let's see the breaking. Maybe can get a little bit better for OpTic Texas. We saw this earlier. But those two guys highlighted right there. Cellium throughout this year, the Dex has been saying it, best player in the world so far. throughout Vanguard, but Simp, what we saw just a couple of days ago, the stats he was putting up. He is back. But here we go. We got OpTic Texas and Shotzzy leading the way. This is the guy that you want to challenge Simp and aBeZy on the other side.
All right, into the map one we go as Shotzzy and the boys get soaring on forward. Through the window, through the ravine, hop and a skip and a jump and a leap. As Shotzzy is right into the battle. As OpTic Texas look to get things going, and Joe, we cast our first ever Bokaj.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Bokaj number 1 for us, so we're gonna have some fun, but obviously just some trading going on in the middle, trying to pick up a couple of seconds where they can, but for OpTic is just control the left side as we rotate over towards that P2. Atlanta FaZe gonna try to push on through.
Well, 20 seconds left, trying to get in. The sub's doing it again as Scump is able to find 2.
Cell snuck on through.
Can he find an opening? That number 8 on the minimap, you see him top left. He took some shots, so they're aware of his position. He's trying to dip in deep, but he is behind enemy lines. Simp and aBeZy looking to light it up. Now we get ready for the rotation over. It's gonna pop field side. This is a big moment, and Cellium's position gives them an edge early.
Yeah, Cell sneaks through. You get some help through Barn as well. You already have aBeZy pushed out front, but Dashy not in it right now. Scump through the front side. We talked about the break potential. Got to get better. Here's a big break for OpTic Texas. You have Shotzzy able to push on through towards that hut side. Cellium, though, able to deal with one. His teammates spawning all the way out. OpTic have flipped those spawns.
It's a beautiful job getting in. 5-2 start for both Shotzzy and Scump, as they're going to need to be superstars throughout the course of this. And cutting on through, it is Scump again, a lovely double. Now 4 in a row for King Scump as he looks to hunt for more. Just trying to find the openings in behind enemy lines. He smells one. There's the kill. They're lighting up as the King sits atop his throne. The streak finally comes to an end, but it's a 20-point edge here for OpTic Texas.
Yeah, nice job on that time. Him just cutting off the reinforcements for Atlanta FaZe. iLLeY. He's in a match. He's going to have that second AR out right now, and Shotzzy pushing on through, just trying to catch those players off his spawn. That's the one thing with Vanguard. You run forward, you're going to find a couple of players holding nades in their hand in a big rotation battle going down. Shotzzy with the route, able to find one. Picks up the auto, finds number 2. Again, a break here. No, does stop him, but Scump up to double digits, 10-4.
You want him to show up. Those 2 players going to be so crucial on this map, and by God, have they been. But you got to think, if you're FaZe, you're probably going to have to survive the first pull. The crowd is in this behind OpTic. They're going to be fired up. You survive the first wave. You can't get in too big of a hole on Bokaj.
Oh, well, here we go, though. This is maybe that moment to punch back. Simp with a multi-kill of his own. There's the spawn, the flips that comes on in. You have Cellium locked it down towards that middle gate side. Here comes the first push through kitchen. Cell has his teammates. Back snaps on the dash. A nice little headshot. Simp up to a 5 in a row and just getting the rest of that time. And yeah, they're right back into this one.
You feel it second by second. Now Simp starting to take over. 6 in a row for him.
Find that glide.
Trying to locate it. Maybe getting a bit of information, but he has been a monster throughout the course of this weekend. What a series he had to kick it off. Now can he find the next one? Bides his time, plays it patient. There's number 7 and number 8. God! Simp is a demon.
He's going to have that glide, going to have full streak. Cell's going to pick up one more. You see that Dashy and Shotzzy trying to work towards the back, trying to work behind those spawns. Now only a 20-point game is Cellium and Arcitys. Both ARs on the hill, but Dashy takes the long route, able to find 2. Is that going to be the opening for his team? He's all alone right now. iLLeY, though, able to push on through as the contest is in. And Dashy, it feels like he's done so much. But aBeZy takes him down, and somehow Atlanta FaZe, they're still in there.
That's Bokaj. You kill 4, you get the second. Sometimes that's the case, but now it is Scump's turn. 16-9, pop up the multi-kill as the beast continues to feel himself over the course of this map 1. As now we look to the rotation towards Røkkr. You can see the white arrow set up on the mini-map, and now the flood of green looking to come forward, but it's Arcitys and Simp on the cut, dealing with it, but Dashy. He's got the beam from the back tank. It's actually the stun that's going to get the kill as Big Brucey pop it off.
It's a little bit different from him, right? He's taking the long routes on the outskirts of the map. He's found another multi-kill. He's getting his team close spawns, but now he doesn't, right? All 4 dead. And this is why this is one of the money hills on the map. You spawn so far away. Simp trying to cut off the reinforcements through P1, but Shotzzy able to find the opener. aBeZy up next. His duo, the other tiny terror, he gets shut down, and now OpTic across the map have gotten in, but it is a very close game.
Yeah, and Cell just had a big sequence there to get 3. One of the hardest kills in the league. Probably not the most fun to play against, but the hipfire is going to rain through for aBeZy as he hasn't really got it going. I mean, the subs have been strong on the OpTic Texas side as he's trying to find that fire. As we now get ready to get into our second set of rotations, the chain of kills for Arcitys and Cellium. 2 minutes off the clock, and not a ton of points for either team, and basically a tie game to 6 points separated.
Yeah, well, OpTic fans know this, CDL fans know this. When OpTic plays this, it hardly hits 250, and you can see the reason why. Yeah, almost 2 minutes off. They do have about, what, an 8-second lead. Simp able to find a couple of kills. Arcitys with a big one-on-one win. And they're just trying to chip away at this clock, trying to get set up for that P2.
aBeZy now. His turn is the next one up. He's got people left, right, and center, just everywhere to deal with, and it's Cellium that's going to be on the other side of that call. Scump nearly approaching the 20 mark, and there's number 20. Having himself a map, 94-94, everything we'd want out of a map one for OpTic FaZe on land for the first time in 3 years.
It's a little bit different though in this setup, but you do have Simp taking the long route once again. OpTic not picking this up. We saw it on the last P2, it was Cellium. This time it is Simp who's able to get on through. That's gonna be a big kill on the iLLeY. The comm's not there, they're all dying as P2 spawns. Not the best timing, you see it come through. Now Shotzzy is still alive. Atlanta FaZe though, they were not able to hold on to this early setup last time through. Can this be better?
I mean, it's already better, right? You at least get a couple of kills. The break was pretty clean from OpTic last time around, but now you're enjoying your first semblance of a lead if you are FaZe. Up to 15 points and trying to keep this climbing as players coming off spawn. OpTic are looking desperately for this break, just trying to get the fans back into this one. Shotzzy lighting it up with a double, and behind that two-piece, let's get to a listen-in with OpTic Texas.
One take, I got double in. One's right tank, guys. One's right tank.
Are you? Dead, I killed it.
Don't got to left.
Are you on pick up right?
I think they're pushing through, right?
Yo, low mines, cell.
I hear that.
Where'd he go? Push through. Low mines, cell.
I have mines, I have all left.
Play like a rat. Yo, low mines could have got through. Yo,
I don't say anything mines.
Dead, one more. Low mines could have got through, guys. P1 on me, P1 on me.
He got through. Yo, watch out.
Yo, he's B-hop, A.
Yo, he's getting front time, yes.
Yeah.
Get time. A was front,
Kitchen, I'm saying left kitchen.
He's front door A. He's on time. Get time. Nice, good win. Nice. You're spawning in the back.
I'm going top, say left.
I got two, one more.
I got left push.
Don't run in the back.
I started left push. Yeah, I started left on you. They got me. Team kill. One more right. Yo, one more right, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I'm gonna got you. Yo,
absolute
back window, castle, stay left. Go back window right now. Simp weak street, there's two castles.
One shot at a time.
Back as well, let's go quick.
Back around for here, G left.
One guy's street.
I saw them.
Back cage dead.
Nice. Get the timer.
Street, guys.
What's up,
Street, cell, yo, two street. Let's get time.
Two street.
I have it.
Shoot that.
Keep saying down time. Front door.
But they're dead.
I'm going right.
What's front door, Alex? They're dead. I got it.
Someone work right.
Yeah, I'll go right on small.
Yo, front pitch, absolutely. He went A, Standy. First guy. A search?
Yep.
A search, dead. I'm working left. Yo, you guys go right. I'm working left. Yo, front hill, A weak.
I have right. What's right?
OpTic fired up, the comms on point and back in front for a moment, but it's FaZe now taking their crack at it. You heard the comms from OpTic. I want to hear what's going on with FaZe right to a listen-in with Atlanta FaZe.
Nice, one more distracted thing.
Yeah. Middle, watch out. Good job. One more tank.
You want tree door. Stay down. Good, Dashy.
I'm tracking. Back window.
I'm using door.
Dead. Really? I don't know where he's going. Yo, let's get Dashy.
I'm one shot.
Yeah, you guys take it back on me? There's field, these ones. I'm close to streets.
In weak.
I'm trying to help 10.
In weak.
I'm 10. Yo, did we flip? Yo, flip.
Okay, I got
one shot. Yo, he's back to us. He's in. Yo, take your time.
Let's go. I'm streaking here.
Slow
down. Yo, one's push out water. One is tunnel. One is not grandma's.
What's got water?
They're like grandma's. They're grandma's now. 2 grandmas, 1 tunnel.
I'll see my time.
Anytime, guys.
I'm ready. Turn in.
Bottom grandma's.
A plat, Shotzzy.
I don't need no time.
Yo, I'm a streaking. Stay alive.
I don't see bottom grandma's.
I'm streaking again.
Oh, bottom grandma's.
Yo, one at a time.
Sheesh, it is some select words for aBeZy on the tail end of that 8 streak, but now that'll be the glide coming in. 3 on the kill feed as well for OpTic Texas. They are down 30 points, just over 90 to go on the play clock. 30 here left on the hard point before the next set of rotations comes in, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I think through that first half of rotations, it was aBeZy like 6 and 13 around there. He's really turned it around, and well, he got hot. Now you do have the 2 glides. They have both been invested by Atlanta FaZe. They're trying to find the last 20 seconds.
Yikes.
They've hung on to this lead. That difference maker was really around that P2 where you finally saw Atlanta FaZe have a good hold alongside Barn. Simp snapping as well, just trying to get as much scrap time as they can and keeping this lead forward.
Still 90 to go. Not as contested as of late. 2:07 on the points. Now for FaZe from the top window. RC's trying to get some information as Cellium is racking them up. There, RC's able to hit, but a challenge from top window will be Dashy. Cell now over the 30 kill mark, and you see a bit why. The beam's absolutely on point, and closer are FaZe to pulling away with this one. Just battling for mid, and you're gonna get a lot of time here. That's 3 down. They're all gonna be spawning out right. You've got one person kind of in position. It's iLLeY. It's trying to rip him out of it, not able to do it. 225 on OpTic are in trouble, Joe.
Yeah, you talked about a lot of time. I was like, yeah, maybe, but honestly, for P1 here,
they got a ton. Yeah,
I don't know the last time they've gotten a kill. Finally, Scump able to bring it back, get them off the hill, but up to 232 now. We're going to focus on that rotation with about 15 seconds left. iLLeY tries to sneak on through, and really it's been OpTic Texas at P2 where they have allowed a player from Atlanta FaZe to flip those spawns.
They got 40+ seconds here.
Yeah, so much time by Atlanta FaZe, keeping them trapped on the right side now with 1 second left. iLLeY trying to get in the bar, not going to happen. Simp up to 33 kills. The slaying just a bit too much from Atlanta FaZe.
Well, Dashy, it's 2, but unfortunately 1 is a teammate, and you need a break, and you need it now. Just 5 to go with FaZe for the map 1 win. Everyone cut down in front, and FaZe will strike first. Completely unfazed by the crowd and the opposition. They're on the board.
They love it.
Yeah.
Like this is it. Like maybe that first rotation, right? The kind of nerves are getting going. You see these guys, they're eating this up. They say, you know what? We get it. This is your house. But this has been our game for the last couple of years. You have to beat us.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've said this before, like, you live for these matches. Like, you're the type of person that love this. When you're going against the crowd, when you're going against a team like OpTic, like, it gets you fired up.
Of course it does. It's just it's that extra motivation. Not that these guys really need it, but you can see it there. I mean, what, Simp 33, aBeZy 31, Cellium 35, that trio. Just alongside RC's, how strong they are, how difficult they are to play against, and you're seeing why.
I think you kind of nailed it. Like, you know, Simp and Cell kind of got rolling early, but it was a really slow start from aBeZy. And you need it on a map like that because who was dominating early? It was really, what, like Shotzzy and Scump kind of on the other end of it. But once aBeZy really got rolling, and well, you heard it in the listen-in. I mean, he had some choice words. He was starting to really feel it.
Yeah, I think there's just some keys here, right? I think both P2s, OpTic Texas were able to break on through. But you saw a player from FaZe sneak through. They took that long route, whether it was Cell, whether it was an Arcitys, Simp. They were finding the openings. They were flipping those spawns. And then over towards that barn hill, they were keeping them trapped on the right side of the map.
And how much harder is it to, like, I guess, have the discipline to find those routes when it is a map like Bocage?
I mean, that's insane, right? And not only that, just this match with the adrenaline going, that's just difficult to do. So you know that these guys making sure the comms are on point, taking those routes. Hello, everybody. We love you. Thank you for the chance. We're so excited to be back.
Hey, how's everybody doing? I love this shit. We're having a blast. Oh,
they'd be having more fun if they won that map one, but they hear it.
We appreciate the sport, despite the fact that there may be some tears out there right now. But hey, it's a long series. It's a best of 5, and now you just have to bring it back in the search and destroy. And you know, at times over the course of OpTic's history, I mean, it's been about the work in the search, the respawns rolling early. But FaZe, I mean, yes, they've still been dominant, but maybe not looking as untouchable in search as maybe they have a couple years past.
Yeah, 100%. I think, though, you know, it's one of those things. You look at last year, the teams that challenged Atlanta FaZe, what did they do? They extended series. And a lot of the times it wasn't through respawn, right? Your Toronto Ultras, they can match them in the search and destroy. When NYSL was able to, you know, beat them in that game 5 in one of those majors in the winners final, it was through the search and destroy. For OpTic, when they picked up Shotzzy and iLLeY, the key thing for me was you have some search and destroy superstars now. This is a big deal. You drop that game 1 respawn, you should be able to bounce back in these big moments. This is a big focal point for this team if they want to win championships.
And you kind of talked about, like, what, outside of the, was it the Kuavo? That was like the one that's kind of hit or miss, right? But
the weird one.
Everything else is like,
very strong for either team. It's like you're going to see their best hits. You're going to see their best prep. They've gotten reps on it. You're sitting around 3-0, 4-1. Like you look good if you are either team. It is a heat check. It is an ego check. These guys want to punch each other in the face until somebody drops. Which honestly, if we have like a map tie or something, I'd be down for some sort of melee or brawl situation.
I don't think that'd be good. I don't think we can do that.
That legal?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
No.
all right. I edit that out. But no, we're ready for the search and destroy to see if OpTic can get it back. But it's so cool. I mean, the chance from everybody here. We've got family in the crowd. Oh, we got Scump. How you doing?
I'm a
the
Scump!
On the 717. Love ya. Having a blast out here, but it's very cool. Everybody in support is, I mean, the history of this guy. It's unbelievable.
I mean, he's carrying me
It
a
is.
lot long ago, right? I mean, this guy he's been doing it all. So, yeah, he's still doing it. But, you know, they talked about on the desk, one of the keys to victory was his search and destroy. He was fantastic last year. I mean, one of the best S&D players in the world. I think this year's a little bit tougher just due to the talent around him. But also, you know, he's the guy playing the bombs, in which in this game, playing the bombs, typically you're getting blown up by lots of nades. But you saw there, 1-1 for Atlanta FaZe on Berlin, 3-1 for OpTic Texas. Their offense first in the league. On the other side, though, it's not the green wall, it's the Atlanta FaZe wall in their defense.
As the chants begin to grow for the OpTic side, they look to answer the call in the search, but it'll be FaZe with bomb in hand to get things rolling. Watching the cross deep, that'll be iLLeY trying to get eyes. He's got a bit of help there with Dashy as well. It was aBeZy. Knock, knock. I'm home.
Yeah, well, I mean, Dashy's giving him that call in that position. There is able to get that trade down. Oh, the nade hits, but the bomb was planted. The bomb was planted, so you have it 2 versus 3. You have Simp all the way in the spawn tower. He's able to find that first player to make this into a 2v2. I mean, if that nade lands 1 second earlier, can stop the plant, that would have been huge.
Scump, though.
Scump doing on a huge flank here.
25 on the clock. Scump.
Dashy
just flank. There's a freebie. Able to get 1. Look at number 5, though. That's Simp.
He's quick on this. He is so fast
in
on this. Scump's not going to be able to help him. Get in. Oh, I think he hears him.
He hears him. Gets the kill. Round 1 to OpTic. Is Dashy able to hop on it? And the deep wrap by Scump. Massive.
I mean, that gets a little nerve-wracking there. I mean, that's what you want to see. Simp was very fast on that
he was there
pitch.
real quick. Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen someone not able to get there in time, right?
Right, so I mean, I don't know if Dashy hears, a window or what, but that opens up. He's off that bomb. He's got 2 kills in the round.
One of the 40 things you can interact with on the map?
All of them.
A brick, rock, window, door, glass, smoke.
Tank, train. Keep it going.
Yeah. But you get a much-needed round. A tough map 1 loss, but nice retake there, and Dashy with an opener, and then, well, the finisher onto Simp to close things out. It's a fast hit towards that. Here we go. Everybody is here. The shot's coming in immediately. aBeZy's tagged up before he gets through the door, but it's RC's trying to answer the call, trying to rip him off the headies, but the bomb heady simply too much. iLLeY will pick it up. Next in position will be Simp, and he gets away with 1.
All right, we're doing another 2v2. I mean, OpTic, they were thinking about rotating out, but he just gets caught in that long hallway. Still a minute left. Have Cell in that top fire position. He can watch a lot of crosses from up there. Simp just going to play under him.
What annoying spot is Cell going to be in?
Pick your poison. We know how difficult of a kill he could be. Simp, I mean, he just finds so much room right there. He is playing so quick on the map once again. They are not going to read this. Hello, iLLeY. Hello, Dashy. Can he find one, though? The timing's not going his way. Okay, a little bit better. Gets the kill, runs away.
Beautifully done, and just tucked away for now will be Cell. Oh, Dashy. Be able to read this, or be able to snap. He sure as heck can. Into a 1v1. Bruce, Simp, 20 on the clock, and off to the races we go.
They've had a lot of these one-on-ones. I mean, even before they were in the league, 2 of the best S&D players in the world, but Simp ready for it. Reads it. What a play out of Simp. Almost clutched it last round, but this time finds the opening, finds both kills.
Feels like he's everywhere.
Dude,
like
is
right now, he is
right
everywhere.
Yeah. And you know, a map like Berlin, we've seen it throughout this weekend. Sometimes the middle of the map's open. You find good timing through mail, but yeah, he's just playing around the info.
Well, I feel like when we're in the green room and study or something, be like, come on, get moving, like that player playing a little bit deep. Like he is already moving. When that call is going to come, he has just been flying back and forth, trying to get to his spots. And well, big part of why he's on 3 in a row and at 4-1 as we get to 1-1 behind the big clutch from Simp.
see what they want to do on offense. iLLeY with the spot yet again, and he has got him very, very weak. aBeZy probably down to like 17 HP, and what a nade it is. iLLeY doing the damage early.
And we were talking about Scump. Like, this is what I mean for aBeZy. He's had 2 offenses and 2 where he's just trying to work the bomb plant and just, well, he blows up to grenades. So the bomb is down. There's no bomb plant. They're going to slow things down now. Shotzzy watching that middle of the map, and guess who? It is Simp trying to find an opening. Scump in a very common corner right outside Secrets. Dashy, though, continues to have such a fantastic map with 5 in the map. He's just messing opening doors. This is like a horror film.
It sure is. I thought he had maybe one free one, not able to do it, and the help is going to be there. The flank coming on in. Scump, iLLeY with the kills, OpTic with the round.
Well, and it just started with those first bloods onto aBeZy. Those nades, getting him off bomb, whether it's after he's planted, before he's planted, they're working towards that B site. But it's been all defense so far. OpTic, the #1 offensive team. Can they give themselves a 2-life advantage?
We take a look at the minimap and the spread for now. Can they push this to a 3-1 edge? iLLeY trying to get the angle with the shot to Simp's shoulder, but he will be out.
He missed that nade.
Does he have the arm strength for it? Not quite. As the first blood comes in behind, Arcitys Cell quickly there with the follow-up. It's an early 4 versus 2 now for Atlanta FaZe. You're stacked around mid-map. It's a good stun. You should be able to get Simp, but somehow he's able to hop away and then make you pay. Shotzzy will fall. Scump last up.
I mean, Simp just gets stunned. He's trying to hop away.
Little kangaroo.
Yeah, a little kangaroo on the map. Able to get away with his life, but Scump, he's left in a 1 versus 4. MP40 in hand, not a lot to work with. Maybe he can find a couple of picks, but it's been all defense. It stayed that way. Both teams not able to find an opening. They're not giving them an opening.
It's like, what do you look to do here? It's like the defenses have just been so strong. People playing their spots, not really missing a bullet. The nade's on point. The comms are clearly there. You're not having a lot of missteps. How do you try and find an opening?
Well, now if you're OpTic, right, okay, they've gone to B twice. Hasn't worked. Are they going to do something different here? For FaZe, do you maybe throw some nades, try to give some info, say, hey, we're going to B again, but it's a fake. Maybe they just slow things down. Or it's, I mean, they're just going to go towards A.
I say, is this when we're kind of into the mid-game now? Maybe you see the game starting. And Shotzzy, well, his bullets evolve through that door. His cell gets obliterated, and that's a big one to get off the map considering his S&D KD. Shotzzy, the nade gets off before he gets traded out, so he's able to take down 2. That's a bit of brilliance. The big thing, though, iLLeY is a mile away, so as you get to a 2v2, you've got the numbers here, but now they're able to sync up. Dashy, iLLeY versus the Demons. We get ready for the gunfights. They start to inch their way on forward. The snap is there from iLLeY. Not able to get away. To 1 versus 1 we go. Dashy coming through in the pistol. It will ring true as he'll clutch up. Yikes.
What was that shot?
I don't know. I can't do that.
He's got this, and Bruce is 2 shots to the face. That pistol is strong. He's been doing it all game. We had another 2v2 situation. iLLeY gets caught running away, and aBeZy's thinking, I got this. I got the MP40. But Dashy says no.
Kind of looks a little like Robert Pattinson, huh?
Who?
Bruce, dude.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe with the suit on. I don't know.
It's me, Bruce. Where is she? Where's Rachel? And Cell, you know, his S&D pedigree, and just this year, it has been incredible. But he's 1-4 right now. He's trying to find an opening, and just on the other side of this shack, Shotzzy. He's lying in wait. Trying to get some info as they look to work forward.
I mean, this is a fast rotation. You have all 4 players over here, though, from Atlanta FaZe. When are they going to go? Simp watching that middle push. Bomb getting planted by Shotzzy.
Here we go.
And here we go. aBeZy immediately on the retake. Him and Simp able to find 1. So aggressive on the map. Dashy so far away from his teammates. He's relying on them to find a couple of kills. Well, iLLeY's going to take down aBeZy, who gets on the bomb. Arcitys Trying to get the trade, not even to find him. Look at Simp already. Simp across the map. He got 1 kill on one side. He's already through, but now it's Scump's turn. He checks the fuse. He gets caught 2v1. Simp again. This man is on point.
Is he teleporting?
He is so quick. Okay, I got a kill over here. He wraps through P5. He's able to find Dashy's back in action on the other side of the map.
I mean, I'm focused on iLLeY's gunfight and like his shots, and next thing I know, Simp is literally across the map finding a kill. Like, he is moving, and that's a big thing when you talk about search, or well, anything in general at this level. Like, you can't hesitate, right? Like, if you're gonna make a play, make it, hit it. You'll take that over any sort of pause with the pace this game is played at, but unbelievable stuff as they get retake and find the kills.
Who can win an offense down? FaZe's turn.
9-3 through 6 for Simp.
Yeah, well, scores 3-3, so it really doesn't matter. They're going to try to work towards B. A little bit of a different look is they're going to try to fly through middle towards Mail. This might work out. Yeah, Dashy, he's not top fire where he normally is. One player still alive, though. Big trade from iLLeY. Can he buy time? Can he buy time for his teammates? Not able to do so. Scump trying to wrap all the way through towards dockside. Simp up top 3. Still trying to get aggressive 1v2.
This might be the first offensive round unless Scump can do something nasty. Back to full HP. Arcitys is tagged. That's going to be the call for the push as Simp keeps on looking for more, but off the heady. And the fist bumps out. iLLeY able to hit the shots, and finally an offensive round win. FaZe, get it done.
Not normally the way we've seen it. I mean, typically we see that mid push kind of through P5, right to the middle hill. But this time they go through Mail, just open that door. And normally there's either a player being there or top fire watching that cross, and that just doesn't happen. That's what we call a good old hard counter from Atlanta FaZe. Now can OpTic Texas do it?
They need to now. There's still some work to do, but keep an eye on that streak for Simp. He's on 4 in a row now.
Again, look at someone from Atlanta FaZe with the info. That's going to be aBeZy. Not finding much at A. They know now this is a B hit. Well, aBeZy, he's looking a little too long.
Yeah, he
gets first blooded from Dashy.
He gets a little too much information in the form of bullets. And now Dashy and iLLeY on the cross. They are able to connect. There's a little bit of a dance going on inside. Which floor is he on? Arcitys brings a little bit closer, now into a 2 versus 3. Scump continues to hunt, and Simp, they're picking him apart. It was a 2v4, now down to a 2v2. 5 in a row for Simp. 25 to go in the clock, though. And
again, he just got a kill towards Mail.
He is going. Just trying to get the wrap, and he's able to win the gunfight. Scump going to be last alive. On the defuse now. He's trying to get across. The call out should be coming in from Simp. Is he able to see him? Just able to get it done before they get there. And the 2v4 clutch for FaZe is a big one.
I mean, Simp, he's just running around the map, finds the first kill in Mail, gets to the flank. And I think Scump there from top 3, I think with the info that you have, I think he's got to get aggressive there with that MP40. He's got to find either where Simp is coming from or flank that player in Arcitys coming low docks. We just saw Simp do that. I would love to see Scump doing that. In a 4 versus 2, I know he doesn't want to throw his life away, but just finding that player. It's Atlanta FaZe, they win 2 rounds in a row.
6 in a row, 12-3, quadruple positive now for Simp. You haven't answered out your OpTic guy, just sliding on in. That is not a fun gunfight for Scump, and Arcitys able to win it as they just hit it. You can tell it's a fast push when it's bomb in hand for Arcitys. He's soaring forward with an MP40.
Now it's a retake for OpTic. Yeah, iLLeY working the flank, but there's just so many corners to check. And I mean, Atlanta FaZe are all over this bomb. Simp continues to see, finds Shotzzy, iLLeY. Dashy trying to do what they can.
He just got another.
Yeah, he is
Simp, 8 in a row. Looking for the final one. He's knife out. And they just dominate over the second half of that map. It's a 2-0 edge for FaZe, and Simp still looking like the best player in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at that 4v2 round. I mean, I don't know if we could take another look at it during the highlights, but that's a huge swing round. I mean, you had the advantage. You would have tied it up 4-4. That doesn't happen in Atlanta FaZe. They take advantage of it, and it's from Simp. He's wanted to hit form, and here at the Major he has.
Yeah, you don't say. I think he was looking to get disrespectful there at the end too with the knife out. He was looking for the final kill. I got a feeling, but just look at it statistically. I mean, that's a 14-3. Arcitys not far behind him at 8-6, and you can see the damage they were both putting in. But you know, it was back and forth. It was back and forth, and then it wasn't. Like once they got that first offensive win, they just started to take over. And that last round, to me, when you've got RC's with bomb in hand and an MP40 out, that's a hit it and punch him in the face type round.
No, it is. But you know, I mean, listen, they've won the undefeated Bocage. They have won Berlin Search and Destroy, which has been OpTic's best S&D at 3-1. Now they're challenging them on Touch and Control, which has been OpTic's best control map. This is what I meant. They're like, all right, let's do this. Like, you want to dance? We're gonna dance.
And I think that's just how it is. You know, at this time of the year, with OpTic rising up and FaZe, they've been the champs. It is like, yes, all right, we'll play your best. Bring it to us. Let's hit it. 2-0. FaZe are up. OpTic now have got to pull off the reverse sweep like they did last time they played on LAN 3 years ago. We'll see if they can do it again. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Here we go, baby. It's time to get going. You saw TST and the boys getting it rocking with the drums. That was awesome, by the way. I don't think that was actually on the broadcast. We had it here. I tweeted out a video because, like, this is the coolest thing. You know, at times we talk about, you know, the chants. We need to get them a little bit better because, you know, you hear over in the UK, they're talking trash in our chants, but they were getting me fired up. I had chills. I could have run through any kind of wall.
No, it would have been awesome. I mean, it is awesome. It's just, yeah, over there in the UK, they're just throwing beer all around and stuff. It's crazy over there. Let me tell you, it really is. None of that here because, I mean, who wants to throw beer? Like,
let's all be responsible adults.
Oh, we're just drinking that. Why would you waste that?
We're all well behaved.
Yeah.
Very, very responsible. But maybe it's time to get a little bit messy, a little bit rowdy. His OpTic have got to bring this back. They've got to rip off 3 straight. Remember, we keep hitting it, but it was 3 years ago the last time FaZe OpTic played on LAN. I know it was different teams, but you have some familiar faces, and to get it done that time, OpTic had to pull off the reverse sweep. Can they do it this time?
It's just like, if you looked at the bracket today, this could be filled with dreams for OpTic fans or absolute nightmares because you have Atlanta FaZe, and if you lose, you play LA Thieves. Let me tell you, if there's another team that loves playing them, it's Kenny and Octane. They live for that moment, so you know, you would have loved to come out and just dominate this game, but yeah, now can they bring it back?
I just think you do have a lot of young players on some of these teams that would be phased by this moment in this crowd. Unfortunately, your 2 matches today, if you end up having 2, that's not the case. It's just not. But into Tuscan we go.
You never know.
It's time for it. Can they start to mount the comeback? Dashy and the boys looking to do just that.
Undefeated for FaZe, 4-1 for OpTic. The only control they played throughout the qualifiers. Arcitys aBeZy able to get some kills towards A side. They're going to push up throughout the field. But it's going to be Shotzzy through the middle of the map. Trying to maybe make a play. See how aggressive Atlanta FaZe is getting with aBeZy already towards back church.
Oh yeah, he is just soaring right now. And there's like, where is he? Where is he? Finally able to find him after he takes down 2, but up onto the objective, we will see Cell.
This is just a big rotation. I mean, with aBeZy getting all the way towards back church off spawn, Atlanta FaZe kind of go towards B. Can they get any progress done towards this site? You still have RCs at A if things go wrong.
Now working around the flank, this is going to be Shotzzy.
Huge kill by Shotzzy in a 1-on-1.
He's able to pick up 1, he's able to help Dashy as well, but now look at the top side of the map. Once again, hopping on the objective will be FaZe and soaring on forward again. It's RCs this time trying to get some information, find some kills back church. That's 2 bits of progress, about to get to the 3rd. They'll get the minute of extra time. You just need 2 points at B, and you've got 2 minutes to work with, so a ton of time now. Lives department basically even.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been much worse if it wasn't for this man in Shotzzy winning that 1-on-1 against aBeZy on the flank towards B. He gets that, maybe you have a 2-man stack, maybe more progress done, but now it's a big focus over towards this radio side. Got some kills being traded back and forth. OpTic with the kill lead. That's going to be 4 dead, and now they can get into a setup. As you can see, when you push out towards this way, you have to go all the way through field. You're wasting so much of that clock.
Well, thankfully, you had like 2 minutes, right? I mean, that's one silver lining if you're FaZe. You had so much time to work with. You can build this up, but you're not wrong in the sense by the time you get to it, you're going to have a minute of that gone. You're going to use about half of your time. So this is a big effort and a big push. And the person trying to play spoiler is Shotzzy, and that is COD timing at its finest. He will end up dropping. It's Simp with the kill. Cellium on the other side. Now the collapse is going to come on through. Dashy and Scump have got to go big. They're at least able to get 1, but it's aBeZy there with the easy read, and onto the point they go.
You read that as well. Oh my gosh, I almost find that.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, incredible read, but Shotzzy comes flying through like a rabbit.
This is big for FaZe though. Like on the attack, this is where you want to be. You want to be radio side, you want to be around P5, because that way you don't have to push all the way through field. This is when you can make some advancements, hit your nades towards the platform, but Scump and Shotzzy finding kills. Arcitys up top radio, able to find 1 more. But really now it's the clock. I mean, the lives as well. Cell and Arcitys trying to do what they can, but Scump trying to deny it.
Yeah, it's a good pick. Get the kill, get it with your life, and then the timing almost great, then very scary as he tries to wrap back. It's Simp that's going to meet him church side. You really got 1 more crack at this. Just over 20 seconds to go. You need 2 points of progress. You have 8 lives to work with. The push is going to get staggered behind the quality beams in from iLLeY. Shotzzy now here as well.
OpTic appear to be holding strong. Can somebody actually get in for this? They're going to play around the kills. It looks like they're just going to pause for now. They don't want the life disparity to get any worse. So OpTic will get the round. They'll be up 4 lives.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe is just thinking, you know what? We're only down 4. We're okay. We can get them into that trap we've seen before on Tuscan. But to me, really, I mean, it's one of those kills we didn't see on the main screen, but when they're going back and watching VOD, Shotzzy finding that kill on aBeZy on the flank, making sure they could get them off B was huge, because that was an opportunity for FaZe as they were rotating from A to B.
And I also think that's like maybe why you're okay just taking that long setup and push. Like, I don't know, not throwing your lives away, not getting staggered, not somewhere at the point, just kind of forces you to slow it down a bit. But now, OpTic, their shot on offense and aBeZy, well, he wants to slow that down immediately as the nade and the headshots just soaring through for FaZe. As OpTic look back to it, that's aBeZy with 3 just off the break, up to 9 and 6. Doing his best to make sure OpTic can't get a foothold in this, but OpTic, it is desperate times now. You're down into an 0-2 hole in the series, but you've got the advantage so far in the control. You've got to get it ramped up. The comms have got to be brilliant. Let's go to elicit him with OpTic Texas.
Guys, that was great. That was it. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, good shot.
Yo, what's up?
I'm under it. I'm needed. I'm one shot. I'm staying down.
I got one other side.
You push. Is he there?
I think one other side.
Yo, pitch, guys.
No, jump down church. He's going, you.
What shot? Yo, he's tree Alex. Where does he go? Where's Prestinni?
He went, I think mine's under.
No, we spawn B main. I spawn B main.
Yeah, you guys go.
Yo, Alex here somewhere?
Go B if you guys want.
Go B main. I think what's up across with top church. Yo, one is fucking. One go B main.
Yo, he's mid alley, guys. Work something together.
Mid alley, Alex.
Yeah, mid alley. Let's go. Yeah, we should slow down.
I'm looking at our fire pinch.
Like goes. I spawned A. I literally spawned on A.
I spawned
mid alley. Come over here on me.
I was shipping, man.
Yo, I'm one shot. And top green Simp, bro. Top green
Simp.
I got one. Top green. Yo, he's in you.
I hear that. I'm challenging.
That's you. That's you.
Okay, guys.
Yeah,
nice.
Make sure you're getting 8 point. Sit down on 8 point. I'll get middle.
I'm gonna
Yo, hold middle. I'm holding their side.
Two church.
I'm
holding you.
Top church.
You wanting you?
Yeah, one
my yeah, pitch Brennan.
Yeah, I got it.
I have our side, you.
I'm gonna help him.
Yep. Let's slow down.
Under fire, Simp, bro. Under fire, Simp.
Yo, let's go around here, guys.
Still under fire. He's on
Standy. Let's get top radio control.
You hear the comms and they get the extra minute, but you just got a minute 20 to work with. No progress on B yet. And you saw how frustrating it could be at times, like FaZe with the double chow, aBeZy with the quick rotation, Simp soaring out and gunning you. Like, you saw how frustrating it could be.
Yeah, I mean, Simp's literally just running around in their spawn. He's been doing it, but they've slowed it down now. iLLeY trying to get aggressive through Church Alley. Off the spawn, able to find Simp.
Here we go.
iLLeY 13 and 8. The man stepping up. This is when you need your stars and Shotzzy to try to slow down Simp and aBeZy, because those two have really taken over this series towards the back half of that first hard point. Simp in game 2, aBeZy here.
Pace, there's the pace.
Oh, well, that's just a teammate. That's unlucky.
I was about to say, like, that snap looked good. I didn't realize it was a teammate that took him down, but you're still racking up some of the kills here. Shotzzy just trying to hit the movement and find some kind of angle to take the fight. 30 on the clock. 7 lives left now for OpTic. Dashy waiting on it. Nice patience.
And this is the same thing. You're only down 4 lives. Okay, well, now 5, but sorry, alive. But now you're just going to slow it down here if you're OpTic, right? Only 5 lives remaining.
It's just like nades picking
we're just
you
gonna
apart.
throw it. All right, never mind. So now it's up to 7. Scump's going to try to bring that back. There should be a quick trade.
Okay.
You would think.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I thought they were going to stop 2, but the fact you're able to get to 3 behind Dashies, it brings it back to, what, 5? So, yeah, I thought they were going to allow that to get a little bit out of control and, yeah, kind of put the brakes on like you saw FaZe do, right? Like, keep it around 4 or 5, keep it within 1. I think it ended up being like 6 at the tail end of it, something in that ballpark. But
yeah, so a couple life lead for Atlanta FaZe right now, but I think it could have been a pretty dominant round if they found a few more spawn kills. OpTic, they were able to get out of that trap multiple times, able to secure A.
Was Simp in the search, and now aBeZy really on the map 1 as he brought it back this time 17 and 10. And they're going to get right on to A. Now you're trying to pick your point of attack. Chow in from Shotzzy. Fortunately for him, Simp ready and waiting on the other end of it. About to get the second part done here at A. There's one through on the flank though that's going to be Scump, who's trying to find an opening in a pinch, and they're going to collapse beautifully. That's everybody cleared off, but now look as they spawn out bottom.
So fast
soar
off
towards
spawn.
B quickly.
Yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing. They were going to spawn towards that roof side, and they were immediately going to set up for B.
And think about what happened like when you saw us on the other side. Like they did the same thing if you're OpTic, but like aBeZy was already there. Like you had somebody already in position to disrupt this.
Yeah, but again, the kill on the flank. Shotzzy. And iLLeY able to shut it down.
Beautiful.
So they deal with that at B. You did get one tick, but now you control the middle of the map. You have Atlanta FaZe spawning so far away. It's going to take a lot of time to start to work on through. Still a minute left, though. They were on that objective for so long. Jeez.
You got the lives up to 5. Building that bit by bit. Just try to hold this advantage, and you can see Shotzzy just locked in around that U position. Just trying to stagger and make sure they can't get an aggressive push towards A. And at the bottom side of the map, you can see as well, Dashy kind of ready and waiting, depending on where this push is going to come from. But they want to get A done first, or do they? They're starting to wrap box up. They've only got 30 seconds or so to work with. They're just going to go for the kills. It's aBeZy that continues his hot game. That's going to be 2 down. So you've got Shotzzy on one side, Bruce on the other, and here's going to come the bench. They're going to start to fly in. The contest is there for a moment. They're able to clear him off of it, but Dashy is rotated all the way up.
And now off his spawn, look at this. They can set up the pinch. His teammates can try to deal with this and maybe get them off of A. Off spawn, you can already see Simp. He's going to start to creep towards B. iLLeY and Scump able to find 2. Shotzzy again on the pinch with a big one-on-one win. And to have an 8 life advantage. Up to 8, they control the middle of the map, make it 9-10 seconds left. In Atlanta FaZe, they have to go. They have to get into an objective right now.
They're trying to send it. You've got one in aBeZy who's going to be playing around side A. Everybody else kind of mid-map looking to pick where they're going to attack from, as they'll now get 2 down. Arcitys to the point. And if you're OpTic coming off a spawn, how are you going to play this? They're going to get the minute extension on A, as nobody is home, but they'll clear B. And you still, that 8 life advantage, it is a massive. It's the biggest we've seen. Can you retain that?
aBeZy with a nice read on the 1. Or really, the clock is the problem here for Atlanta FaZe. The defense is set up here from OpTic. Well, the nades on point from the team.
Yeah.
Just find the openings, clear up top church. iLLeY, though, I'm going to bring it back. And you can see Atlanta FaZe, when they don't really have numbers, this is kind of where you have to stop. You have to clear so many positions. The Cell is just looking around. Where is that player plat side? Where is that player towards P5? aBeZy's going to check the corner, able to find 1. And now they're going to go. There's a numbers advantage. It's like an S&E round, and aBeZy, he's leading the way. Finds no, what I thought was number 3, but Scump says no.
Little slide there from Scump, and it's a big one as aBeZy was hitting, looking for the trifecta, but it's the triple now for Scump. 8 life advantage, still going to hold. 10 seconds to go, and that should do it for the round. That's the biggest advantage we have seen as you take the edge now for a 5th round defense. If you are OpTic Texas, beautifully done.
Key gunfights really on the pinch on both sides. These teams are winning. OpTic on their defense, though, have not allowed any funny business towards B.
There we go. Can they retain that advantage? And they can close it out with an offensive win. Just utility everywhere, just stun to the face, stun to the face. Dear God, let me move. A little slip, a little slide. But aBeZy and Cellium there and waiting now to follow it up inside a church. It'll be Scump, and he's going to run into the Reaper as well. That's 2 bits done. You made some excellent progress here on A, and you're in a good spot. You're up 3 lives. You're up 3 lives. That's a big sequence.
And again, my eyes were just on Simp on the minimap. He's trying to work a pinch, but Scump, he reads it now.
Beautiful.
You're going to be done with
Beautiful.
A, 2:20 on the clock. You have a 4 life advantage. The best start here for an offensive team. Shotzzy able to find 1 more. And now they're just going to try to stop this clock, play a little TDM, put the pressure on Atlanta FaZe. And well, Arcity's going to punch him in the face.
Oh, yeah, he laid him out. That's a little uppercut to the noggin.
Broke his nose.
Yeah, no, his nose is gone. Right into his skull. You're up 3 lives. 5 streak now on to Dashy. You work towards these streaks. And iLLeY in the auto. Try to lock it up. It looks like they're trying to line up nades as Dashy's lining up shots. Bruce heating up.
For Glide.
6 in a row. Glide looming. find it. He's got eyes on, but some vicious shots, just trying to finish it, and it's one of the tougher kills in the game, but he's able to gun Cell. And now you've got the streak. It's like, do you go for it? Do you hold it for the 5th round?
I think you hold it right now. I mean, they have the advantage. Really what you're trying to do here if you're OpTic Texas is keep this life advantage. You will have defense in round 5. Do not let this get messy. Continue to trade the way they have been. If they all go all 4 down, that's when Atlanta FaZe could really put the pressure on them, but that has not been able to happen for them.
Something is clicking for him here. I mean, you saw what he did against Seattle as well. Like, a very similar
and this
Seattle.
is not an easy map with the auto.
Oh,
I mean, now
it doesn't matter what he has, Joe. It's 9 in a row. Oh, Brucey, baby.
The bat signal is here.
That time, Cellium, he'll get his revenge as he wins it from the back truck. Now, iLLeY to soar forward, and they line up in front. The movement there, but Arcitys, he's up to it. 50 to go. 4 life advantage. Barring some kind of utter collapse, you're in a great spot going into a 5th round. Not what you need right now. Maybe the 3 down, but maybe iLLeY can at least find a couple pickings.
Yeah, you can see aBeZy trying to get aggressive. They can just slow this down. I mean, hanging out for 30 seconds. They've secured round 5. Now, the big thing for the glide is, right, if something does happen towards B on their defense, they could use that glide, right, to just deal with it with the extra utility. They can hit those nades. Now, Atlanta FaZe bringing it back a little bit, but with 10 seconds left off a spawn, you can see Dashy, iLLeY, they're just gonna hang out.
Yeah, I just wouldn't move at this point. Just don't give them a chance to maybe somehow flip this, because we know it was pretty close in the live department, but I think that big round 3 is enough for OpTic to get the defense. And yeah, I mean, you were talking about it, but kind of elaborate the glide. Where is it going to come into play for
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a few times, right? Atlanta FaZe really trying to put the pressure on both points over towards B. And, you know, it's been big flank kills, but say that goes the way of Simp or aBeZy, right? They get plat control. The nades don't hit. You have that glide. Or say Dashy's towards the middle of the map and has to help them out. Or off spawn, you find that opening kill. That's what it's there for. It could come out to win them the game.
Keep an eye on when that glide's going to come into play, but it's Simp and aBeZy. The tiny tears that are finding the kills early, but cleared off the point for now. It's Shotzzy just from the top church window, just looking to find an opening, but now look at the hit coming towards B.
Yeah, but Dashy again, Dashy has been reading this.
Dude,
he's able to find the kill.
man.
Simp has had no openings on the map. He loves finding those sort of cracks in the system, but they have shut it down. And now you're in a spot where you have so much map control. You have Dashy watching the B side. They could shut this round out right here and get us to a map 4.
They're locking them in, just trying to extend this series. Does OpTic have what it takes for another epic reverse sweep, but it starts with closing out this map 3. But it is an incredible start. Now we're basically even in lives, but not as big of a deal now. It's the 40 seconds on the clock. You've got to find something if you're FaZe, or you need that green wall to retain the wall. Is now Scump on 5 in a row, and the MP40 a beaming as he continues on the prowl, but Cell there from top church. He's able to get it before he can cut down anymore.
He said, don't worry, dude, I got your back. And well, he does have his back. RC's watches the middle of the map, and I think they're going to give up A now. Now 20v20, you're going to have, what, a minute 24 to work with. Atlanta FaZe going to maybe try to find an opening through church, but there's just nothing really that they're going to have, and iLLeY's going to win that gunfight. aBeZy sometimes makes things look a little too easy with that shot on the shot.
It's just like, you know, you see some POVs, somebody kind of holding, and you're like,
I can
oh,
do
yeah,
that,
it's
dude.
spoken. He's just like, okay, I'm just going to sprint at you, and I'm going to react faster, and I'm going to win fights that I have no right doing at times. He's 34 and 21, but now, just over a minute. Remember, you got the glide. Maybe it's a bailout if you get a break. That's more pressure on the FaZe to get something done, but some big kills coming on through early to stagger this push again.
That's
they
huge.
keep on winning.
They want to get pushed out B5. Look at that number 4. He's already pushed through towards the bottom side. Look at where the spawn is going to be for Atlanta FaZe. All the way across the map. You have Simp who's pushed up. You do have RC's in church, but that is nowhere near that objective. This is where that clock comes into play.
Oh, Scumpy, you naughty girl. He is just
He's
locking
a bad
it down.
boy.
He is. He certainly is. Just over 30 to go now. Let's see if they line up the nades. They do it again, dude. They keep doubling those nades up.
Probably most of
that's like half of Dashy's deaths, but he looks good in green, Scumpy. Still going, 20 seconds now as they try to surge forward to the point. But the defense, the wall of OpTic simply too strong, and now the fans getting back into it as the glide bomb in,
big one.
And Simp bye-bye!
Still have 2 players push up though, aBeZy and Cell controlling flat side, Scump winning all of his gunfights, Dashy and iLLeY, there we go! Map 4! Coming up!
The discipline there is now we've got ourselves a series, and I think you kind of nailed it. Like,
we're gonna show the stats, and I'm gonna point some out that's gonna be crazy when we get there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
let's see it.
There we go. I mean, look at number 5 in Simp, 17 and 33. When is the last time any of us have seen that? And he has shut down. Well, he was just shut down on all of his routes.
That's what I was gonna say. You kind of mentioned it during it. Like, he's so good at finding routes. He's so good at finding openings and just being annoying, right? Like, he's a cerebral player. He is. He's one of the smarter players in the game. But they were ready for him, and they were not missing. I mean, how many times did you go to Dashy's POV and he's just holding the lane, Simp's trying to run through it and just catching beams? All those great timings, all those fast heads-up plays that worked in the search and destroy, they were not working on Tuscan. OpTic was better.
And I gotta say, I know a lot of people think that Dashy's not the most traditional, main AR, and I get it because the guy is just unbelievable with his shot. But I think if you look at the end of Cold War, what we've seen from this match, he is picking up these sort of long sight lines. He's finding the long routes. He's making sure no one sneaks on through. I gotta give my man props, 34 and 17, but it's these other kills that he's finding are so important for this team.
He's been unbelievable as we take a look at the highlights, and I know some may have feared a 3-0 after the way this started, but OpTic not going out like that. They battle back on Tuscan and give themselves a chance in this series, and as we look at the highlights, now it's kind of the map where it gets a little bit interesting when you first looked at it.
Yeah, it gets very weird. I think both of these teams, when we talk about a major, map vetoes and the map veto process is something, that's talked about a little bit, but it is very important when you talk about map pool, especially certain matchups. And I think everyone wants to have as diverse as a matchup as possible to be as difficult as you can to play against. Gavutu, I think, for both of these squads was the one circled coming into this major, because we saw OpTic, they let it through versus Seattle, it was picked. Now, it didn't get there, but it was picked. And, some people are like, what the heck? This one, Tuscan was vetoed. Gavutu was picked by Atlanta FaZe, which that may be a surprise to some people, because I think it's like, 1-1 for FaZe or 1-2. And then for OpTic, they have not played it. Or 0-1?
Yeah, I think it's 0-1 and 1-1 if I remember correctly. It's not a lot of reps though. It's the one in the series that you looked at and we're like, this isn't like, kind of heavy hitter for either of these teams. We get ready now for Gavutu. And I just want a thriller. Give me a thriller, a 250, 249, where I might have my shirt off and I'm dancing.
Yeah, okay. I like that.
No one needs to see that. No one needs to see that.
I think the people would love it. They would love that.
No, it'd just be a mass of hair. I look like a bear.
That's fine.
But the reverse sweep starts now, brick by brick. And I do think, I guess, the teams are so different. It's kind of a good point. But, if you're Scump, you might be thinking, he remembers that it happened. They brought it back. He knows it's possible. He's fired up. He would love to do it again. You saw that clip of the 1v1. He was roaring on the main stage. He would love to get there again.
Yeah, but then Cell won like 80% of the last tournament, so it's like...
That's a good point, Joe. That's a good point, but...
Yeah, no, that's...
Oh, that smile should be on the cover of magazines.
Should be. Could be. It will be. I think it has been. Definitely has been.
Probably has been. Yeah. No, but he's got my heart, Joe. As we get ready for Gavutu, map 4. OpTic roaring back into this one. The crowd fired up throughout the tail end of that map, just knowing they're going to see more action here in a juggernaut matchup as we take a look at some of the map trends so far this season.
Yeah, a big focus on P1 and P5. The reason is P4 to P5 is such a long rotation. P1, once you get ring control, it's a power spot itself, and then P2, least valuable hill, averaging only plus 15 after winning rotation. That's because it's the beach. Lots of nades are coming in. Right, if you have the close spawns, you probably don't have ring.
Trophies did not exist.
That's fine. It's okay.
Grenades did.
I bought a Titan.
Oh, Kuavo, treat us well. Give us some magic here at Major 1. Dashy was a phenom in the map 3. Well, he starts it off with a little teardrop as aBeZy ripped out of the action quickly as we fight for the first hard point.
All right, now let's talk maybe like why this is a map both of these teams don't play a lot often. As Shotzzy gets a little busy with this MP40.
Tell me, Joe.
This is normally a 3AR map, sometimes 4 depending on the team. On one side, you have Simp, who's probably going to run the third. On the other, for OpTic Texas, are they going to run 2 MP40s with Shotzzy and Scump? Is someone going to pull out the third? Who will it be? I think when we've watched streams and whatnot, it's been Shotzzy. Are they going to have that third AR? Are they not going to worry about it?
Well, I think your point. Like, they're just teams that look better, built for like a 3-sub, right? But it's all clear there. It's OpTic. They get the kills. They'll secure the time. You can see on the minimap, getting ready to unlock will be the ship side hard point. But everyone trying to push through. Ring in mid and start looking for openings. They got to get past iLLeY first and foremost, and he is just finessing around in circles. He's at least able to take down 1. You've got 3 set up near the hard point now for OpTic, and it's Scump going to be ready and waiting. But a bit of a spawn out. There's a pinch that's going to be developing here. All the heads start to turn. Are they aware that Arcitys was still on that side? There was still one there, and I do not think they were. I think they thought the full flip was out. Was that just losing track of a player?
No,
I think they
side? Yeah, I think they saw the spawns come in, and they thought that they flipped. And for FaZe, I mean, yeah, they're going to stop the bleeding for now. They're going to get some time, but iLLeY's right back in. You have Shotzzy already pushed up towards green. Now, Simp is already focused on this long rotation. And they have a one-on-one versus Dashy. Arcitys still going to deal with the player on that time. Shotzzy is lurking, just waiting for his teammates.
You know, these first couple of rotations, they're quick, shorter rotations. Now, once we get past third, they start to get a bit longer. You're going to get punished even more and more for those mistakes. aBeZy, Simp, and Arcitys.
Okay, it's Scump running the auto.
They look to hold down the point, and I mean, he can do it all right now. He is playing out of his mind. It's 7-4. The read is there. Easy little gunfight. The pressure is on. Last guy's going to be deep. It's going to be Cell. Cell's doing his best to stay up as aBeZy's getting shot in the back, and finally they're able to take him out. There's still a right side spawn, but into the point. Go OpTic. They continue to build upon this lead. Now up 40.
And I mean, they just have them trapped right now with 20 seconds. This is perfect. Scump continues 6 in a row. Locking them in. You can see aBeZy trying to get out, but look at Shotzzy as well. They're going to be able to transition from P4, number 7, the glide bomb in for Scump. Arcitys is going to get them out beach side, but already fully set up at a big money hill is OpTic Texas.
You feel the momentum starting to swing inside of this room. As Scump looks for number 8, and he'll take it. The head clean off of Arcitys, brains scattered to the wind. To Shotzzy for a second, as he's on the front of this push. iLLeY now looking over him. Scump trying to get the double digits, not able to hit it. There's like so many visual effects there. It's like, what are you shooting at this point? Is aBeZy able to take down 3? And they needed a moment, and they're getting the time. But remember, you'll have the streaks in the back pocket for Scump.
That was actually huge. I mean, Atlanta FaZe, they are working towards the beach side. They work up front. A player gets in, and then they get that back rock close spot.
Hello.
They break on through. So it could have been a much uglier scoreline for Atlanta FaZe. But we talked about Money Hills over here at P5, and now we have an opportunity for OpTic Texas. Shotzzy, Scump, they are beaming with any gun in their hand. Yeah, Shotzzy now at 5, Scump 14-5. Look at the position of Scump as well. I love this, taking care of the long route beach side, forcing Atlanta FaZe to have to break through ship.
And look just how long this is, and Shotzzy doing everything he can. He was doing so much work, Dashy. So much work. He tries to help with the nade, but that's all right. You soaked up the time now. The lead's feeling all right. You know who's feeling all right as well? Sir Scumpy.
I could run it out. This is easy.
Sassy and sexy and snapping. He sees triple positive, and you know, Bruce, who put up a monster map, now he's just getting that objective time. Don't worry, I got a secondary too. As moment by moment, they push. FaZe the distance with a potential map 5, but Never count out FaZe. You know, they've got something cooking. With 10 seconds left, they'll get in, grab some of this scrap time.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're OpTic, you take this. You allow them to have that. You have a 4 versus 3 on the rotation. Some kills do come in. aBeZy able to find one. He does get stunned, but he is all by himself, and Scump is taking over.
He's
another 5 spree.
18-5 as the King looks to leave his mark. Finally, with 2 men to deal with, they'll drop, and as big a map as Scump is having, Shotzzy right there behind him, sitting around double positive, but despite the fact you've got multiple people popping off, and you've got a massive slaying advantage. FaZe are still in this. They've got a chance, but as soon as I call it, it's iLLeY that's answering back with a double of his own. If you're going to bring this back, if you are FaZe, where does it need to happen?
Well, I think it has to kind of start right here. I mean, you're down 60, but that's 160 points in OpTic. Over towards this P2 the first time through. I mean, it was probably one of the best P2s we've seen all year. They're controlling this ship again. You already have Scump pushing up towards green. That's where you want to be. He has the MP40 in hand. Doesn't matter the weapon. My man is doing it all as he gets pushed up. They have to focus on him. And you know what? They're just going to soak up this time. But aBeZy able to get FaZe out for now.
It's like when somebody needs to come up with a clutch multi-kill.
Yeah, I mean, the OpTic fans are just like trying to grow that lead like past 60, right? They just won't go away.
Yeah, you know, it's like...
Put them away, please!
Get a lead where you're like, okay, we've got this in the bag. They just can't quite push through that threshold, but you still, you know, you've been comfortable throughout. You had a great start. You're still doing it through the mid-game. But Simp trying to play a little bit of disruption, just finesse back and forth as best he can, but with 4 HP, he will go down. Now these final 20 seconds look to go the way of OpTic Texas as we get ready for the beach side. It's aBeZy's POV to try and win a big one-on-one. It's just Dashy is trying to disrupt from ring. Be annoying as he can, just make sure they can't get into a comfortable setup.
Well, I mean, really with that ring position, that's where he can just find so many angles on the hill. Now Shotzzy, did he find the opening? Did he find the wrap to deal with this? He sure did. And there's a break now. Scump, I love this. They timed this with the glide bomb. To have the setup, blows up Arcitys. Inside a ring, you still have aBeZy, but Shotzzy, Scump, they break the setup of Atlanta FaZe.
Shotzzy just trying to stay up. Boys, I'm doing my best, but the nades continue to come in, but you're over the 200-point mark. You can smell the back-to-back maps as we get prepped for a map 5. If they can do it, you just got to put them away. Still a battle around the point, but what a map it has been as Shotzzy looks for number 20, but Simple clear him out of it. But as soon as you feel like you got that big lead, you start to get a lot of time here if you're FaZe at the tail end of the hard point.
You gotta tip that one, I'm just saying. You gotta tip that one. You gotta tip that shot out of Simp. But okay, a chance here. We were back towards this. P4 hard point, Atlanta FaZe. They had a huge break to keep them in the game. Another chance here. iLLeY though off his spawn, able to deal with 2. Dashy does not allow that sneak through to happen. Look at the map control. Look at where iLLeY is. Look at where FaZe is spawning so far out. They do not have a lot of time. Atlanta FaZe, they have to go or we're headed to a map 5.
This is where legends are made. Can you get this break? It's a big win. It's aBeZy, king of the openers. Continues to open them up like a can of worms. He gets 3, but they're still spawning deep, but you're finding just enough time and disruption here to maybe extend this.
Okay, this is where it gets scary, right? Because OpTic are going to have these very close spawns behind the rocks. Now, iLLeY, he's trying to make the heads-up play, go on the long route, because I
love that.
That rotation is so difficult. Now, where will they spawn? Where will they spawn? This could be huge. The squad spawn comes in. That is a great play from iLLeY. The P5 rotation right now in favor of OpTic Texas, but Cell reads it. He's able to find them first. Shotzzy trying to deal with RCs. He does. He's going to play his life. Simp comes through with a trade.
Another big moment. 15 now needed for OpTic Texas. As one's trying to deal with the pressure mid-map. It's Simp trying to deal with the bodies on the point. They're still inside. Now just 10 needed and Scump. Are you joking? 33 up. Spotting out his face. Map 5, here we go.
who was the third AR, and it was Scump himself. Showed I can do it all, it doesn't matter the weapon.
Yeah, he has an all right map, right?
Not bad.
Unbelievable, and now it just feels like you're smelling a repeat of history. As map by map, they push FaZe the distance. FaZe get the wins early, but now it is OpTic answering back late. It's a 33-14 map out of Scump. It's the rotation from iLLeY.
Yeah,
it's the gunfight wins from Dashy. They are doing it all. At Radar, when aBeZy got 3, I was like, whoa. I thought for a second, but you had some heads-up plays by OpTic.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that play from iLLeY. I mean, this is why this OpTic team loves this guy, why this fan base loves him, because there's not a lot of people who are thinking about that. And, you know, he gets that, and his teammates all die. They get the spawn, allows that P5 rotation. I mean, you can see Atlanta FaZe, they got outslayed heavy.
Look at Scump's non-traded kills just for everyone
29.
else. He has 33, 29 are non-traded.
Not traded.
Okay, all right, but we are now going to take a look at the Scump play of the game. As Scump having a map, as he's just finding everybody. Auto in hand, just mowing them down.
Just patrolling this ringside. Throws the shoulders, got the pistol, gets the 5 spree. He's already got a glide bomb. My man, this is where he gets hot. Now FaZe, I mean, woo, they tried keeping it close, but the slaying just not there when they needed it. They had a couple of breaks, just didn't matter.
We've talked about the maps and the stats and everything throughout the course of this. You've been there. It's a map 5. It's FaZe OpTic. Is throw everything out the window?
Not yet, because we've had a couple of these game 5s between these two. I think for OpTic fans last year, when they were looking like they were getting going in a major, they would get into a game 5. This is where a lot of heartbreak was last season, whether it was Ultra, whether it was Røkkr. It was always a tough one in these situations, but maybe they can turn the tides.
We still got so much to do today. We've got way more matches.
Hey.
I'm having a blast.
I'm having a blast, man.
Forever. But you see, the social, that tweet's coming in. The king is back. Scump is eating. Papa's hungry. We are headed to a quick break. Then it is map 5 time.
tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge. Just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
It is time for a map 5, but crowd, listen to me quick. I need everyone in the house to listen. No spoils in the S&D, no shouting of position. If you do, you will be removed from the venue. I will tackle you. I will rip my headset off. I will come down there. I'm throwing out drop kicks. No, not really. It'll be someone from the security team, I'm sure, but let's keep it fair. Let's keep it fun. Everybody loves the map 5. I know I do. I am having so much fun. Like my nipples are hard. I'll be honest with you.
What, really?
Yes, just because I'm so excited. See?
He's not lying.
Woo!
Wow, those are stern.
Yeah, no, it's like diamonds.
Man. Ready?
I live for this, baby.
I know.
FaZe, OpTic. Is it another reverse sweep? Do the villains get the win, and are there tears throughout the venue?
Could be both sides of happiness and
yeah, it's
sadness,
true.
honestly.
It's true. Oh, but we hope you out there, crowd, you guys having fun. You having a good time? Hell yes, we are. Woo! Tuscan, S&D, map 5.
You see the map records there, undefeated for Atlanta FaZe, but OpTic Texas 2-1. I mean, honestly, the last couple of games in these respawns, Slaying side's been pretty one-sided. We saw it there in that map 4, map 3. I mean, it was Dashy going off.
Let's go!
In Atlanta FaZe, you're looking for your superstars. I mean, well, just pick which ones. But for me, Cell and Simp coming off of that game 4 and that game 3. Can they turn it around?
Map 5. Shotzzy. He's on a tree. And there's the first blood, and that's a big one. Get aBeZy out of it. Because he could be an early round Reaper. He sees him on the cross. He's going to try and need it out for Info as he wraps back towards his squad. They're working toward this site, but it's Shotzzy making play after play after play! Shotzzy!
My man is yelling, the round's not over yet. Bombs blended 1v3. Cell left all by himself. The read's on point for Shotzzy. Cell just trying to do what he can, but we know how difficult of a situation this could be. It's over towards that P5 situation. That is Shotzzy's well. It's his water. Oh, give it to the ace.
There's the ace for Shotzzy. Round 1 to OpTic.
You know what we saw out of Simp in that map number 2 was him quick. We did not see that on that trade. aBeZy opens the door. Simp was not fast on the trade. I know that the windows, the doors, which side is he on? He doesn't want to get caught timing. But Shotzzy was just so quick. He finds RC's in the middle of the map. And I mean, he wins them the round.
Yeah, is it the 4 there that gives that to you?
Yes.
Now another first blood, this time behind Big Brucey. FaZe still look to get going, as momentum has just shifted so dramatically from that godlike map 2 from Simp. They have slowed them down.
And this is fast from OpTic again. I mean, they 3 hit through P5 on this rotation. Cellium, he's watching how broken, but Simp is gonna shut down shots. A bit of a nice trade from Scump. Gets away with his life, gives them man advantage. Now you're looking at Cell maybe to potentially make a play. They're just gonna back up. I like this, you know, play your man advantage. Have to retake, you do it.
They'll work to get this down, but they're hunting together. The ducks fly together as all 3 get ready to push it. RC's just able to get away with his life. He's got so little HP, just trying to get shots in. He can't quite get across. Again, it is Cell. In a 1 versus 3, 25 to go on the clock. Can he make some kind of play? There's the original read, halfway towards the defuse. Is Cell looking for the angle, but it's Dashy holding the window.
I mean, I know Arcitys tries to get away with his life, but he was put in such a tough position. I think right there, I'd rather see him chow, right? I think you rather try for him to get one and put Cell in a 1v2.
When
yeah.
they're pushing.
I mean, it is just so difficult for him to get away with his life. If he maybe catches one sprinting, put Cell in a 1v2, something can happen, but you see, Cell just had so much to watch.
I think he just got caught in that like awkward spot, right? Well, it was all Shotzzy in the first offense. Nice reaction time, just the spot and the backup. A little hello with the stun as Shotzzy keeps avoiding him.
This guy's literally playing like a different game. You remember like slam ball with like the trampolines on the floor? That's pretty much what he does.
Yeah, I tried that once. I think I almost broke my arm. Dashy keeps it going. Arcitys head into the next round. That's 3 first bloods, and they're clean first bloods.
Yeah, 2 from Dashy, 1 from Shotzzy. Again, this patience. They're keeping their numbers. No mistakes from this team. Do not give them any openings. aBeZy just trying to see what they're doing. Gonna spot one on that cross. Call out comes in. That fakes him out big time. Look at that. Gets him away from his position. B-bomb opened up. I don't know if they're thinking this is an A hit, but now they know. They're like, nobody here, so they're gonna have to try to work the flank. The first gunfight, it's gonna be iLLeY.
This could fly through door after door, but the help is there, and with the team shot, iLLeY gets the kill. Now a 4 versus 2. Is OpTic close to taking a 3-0 edge, but Simp at least able to take out one. Now Cell not gonna be able to get the read. Scump lying in wait like a spider. And off the map goes Simp. It is all OpTic thus far.
Those first bloods, and then, I mean, they're giving them no easy kills. Even that play from iLLeY backs up to his teammate. All right, aBeZy's like, I gotta go. I gotta try to make a play. And well, he puts his head through a door, and then there's 2 players from OpTic taking him down, playing with numbers. The fundamentals of the game right now being shown in this game 5. Something to watch.
It's not how you start. It's how you finish. And OpTic Texas getting closer to closing this out. It is 3 first bloods now for Dashy. And Shotzzy is hunting, just sending it right between enemy lines. He gets another one on the tail end of it as well, but it's 5 in a row for Dashy, and it's a 3-on-1 for aLLeY. They are getting picked apart, cleaner than a rotisserie chicken. Bye-bye.
And it's all about those first bloods. I don't know what VOD work Dashy's been doing or what, but he's got 3 of them. He is shutting down Atlanta FaZe.
Give him another! Give him another! Dashy, the first blood god in this one. As aBeZy, I think he's sitting at 0-5.
This is just one of those games. Okay,
Oh,
finally.
finally.
Something, but Shotzzy's here now, quickly on the trade. One of those games where everything is going one way. We've seen it before in Call of Duty, and it's happening now. All right, where are we at? Another mid-round. 45 seconds left. OpTic again with man advantage. What are they doing? They're slowing this down, making sure no funny business happens.
It's like, I don't even know what advice you give FaZe. You just go get first blooded 5 seconds into every round.
I might not move from spawn.
Crowd, let them hear it
chance start to erupt, but you brought this back to a 2 versus 2. Could this be the moment that maybe propels them? Not on their watch. Up 5-0, 1 round to go. OpTic looking like Terminators on Tuscan. FaZe just look dazed and confused. Just uppercut right out the gate. 8-1 out of Shotzzy in a map 5. But there's a quick plant down, but it's another opener for OpTic.
It's 0-6 now for aBeZy, but can his team get him to another round? Man advantage to OpTic. They have to work the defuse.
You're talking one of the best search and destroy players all time on a goose egg. And a map 5 on the main.
Oh, the days hits. Ooh. They might have hit Shotzzy as well. Cell, though, trying to bring this back, trying to give them the man advantage. Nobody on the defuse as RC is going to have to check it. And on the peak, he gets picked. On the peak, he gets picked. Now you're looking at Simp working through the middle of the map. He's giving the call-outs.
No.
Can't find the kill.
I'd be a little bit nervous right now. It's
on to the bomb. I don't know. It is so close.
Got it. I don't
know.
So.
We got to go to the bomb.
So.
Show the bomb.
Show me the bomb.
Show me the bomb.
Wait, did he get it? He got it! It's done! It's done! OpTic with the reverse sweep! That was just clinical in the map 5. Clinical. Like, as much as we were gassing Simp, and you know how methodical, how clinical he looked in the map 2. Like, they were prepped for that map 5. They were prepped. And the first bloods were just coming in droves.
I don't know if it was prep or what. Wherever Dashy looked like. I mean, it was just first blood. Shotzzy in round 1 really gave that momentum. But I think for OpTic fans, this is just a huge relief. Like, all right, we got a squad, baby. Absolutely. And they're showing it here.
And sometimes, you know, it's like that type of win feels better than like coming in with a 3-0 stop. Like, to go down, to prove you got what it takes to bring it back. That determination, that grit, for the reverse sweep. Just absolutely epic stuff.
Really was, and everyone had their moments. They truly did. Everybody had their moments in that control. I mean, Dashy took over in hardpoint. It was Scump in game 5. Shotzzy, I mean, iLLeY in the key moments, in those spawns, on those rotations, but we talked about it.
A goose is loose! And you're not gonna see that often.
No, you're not.
I mean, he did 113 damage. Like, they took him out of the game. He was just not involved at all. And not like anyone was popping off necessarily on FaZe, but the person that can at times have the biggest impact in a search and destroy game, which OpTic has felt many times with aBeZy on this FaZe lineup. He is just wiped off the slate.
And this is what you wanted to see, right? In these sort of big game 5s, deep in the tournament runs, how does our squad respond? Last year wasn't great. Just felt like nothing could go their way. I'll tell you what went their way this time was this Tuscan search and destroy.
That was fun. Unbelievable. It is now time for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. We've got the whole damn squad up there with Miles. Take it away.
What more needs to be said, boys? It feels like destiny, like it had to happen. It was a typical performance, Scump. 6-0 in the end, you pull it back, reverse sweep, you name it. How do you describe it?
There's no words, man. This team, we work so fucking hard. It's just every day we work so hard. So I'm just so proud of these guys, and to come out and reverse sweep FaZe, I mean, that feels great.
Hey, Bruce.
Talk to me, Miles.
You're looking like one of the most dangerous players on Tuscan right now. How the hell do you do it?
I don't know. I think I just worked the angles good. I don't know. I got a good vibe on that map, so we'll try to keep it going.
It was an unbelievable run, man. I mean, you're looking vintage form out there. You're looking like new levels every day. It is just it's incredible to watch. How's the practice been coming in the event?
Yeah, my teammates just make my job like super easy. I mean, I have 3 of the best players in the game, so it's just a matter of me just watching over them, picking up the right cuts, rotating, and having some good vibes. Have some fun along the way.
iLLeY.
I love you, Mom.
That's a good summary there, iLLeY. What is it like to play in front of a crowd like this?
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. Last year, I was on the other end of it, but this year, you guys are all amazing. And I appreciate every single one of you guys.
You're going into Sunday. What's the game plan from here on out?
Listen, job's not finished yet. We're going to come out tomorrow, and we're going to do what we do every single day. We're going to play our game, and we're going to do what we do.
And you're looking like one of the greatest to ever do it out there. How the hell how do you feel right now, man? Impossible to describe this feeling, right?
It feels amazing, man. I honestly don't know what to say. You guys are absolutely amazing. I started off slow, but I brought it back. But yeah, dude, this is just insane. I feel really good.
Scumpy, lastly to you, man. Any final words to the fans here? This has been a legendary event so far. We're far from over.
Green wall diff.
Desk,
Nah,
take it
thank
away.
you guys, though, for real. You guys are awesome. See you tomorrow.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, that was crazy. You know what? I've always heard the stories, I heard the rumors, all about the hype in Call of Duty, and we just got to say this. This is esports. Hey, yo, Green Wall, if Atlanta FaZe said no chance, make some noise! The energy behind that audience was something special, and OpTic, they came back. The reverse sweep was incredible.
All I'm gonna say is, I told you I am cursed. I bet against them, they proved me wrong. Again, OpTic is solidifying how good they are.
Okay.
Okay,
no, crowd. Do us, let us know, because we clown right now. You're all wrong. I'm a clown.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I told you guys it came from the bottom of my heart when I bet against OpTic, because every time I've did it, that they have won. So the fact that you're booing me right now, that is very disrespectful, guys, because I put that on the line for you.
All right. I helped you guys out, but let's reflect on this.
Yeah, let's reflect on that match just for a second.
I'll bet on OpTic tomorrow.
Like where OpTic has come from this season, how tough it was for them in the beginning, not able to win the AR map, so to see what Scump did on that Kuavo 34-14, playing an absolute masterclass from the beginning of the map, that was insane to see. And then in that search and destroy, I knew that this team was moving different in that round number 2, where they all grouped up, backed up together, pushed out the right side P1, got the kills, and clutched up in that round. Like, OpTic looked so much better today. That is hard work. That is preparation. That is something we haven't seen out of this OpTic name in a very long time. That was a perfect reverse sweep.
You're right, and take a look at that very last map. OpTic swept them. Atlanta FaZe didn't stand a chance, and that was all behind Dashy going 8-2 and done. Shotzzy 9-2.
The guy opened up the game 5 for the reverse sweep with an ace. That was insane, and I kind of wish we'd stayed on it just for it didn't look like he had it in the final moment, but my goodness, Shotzzy.
You're right, and Ali, enough about Shotzzy. Dashy has been going nuclear this event.
Absolutely, and it was that 6-0. He was getting first bloods almost every single round with the nades, with the scope. 1.42, 1480 overall. Dashy, man, he's back in form.
Yes, and when it comes down to the game field tactical play and Shotzi's ace, nameless, nobody was stopping him.
First of all, that first round was insane, but the game plan that OpTic had going into this map was perfect. They shut down middle map, and that is where FaZe takes over versus everyone on Tuscan. They were 3-0 going into this series on Tuscan Search and Destroy. What did we see? We saw nades going up top sandbags to kill aBeZy, multiple different rounds. We saw Dashy getting first bloods left and right. Cellium got shut down. The guy is a demon mid-map on this map. So, I mean, Shotzzy, what this guy does does and what you need him to do is just go mid and be a nuisance, be annoying, play off the information. That's exactly what he does. He gets the information mid, throws a nade, it just causes chaos, gets the first kill, backs up. He knows there's going to be a player trying to go for that trade, and Simp gets the kill, and then just camps the corner in the very end, plays his life, and waits for the last guy to run in front of him, gets that kill, and starts it off with an ace. That set the tone for this map going forward. They knew that they were going to be able to lock down mid-map, that Shotzzy is comfortable, and they dominated.
You got that right, Ton. This team is something special, man. When all the players are clicking and the crowd is going behind them, OpTic in the winner's bracket, knocking Atlanta FaZe down. This team is terrifying.
It's so scary now when you see these guys getting behind the team like that. It is a terrifying prospect going up against London tomorrow in the winner's bracket. At the same time, look, Shotzzy was phenomenal. Absolutely ridiculous series in the S&D specifically. He said he had a bit of a slow start, which was absolutely true, but hey, you can have a slow start all you want if you're pulling off aces in round 1 of the final map for the reverse. You can do that, it's fine.
You got that right. And aLLeY, somebody was shut down that last map. Yo, my man's aBeZy started off the series hot, and then he ended it with a donut. He was
Something
hungry.
very specific that Atlanta FaZe said is that they are fine unless they get into their own heads, and that was an absolute breakdown by both the SMGs. You could see it. You could see it on the map that they were getting more aggressive. They were getting more panicky. They weren't playing the slow, methodical game that we know that they can be, and at the end of the day, they got in their own head once they lost that control.
You got that right, Nameless. The loser side of the bracket, I don't know about you, man. I would not want to be down there right now.
Atlanta FaZe down there, and I believe later today we're going to have Atlanta FaZe versus LA Thieves, and that's just going to be a banger, man. An angry FaZe. Whew.
All right, Ton, anything else you got to say right now? Like, I'm living.
I mean, look, honestly, when we came into this game, you speak about all the players that are on this team, and Scump has been there. He had his years of being an absolute demon, but it's still the Gavutu. What do you mean? Like, what was going on? Scump was frying them. He was absolutely cooking, and that's not something we expect necessarily to come out from him.
With an AR?
Yeah, exactly. You think Shotzzy is going to be the guy that maybe does that, but Scump in that map, if he plays like that, the rest of the tournament, it's a wrap, bro.
It is. So let's talk about the tiny territory for a second. Let's talk about Atlanta FaZe. Simp and aBeZy, aLLeY, how did they do?
They were starting off really, really hot. Actually, Simp was a bit slower. aBeZy was on fire, though. But then by map 3, man, they just really struggled to get on their feet. Simp, especially with the automaton. He started frying near the end, but it was just a little bit too late.
Right now, let's go ahead and take a look at a bracket to see what's left this event. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, we actually have 2 more games today. You got Breach and Ultra on the loser side, Thieves versus FaZe in the elimination round 3 side. And Nameless, the winter finals, I mean, OpTic and London Royal Ravens.
It's NA versus EU, baby. We'll see how that one goes, but OpTic with this crowd, it's going to be crazy.
I can't wait. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this has been one hell of a day. We have Toronto versus Boston next. If you watched that series right there, it was something legendary. And believe me when I say this, we are just getting started. On the other side of this break, we're going to continue on with day 3. And I can't wait to see you guys on the other side. We'll see you soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, welcome back. I don't even have a witty opener anymore. I'm lightheaded, I'm excited, I'm having so much fun. Beyond the desk, got my man Pricey coming from overseas, man. How are you feeling, and how damn crazy was that game? Tell them how loud it was.
It was very, very loud and very intimidating for everybody at home, honestly. But no, I'm excited to be on the desk. You know, backstage production, they said to me, look, the desk is very, very good looking. It's intimidating for new people. Can you go up there and tone it down a bit? So I'm up here to just bring the level of handsomeness down a bit or two.
No, it's increased.
No, big time. Nameless, man. You've been doing this for years now. I mean, how would you describe this event to them? The people that missed out on these sold-out tickets.
Yeah, we were talking about, man, this might be one of the loudest crowds we've ever had. Dude. You guys got to come out to one of these events because these teams are putting it all out there on that stage. I'm having some of the most fun I've ever had at a Call of Duty event.
Right, and aLLeY, from one great series into another, we have Toronto versus Boston. Is your body ready for this?
No, we still have 2 more matches today. I don't think any of us are mentally or physically ready for this.
All right, so let's go ahead and jump into it. Bryce, when it comes to Toronto Ultra, you casted that game, man. They found their way on the loser side of things, and what are your ultimate thoughts?
It's a very close game, right? We were talking about it as we went all the way through. Ultra and London, they've matched up very, very well, and we knew they would. The thing you got to take out of it for this one is that Ultra have said themselves, we need to work on our respawns. We know this team for being great in teamwork and a pretty elite team all the way through. The start of the season has not gone the way they wanted it to, however.
Right, and when it comes to the game field keys of victory and what's to be expected from this team, aLLeY, what does Toronto have to do?
Well, they need a big rebound from Insight. He was the lights out player yesterday in S&D, but he had a .78 KD in the series versus London. And back to elite form in S&D, 3-0 in the mode in this major. So keep that up in the series, especially against a team like Boston Breach. And trades. 67% non-traded death percentage in respawn leads league. So that means they need to stay close together. They need to be playing around each other as a team. I mean, this is a team built on teamwork, right? So I know they're going to come out hot after that heartbreaking loss.
Right now, Nameless, we're talking about how Insight needs to step it up, of course, but that's been the story of Toronto Ultra. There's always been a player that's been popping off, helping them win and whatnot, but in this total game against Boston, I feel like everybody has to really bring it.
No, absolutely, and they're playing Gavutu for map 1 and 3 once again, like they did in the last one. So Insight really does actually need to step up in this one. We saw Cammy have a little bit of a better performance, but it just wasn't enough in the respawns versus London. Now, granted, Boston, they aren't as good of a respawn team statistically as London, but what we've seen out of Boston last couple matches is these players are stepping up. We're seeing Capsidal have big performances. We're seeing players like Methodz also stepping up with a 1.11 in the last series. So it could be a lot tougher than what people think for Ultra.
Right, and when it comes to Boston as well, Pricey, I mean, Big Cap has been leading the way. You got Zenny with the clutches, TJHaly and Nero doing their thing. Let's talk about it.
Capsidal, that's the name of the game at the moment. Boston Breach have an ace in the hole, and his name is Capsidal. Every single time you think they're not going to get a rotation, there he is. Every time they need a break on S&D, there he is. He is the X factor on this team at the moment, and I'll be honest with you, I think if they didn't have him, they would not be doing anywhere near as well at this event.
You got that right. And when it comes to the game field keys to victory, Nameless, lay it on this, man.
Nero needs to keep up the hot slaying. You know, I felt like in the match that they had yesterday, he was a little bit nervous, playing timid. In the match today, this guy was on point. He was flying out at them with the 1.26 versus Paris. They beat them on Berlin, which was what we saw Paris go off on in their last match. So Boston Breach are looking good there. And then win the S&D war. Both teams are 3-0 in the mode this weekend, basically equal record. I think Breach are 5-4. And then you look at the Ultra, and they're 6-4 in that mode. So this is an S&D Titan battle here that we're about to have on the main stage. And then First Bloods equals success in search and destroy, 83% in 4v3 win percentage. It's #2 in the league. That is phenomenal.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for picks. As you saw, I just put on my Toronto Ultra glasses. Listen, hey, you've got to respect it, man. I'm rocking with the Europeans. From what we've seen so far this event, they have been incredible. And with the likes of Bands and Insight with that scope, if he starts to warm up again, English is hard, man. I really think that Boston's going to have a bad time. Brycey, oh, you're going to be so biased.
Look. Bias aside, right? I can put bias completely aside and I'd still pick Ultra. If I'm being perfectly honest here, it feels a little bit David Goliath. Boston Breach are a good team. I don't know if they're a great team or at least big enough to beat Ultra. It's literally very easy for me. It's Ultra all the way.
Ultra all the way. 2 for Ultra. Are you going to be the one that leans on Boston right now, aLLeY?
You know what? After Toronto's coming off of that harsh loss versus London, you got to take it situationally at this point. They just came off of Kuavo. They're going to play that in map 1, and they lost it versus London, and it was a really close matchup, and Insight not showing up in the way he can. Bance was really struggling. This really could go either way. I think if Boston takes that second Berlin, as long as they get to the late end of the series, the maps heavily favor them in the Game 4 and Game 5, but I'm going to go the safe route. I'm going to play for Toronto Ultra, but the upset potential is definitely there.
All right, Nameless, man. I mean, on paper, it just seems easy in my opinion.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't say it seems easy at this point in the tournament. It's going to be tough no matter what. I'm going to go with Toronto or Ultra, though. I just think that this team isn't going to go out like that, man. They're going to bounce back stronger. They're playing these maps for a reason, and that was an uncharacteristic series that we saw out of Insight. We know what he's capable of. He's going to bring it in this one.
I'm hoping that this series actually goes the distance once more, because today, I don't even know what time it is, but I know it's late, and we still have 2 more games today, this one being included in that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get the second to last game underway. It's going to be Toronto Ultra versus Boston Breach. Let's go ahead and have it.
Full, and he'll have some words for Crim 6. Forcing the issue on Mikey's inside of the fate, and that's going to be 5 in a row.
There's 2, there's 3.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Gunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. I'm legendary.
The madness, it continues. I gotta keep this short. I'm worried about my voice after that last one, but for the number 2 team all of last year, Toronto Ultra, the Kings of the North, look to get things back on track. On the other side, Boston Breach, the Cinderella story. Does it end here, or is it a miracle in the making? Let's beat our teams. First up, baby, we got Toronto Ultra. Bands, Cammy, Insight, Kleenex.
I'm glad to see that the vibes are high on this Toronto Ultra squad after that earlier match. I mean, they're ready to rock and roll. Look at them stretching out on stage. All right, Insight, I know you can hit those snipes for me, man.
All right, after that loss to the London Royal Ravens, the Europeans are ready to pick it up another notch. Maven, what's next?
Zenny for the winning. They're trying to make this run with a mix of veterans and youth. As I said, it's a Cinderella story. Can they keep it going? It will be one incredible upset they can get it done. Let's take a look at the team. Boston Breach. Capsidal, Methodz, TJ, and Nero.
Going top 6 in their very first ever CDL major. Boston Breach are looking to take it all the way.
They're trying to make it to top 4 in this match, and they got their work cut out for them. The young guy Nero was popping off earlier, as well as the veteran in Methodz. You've seen the vibes on that stage. These guys are ready for action, man.
Young gunners and vets combined. Boston Breach are trying to make some noise.
Absolutely, crowd. I know the last one was crazy, but he got some more. Come on, we got more. A few more matches today. How crazy Major 1 has been. Ultra, Breach. It starts now. Lando and Standy. Let's get it going.
Thank you so much, Maven. Absolutely, buddy. It is going to be an amazing, amazing series. As we said, this is for top 4. Loser goes out top 6. Jay, one team we fully expect to be in that top 4. The other, there's question marks around that being Boston.
Yeah, I'm excited for this series, man. Obviously, Boston, they're just trying to continue that Cinderella story. Getting that 3-2 victory over Florida, for such a young team, that's perfect because when you put themselves in this situation, it gets a little bit better. You're on the main stage, the crowd is probably not in your favor, and so far, they've just answered the call. They woke up today, they played Paris Legion, they dominated it 3-1. On the opposite side for Toronto, though, that series versus London, it was really close. 15-point hard point, came down to 1 round in the search and destroy, all the way to a round 5 in the control. This is going to be an absolute banger series as long as Boston can keep up in the slaying like they did in the last.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think aLLeY brought up an excellent point. Like, what are the vibes going to be like for this Toronto team, you know, whenever they walk out? It seems as if they're high, but it has to sting a little bit, right?
Yeah.
You just lost to the other European squad, the roster that's trying to obviously take your mantle as the best team in Europe. And obviously from the other side, the Boston Breach, the Cinderella story so far here at our OpTic Texas Major. Zinni and the boys are going to give it their best shot possible to see if they can make it into the top 4. I mean, what? It was Zed, I think, on Breaking Point, a little podcast, I want to say, that he was talking about this team. He said, you know what? We're happy if we get to top 6. Imagine if they can get to top 4, their very first major. What a story that it would be for this Breach team and a young roster at that, Jay.
Yeah, I'm excited for this young Boston roster, especially a player like Nero. He went throughout the entire qualifiers by dropping like a 0.9, but in that last series, he was a 1.2. And even in his interview, when he said he's playing that confident, it's going to be really hard to kill the guy. So he needs to keep up that same momentum going against this team.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we talked about a number of different players to look out for. I mean, when we're looking at this series, when we're looking at Breach specifically, Nero has been the talking point. I mean, you and I have casted, multiple Boston Breach games. He is the player to look out for. Now, I know we didn't get a chance to look at the maps and modes. We'll do that in a little bit, but we gotta focus solely on this Kavutsu hardpoint because, Jay, when I'm looking at that graphic, it doesn't look all the most promising for the Toronto win.
Yeah, obviously for Toronto, they're sitting at 0-2. On the opposite side for Boston, they're 1-1. But for Toronto, they played it twice when they came here. That was their auto veto before they entered the major. And unfortunately, they went up against a team like the Thieves, and that was not going to be close. That's their best map. And then even versus London, they lose that by 15 points, and it all came down to that P3 hardpoint. So if I'm Toronto, I just want to make sure that when we get that P3, we need to get that P4 because that is exactly the way that London were able to get back into that game. A full 120 seconds on P4 Money Hill.
Yeah, that's a great point. Well, actually, we'll have the opportunity to take a look at our maps and modes. And we were flying into Kavutsu. It's all good. Kavutsu hardpoint for game 1, Berlin Search and Destroy, followed up by a Kavutsu control in the center, Berlin hardpoint, and if it can go the distance, a Tuscan Search and Destroy. Jay, those first 4 maps for Ultra look very, very similar. I want to say those are all 4 that they played versus the Ravens.
And I would do the exact same thing if I was the Ultra because every single map was just so close. But I feel like this series is going to come down to the control. On one side, you have Boston, who's sitting at 1-4 on Kavutsu. They have the only win that they have gotten is when they actually had defense round number 5. On the opposite side for the Ultra, they're sitting at 1-1. So this series for me, I feel like both of these teams are powerhouse search and destroy teams. Toronto, they have been struggling as of recent in their hardpoint, 0-4 ever since they entered the major. They need to answer that call early into this series.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit, I guess you could say, like the Toronto Ultra of old where hardpoint wasn't great, search, destroy, control. That's where they saw success. But by no means do you expect for a Toronto-like roster to be winless so far in hardpoint. I mean, we can talk about that a number of different times. When it comes down to this series, we talk about, Toronto Ultra, considered to be the favorites in this match, without a doubt. I mean, the Des talked about it. Bryce literally even went to it to say that it arguably could be a David versus Goliath type of battle. For the Breach, and how important is it to get that confidence early, and specifically on a map where Toronto hasn't looked great on?
Yeah, for Boston, to come out here and win this first map, you got to basically do the exact same thing that London were able to do. To go back and forth at least for the first 3 hard points, but when you have that rotation towards a Money Hill, you have to hold it because Ultra, they're so good at just coordinating their team pushes, and you cannot allow that to eventually lead to a break on a hard point because if you allow Ultra to go on some streaks, eventually just easy off the rotation, they would just run away with the game.
Yeah, without question. Well, I know we're having a few issues getting into the game. We apologize for that. I think everything's getting sorted. The crowd's wild, by the way. Can I just say, the Arlington has been absolutely unbelievable.
Insane.
I mean, we're comparing it to some of the greatest crowds that we've seen in COD history. There was a lot of people talking to me about how, the UK crowds are the best. And I got to say, we'll see how that compares. But this Texas crowd is absolutely wild, and I know that they are rearing and gearing to get into our first hardpoint, which is just right around the corner. But both teams, Jay, Breach specifically, we've got them on our screens. As we said, the underdog coming into this game, the player to look out for is who?
It's got to be Nero. He has to keep up that same performance. Methodz is going to do exactly what he was able to do. He had a 1.11 last series, really clutches up in the search and destroys. He's the main AR that just puts himself in great positions to pick up these kills. But the consistent player has to be TJ. TJ is their X factor for me. This is a guy who can potentially take over maps whenever he wants. If he can step up in this game versus SMGs like CleanX and Bance, oh, it's going to be a great story for Boston.
Yeah, man. I think alongside Nero, one guy that we had to talk about in this series, by the way, is Zinni, right? Yeah. Methodz is going up against his prior team. When we talk about, I mean, all the drama around that, no Zinni, no Winnie, all of the drama, right, with Insight getting added to this team. This is a grudge match. I mean, what, is this the first time that he's played the Ultra?
Yeah, this has got to be a redemption match for Methodz.
And you can see the numbers, obviously, reflected there was having, I mean, what, I think it was a number of different people on social media who had outrage about Methodz being taken down from this team, an unproven European challenger player in Insight being brought into Toronto, and we obviously know how that story is, or at least how it has continued, right? Nothing short of a top 3 finish since he has been added to this team. A big game for Methodz, and as we said, man, I mean, he takes a huge responsibility on this Boston Breach team. And we talk about a number of different young players, 2 rookies. Obviously, you have TJ on this team, but obviously with the stream numbers, with the huge story on his name, the ability to enter into the stream game, to be able to have that massive fan base now, and to really launch the biggest, rather the newest brand in the CDL, a lot falls on his shoulders, and in the grudge match as well.
I know, but to get a top 6 in your very first event, very first major with a brand new team, you got to be feeling really good. Like Zed said, man, you just got to get top 6 and we'll be happy. But if you can get top 4 versus a team like the Ultra, who were the second best team we had all last year, oh man, the ceiling is super high for Boston.
It absolutely is, and I think when we talk about players who arguably can be the catalyst, right, into rising this Breach team up, we got to talk about Big Cap as well. I mean, what? The guy was literally at the back of the entirety of the team, just like you guys can see me. I don't care. All 3 of these guys can stand in front of me, and it's not going to matter. We are always looking at Big Cap. Obviously, he and I have a special relationship a little bit. You know, the streak that he went on a Kickoff Classic. We'll see if he can put up some similar highlights, because they are going to need him at his best. As we fly in for Gavutu Hardpoint. It's official. It's happening. I'm told that it's loading up.
And I know that Des touched on it, what player to watch on the side of the Ultra, and they were saying Insight. But for me, I think it has to be Bance. In that last series, he had a .74. This is a guy with the SMG in his hand that's usually putting himself in great position to shoot the opponents in the back. And obviously in that last series versus London, there was just too much aggression for him to properly set up. So if you allow Bance to really take over this series, that eventually opens up these lanes for Insights for him to put up better numbers.
Yeah, without a question, my friend. And also, I know we just looked at the Toronto numbers in terms of ranks right amongst the rest of the CDL. Bance specifically in that Gavutu Hardpoint versus London, 16 and 27. So this is the perfect map, the perfect opportunity for a player like Bance to go off. Here we go, Arlington, our 4th game of the day. Still 1 more to go, but we'll see if this one can live up to the OpTic FaZe type of hype, as it is Bance, the man that we just talked about. He gets sent flying as P1 in primary position on Gavutu specifically. Great work for Toronto. 12 unanswered points.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Boston, because that's going to be 4 dead in the feed. Toronto with 30 seconds remaining on this P1 hardpoint. So far, starting this off flawlessly. And you already have Bance in a position off the rotation. He finds another 2 kills. And with 20 seconds left, this can start to bleed for Boston. You need to make sure you get to that ship side for that P2.
I mean, this is already, like somewhat scary. Boston are just trying to, take a few fights toward the beach end. They're not getting anything done. It's going to be a perfect hold for Toronto at P1. And now off to the races we go. A current 1 versus 1. CleanX not able to round the corner. And there we have it. Nero making the nice 2-piece. Does eventually fall, but he will set up the breach to walk away with a few of their early seconds. Cammy, for God's sake, nearly takes down the whole team and then some. A nice little 5 spree. Toronto are here.
And CleanX, he was able to find 2 in the feed on a 2 spree. Right now, the Ultra, they're just trying to play these kills, trying to put themselves in a position where they could potentially pick up some tokens for that P3 hardpoint. Methodz, he does find that kill onto CleanX. They take care of the player that was going on the flank, and so far, this has been a flawless hard point from the Ultra when it comes down to getting the time, when it comes down to getting the kills, and getting the rotations. Right now, Ultra, they should be able to get this remaining 20 seconds, but that's going to be a clean forward dead for Boston. They break in.
But you see, though, right, I mean, what it takes for the Breach just to get past the early layer there of that Ultra roster. It's Methodz who has to put up 3, has to win some unfavorable fights, as the Breach will be able to tag on 20 points as we head into our third rotation on this first side, and it is going to be TJ first here, Boston prepared. And as we know on Gavutu, this hill specifically can be a money hill, a great opportunity, but Insight finds himself on the flank. That's a big kill.
Big kill coming in from Insight. The spawn should flip now, as the Ultra are going to take it back. Insight with great wall bang onto Nero. That's going to be a clean 4 dead. Last player is going to be Methodz towards top ring. And you see the pressure from Ultra. They're already pushing it out. Cammy finds 2. Bance, he spots the last player. Unfortunately, does not win the gunfight. But we were saying, Ultra, they just need to fix those little mistakes. In that series versus London, they lost by 15 points, and so far, they answered it early.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Thankfully, if you are a Breach fan, TJ has an opportunity to contest this. Bance with FMJ putting in all kinds of damage over at the tank. Someone angry about not winning the fight says, you know what, the automaton's not working out. Let me go pull up the pistol and get this job done. The race is on as we head toward our next hill, and it's currently a 1v1. You're looking at CleanX specifically around the corner and is able to drop Methodz, the first player there. A big moment right now for Toby. The pistol continues to fire well for Toronto. That was the farthest pushed up player, so he gets silenced. Breach still with spawns.
This is great for Breach. The only player that's going to be farthest pushed up is going to be Bance. Trying to cause some problems. Methodz is going to take care of him, so Boston secure the spawns, only being down by 30 points. 40 seconds remaining on this hill. Ultra, we watched them versus London. They could not break in. Want to take your time, try to put a couple kills together, and that's going to do it. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. The contestants here, TJ has to try to go big.
And there's still a lot of valuable time if you're Toronto. We'll see how they look to play this and how the spawns will appear on the map as well for Breach. Still spawning in the back line, so 20 seconds left. Somebody for Toronto can just back up and prepare for the next hill. Very well coordinated out of the Ultra, as that will be a nice little 3-wipe there for Boston. So they'll grab the final 8 seconds. But again, if you're Toronto, you're not too angry about that, as your goal was not to get the spawns at that 25-second mark anyway. So prepared for next, nearing that century mark, as Insight will wipe up the farthest pushed up player over at the boat. And still lingering, as he could be a problem. Nicely handled there from the Breach, but again, the layers only continue to show themselves for Ultra.
And just pay attention to number 7. He's the player that's trying to go for the flank, but Insight is able to take him down, secure the spawns for Ultra once again. Cammy doing everything he can to hold down top ship. He finds one, finds the second as well. One player that is trying to push up is number 6, which is going to be Methodz. There's only 25 seconds left on his hard point. Look at number 4, already thinking next. CleanX off the rotation.
And that's the scariest part, right, about this Toronto team is on a map like Gavutu, and it almost feels like the chess pieces are moving on the board, a map that oftentimes comes down to those rotations. Well, it hasn't been great for Toronto. You feel like on a map like this, they could start to get their feet wet. We got a double listen in. Let's start things off with the Ultra side, though.
Where's it? Too low. Didn't speak close. 2 low. Nero's in. Put on top. One more top out. Nero low, dad. One more in, low me. Top out, dad.
Didn't we? Their side. Inner. Inside the ring.
He's near me.
Dude.
Go on.
Then on
he's top. In it. Their side, dad. He's in it. He's in it. Yeah, he's still in there. That's one. In it. Last guy. Nice. Yeah.
I'm one shot, bro. I need help.
No time.
Wait down.
Stay down.
Nice. Come on.
Nice cap.
Keep it up. One more.
Sin's absolutely. No, someone gets it.
S1
Nero no.
S1.
Nero no. Nice. One more.
Oh,
absolute no.
All good. In there.
Already in there.
Yeah, Sin's gonna be mid tank. Or yeah, Sin.
He's pushing out P5. Teach.
Not the same guy.
P5. No P5. Like front box.
I'm
waiting for the guy. That's one.
You're old. Try and hold over me, Cam.
Listen, Zim is punch on. Zin's on. Nero's on ult. Nice. Nero no. Oh my god. Last guy. Nice. Good. Nice. P4.
S1.
Dead. Push off.
Wait,
already top cliff.
I'll get time. One more cliff. down. He's low rocks, low rocks.
Yeah, low rocks.
Low rocks. Just play our side for a sec. We're gonna nade over. We're gonna nade over.
Dad, one more close to me.
Covering Zed, he's got us 2. Win this one, win this one.
Okay, I'll try play.
Cap on time, absolutely.
Win this one. I'm the overtime, wait.
Hold on. We got their steps.
He's already on new. He's already on new.
Their steps.
He's beyond the rock. All good. He's top. One top. Yep.
I don't see top out.
Top out step.
Nice, on the stairs.
We'll take.
Kill that guy for me, I'm laying down.
He's dead.
Alright, top, let's go.
We'll take absolute. He's running back 30 steps fast.
Second cut, guys. Don't even rings in.
Top ring back.
Take time here. One break here.
Top ring. Top ring. Vance, I need to hit him.
Where you back? I'm top tower right now.
Okay, Vance was top ring on you.
I'm dating top ring.
I'm gonna help you top ring.
Watch out, that's top ring.
In the back.
I'm dating time.
Place in the back. I'm gonna come to you first cut.
Let's go, could be top.
Anytime.
Place is in the back.
Time.
I'm in the back. Top ring on you.
Quick time.
No, you got me. Keep second cut.
Yeah.
Last guy.
Up in mini deep.
He cut already crossed. Second cut, watch out.
Okay.
I did over.
Watch your second cut, Dad.
Deep.
I have a repitch.
Get time.
I'm in top.
I'm top dead.
Let's free.
Keep it going around mid.
Pick up right.
Yeah, I'm right. We missing. It's it. We're looking for it.
No, Toby.
Never take
Never take that.
That's alright. Okay. Let's fucking go, Zach. Fucking shit. Keep staying. I'm going cliff here.
Yeah.
Open you left.
Cliff for me. Dad.
Nice. I'm right now.
Okay.
Open you.
I got 2. Another take. Wait,
Tempo. They all left me.
Watch out mid. Watch out mid door. Orange steps. Watch out.
Orange steps.
Hitting
Watch out, Toby.
I needed it.
You want me to look cliff?
Back.
Watch out,
Toby.
That sounds like a man who's facing off against his old team. Methodz leading the way, 29-14, making some big plays over at the beach, and now the rotation is in, and Breach have got that one as well. Boston were down a good 40-50 points, and now Jay, they have got the advantage, and they cannot seem to miss.
Methodz is stepping up in the hugest moments, trying to complete the revenge tour, 29-15. Just going absolutely off. This has been a full hold coming in from Boston to take this lead. Up by 25 points, 20 seconds remaining on this point. If you're Ultra, you have to start thinking about that rotation, but you do not want to give up all this junk time. Here comes Insight, trying to do everything he can to contest. He's going to drop. Cammy, he's going to be the next line of defense. With 10 seconds left, though, pay attention to number 7. Kleenex's wins a huge gunfight off the rotations. Boston, Methodz has this glide bomb to work with. Only a matter of time before you use it.
Yeah, this is the time to use it, right? I mean, this is a perfect opportunity as Methodz will look to get in position, and here comes the glide bomb. We'll see what damage this can do, at least getting information for the team. No official kill in, but as we said, the information is priceless. As Capsidal will look to try and make something happen. Players dealt with not just Cap, but also TJ on the flank. Boston spawning over at P3, so they're not going to be too far away. But Vance seems to be dealing with them all the nicer, as it's all on the inside. In the point, he gets dealt with as well. Boston will break, and what a perfect time that it could be for them as well. Nobody from Ultra can seem to get close. Again, the streak comes in, makes all the difference. Here comes Cammy, though, doing everything he can to try to prevent what seems to be the momentum absolutely shifting toward the breach end.
And Boston cannot win here, but pay attention to your minimap. TJ, he's going to be the player that tries to make a play. Unfortunately, he's going to take a couple shots, give him his positioning, and he does get taken down. Next line of defense is going to be Cap. Takes down 1, takes down 2. He's going to be here. He just has to try to stay alive. Unfortunately, he does drop, and Ultra take control.
Ultra with control. Breach know how close that they are. 12 seconds away, but it could be Nero. It could be Nero who makes the play. At least is able to take down 1. Overall traded, but now it can set up TJ. It's a double flank from Boston, and they'll make the break. The break is in for Breach. They've done it. But Toronto, can they get here in time? 5 more seconds. Ultra getting dealt with. Insight falls. Last player is Cammy. And Boston will answer in our opening hard point. Methodz is looking at the other side and says, remember me? Remember me?
Unbelievable plays coming in from Boston. To be down 60 points When we went in for that double listening, on the side of Ultra, usually when we're going for their listening, they're always calm, cool, and collected. They had a little more pep in their step when it came to the comms, but when we switched over to Boston, you can just tell the momentum was starting to get in their side. Methodz was picking up kill after kill. Once he put himself in that position to get those kill streaks, they were down by at least 10 points. They also had that rotation to P4, and I told you, for the Ultra, when they went up against London, they could not break into that P4 hardpoint. Boston were able to hold down that money hill, grow themselves such a lead, and then eventually flip those spawns at the very end. Great plays coming in from Boston to answer early into this series.
And you and I talked about it, right? If you are the underdog coming into a series, what better way to answer than in the opening hardpoint? And they did exactly that. I mean, look at the score. Look at the way that it started off for Toronto. They were flawless after the first hill, but again, it comes down to that streak from Methodz. And I know that we were in the comms in that moment. You obviously heard the breach hyping up their captain, hyping up the guy who they want, right, to help get his revenge. Excellent plays from Boston, but it cannot be understated, Jay. Ultra's struggles in hardpoint now 0-5 at the major.
Yeah, that's insane to say, because when you think about the Ultra, usually they get it done when it comes to their teamwork. They don't really have to pick up a lot of kills. They're always going to do the fundamental things correct. But for some reason on this map, that puts them now at 0-3 versus a team like Boston, who like this map, who don't really see a lot of success though. They just came out and put on an absolute performance. Shout out to Zinni, man. Zinni for the winning.
Without a doubt, Zinni showing us exactly why that is the case. Better days ahead indeed. A great answer early out of the Boston side. Let's go and see how socials reacting to this one. This one coming through from Chloe. She says, this man Zinni playing to make Ultra want him back. And I gotta say, if Zinni's gonna be playing like that, they may be making some considerations. I don't know.
I know, and it's got to be more scary now for the Ultra, because versus a team like Boston, they haven't really seen a lot of success in hardpoint. But now they're going into a Berlin search and destroy, where Boston are sitting at 3-1. On the opposite side, Toronto have only played this twice. The first time that they lost was all the way in round 11.
Seattle,
accuracy,
right?
yeah. He was able to hit that clutch defuse, and then yesterday they were able to win it all the way in a 6-5 as well. I mean, actually today versus London. So this is going to be an intense search and destroy. If Ultra do not answer here, it's basically going to be done.
And that's why it's scary, man. As we said, the opening hardpoints, the hardpoints in general for Toronto, it's untypical. As we said, I mean, it wasn't as if they were the best team in hardpoint last year, but the search destroys, that coinciding with the controls. Now being in a position like this, it just makes you wonder what Breach have got cooked up for us. I mean, what they could have prepared in this next search destroy. You know, this is a team who is all about teamwork. This is a roster who knows, right? They don't necessarily have the top slayers in the entirety of the game, but with that awareness, as we said, it makes them that much scarier in search and destroy. And so far this season, let's go and take a look at our top performers in S&D, Jay.
Look at Cap. 1.27, and keep in mind in that series versus Florida, Cap had a huge 1v2 clutch to just give them that momentum to close out that map. On the opposite side, you have Insight. He was able to put on an absolute clinic with the sniper. He needs to have that same performance here. But even though we have both of these guys on our screen, for Toronto to come out and win this search and destroy, it has to be Bance for me. Bance is the guy that's going to be putting himself in great positions with that OBJ. Planting the bomb, sitting in corners on the bomb site. He has to step up here, because on that first map, he was just not putting it all together and went -10, I believe.
Yeah, man. See if Bance can turn it around. Toronto gonna have to hit the regain button because they're gonna need it. As we said, they dropped the opening hardpoint, and now Boston put in a position to succeed. A Berlin search destroy up next. We'll see if David can strike again versus good old Goliath. As we said, this match is for top 4. A lot on the line, whether it's just confidence in general if you're Toronto trying to showcase that, hey, we still are a top team in the game, while Breach at their very first major as an organization trying to go as far as they can, trying to make it to CDL Sunday. What a story that we have got. And as you said, Jay, the records, they speak for themselves.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Boston are able to bring here, because just based off that momentum, based off the listening, the energy is definitely there. And the biggest thing that I took is TJ. He was asking for, hey, Cap, where are you? He was asking for that information and being that leader. But here we go. Methodz able to spot that player.
Is that Bance the snipe?
I think so. Capsidal opens up with that first blood.
Nice job there from Cap. As we said, the story around Toronto has been Insight, right? With the sniper, the difference that has been with him grabbing it instead of Cammy, but Maybe a little bit of an audible coming out for Toronto. We'll see how that works out for him. On the other side, it's actually Cap who's got the sniper. Back and forth we go, but it's Bance who wins the fight and brings things now to a level heading. 3 versus 3 as the bomb looks to get planted at that B site. Cap still hunting for information.
45 seconds. Insight able to take that player off bomb, turn it immediately into a 3v2, but pay attention to Bance. He's going to be that player on flank. Insight, he does hop the bomb.
Cap hits it. Great shot from Cap that wipes him off. What could have been a defuse. CleanX aware of the position, drops him. Now it's all on the TJ. Gonna have to defend this site with all his heart, but CleanX rounding the corner is gonna spot him. Nice little retake there for Toronto. It got a little bit scary. Felt like for a moment, Jay, that Cap was not gonna see Insight on that defuse. He wipes him off. It then sets up something for TJ, but CleanX there to read him, and Toronto grab our first.
And right there, you could just tell that the Ultra did their homework. Even though they ended up getting first blood, they send Bance towards the back alley, knowing the positioning of Methodz towards that top treehouse. He was able to take him down, force it to a 3v3, and then eventually when Insight finds that kill onto the player on bomb, they set up the pinch. They're able to find the kills and eventually close out the round. Good defensive hold coming in from the Ultra, even after getting first blooded. Boston now on the defense. And Ultra going to send 3 players towards this A bomb. Cammy's going to give the information that 2 players are going to be there, so they have the man advantage. Insight gets the first.
That's also going to help your case as well if you are the attacking team. As we always like to discuss, the team with the objective, those first bloods mean that much more for them. How about Cap? Taking a different angle at the gunfight, and clearly it will work out. Meanwhile, the plant is going to be successful for Bance. Insight, great opportunity for a kill, lines it up, and we'll make it land. Breach now with the man disadvantage, and Bance very well could have some info on 1. Ryan in the corner he goes. Information not going to be gained. Nero takes down CleanX. A 2 versus 2 down to the Røkkr from the Boston. Ends up close, but Bance has got a shoulder ready for Nero. Cap on the other side. Now we'll make it a 1v1. Capsidal versus Insight.
Insight, he's just playing that he's not going to hop this bomb. He does have that sniper to work with. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a lot of time for Cap to work with, so Ultra are going to be able to chain 2 rounds together. Insight wins that with a pistol? That was a pistol across the hallway?
I have no idea.
Oh my God.
I saw Dashy doing some wild things with the pistol earlier.
Yeah, he's a freak.
Okay, so
okay,
it
not
wasn't.
a pistol.
I have to say, it sounded like it, but to be fair, Jay, the rat also could double as a secondary.
100%.
Double as a primary, rather, for a lot of our players.
100%. But right there, that round simply comes down to Insight just taking his patience on the flank. Once he finds that kill onto TJ, turns it into a 3v2, even though his teammates die across the map, on the side of Boston, they knew that he was playing the spawn, but repositions himself and eventually clutches out the round. Now we go on the offensive side for Boston. It's going to be an all-out B push. Insight, can he hit a shot? Unfortunately, he does not. Capsidal was able to make his way towards bomb.
Yeah, Ben says, not having a great this time with the sniper. Let's go and toss it back over to you, Insight. Meanwhile, talking about Bance, he will drop for the first blood. Nero there to grab him, and Capsidal, he's making himself quite comfortable inside of the docks. And Insight up close, as we said, with that sniper. Looking for the angle, obviously aware of the typical positioning at the warehouse. CleanX first on in. Cap will win that fight as well. Is the rat prepared? Is the pistol ready to go? Cap lingering, still roaming. 20 seconds left. Ultra have got to make a play. They've got to get on this. Still Breach with a double man advantage. It's a 4 versus 2. And Toronto are letting the time tick away. Big Cap with some big kills. All on to Insight. And this one's going to be done. Big Cap makes that site his own. Plants down the bomb, destroys the doors, and takes down everybody inside.
Just early aggression coming in from Boston. Once they were able to get that bomb down, to get the first blood. And then you see Insight, like, he was playing it really slow. He's on a 3 spree, potentially playing for some streaks, because he knows it's a 4v2. We have no players approaching the flank. Like, it's going to be impossible to try to take these guys out of that back warehouse. So Boston are able to get the round and also shut down Insight's potential streaks. Now they go into a defense. We saw what the Ultra were able to do. Now it's just full-out attack towards that A-bomb. They're going to commit towards it once again.
Insight still with the big boy. Cap says, you know what? I would like to continue on my little spree that I've got going. Wipes away half of the Ultra, and Nero will find Insight. These Røkkrs are hungry. Give them all 4.
And we were wondering why Cap has a 1.27 in S&D. He is not afraid to be a risk taker. He goes right down the middle of the map, puts himself right through that secret door, finds two, and eventually gets out with his life. 4v2 situation, your SMGs are flying and frying. The young guns both get 2 on the round, tied up at 2 apiece.
Young guys are hungry. You got to feed them. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a Boston fan as well. But we talk about, the strengths of this team throughout the entirety of the season. The big conversation around Breach was that, maybe they could be good at hardpoint, who knows, control, all that stuff. But search and destroy can be where they win. As TJ continuing to look great in the early rounds, he ends up getting taken down by the nice shot from CleanX. So we got everybody from Ultra rocking out the sniper. Meanwhile, it is Boston getting ever closer toward that A site.
And CleanX, he was able to spot a player, but Nero, he's going to be able to get this bomb down and get away with his life. So on number 3, which is going to be Insight, he's going to be that player that tries to work his way through the middle of the map. 35 seconds. CleanX does have this sniping hit. Fortunately, Methodz is going to read his position, puts down a couple shots. 30 seconds left. Nero's able to take down 1.
Maybe it was on the defuse. He ends up getting taken down. Boston all aware of the way that Ultra like to play these situations. Nero, here we go. That's going to be 1. A few extra shots, and that will be a perfect pinch out of Boston. And as you said, Jay, it came down to CleanX having the sniper over toward gold. Nero's able to plant it, get away with his life, and from there, Ultra just couldn't find him.
Yeah, it's just so far, it's been textbook search and destroy from Boston. They get that bomb down, they make sure they're watching their flank, they're making sure they're watching the middle of the map, not allowing anyone to be a playmaker on the opposite side. And then they're just slowly picking apart. Their SMGs are making plays. Once they find that 1 kill, someone's going on the late flank, someone's trying to set up a play. And so far, Boston have put 3 rounds together.
Look at his numbers.
3. Unbelievable.
Methodz and TJ are just happily just sitting in the backpack right now. Capsidal 10 and 3. Nero as well having a great search destroy so far, but Cap finally getting taken down. A sweat off the brow type of situation if you're Ultra just to get Capsidal out of this round at the least. First blood granted, and they will also find the second. A sneaky little Nero trying to make his way around the flank. He will get dealt with. We talk about the Rooks. Now it's time for the vets to go clutch, and that's the best way to start it off.
TJ takes down 1, and they know Insight is on the left side of the map. But Ultra, they're not going to waste any time. We're going to go for the immediate bomb plant. Still have the man advantage. Insight is covering so much of the map right now. TJ does find 1, makes it a 2v2. Vance gives up his information. He's able to win the gunfight. But now Methodz in a 1v2.
Can Methodz be the Iceman? TJ having a big part already. Now sets up the captain for the 1v2. Time continues to tick away, and that will sit in Methodz' mind. So many different crossfires, so many angles where Toronto could be, yet to show themselves, yet to reveal anything. And that will be a round granted for Toronto. Not enough time for Methodz, and obviously the fact that he hasn't found either of the players is going to give Ultra a round that they desperately need, having to stop the momentum, having to slow down what is a very, very hype Breach team at the moment. But again, Jay, getting Capsidal out of the round, I think, set Toronto up for a decent amount of success.
Yeah, that was a perfect play coming in from the Ultra. They 3 committed towards back alley, and as Capsidal was trying to rotate his way out, gets all that information that, hey, they're not going to probably approach this A-bomb, but they catch him off guard, hit through back alley, take control, get the bomb down, then eventually close out the round. Capsidal sitting at 10 and 4. It's going to be super aggressive towards the middle of the map.
We've seen this before, but out of the opposite side, right? Toronto known for plays like this. Breach taking a play out of their own book, and he'll catch him off guard. Nice plays from Nero as he'll grab the AR off the ground. The problem being is it's going to have to stay there. A nice little return for Cammy, but still, man disadvantage for Toronto. The bomb's still on the back of TJ. Is Vance aware of the position? Is he going to think that somebody's top 3? Peekaboo. Thank you, Capsidal. 2 down, 2 to go. A clutch situation for Toronto. We'll see if they can make it happen. TJ wiped off the bomb. And now it's all up to Methodz again.
40 seconds left. Methodz works his way through back alley. I guess that's going to be a player on the timing. Oh, unfortunate timing coming in from Methodz. Ultra able to take 2 rounds in a row. That's going to be 4-3.
I think that was a 2v4.
Yeah. That was a 2v4, and if I'm Boston right there, you just gotta make sure you're putting yourself together. You wanna make sure you play the trades.
Especially versus Toronto team, right? Team that's always gonna expose any little thing that you'll give them.
They put themselves like towards the end of that round. Once they found those first 2 kills, everybody was just in a position where they really couldn't get out. So like, once you lose that first initial one-on-one, you still have a 3v2, but then you lose that one-on-one in a 2v2 situation. Toronto was just able to pick them apart. But Ultra once again, going on the attack through back alley. This time though, Boston have 2 players here.
2-2 split for Breach. Ultra aware of it as player 3 and inside. He'll stay there, so he's going to continue to give that information the best way that he can. At least over toward that plat side. Yet for anybody for Breach, supply some extra forces. It's a great opening kill there for Bance. Meanwhile, Kleenex making his way up through the alley. The only player that was on the A site is now done and dusted, but Kleenex again. Nice plays around the corner. One player from one side, one player from the other. It's TJ and Nero trying to make a play. Nero with the first bit of information. He's going to get red, and now it's all up to Tej. 1 versus 4.
Yeah, 35 seconds left, 1v4. This is not going to be easy as Toronto, clean round. 3 back-to-back-to-back. Puts them at game point. If I am Boston, I am just continuously keeping up the aggression because the early rounds where they were winning, they were just super aggressive. Submachine guns were flying left and right. Right now, this slow and steady game is not working in their favor.
See what the vets look to say. Obviously, in a situation like this, we talked about how search, destroy, how awesome this would be for Boston if they were able to take it. I mean, on top of taking the hard point, the search, destroy versus Toronto would surely give them all the confidence in the world. But it's going to have to start with this round. Advance going to try to take any bit of confidence away from them. The vet versus the Røkkr, and Capsidal somehow manages to escape. Met with the stun, met with the nade. Capsidal taking every bit of damage possible. And Ultra will settle in.
Yeah, Ultra just back on down. Vance gets away with his life. Now Capsidal, he's able to slide his way in. Cap, I just want to close that window before I work this bomb plant. Not give them any opportunity to try to get in, but here comes Kleenex. He's able to take him off bomb, make it a 3v4.
Yeah, Vance backs up and says, Kleenex, I think this is more of your fight. Toby happy to take any close range fight that he can rather get. 30 seconds left, 3 versus 3. Cammy, quite a few bullets established toward top 3. Meanwhile, TJ's trying to get some work done over on the street, but Nero always on the flank, always causing problems. Blows up the barrel, but somehow Cammy's still alive. Kleenex as well, holding on for dear life as they're going for a ride right now on the docks, but Nero takes down 2, and that will be Boston answering in the biggest of ways. How many situations, Jay, where it felt like one player was going to die, then they escape, one player comes on in. So many close quarter fights, but somehow Boston get it done.
Yeah, right there in that situation, if you're the Ultra, you get the bomb down. You already have the man advantage. But then when you allow TJ to even up the numbers, that's what opened up that middle map for Nero. He closes out the round, picking up all 3 to keep Boston alive in this game. Now currently down 5-4. Toronto on the attack. So far, their bread and butter has been going towards this A-bomb, but they're going to do exactly what they just did. But Nero gets first blood this time around.
Boston read it. Nero specifically, they felt like in a moment's notice, Toronto were going to go with the same strat, send everybody through fire. Toronto met with some adversity. We'll see how they look to answer it. Still a lot of time in this round, as half the lobby has fallen. But again, for the breach, it comes down to the vets to send us, potentially, to a round 11. Insight will settle in over at that B site, plant down the bomb. As now the focus instantly gets turned toward the breach side.
And Cammy put himself in a situation and watch this cross for Insight. 35 seconds left, TJ and Methodz, the vets. Trying to clutch it up and force it to go to around 11. TJ is going to get spotted, but he gets away with his life. 25 seconds left. They know the positioning of Cammy. If they can take down Insight, they should instantly hop this bomb.
Oh, they take their Insight. They take him down, but the window's open. Doesn't matter, though.
Hold the cross.
Cammy has no information. Cammy has no information. TJ's on the defuse. Can Cammy get here? He's trying to find the angle. Can he find the angle in time? No, he will not. And Boston down 5-3. Win back-to-back rounds, and now we've got ourselves overtime.
Round 11. Who's got more ice? Boston.
Time to find out.
Able to put 2 rounds together to force us to this round 11.
I love this. This is so good.
This is intense.
This is
so intense.
As we said, I mean, the story has been written. Toronto cannot afford to lose this. Breach on the other end. Nothing but positives if they could pull off a clutch like this, but here we go. This round 11 is about to go down quick, and that's the best way to start if you are Toronto. Taking down Methodz in a powerful position on the breach end, and Cammy will find one as well. Nero called upon, and he'll answer the call. TJ as well takes down Kleenex. A 2v4 now turned to a 2 versus 2. Bance and Insight versus TJ and Nero, and that bomb now being rotated over toward B again.
And number 8, he smells something, but they're still paying attention towards this A-bomb, so Ultra are gonna be able to get this down. Your Insight, you just want to be the safety net. He has a sniper to work with, but both of the Boston players just being super aggressive towards this B-bomb. They were able to spot Bance.
They saw him. They toss out the nade. Gonna go for one. As we said, Toronto with this positioning, I mean, they can afford to look over this for as long as possible. Bance able to take down Nero. 1 versus 1. Insight gets the hit marker. But
gotta go.
TJ's on it. Can he hold Insight? Steady holds the shots, knowing that the game is in the balance. Has to line up that crosshair and just make sure that the second bullet lands. Woo! Toronto hold on after being up 5-3. Breaks us to around 11, but Insight with that sniper, as we said, we knew he was gonna be great with the sniper, but it felt like everybody from Toronto touched the car at some point. It's a big place from Insight. Obviously at the end, a major 1v1 for him to take, and just like that, Toronto narrowly, by the skin of their teeth, level us at 1.
And that was almost really scary on the side of Toronto, because you put yourself in a 4v2 situation. You get the first blood, you find the kill on the Capsidal, which is the superstar on the side of Boston. But then immediately, TJ and Nero were able to find 2, force it to a 2v2. But Insight, he knew he does exactly what he needs to do, puts himself in the clutch position to get that player off that bomb site. Now we are tied up at 1 apiece. And this is exactly what Toronto needed. They needed to win a map so they can put themselves into this series. And I'm pretty sure every time that they've played Berlin Search and Destroy, it's went down to around 11.
It just feels like that with this Toronto team. You know, they can't get it done easy. They have to provide some antics. Who knows? Maybe it was even planned at some point. It's definitely not planned. They're in the losers bracket. Nothing is planned of a moment like that. But let's go and take a look actually at our Scump play of the game. We got to take a look at the final few moments in this search and destroy. As we said, Jay, a big moment. Breach get the information on where Bance is. Walk us from that moment.
So right here, there's 30 seconds left. They were able to spot out Bance. Then in this 2v2 situation, Bance gets the perfect timing to get that player like Nero off of that bomb site. TJ finds the tree. Now there's 20 seconds left. A hit marker comes in for Insight. But if you're TJ, this is difficult. You have to try to hop this bomb or at least go for the ego chow. But Insight stretches a little bit to the right side and was able to shoot his butt cheeks off right there to clutch up the map. Now tie the series up at 1 apiece.
Darn it, Tej, if you just would have, brought it in just a little bit more. Who knows? Maybe you could have walked away with the game. Who knows? Maybe you'd be up 2-0 right now had it not been for that extra cheeseburger gate last night. But hey, who knows? It's a 1-1 game, and it's going to be an exciting game number 3, folks. When we come back after the break, it is time for some Gavutu control. No 3-0s today. Here we go, friends. We'll be right back.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Welcome back, you beautiful people. It is day 3 in our OpTic Texas Major. Everybody's going nuts. Everybody's going crazy. We don't know what to expect. The eyes of Capsidal have struck us all. We've all found ourselves in love with this guy at some point, and I found myself in love with this great series. It's currently a 1-to-1 game. What, Toronto Ultra answer back in round 11. And Jay, for you and I, we've had 3-0s throughout the weekend.
Yeah.
We've got a guaranteed game 4, baby.
Finally.
I'm ready for this.
Go.
I'm excited about this. By the way, if you're just tuning in, this is what you missed. Yeah, around 11, 5-5 type of moment. Insight lands the snipe. TJ just couldn't clinch hard enough. And with that, as we said, we've got ourselves a guaranteed game 4. Let's take a look at how Social is reacting to this one. What a shot by Winsight. Insight with the ice. And as we said, Jay, obviously as a one of the greatest snipers of all time in your own, obviously, I give you that title. I think you put yourself there 100%. As well. A situation like that, right, for Insight. It feels like a snipe like that is just so customary, but in a moment like that, I mean, knowing that everything is on the line, I feel a bit different.
Yeah, 100%, especially when you get the hit marker to start it. Like, you probably should have closed out the round 10 seconds ago, but once you get that hit marker, it gets a little scary, but he was able to clutch it up. So now we go into a Kabuto control. Both of these teams haven't really seen a lot of success. Main focal point that needs to be focused for both of these teams is just simply slaying. You want to allow yourself to get that defense just in case it goes to that round 5.
And it's funny, right? Because you and I have casted so much of Boston for each, specifically in the controls, and it's been a matter of them just not being able to have enough slaying numbers as we, enter in toward those round 5s. And obviously we've heard information that that's going to be changing. But also the biggest problem for Boston, they finally figured out control. They get a W, right, earlier versus Paris, but it was on Tuscan. And now they're back on the old problematic map of Kabuto. We'll see how they look to try and withstand this Toronto pressure. But as you take a look to the top side of your map, you can see that Ultra are 2 ticks in already. A lot of time to work with if you are the Toronto in. We'll see what Breach can look to try and do, specifically what Big Cap can do toward the cliffs.
And CleanX is a huge one-on-one. He's going to get out with his life, but here comes Cap. Try to slow down that pressure. He's able to find 2. Insight eventually gets the trade. But just look at the mini-map. Look at what CleanX is doing. He's just finessing his way around in the spawn, able to take down 1. Player's going to shoot him right in the back. He's just going to go for the eagle. Chow him flying.
He's flying. He's ready to fry. Give him some more kills. CleanX is hungry as well. He's ready for him. The rest of his teammates can just barely get out of spawn. CleanX, meanwhile, is just roaming around saying, hey, you know what? This territory is a little bit different. I haven't been over here in a while. CleanX finally taken down, but as we said, a minute on the clock now goes to 23 seconds, and something has to be done from the Toronto end. And boy, they're doing a great job at making their way through that beach side. Cammy looking to watch the flank. P1 is the focus, as that will be the cut in which Breach will look to try and exploit his push. Insight left all by himself. All that remains is going to be Bance, the farthest pushed up player. He'll look to try to provide some pressure. Still over at B, but meanwhile the fights will continue at A. Back to boat we go, and the clock will stop at 6 and some change. Can Toronto get this final tick?
Right now, Boston up by 2 lives. Gonna try to be aggressive on this. Unfortunately, they're gonna drop 3 dead. And right now, Ultra, they have players on both points.
Wow.
They have one player, number 1, which is Bance, just stalling out time while they're picking up every single kill in the feed. They complete A. The second tick is already in for B. This can be bad for Boston if they can't stop this.
Yeah, it does not look great for the moment, but Methodz starting things off quite nicely. Nero gets answered. Methodz says, I'll just do it myself. No problem. Put me in a position to clutch, and I will. Excellent place from Methodz. That will slow down the Toronto push. With 55 seconds left, we'll see what Toronto can do. As we said, we're pretty much even in lives. So 1 more, maybe 2 more good pushes overall if you are the Ultra. As Bance looks to get things started with a nice headshot there on the Capsidal. Breach working off of a decent amount of information, killing players from the front, but it's Insight applying flash pressure from the back, as that'll be 3 in a row for him. Overall, Breach starting to feel the pressure as now they're brought down to just 3 lives.
And Toronto, they're gonna get on it. They should be able to close out this round. Toronto Ultra able to walk away with the very first offense of this game. That's exactly how you want to start. Obviously, we saw Boston towards the later half of that. They were starting to fight back, fighting for that map control. But when you trap yourself in your spawn, all Ultra need to do is just find 1 to 2 kills. You get that player all spawned, and then eventually you set up that pinch. while eliminating that player from the point. Perfectly executed from the Ultra in that round 1.
Jay, it feels like every time we watch Kuavo control, it's one of two things. It's either everybody can just somehow win an attack, or it's just 5 straight defensive victories. For you, and what was the biggest difference for there? What did teams need to replicate that Toronto just showed us?
They just did a good job of just being patient. Like when inside, he was able to work his way up the middle of the map. And once he finds that kill, it eventually allows his teammates from top ring to eventually push up and be aggressive and close out the round.
See if Boston can look to try and replicate that. Nice shots coming through from Cammy. He ends up getting taken down. So the game currently lingering the way that it is. Insight now finds himself on 5 in a row. Methodz aware of that as the calls, I'm sure. Communication fully spread out from the breach side, saying we have got to take down Insight and we've got to take them down quick. Methodz trying to do some work through the middle side of the map, and so far he's been successful. Hanging out through middle, while his teammates look to try to push up through P1. A big moment already for Breach. Let's step aside and go to a listening in this very crucial moment for Boston.
I got him.
Push out, top 3 Cammy. Top 3 Cammy.
Okay.
On the run. Wait, is Cam top 3?
Yeah.
I watch out. 20-second cut. He was one shot. Couple down. Give me first, I think. Second cut, one shot. Absolute second cut.
I got good time.
I watch. Good time. First 2. Cammy connects first 2. What's the back?
Give me that.
I'm
gonna try to get time.
I'm gonna take. I'm laying down next to the tank.
Are you in it, Zim?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on point. You watching over me?
Yeah, I'm over you.
Your pitches up this one.
This
Second cut inside.
Pitches up this one.
Sit down.
Got me. Second cut.
Nice. He's on me.
Let's go. Hoppy. Hoppy.
Yo, we guys gotta get A too. We only have 20 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, they're rapid B.
I think they're on cliff.
You go away alone.
Push me, B, guys.
Second guy, clean it.
Guys, we need to get on point.
I heard that. First, bring tech one shot, guys. Bring tech one shot. Front house, guys, front house. Going ring steps, tech.
Flank after flank. Boston not just flanking, but also doing a great job at slaying, but still they sit with just a second left. They can't even get to the time, and somehow Toronto, despite getting outslayed, Toronto continually getting flanked, somehow walk away with the defense as it looked like Boston had that one under control. Jay, what went wrong?
I think Boston, they put themselves in a great position. Once Nero finds that those 2 kills, they had 3 down, and then eventually they were able to get on that point. But I think the biggest turning point, what just threw them completely off, had to be Methodz' team nade onto Capsidal, because eventually you have to give up your position, have someone fill that gap, and at that point you just wasted too many bodies on that left side of the map. Ultra was just able to shut down that B push. Now go up 2-0. Back on the attack. Ultra, they were able to get it done the first time around. Kleenex finds the first one. A lot of pressure coming in towards ship.
Nice plays from Vance off the start. We always talk about the initials, specifically on Kuavo for the attacking end, as Vance will now enter in toward 4 kills in a row. Streaks potentially on the minds of Ultra as both SMGs are lighting it up as Kleenex. Stamp of approval inside of green, gets taken down off of the 6-free. Meanwhile, all of this is happening at A. The SMGs are frying at the boat. Cammy was trying to sneak his way over at B, and it will be a successful sneak at that. Gets the tick at B, 1 tick at A as well. Some solid progress early for Toronto, but they cannot run into the same issue as Breach. They've got to make sure they've got players stopping this clock, players' bodies on the point. As the map will reset for a moment, and TJ start things off quite nicely. Nice little kill toward the bottom, but Vance and Kleenex continuing to slay.
And right now, currently, Ultra up by 4 kills, just in case it does go to that round number 5. But so much map control coming in from Boston. Capsidal was able to find 2. Cammy and the rest of Toronto Ultra trying to attack through that cliff side. This is going to allow Nero to try to hit that flank. Big one-on-one versus Insight. Only 2 players from the Ultra pushed up farther toward the middle. Methodz taking care of 1. Last player is going to be Cammy. He finds 1. With 15 seconds left. All you have to do is keep him off this point.
Ooh, Nero nearly turning on to the second. Nice reaction. They're out of the rookie. From one rookie to the other, Capsidal now says, it's my turn to slay. Thinking about that round 5, thinking how solid these first 2 have been for Toronto. Breach going to do everything they can to hold on to that advantage. Or rather, to hold on to the advantage that they had in that round, as they'll finally get on the board.
I'm pretty sure Breach, they put themselves in position, at least tied up the kills or put themselves up by 1. So they just have to try to win an offensive round. It all starts with just capturing that A point. You need to get that A point to allow your SMGs to push up through green, hit the late flanks towards top red tower, and eventually try to execute that pinch once again. As the push is going to come in. Cammy trying to put shots down from top green, not able to take down one, but CleanX finds one all the way across the map. Nero with the trade.
Nice trade from Nero. 2 players from Toronto, though, looking to make the pinch happen. Nice crossfire already. Set up by the Ultra. As that will halt the initial play out of the breach. Capsidal's position made known, and well, Cammy will pretty much fill him up with lead in a number of different ways. Every limb taken clean off. Nice plays already out of Cammy. Now he'll sit on 2 in a row. Great work already from the Ultras. They'll look to send Bants flying. And really, Breach, they just can't seem to get a foothold anywhere on the map. As Capsidal will look to try to change that, looking to try and lead the charge for Breach. Get something going. As we're already a minute into this round. See what Breach can look to do as Ultra just, they're just all over the base. They cannot seem to lose fights. Feels like there's 6 of them right now on the map. A big 1v1 happening inside of the boat. 1 versus 7. Bants is able to take it. Toronto can do no wrong as the clock continues to go.
Now 30 seconds. If you're Boston, you just have to get on this point, but Toronto able to find 2 kills. CleanX finds 2. One player is going to make his way all the way towards B, but he actually is going to get read by Insight. He's going to be one-shot. Methodz has to try to stall time for his teammates to get into play, but eventually he gets taken down. Now with 17 seconds left, the clock does stop. But Toronto Ultra, they're just all over the map. They're just making these kills happen everywhere, just keeping it stagnant. No players from Boston are going to be farther pushed up.
Hey man, it feels like there's like 15 Toronto Ultra players. Where did all these guys come from? Breach finally able to stop the clock, but only for a moment. Cammy wins the 1v1, and Toronto will send everybody flying, but Tej at least able to find 2. Nero there for the 3rd, so a moment to breathe if you are Boston. And we'll see what they can do with this advantage as Tej looks to continue to fly. Another big 1v1, loses that. But Breach look poised to take it. They will stack it, and they get that extra minute. Boston hanging on by a thread. And we'll see what they can do with this new life. Down in lives. We'll see if they can make the play and force the round 5.
TJ's got to take his time. All of his teammates are trying to approach that flank side. He does get spotted by Bants, gets him 1 shot. Unfortunately, not able to pick up that kill. But Capsidal, he's able to make his way through the back. Capsidal should be able to make a play. He finds 1, unfortunately does get traded. It's now 9-7 in lives, 35 seconds remaining. TJ Methodz able to find 2. Methodz unfortunately does lose that gunfight to Bants, but they get on that point.
They'll stop it at 30 seconds. The final hold for Boston, what can they do? We'll see what the play looks to be as Nero starting things off nicely with that top P1 position. Bants now in a big 1v1. Who's going to walk away with it? It will be Bants. No respawns left for Breach. As now it'll be a 3 versus 6. 20 seconds on the clock, and Breach, not only do they have to get onto the point, they just have to get across the map. A lot of positions in which Toronto could be hiding. Can Methodz make the play? Can he find the lane? TJ's opportunity, not able to seize it. All 3 players from Boston fall in a moment's notice. And just like that, Toronto able to chain the search and destroy now into the control. Gavutu is cursed for Boston, clearly, Jay. That's what it has to be. Has to be a curse.
It's got to be, especially when you come out and lose your very first defense. That was the tone setter from the Ultra. The fact that they were able to go out there, win their very first offensive round, and then follow up with the next 2 defensive rounds, that's exactly how you want to play Gavutu. You can sneak one of those offenses, usually leads to a W at the end of that game. But look at the performance coming in from Bants. This is a guy who I said needed to step up. Didn't really have a good performance in that map number 1, but leading his team 26-22, 17 non-traded kills. He was just putting himself in great position. He only has 2,900 damage. That means he's, with that AR in his hands, probably hitting the late flanks, getting the trade whenever it was necessary, and eventually Ultra put themselves up 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, and it just, I don't know about you, Jay, but it really comes down to actually an attacking round for Boston.
Yeah.
I mean, as we'll take a look through the highlights, that one round in particular for Breach, where they're up and slaying. They seem to have great map control, but they lose a few players, and just like that, despite having everything going in their favor, despite playing what was, it looked like a perfect attacking type of situation, they still lose it. And really from there, Toronto walked away with the advantages. And felt like in that moment, I don't know, maybe it's a situation for Breach, just miscommunication, maybe rookies making plays they shouldn't. I know we've talked about that a lot with this younger type of team. Mistakes are obviously prone to happen, but I don't know about you, but it feels like it comes down to that round.
Yeah, it definitely does come down to that round, and it all started when Methodz accidentally got that teammate onto Capsidal. You had two of your players who were working their way all the way around the back. If Cap was able to stay alive, you put Methodz towards that top ring, you allowed Nero to eventually get those 2 kills, and everyone is still alive. You have everything cut off, and they would have been able to close out that B point. Usually when you close out B, A is a lot easier to hold and eventually capture, but that wasn't the case here. Toronto able to clutch up. And it kind of got scary for me too, because they were just tunnel visioning towards the right. No one was picking the flank, but they were able to clutch up once again and now take the commanding lead 2-1.
Yeah, as we said, I mean, the respawns are everything in this series. We talked about it, right? Search destroys, who knows? It could absolutely go either way. Toronto walk away with that. They answer off of the early hardpoint loss. And now they've got themselves in a prominent position in this series. But let's take a look at social media. Let's see how everybody's reacting to this elimination game. Ultra's blender mode, yeah, it's on. Like you said, Jay, I feel like they had like 10, 15 players on Gavutsu at different moments. They were just absolutely frying in Breach's base. Again, just the multiple layers, the prowess of a team like this. As we said, coming in from Cold War, now into Vanguard. Not many teams did that, right? It was Minnesota and FaZe along with Ultra. They bring this team in, and obviously you see the coach going over things. Marky B and Flux just trying to issue out that information, trying to keep this team level-headed. But as we said, Jay, this team's been here before. They've been in moments like this. We'll see if they can clutch up in the Berlin.
And the only thing that scares me for the Ultra is that they have yet to win a hard point throughout this entire major. They are 0-5. But now they're going into a Berlin hardpoint where they're sitting at 1-1, and the opposite side for Boston, they're sitting at 2-1. But just the way that they played that versus London, once again, losing that by only 45 points, you just have to fix a couple of these little mistakes and just keep the slaying up. Bance, you have to keep up that same performance.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I mean, obviously, we talked about a number of different guys, but Bance specifically is always going to be on the mind. Obviously, in a map like Berlin, we're talking about a number of different rotations, a number of different little plays where the SMGs can absolutely have their time. Marky B giving out some high fives, just trying to keep the roster focused. Obviously, on the other end, Zed trying to keep his boys focused as well. What could be our final map of the series, the final map for Boston at this major. We'll see what they can do. We'll see if Breach can dig deep. And I don't know about you, Jay, but I do remember a certain individual who happens to be named Big Cap, who had a nice little moment on this hardpoint map specifically at the kickoff that forced him to a Game 5. We'll see if they can dig deep again, as we said.
And it's all going to start with this P1 hardpoint. All these gunfights that go down in this hardpoint, you have to make sure if you're the team that's spawning on the opposite side towards trains, if you lose those initial gunfights, you cannot give it up so easy. Make sure you send somebody on a route to try to flip those spawns. But here we go. Game 4, Toronto spawning on the better side. You have Nero on our screen who's going for the immediate flank. Kleenex does take down one, but Nero, they're not gonna read this. He finds one, he finds two, trying to go for the third, he finds all three. Give him the fourth. Unfortunately, Bance is gonna take him down. But the spawns do flip for Boston. They can be able to hold this down.
Oh, Nero, he's a dirty boy. I love plays like that. I mean, what, he was in the interview with Maven. He was talking about how, hey, if I am flying, if I'm frying, nobody can take me down, as we'll learn exactly why that's the case. Turns and burns onto Kleenex inside of the middle, and just like that, Breach will find their lane, they will get the spawns, and now they will also accrue the time as well. A great situation as Cap laying down inside of gold. Breach will be set up to walk away with the final seconds at P1. Now, the rotations we go. Bance nearly finds two, but it will be Ultra ready and prepared at Library.
Kleenex huge one-on-one versus Capsidal. As Ultra do have the spawn towards the back, but Methodz, he was able to spot a player. He's actually going to come up behind them as well. Fancy makes his way up the steps, but the contest does come in. He's able to take down one, take down both. But the spawns are still there for the Ultra towards that back warehouse. Only 35 seconds remaining on this hard point. If you are Boston, you want to put pressure on this, but you want to make sure you lock down that P3 because it is a money hill.
Yeah, as we know by the graphic, right? One of the primary talking points about Berlin. P3, it's the money hill. We'll see what Boston can look to try and do, and really for Ultra's sake, big position for them, and they will answer accordingly. Nero trying to fry, trying to slay early to allow for his Boston brethren to have some uncontested seconds to start over at Fire. Final few moments, Breach, they're gonna contest this. They want to try to fight this one out. Spawn Ultra as far back as they can, so nice stalling done by the Boston end, but 2 make it 3 will fall, and now the push will come up through street. Player 7 going to be called upon quite early as TJ. Knowing that push is going to be necessary, not just from the street, but also from the plat side. Vance making a work for it, as that'll be 3. Nice shots from Vance, but at the end, Breach will hold on despite the nice play, still with spawns, and soon to be the advantage in terms of score as well.
Boston keep control of the spawns. Now with 30 seconds left, they will be able to take this lead right on back. If you're Boston, number 5, you have to start thinking about that rotation. Cap gonna make his way into Fire. Unfortunately, he does get taken down with TJ defending this hard point with his life. The Vets finding 2 kills. Now with 15 seconds left, this is where you have to push through. You have to try to get through this plat side. TJ gonna run right into a player, able to take him down. But unfortunately, trades go back and forth, so the spawns should still be in the back of that P3 hard point for Boston.
Oh, and a nice play from Cap as well in the middle side of the map. Shout out to the observers letting us know where the arrows happen to be. Cammy not fed the information. As Capsidal finding 2 big ones through the middle. Toronto's still slaying out, but Capsidal, as we said, he's gonna find the 3rd. He is doing this by himself. Great plays from the Røkkr as he'll give the Breach an opportunity. He'll give him a lane. And Methodz taking that, now finds himself on 5 in a row. 2 more, and he's got streaks to work with. How big those could be on a map like Berlin. Some great crossfire. Nobody yet to get in the hill. We're already halfway through trains, and nobody, it feels like, has gotten a single second. That's now 6 in a row for City. Make it 7. Boston with the time, and Methodz continuing to fry against his old team. Now 8 in a row for the captain. Ultra walking back with their tail between their legs, thinking we at least got to get seconds at P5. A great answer out of Boston as they will reach the century mark and Breach prepare for next.
Yeah, Boston did not have spawns. They basically did not give a single second to the Ultra, and Methodz was able to pick up those kill streaks. So now we find ourselves at this P5 hard point. TJ gonna be the early player in, just soaking up as much time as he possibly can. Does get needed out though. Insight trying to hold down this left side train. aLLeY, he does get taken down by Nero. Right now, the biggest thing, 40 seconds remaining, you want to try to flip these spawns. Look at what Boston are doing. Number 6, taking the route, trying to do it for his team.
Oh, we'll see if it'll work out. Great place from Methodz. He and TJ will combine for 2. So obviously we're in the midst of a hill, folks. We know that, but we're talking about the spawns for next. This hill, not often are you going to walk away with a ton of seconds on it, but based off of how aggressive that Breach have been, that aggressiveness, right, that attentiveness to try to go for the next rotation has only set them up for success. Capsidal, 16 and 10, having a phenomenal performance. As we said, he was the guy who led the way for Methodz to go on that spree over at Trains. As the first set of rotations come to a close, it is Breach basically doubling the score out of the Ultra side as now Nero gets his moment in the spotlight. Back and forth we go, but the rookies performing on the brightest of stages. Breach breakthrough again.
Ultra are rotating, but Boston, their guns are so hot. They're hitting the routes. They're making the game look a little easy. But that's going to be a clean 4 dead. Spawns do flip. So now with 30 seconds left, you already see Boston off the rotation, thinking big picture. Capsidal versus Kleenex is going to be a huge gunfight. Capsidal actually going to go for the flank. He does get taken down, and Ultra, with 20 seconds left, this is exactly how you want to get back into this game. If you're a Boston, you need to rotate it. With TJ shooting like that, takes down all 3. This final 15 comes down to a 1v1.
Oh, and Insight will grab it. Big time for Toronto. As we said, the race is on for the rotation. Final 5 seconds, that's fine, however way it goes. But now it's about Library. Big seconds for Toronto. They cannot afford for this one to go the opposite direction. But again, they continue to walk away with the kills, Jay. As you said, Toronto, they're rotating. They feel like they're in these fights, but the guns of Breach are that much hotter. A nice little turn on from Insight, as we said. Insight versus Methodz always going to be a fun 1v1 considering the history of the roster changes, but we'll see what Insight can do. He gets taken down in close quarters. As Kleenex tries to apply some pressure from the street, Breach will not go away.
Ultra need to get in. If they do not contest this hill, They're going to basically lose this game, but the spawns do flip. Great work coming in from Boston. They said, hey, you can have this final 25. We're going to hold down the money hill for a full 60 once again. And Methodz still has those streaks to work with. They're securing these spawns. That's why you see them attacking this hill still. But CleanX able to work his way through fire. He does find one. Now the pressure's going to be here. He takes down two. Capsidal, you have to try to do everything you can to stay alive. He finds him. And now with 3 seconds left, Ultra need this break to get back in.
Oh, and Capsidal, a big play to stay alive. Cammy, round the corner. Again, sets up Methodz for the slay. Is in sight. Able to win the 1v1, and that will give Ultra the spawns. A big play granted from the Toronto end, as Nero was at least able to pick apart two. While the fights are going on over at the street, inside of the hill, Toronto are winning those as well.
So now with 40 seconds, you are Boston. You want to attack this through fire, be super aggressive, and try to win a couple of these gunfights, but you want to secure those spawns for that P4. 30 seconds, only down by 45 points are the Ultra. A lot of pressure coming in through fire. They're able to find every single kill and flip these spawns. This final 20 is going to go towards the Boston breach. If you are Ultra, you have to think about their rotation. Band's able to find at least one player, but Boston, they're trying to force this game 5.
Is this Boston or the London Royal Ravens? I mean, they're not rotating, but they're still walking away with the kills. Ultra have a nightmare, saying this feels somewhat familiar. Again, Toronto put in a position where they cannot afford to allow the hill to go the opposite way. Last time around in the first set of rotations, it was all about Capsidal. So far, nullified. As Toronto happy to take a breather, happy to get a second, but here comes the streak. Right when they start to get comfortable, that is where the glide bomb can come at its most valuable. There goes inside the pants, continues to clean house.
And Ultra still secure the spawns. If you are Boston, you have to try to get in from the front, but Methodz is shooting lights out right now. 23 seconds remaining on this point. Ultra are down by 50 points. A lot of pressure still coming in from Trains. Methodz on another 5 spree, 30 and 17. He's having one hell of a performance in hardpoint. 10 seconds remaining. We're going to think about that rotation towards P5, but we just want to contest as much as we can.
Breach, another great position. As we said, they continue to contest, and they set themselves up for the future. How great of a spot this could be for Nero. Just feels like this guy is always on the flank, always catching Toronto off guard. Breach within 25 seconds from sending us to a game 5. Taking down Cammy as well. Ultra start to scramble. Breach with position. As we said, this can be a very contest-heavy type of hardpoint, but if you're on the Boston side, as we said, you're going to continue to hold this. You can as well start to back on up. 10 more points left, but Ultra finally get the break that they've been waiting for, but TJ finally taken down. Methodz as well does get dropped. It appears that Toronto will do just enough to send us to our next hard point, but Boston are here. Band's trying to make the play. He gets red.
Now with the rotation, Hill's still not popped. No one's trying to play for this P5 time. They could not allow the Boston to get this time off this P1. They will be able to force this game 5. CleanX trying to do everything he can. Unfortunately, lose that gunfight to Capsidal. And time is starting to dwindle. Boston are trying to force the game 5 now.
One final push potentially for the Ultra and 2 more seconds. Boston doing everything they can. Ultra will break in. Ultra win the 1v1s, but it's Cap. It's TJ. TJ wins the 1v1. And Boston will answer in the hard point. As we said, this Breach team will not go away. And Methodz once more having a game and a half. Take a breather. Sip some game fuel, you deserve it. You got your team to a game 5.
He is trying to complete this revenge tour. Zinni is playing out of this world right now. His SMGs are playing so confident. The amount of times that Nero was able to go on that late flank, find 1, find 2, and then eventually find the 3rd, they were just on point. Ultra, that one's gotta be devastated because you were rotating to hills. You were rotating 2 money hills, but the fact that Boston were able to break in every single time, they were just making that look easy. Now we're going into a game 5. This is insane, man.
It's wild, right? Because as we've talked about with this Boston team, Jay, I mean, they've struggled in hardpoint. Why? Because, well, the slang just doesn't really seem to be there. That was the opposite, right? That was a team who looked like slang was their preferred really type of position. This is not a teamwork type of moment. No, it was just the slang. You know what? Ultra's rotated. Who cares? let's just break down the door and let's walk away with this game. Zinni going off, dropping 33 and 21, I believe. Boston walking away with double hard points and Ultra. They can't continue to catch a break, man. Continuing to drop hard points, and now they've got themselves a game 5. As we said, folks, winner of this game, guaranteed top 4. Jay sweating, and so am I. Who's gonna take it? Who's gonna advance to CDL Sunday? We will find out when we come back after this break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
It is nearly game 5 time, folks, between the Boston Breach and the Toronto Ultra. It has been a grinder of a series, a top 4 guaranteed placement on the line, with the loser being headed home. welcome back to the Esports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. If you're not here, well, you're missing out. We have had a great CDL Saturday, and now it all comes down to this for both of these teams. Jay, wow, looking at our numbers so far, we talked about it, right? Methodz on the revenge tour. How about these numbers?
1.32 KD, 80% non-traded kills. The guy is a man on a mission. On the opposite side for Cammy, sitting at a .98. He has a little bit more engagements than Methodz does, but what a battle between both of these teams, man. We're all the way to a Game 5. On Tuscan, we have on one side Boston, who are 2-3. On the opposite side, Ultra, who are 3-2. I don't know how this is gonna go. This is gonna be an absolute banger over Game 5.
Yeah, it absolutely is, especially if Zinni continues to go off. You see the array of tweets, right? Everybody talk about it. Zinni is frying. Jay, as somebody, right, who I know has faced off against teams that maybe where things didn't end out the greatest, right? Yeah. Maybe you got dropped, maybe you got traded, who knows? What is it like to be in Methodz' shoes? As we said, representing an org that it's their first major, going up against your old team, a roster who's expected to be in top 4. Give us a taste of what it's like for Methodz coming into this Game 5.
You basically have powers. Like when you're going against your ex-team, there's nothing more that you want than to beat these guys. You're looking at all your teammates from left to right like, guys, I want this one. Let's go out and perform. And so far, he is leading this team to victory. Into this Game 5 we go, though. Players that I'm looking out for. It has to be Capsidal. He started off that first map, he was 10-3. He ended the map 12-9, really slowed down towards the later half. But just the way and the confidence that they were playing with that map 4, you have to keep with that aggression. Nero and Cap have to be the game changers here.
Here we go, Arlington, Game 5, Ultra versus Breach. Into our round 1 we go. As we said, it's been David versus Goliath. And right now, Goliath is dazed. We'll see how he looks to try to turn things around, as it's an accidental team kill to start off round number 1. Insight takes down Vance. And with that Breach, they've got themselves the man advantage right around the corner. Goes Insight, making up for his wrongdoings, now a 2v2.
30 seconds left. They're able to spot a couple players in towards top fire. That you're not going to give up your life for free. As the clock is starting to dwindle down. Come on, Insight. Let's pick up an MP40 in his hands. But there's only 17 seconds left. You have to get this guy on fire. But Capsidal, he made his way all the way to church.
Capsidal quite nicely hanging out toward church when you look at the position, right, for Toronto. One guy's at the bomb, and he's got 2 different areas to look at. Big plays coming in from the rookies. The coordination from these 2 as well. A massive round to kick this one off, and as we said, it comes from the young guns. The guys who we hope can go big for this Breach team throughout the remainder of the season in Search Destroys. They've never been on a brighter stage, but they answered nicely off the start there.
So now on the attack, on board here with Ultra.
Oh, I was gonna say, don't do it.
Side does have that snipe, just waiting for somebody to turn this corner. See the way Boston are playing this. Just waiting to set up a teammate on towards this bomb. Trying to attack this through the middle of the map.
Constant hit markers gained. Oh, Capsidal had some information. Kleenex hanging out in the Shotzzy spot that we happened to learn earlier. I'll see that one in rank, that's for sure. Vance, meanwhile, finally getting the clearance to plant down that bomb at A. Meanwhile, Methodz does take down the head of Cammy. Where all that information is stored, the comms are still there, though. You've got 3 positioned at the bomb. That could be perfect for Kleenex, but no. Still on the defuse, gets another line of sight and takes him off the bomb. 20 seconds left, and TJ, he's gonna hop on it. Inside aware of such, can he go big? Kleenex did it earlier. TJ will hold, TJ will hold, TJ will hold!
What a round out of Boston. To go out there and just body stack. Methodz just putting down shots the entire time, but let's take a look at the collat coming in from Insight. He spots Methodz, but unfortunately, he lines it up with Vance. First collat that we've seen all season.
Of course it happens like that.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
But I mean, what? Both of these rounds have been unfortunate, right? If you're Toronto, you know, like I said, Breach are just body stacking at the bomb. They have the unfortunate team kill in round 1. They cannot take the player off the defuse. And just like that, Toronto down 0-2. They've got to come up with an answer. as Breach will be on the attack. One player up close at the church is going to be TJ. We'll see what he can do. Challenged, pressured, and Bance will take it. Bomb goes down.
Great nade coming in to get that first blood, and Bance and CleanX trying to shut this round down. Now left up to Capsidal in the 1v2. Fortunately, the movement is not going to be on point, but he does spot Bance, and it eventually does get taken down by Insight. So good round from Ultra to stop the bleeding. They opened up with that first blood, even though the bomb goes down. Great team coordination to hit that nade towards the middle of the map, take down TJ, and eventually take control of the round.
Yeah, like, I mean, we've talked about it like in the hard point. Like, hey, you know, obviously Toronto, they have to win this rotation. They have to win this hill. Same thing can be said already in this search and destroy. 2 frustrating rounds, right? If you're Toronto, the way they come out, the way they take that, what this team had to have. Going down 3-0 versus this Breach team who, as we said, I mean, what, start off the season, they were 4-0. They were the best search and destroy team in the game. As we said, Titans going at it, especially in this search and destroy mode. As Ultra will claim 1, and now they're back on the attack.
And they're going to try to take this through the middle of the map this time around. A couple players from Boston just playing it towards top church, trying to set up this team nade. But look at number 5 in your mini-map. He's trying to approach that late flank. TJ does get that first blood. And now after your Ultra, want to take your time.
Definitely do. Like I said, TJ, first blooded last round. Will make good on it this time. Insight still hanging out toward the field. Just allowing for Bance to get that one down. Breach with the man advantage. We'll see what they'll look to do in the 4v3 retake. We know how great the Boston have been. After finding the first blood, CleanX staying alive. Can he walk away with the kill? No, Methodz is there on the answer. 3 versus 2. Dead silence popped, and Bance gets red in the back of the base. It all comes down to Insight, but they know he's here. They know he's here. Pressured from the flank, but Breach will take him. It felt like for a moment Insight gets a few extra hit markers onto Methodz. But just great awareness from Boston to take him down, to apply the forces in his position.
That play from Nero, just to push straight through that A bomb. He finds that kill towards the player that was basically watching the deep flank of that player that was sitting in towards top fire. Once he finds that kill, this is a 3v1 situation. All of Boston know this guy has to be playing the clutch towards top fire. Capsidal unfortunately does drop, but Nero's there immediately for the trade. And you could just see the confidence is flowing in these young players. Methodz leading away at 5-2. Back on the attack they go. A couple shoulders towards the left side, but look at Ultra. They're trying to set up for a mid push.
Insight misses the snipe Bance while he misses the shots up close. Ultra have to back up, and they will gear up inside of church. Looking to reposition, as we said, players already lingering to the middle side of the map for Boston. That plant will go down. As we said, Cap watching the push from P5. Looking in from well. The snipe will land from Insight, and Cap put in a big position to answer. He'll do so. Gets tagged up from Insight. Cammy will finish him. Ultra with numbers, all up to Tej. He drops as well. Toronto, an excellent retake in that position. Put in a moment to clutch, and they will answer the call. 2-3.
It all starts with that first blood. Once Insight was able to take down Methodz, it's basically TJ in the middle of the map. He was able to at least find one, but the trade comes in. And then eventually the late flank from CleanX, able to find this final kill onto TJ and take the round. So now if I'm the Ultra, so far, they have just been taking their time on these offensive pushes. I would like them to just get this bomb down, take the round to them, force these young SMG players to make plays.
A very, very tense moment begins to instill itself more and more in this search and destroy.
Yes.
P5 we go, CleanX is here, he loves this position. Is at least able to take down one. Boston send a flurry of players over at that position. So while CleanX will be taken down, he at least allows for that information to be gained for the A plant. Now all on to Boston in the retake. Bance aware of the flanks that could be inbound. Player number 3, Insight, he's able to sneak away.
Insight, he's the guy that's going to be the game changer here. Doesn't have any eyes on bomb, but he does take down one. Forces it to a 2v2. 20 seconds left. TJ does hop it.
Not again. TJ hops off the bomb. The Bance wins the fights. They know he's there. They know his position. Only 10 seconds left. TJ Not a chance. Toronto answer back again.
And that's just good work coming in from Insight. To play that repositioning, even with the sniper pistol in his hand, pushes his way through that left side, makes his way into Church, and then once Methodz found that kill, immediately gets the trade. Clock is starting to dwindle. Eventually someone has to hop this bomb, but Ultra setup right there was able to close out that round, now tied up at 3 apiece.
I hate to call it, Jay, but it just feels like it's round 11.
Yeah.
I mean, back and forth we go, 3-3. Feels like it'd be the perfect way for this series to end. As we said, the revenge game, a massive moment for Toronto, an even bigger situation for Breach. But hot and heavy into this round number 7, and it's Kleenex saying a prayer, tossing out the nade, and finding Nero for the first blood as Breach look to rebound. And they've got a full and open B site.
Absolutely. He's taking control of their spawn. It's all gonna be on TJ. If he can find this kill, unfortunately does not. So now in a 4v2 situation, bomb is going to be planted. Teamwork so far for Ultra has been on point. His Insight trying to work his way through the back. Gonna try to strafe on this heady, but Cammy's here for the assistance.
Trying to remain patient, trying to remain patient. Capsidal able to find one. He ends up getting taken down, and with that, the retake will be successful from Toronto. They start things off with a great nade. Cammy finds the close and personal fight inside of Church. And from there with numbers, despite the bomb rotation, Breach not able to hang on.
Yeah, it all comes down to that 1v1 versus TJ. If TJ was able to win that gunfight and force it into a 3v3, Cap put himself in a great position to at least hold down the back of their spawn. But once it was at that 4v2, it's 2-2 split, played the trade, eventually able to close out the round or the Ultra. And that all started off with that great team nade. They force stack towards that A bomb, they get that first blood, and then they just play it patiently until that bomb gets planted.
You just saw it in that moment, right? Methodz and TJ, back and forth they go. The vets making the calls. Big round for Breach, and Methodz drop from the top side of Church. Cammy will answer with both. And Insight right on cue with Nero. It's beautiful search and destroy. It's music happening on Tuscan. 4 down in 4 seconds.
Such a clean round coming in from Ultra, all in the back of Cammy. Once he finds that first blood onto Methodz, you saw that Boston in the 3v4, they usually win a majority of those rounds, but Cammy does not give him his positioning. He watches 2 players jump out of top Church. He takes down the second. Insight finds the third, and that was the cleanest round of this search and destroy that we've seen so far. Ultra put themselves at game point.
That was beautiful. Look at the streak that Toronto find themselves on as well. That just goes to show you the slang that they've been doing in these last few rounds. Breach, we'll see what they can do. Already 1 round away from being eliminated from the major. On the attack, Nero with the bomb in hand, waiting to lay this one down. TJ misses the snipe, but at the very least, Methodz takes down Bance in the opening engagement. Oh, that nade could be big. Insight just able to get out of harm's way. The nades exchange, and there goes Kleenex.
So now in the 4v2. If I'm the Ultra, and if I'm Insight, I just want to stay alive. You're on a 5 spree, you could potentially pick up some streaks, but Cammy does take down 1. But you see Insight backing all the way to the spawn. You want to make sure he plays his life, as Cammy's also on a 4 spree as well. He's going to spot Methodz, take him down.
Wow.
But now in the 2v2, he's on it.
He's on the defuse. He's on the defuse. Somebody from Boston has to get here. Cap looking for information. Looking for information. Cammy will drop. He was moments away from getting the defuse, but Boston, despite being pressured, Capsidal with the steady hand on that MP40 puts in the necessary bullets to give them another round.
And right there in that round for Boston, when you're down, trying to fight back into this game, I really didn't enjoy seeing TJ pull out that sniper in that round. If you're TJ, you need to be a playmaker. You cannot pull out the sniper, eventually not do anything, but they were able to win that round. Now on the attack are going to be the Ultra, all out middle push, but here comes Boston.
Oh, Insight! He had 2 players ready to go. Fires it early, and fortunately for him, that will open up the site now for Breach, but Cammy a misstun. Few missteps early for Toronto. Those things could add up, but based off the positioning that Bance has got as well, this could be the bomb moved over toward B. The only player in ear's distance of this is going to be TJ. Bomb down. Going to be planted. Now 4v4. Nobody get the drop. The Methodz could get into this fight nice and early.
And here we go. 35 seconds. Insight all the way in the back of the spawn is eventually time to put some pep in your step. Nero does find that first blood. Insight is going to be behind him, though.
Oh.
He does get the trade. Now with 25 seconds left, Boston need to try to pick up these kills.
20 seconds left, Bance. Oh, he was hanging out on the floor. TJ takes him down. Cap also gets wiped away from trying to go for the defuse. 15 seconds left. And I believe the glide bomb is going to get used. It's going to get used. Can Methodz defuse this in time? Can Methodz lock it in? No, he will not. From the skies, Insight deciding the round and deciding the game. Revenge denied from Toronto. And of course it comes down to Insight and Methodz. If he was on the defuse, what, Jay? A second earlier. It felt like a lifetime before that glide bomb came down, but it gets him just in the nick of time. Revenge avoided and top 6 avoided. Toronto will stay alive. Guaranteed top 4, and just like that, the Breach eliminated from Major 1.
Toronto stepping up in the game 5, especially Insight. 12-2 with a sniper. He put himself in a great position. It came down to that round where it was 5-3. He stays alive all the way in the back of the spawn, but you see it right here. Look how close Methodz was to getting that defuse. But once Insight was able to pick up that glide bomb, he played it so beautifully. Right there, they were playing so patient on their offense. They allowed Bance to get pushed up into radio, and they get that bomb down in a 4v4. And Insight plays it in the spawn, eventually catches Nero in the back. Once he picks up that kill, he already has the glide bomb to work with. That was flawless S&D from Insight with the sniper pistol in his hand.
Yeah, man. As we said, the adjustments that the Ultra have made, it showed out. As we said, I mean, what? It was, I think it was an early interview with Bance. He's talked about how Search and Destroy, that's the lifeblood of this team. That is the mode that they are going to be relying upon throughout this elimination bracket run, throughout the remainder of however long they'll exist at this OpTic Texas Major. Search and Destroy is how they can get it done. Hard points, I mean, hey, who knows?
Who knows?
But Search and Destroy, they get the job done. And as you said, Insight, 12-3. We talked about it, Jay. Methodz, the revenge tour type of game. Boston, they go out. But you got to be happy if you're a Breach fan, right?
100%. For such a young team to come in here and take a team like the Ultra, who were the second best team all year last year, to a game 5 and to lose it in a 6-4, it's typical for the Boston Breach, man. Such a brand new rookie team. You just got to fix a couple of those mistakes. Obviously, before the series even started, they were on a 3-game Search and Destroy win streak.
Yeah.
But they lose both here. Very close, 6-5, 6-4. It could have went either way. But still, Toronto just have a little bit more ice in their veins.
Yeah, they do indeed, my friend. Toronto will live to see another day. As we said, top 4 solidified at least for the Ultra. An unbelievable type of performance, but now it's time to head it over to the stage. Over to the main stage we go. It is Maven, joined alongside by Cammy.
How you doing?
I'm stressed.
Yeah.
I'm stressed. But we got it done, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like your team's always kind of been hard to beat, right? Like, you push long series, but you're 0-6 in your last, like, 6 hard points. It feels like you're making it hard on yourselves.
No, yeah. I'm honestly, I couldn't tell you what we're doing in hardpoint at the moment. The first map was really bad from us. We started off really hot and just threw it completely. And then some maps were just straight up playing terrible. So we got to sort that out going into Sunday, and because, you know, there's some good teams there.
Well, I mean, the fact is, even if it's felt grindy, it's felt tough at times, you get to Sunday, you get to top 4. Is it now just about belief in the boys and finding the magic you found all last year?
I think so, yeah. I think we're going to look over what we've done wrong on the hard points, obviously, the last few days. We've been looking at it, trying to sort it, but obviously nothing's working at the moment. So hopefully we get it sorted for tomorrow because there's some demon teams left.
I mean, it feels like if the hard point, if you can get that to like 50-50 right now, like, you can take this whole thing.
No, yeah, I know. We just need to, if we get one on the board where S&D's looking really good, controls looking good too, so just got to sort out the hard point will be sweet.
Well, hey, good luck with the prep tonight. I mean, I got to cast again. It's already 9 p.m. local or something. We've had some gruelers, some grinders, as you were just part of one. But good luck tomorrow. You're in the top 4. You're into Sunday. Take it easy, and we'll get it back to the desk to break it down.
All right. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Once again, my name is Veli, breaking things down with Bryce, Nameless, and Ali. And Bryce, man, Toronto definitely scared me, okay? They're struggling in the hard point, but they definitely found a secret weapon and insight when it comes to search and destroy.
Yeah, that's a positive way to look at it here. At what point did Ultra become a 2-3-5 team? That's what I want to know. Like, coming into this tournament, that's unacceptable, realistically, for this team. Bearing in mind who's left in this event, they cannot expect to keep doing the 2-3-5. They've already failed against London. They need to regain fully tonight because they cannot rely on outrageous performances from Insight over and over again.
That's European passion right there out of Bryce. Hey, I think that was a credible performance on the side of Toronto Ultra. Granted, the hard points, obviously, they weren't the best, right? It seems, I can't wait till the official stats come out and we know how many times they got broken, but every time they tried to set up 15, 20 seconds, they would get broken. And even in the match that we saw earlier in the Toronto Ultra, we heard them in the list and they're like, we just got to do a tight setup. It just seems like sometimes they don't exactly know what their goal is or what they want, how they want to set up on the hill, and it's leading to them getting broken way too easily. But to talk about the search and destroy, wonderful out of them, especially in that last map. The round 7, the swing round, when they stayed back church, right side, double nades over to kill Nero, dude, that was perfect.
It was right, and also just the bomb coming down, like clutching it out. Insight was fantastic, 12-3 by the way, but also Cammy is someone I really want to highlight.
I hate to disagree with some on the desk that I don't think that was a good performance out of Toronto Ultra. I really think up until about mid in that S&D, they were down horrendous. Cammy especially, we had focused on him a lot when it comes to search and destroy, but thankfully they turned it around round 4 and 5. Cammy went from like almost dropping a donut to having 8 kills by the end of it, so a huge turnaround for him, but at the end of the day, it was Insight making the plays to keep them on the board, and like Bryce said, they cannot keep putting that on his shoulders to be their win factor.
I kind of disagree with that part. I don't think it was all Insight. They had some really good plays. I mean, I think it was the round 9 as well, where they show a look over at A and then they just insta-wrap over to B and get the bomb down. That's teamwork, right? That's experience that they got from last year. So I really think there's some semblance of strategy there. These guys know what they want to do. The communication is there. It's just high-stake gameplay, right? Like, this is a Game 5 versus a hot Boston Breach team. It's going to get muddy, and Methodz was absolutely going off as well, especially early on in this game. So it just got a bit stressful, but in the end, Ultra were able to clutch up, and this is that round that I was talking about that was just beautiful on the side of Toronto Ultra.
You know, I agree. It's Toronto Ultra. They are one of the best teams, and I guess our expectations for them are much higher than some of these other teams, and by the end of it, they kept the composure. They were able to bring it back even though they were down a round, so obviously congratulations to Toronto Ultra. They make it into Sunday now, hopefully for a couple of redemption matches.
Yeah, and you know what the thing is? I mean, I can see both points right now, but especially what Ali's saying, Toronto Ultra being the second best team last year, and what we've been seeing throughout the qualifiers to get here, they're keeping it close with that loss to London, and then what happened, they could have lost to Boston as well. That was pretty scary, especially coming from you, man. European boy.
Hold on. Okay, I know we lean into this bias thing.
Don't lie.
I am very. I'll tell you why, right?
Okay.
Because I know there is. Toronto Ultra are one of the most prepped teams in S&D. Okay. That's the reason they won that S&D. We're talking about Insight going off and Cammy going off. Cammy had a gunfight or 2 gunfights where he didn't even miss a bullet, just shredded Boston, right? But the rest of that series, the rest of the entire series, like Capsidal was just insane. Methodz was going off in the S&D. Wow. Like, how on earth, right, do you think that Boston should really be measuring up to Ultra after the pedigree of both of these two teams? For me, if you match Boston up against any of the other teams in this tournament, I would take the other team over Boston every single time. It's not the same case for Ultra. No disrespect. I think at the moment, Boston is a mid-level team, right? Their skill ceiling is not as high as some of the elites left in this competition. Ultra, I think, are down bad.
I completely disagree with that. I think their ceiling is incredibly high. They just haven't learned what kind of team they are yet and what their pacing is. This is a very young team that has yet to have any sort of run together, and they have yet to figure out what kind of team they are. LA Thieves, they are an AR clinic team. LAG, they are a slay-heavy team. They're an aggressive team. Florida, the same type of deal. Boston is a giant question mark. We don't know what they're capable of yet, but we've seen lights at the end of the tunnel in players like Methodz, who just had a lights-out series by himself. Yeah. Capsidal has had shining lights all throughout. Nero has stepped it up completely since the beginning of the qualifiers. I think there's a lot to say for this Boston team.
And speaking of which, you really liked the performance from Methodz when it came to this game. Mr. Zenny was doing his thing.
He was, dude. He had like a 1.5, I believe, in the hard points. You can't be allowing one player to go like 33 and 18. Him alone was winning that hard point for them.
You got that right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how things have unfolded. This is day 3, and it has been so long so far. Upsets, surprises, dominance, OpTic winning. We got everything that we ever possibly could have asked for. But Toronto Ultra sitting down their elimination round 4, waiting for the winner of the next game. LA Thieves versus the Atlanta FaZe. Nameless, I'm gonna be real with you, dog. I don't even know what to expect anymore.
I kind of have an idea of what to expect here. I mean, we have the maps. It's Tuscan, Gav, and Berlin. LA Thieves are undefeated on both of these hardpoints. The problem for LA Thieves is the other maps they are not great at. Both Search and Destroy is 1 and 2, 0 and 3, and 1 and 3 on the Tuscan Control. It's gonna get interesting, man. They're gonna have to capitalize on a beatdown FaZe, but does FaZe come back stronger?
Hey,
we'll find out.
We'll find out. All right, Bryce, before you throw it to a break, make it real fast. I want a prediction for the next series right now, all right? Are you going to cop out and do the easy one?
I mean, no, it's not the easy one. It's the obvious one. It's still FaZe at the end of the day, right? Like, we're sitting here pretending it's not FaZe. Yes, they lost in a reverse sweep, but it's still FaZe.
Yeah. Downplay the Thieves, though. It's going to be a bad.
Oh, no, the Thieves are great,
Thieves
but it's
are good,
still
man.
FaZe.
True that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more game to close out the day, the final series. The Los Angeles Thieves are taking on the Atlanta FaZe, and they're in the losers bracket. We don't even know what's about to happen, but we'll catch you on the other side of this break for some more CDL action.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care when the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a calling that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. We made it towards the end of the day where we have just one more series. And if I asked you on Thursday if you expected this matchup, you would have called me crazy. It's going to be the Atlanta FaZe facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves in an elimination game. We have a guest analyst. Oh boy, Jeremy, how you feeling, man?
Oh man, I finally got a game 5. finally got a game 5 so far this weekend, but such an intense match between Boston and Toronto. If I'm Boston, I'm walking away from this major with my head held high. Such a young team to come in here and get the job done in the top 6, even though they didn't really play the toughest of competition, still to put themselves on that main stage to get a couple wins. High ceiling for these guys going down the line.
You got that right. If you thought today was hot, well, this next game is about to be spicy, and, you know, my little Puerto Rican brother can agree with me right there. But, Jeremy, man, let's talk about it. Atlanta FaZe. They lost big to OpTic, and how do you feel about their redemption game against the LA Thieves?
Oh, I feel good because they're still Atlanta FaZe, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to let go of that loss as quick as they can. Because the Thieves, watching them yesterday versus Minnesota, they're going to lock up the hard points. Currently 13-2 in that game, well, the best team that we have in the game. And on the opposite side for Atlanta, just the slow second half of that series from Simp and aBeZy. You need those guys to really step up here and just allow them to go towards tomorrow.
Now, when it comes to the game field keys of victory and aLLeY, they have to win or they go home now. What does Atlanta have to do?
Well, they have to. Cellium needs to hit a regain, 0.89 KD versus OpTic. This is one of the players that we argue to be possibly the best in this game, so he needs to have a huge turnaround here and bounce back from the first Tuscan control. Thieves are 1-3 on Tuscan. Atlanta is now 3-1 from that last series, and earlier caps equals better control offense, 9th in average time after first cap, 7th in off win percentage. And you know what? I think it's really going to come down to the fact if Atlanta FaZe are still in their head or they're going to come back on a revenge tour.
You got that right. And Atlanta, they're going to be facing off against the LA Thieves, a team that has been tearing the loser side of the bracket apart. You know, seeing these players just pop off has just been incredible. Drazah has been insane as well, Nameless.
Yeah, Drazah's been an absolute nightmare on the map, dude. He's been pulling out the sub, the AR when he wants to, picking it up off the ground and just lighting it up. Envoy as well. I mean, this is the best hardpoint team in the game. There's no doubt about that. They have 2 hardpoints in the series that they are undefeated on. It's just going to get a little bit scary because obviously they have that Tuscan search and destroy where FaZe definitely went to the back, you know, looked over the VOD. They're going to come back stronger, put aBeZy in a little bit better spot. So they got to steal search, man. And they do it.
Yeah, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, Steady, what do the LA Thieves have to do?
They gotta find a way to steal a search and destroy. Currently, Atlanta are 7-2 in this mode. LA Thieves 3-7. Search and destroys win you tournaments. They win you series. They need to step it up in that mode. Elite breaks versus elite hill setups. Right now, the Thieves are 2nd in break percentage. Atlanta are 1st in holds. So if you are the Thieves, you're great when you're trying to break into the hard point. But Atlanta FaZe, they're gonna be off the rotation. You need to make sure you're putting yourself in that position first to not allow them to get set up. And then also improve on the first blood execution. 45% of the first blood win percentage is 11th in the league currently right now for the LA Thieves. Just when you talk about search and destroy with this team, it's just not clicking. And hopefully, like they said, like Envoy said in his interview, if they can win a 2, 3, or a 5, they should be able to close out the series.
I don't know how you have all this energy, man. I'm putting you to work on this.
I'm sweating, man.
You just got that commentating. Oh, Michael has something to say, though. FaZe are in for getting a 3-0 after losing like that. We're going to see. Now, it's going to be up to us as well to put in our talent predictions. And when it comes to pick'ems, I'm rocking with the LA Thieves. I don't know, man. I saw something different with Atlanta towards the end. Once they had that loss, you saw the look of defeat in their faces. Can they bounce back? Yeah, but I like the LA boys even better. Who you got?
I think I'm going to go with LAT too. Just the way that Atlanta FaZe lost that series to OpTic, rivalry, like they were up 2-0 talking a lot of smack, and then to get reverse swept like that, I don't think that they're going to shake that loss off as soon as they can, and LA Thieves are going to do exactly what they need to do, win the hard points and clutch up in a 2, 3, or a 5.
I don't think there's a wrong answer here, by the way, and aLLeY, who are you leaning towards for getting that dub?
You know what? I have no doubt that LA Thieves are going to push them to the limit when it comes to the hard point, but my issue now is they are going to have to take an S&D and that control, and they are 1-3 on control on Tuscan. They haven't played it in a hot minute because people have been testing them on Kuavo control, which you should not do, and Atlanta FaZe obviously banned that right off the bat. I think I'm going to have to go with Atlanta FaZe on this one.
All right, Nameless, the last talent pick'em of the day. Atlanta LA.
I can't go against Atlanta FaZe, man. Them losing back-to-back series would just be absolutely mind-blowing. So I'm going to pick Atlanta FaZe to win this series. I think what aLLeY said holds a lot of weight. These guys, Atlanta FaZe, higher seed, got to pick the control. Map 1, they're going to be in a good spot to win this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know the energy is a little bit low right now, but if you guys can help me out just a bit, let's go ahead and liven up this arena. Go ahead and make some noise for the last game.
Come on, Texas.
Wake up, everybody.
Come on, Texas.
Let's get it.
There you go. Hey, listen, they're tired. We're tired. And Atlanta, they're ready to go against the Los Angeles Thieves. Let's go ahead and get this party started. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump right into it. We'll see you guys on the other side.
For the Røkkr. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss. All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the Røkkr, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Let's get this show on the road. Over Cellium, who fights 2 right off the rear, makes it 3. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. The BG waiting to pounce. Where's the next? Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise, and there it is. Look at the mini-map FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
Texas, Texas, Texas. It's getting a little late, but that doesn't mean that we're not still ready for some good old Call of Duty. I say good old Call of Duty. It's actually a new Call of Duty almost every year, but next year we change that. Right. We have one more game to play today, and it is bound to be an absolute treat. We have 2 teams, very highly rated, elite, as Bryce Tackler would say. We are about to find out who walks into tomorrow's game. This is going to be a banger. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Atlanta FaZe. We got Cellium, we got Arcitys, aBeZy, and Simp.
OpTic fans, I hope you're happy. You did this, but with aBeZy getting the donut that last map, I think that left a bad taste in his mouth.
They're coming off of a loss, man, and these guys are used to winning championships. They ain't used to being in the loser's bracket. So they're ready to come out here and show the world what they're made of.
Hey, yo, Miles, I think the boys from LA are looking to steal this game away.
Well, that's funny you should say that, Velli. The boys from LA, they're certainly looking to get the job done. Powerful in the hard point, search, destroy, leaves much to be desired. But hey, this late into the night, anything can happen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the LA Thieves. We got Envoy, Kenny, Drazah, and Octane.
You already know Drazah's got the flex on main stage. Miles around LA Thieves. I feel like they can definitely push Atlanta FaZe to the limit here, but it's so late in the night. FaZe are coming hot off of a series. LA Thieves, man, they gotta come out swinging.
Hey, yo, Miles, get this crowd loud, man. Let's get this game going.
One more game. That's all we got today. One more. And maybe the most legendary Call of Duty event of all time. Thieves, FaZe. One more match to decide it. And who better? Merc and Maven. Take it away, brothers.
Alrighty. Yeah, it's getting late in the venue, but we are still fired up. This is going to be a good one. And it's interesting because on one side, yeah, you kind of said it to me before this. Like, if you are the FaZe roster, that might be one of your more devastating losses. But if you're Thieves, you've been sitting around all day. It's like,
yeah, it's 2 very different situations. I mean, LA Thieves would love to have scrimmed, but who knows with, the schedule throughout the day. It's a tough one. Atlanta FaZe are coming off a loss. They'd probably love to regain, maybe over some of that stuff, but they don't have time. So it's a unique situation for both teams, but as the desk said, I think this is game 1. So important for LA Thieves, just get going.
yeah, and if you're a Thieves fan, I mean, it looked like Octane was like half asleep, but I've seen him clutch a 1v4 and look the same way. So
yeah,
trust me, he's going to be all right. He's always kind of chill like that. Maps and modes. Joe, you look through it, stats-wise, like anything pops off the page.
I mean, we're going to be hitting on Tusker for a little bit, right? We just saw this from Atlanta FaZe, that Tusker Search Destroy, Tusker Control. Gavutu, hard point. I mean, if can LADs get there? That's a big question mark. Can you get there? Then we're going to finish on that Berlin search and destroy. But this was a matchup in our Major 1 qualifiers. It was a 3-1 to Atlanta FaZe. Tuscan Hardpoint was a part of that. And well, Atlanta FaZe, though, they were able to win it. Sorry, LADs were able to win that one.
Alrighty.
One map they won.
Alrighty. It's what, 10 p.m. local. It's been a grueler. Just map 5 after map 5. Clutch after clutch, all the plays that have happened all day long, and it wraps with this FaZe Thieves to lead into what could be one of the more epic championship Sundays in the history of Call of Duty. What final team gets into the top 4? And I don't know. If this is yesterday, I'm pretty confident in saying FaZe. But with how today has gone, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing looking at this is search and destroy for Atlanta FaZe, right? LADs, that is an obvious weak point, but the hard point, you saw it undefeated here for Los Angeles Thieves. Now, there is one key difference looking at the stats from in this. Arcitys, this event, he's kind of struggling. He's got a .79, not an easy AR matchup on the other side, going up against Octane and Kenny.
The red on Drazah, but the red arrows, I'm already my brain's going through it, but it's gonna be a ton of kills through. That's Arcitys with 3, Simp with another, and Arcitys keeps it rocking. That is a 6-0 start.
Wow,
in all the time in the hard point. Alex awake.
Yeah, I mean, again, struggling this event, but you know what? The vet, their leader, they rely on. A great start here for Los Angeles Thieves. Fight right on back. That's gonna be 3 dead. RC's gonna find another kill onto this rotation over to P2. We're gonna have Atlanta FaZe get into that setup, and now for Los Angeles Thieves, it's all about the break. Where is it going to come from? It looks like they're gonna hop up towards his top radio side. aBeZy, he's gonna be already in there. He's gonna find 2 kills. So nice rotation for Atlanta FaZe. It's gonna slow things down as Envoy tries to take a route, but he gets caught.
aBeZy now looking to rebound from the goose egg in the map 5. On a 3 streak currently, is trying to patrol top church. As Envoy tries to land the stun, he's gonna go hunting for aBeZy. But Drazah's already able to get the kill from flexing on the main stage to hitting the shots. Around the hard point, it is Cell and Arcitys combining to take down all 4. aLLeY now up to 9-1. FaZe just looking to build some objective points behind this.
And again, it's what we talked about, kind of these slow starts. 3 bounce back for Los Angeles Thieves. They find those kills, but the rest of the time, you know, the way I thought of Atlanta FaZe, but not gonna happen. Mid-map controlled right now by Thieves. On that rotation, oh no, a big spawn out right now. Cellium and aBeZy, they spawn backside, and it's a 20-point game, but LA Thieves, they're gonna have to break this P3, not easy to do.
Well, you got the numbers here for a moment. They're able to clear aBeZy out of the point. Arcitys, the hot hand right now, still looming. But it's Octane on 4 in a row. They get the clearance out of the point, they get the back spawns. The one person really still with an angle is going to be Cellium. He's able to hit the shots. He has another bullet there. He might get the kill, but it's actually the nade from Simp that's going to come through. Snapping back, positive 10. It's Arcitys that continues to be so strong as they hang on to this narrow lead. I mean, he's got 14. Just look at the rest of the lottery.
Yeah, I said it's not easy.
Cell's 4 and 2.
And they both broke it pretty easily. Here comes one last play for LA Thieves. So maybe just trying to get the rest of the scrap time. But again, I mean, they put themselves in a position where they're hitting the final 10 or 15 and you spawn Atlanta FaZe out all the way for them to get set up here at P4 over towards church side. But yeah, still a very close game. You are being outslayed if you're LA Thieves, and a lot of that is due to Arcitys.
But yeah, the point differential, not much, still very much in striking distance. But now Envoy starting to leak his way in. That's going to be a tough gunfight. As Simp able to take that, but the question is about the rebound. Your FaZe, such a tough series just a couple hours ago. You got to bring it back, and you need the energy at 10 p.m. on a Saturday night. Let's go to elicit him with Atlanta FaZe.
Okay. Watch door somewhere needed. On your front door. I needed one fiddle too. On your front door, Sam, watch out. Two front door. Front door right now, Dylan. Watch door on me, not weak.
He's on time. Watch out.
Nice. I'm coming to help you. I'm helping you. Okay, I'm rotating. Behind you.
Watch out. He's coming back to you.
I'm pinning. I tried to win the no. Really wasn't better. Team kill. Get on you again. Yo, they stopped on us.
I'll see about him.
They could hit radio. They could hit radio.
Wait down.
I'm nading. Yeah, I'm nading you guys. I'm nading.
There's two on top.
I'm with the shot. I naded one down. You two. Watch out. In the corner.
Laying down right corner. Laying down right corner.
Nice.
Stairs.
I'm going mid.
I just stairs.
There's Sam. I hit him twice.
You rest up.
MC, stay down time. Wait.
Play.
Yeah. Watch the side. Yo, well done. Well done. Try to stay. Try to contest. Let him do. He was weak. I'm going mid. Their window.
I'm low.
Their window laying down. Nice. I'm bottom right now. You're by yourself.
Don't steps.
Okay.
Go
Top.
on.
Nice, Alex. Last one, Kenny. I'm going fast. I'm going real fast. Yeah. I'm gonna come with you. Holding well right now. Okay, watch out. Watch out.
Maybe up.
Bottom stairs. One shot. I don't think he's mid. Stairs. Yeah, rotate in here.
Other side.
Yo, same as MP5. Window. Yo, behind you.
I don't have mid, but I'm trying.
Pick up pinch on spawn.
I got hit by Nero.
Well, as we get ready for the second set of rotations, you take a look at the listening and what maybe your expectations were considering that series. I thought it sounded good.
No, it sounded good. I mean, obviously, these guys have been here for so long, but you can see the kill feed light up. Octane with 2. Kenny, Envoy. It's going to be 4 dead. They're going to break this setup here at P1, and now Kenny getting going. You know the superstar this man could be. Envoy locking down the middle of the map. He's going to win a one-on-one. Actually, he's got Drazah's help. But I mean, in that listen, over there at P5, we were on board with Cell, and he throws the nades back. I mean, a lot of the times these players are just throwing nades at the floor, and he just picks it up, whips it back. But Drazah with the pistol, and there we go, LA Thieves. They survived that first rotation. The guns now are hot.
I mean, you heard FaZe so focused on the rotation, but just threw like a knife through butter. Just so easy for Thieves. They get the break, they get the time. As we continue to battle on, as we head to our next hard point. I thought the cutoff man gonna be Cellium, but Drazah killed him again.
Yeah, he's trying to find number 7. He wants this glide bomb. Got a teammate with him, but Envoy, he ends up on a multi-kill of his own. That's gonna open things up Plat side. Cell, Simp, they'll respond. Doing a very good job. He just wants the glide. That number 7. Just trying to find it, trying to stay down. Cellium with some shots. He's finessing around. Doing a great job, but while this is happening, they're getting time. And, well, of course, sometimes number 7, this can just get away from you.
It eludes you, but look at the scoreboard now. 147, 147. FaZe currently inside. 19 and 12 out of Cellium. And just looking for the next gunfight. Little hop, little skip, little jump. Able to take down Octane in the back line, but the pressure mounting on his right. That's Envoy that gets it, where the trade is in from Arcitys. And Arcitys, who's not all the time leading in the stats category for this team of superstars. He's having a map, but it is a narrow margin between the squads.
And I actually love that, right? Because I feel like coming out off a loss, at times in the past, it was him who had to step up. And sometimes he's not asked to kind of, slay like this, but maybe he's pissed off. It seems that way as he finds 2 with Cell. It's going to be 4 down for LA Thieves as the rotation goes the way of Atlanta FaZe. But okay, again, Kenny with 2, Octane with a 3rd, and P3. Nobody's getting a lot of time.
We're just nobody can hold. You get
back
set
and
up.
forth.
It looks so good. You get 4 down. You're in a good position off the spawn. The nades lob in. Little wall bang, and suddenly all control is lost. But that is twice Thieves just get through so easily here. And now trying to answer back with the final 20 or so seconds is Envoy doing his best to dance, and dance he does. aBeZy and Arcitys wiped off the map, and that alleviates some pressure from the objective. As now Thieves try to build upon this lead.
I feel like this has been the setup the entire game, right? But to have that 20-point lead now does LA Thieves. It's just been kind of a late hit, which is setting up Atlanta FaZe to basically have new spawns, get into a setup, and now in the Thieves break, Kenny gonna find the opener. Arcitys with one of his own, but Kenny in a great position with his duo and Octane just breaking through the front door.
And this hard point is just so tough. Is it going to come from the front, the back, the top, the left?
Pick a door.
Exactly. It just can be so hard to hold with FaZe doing their best to retain this time. Maybe get this back to a tie game. But they can't elude the nades, the shots coming in from Envoy and Kenny as they're keeping them out of the point. Now starting to rack up their own time. These plays from Kenny around the objective, just a thing of absolute beauty. That's 5 in a row now for Kenny. as he continues, and look at the information you're getting on the cross.
Yeah, not only does he get 5 in a row, but he goes towards the back door, through the alleyway, finds multiple kills, breaks the spawns. This man just did it all. Of course he had some help, but I mean, his positioning, his patience, sets them up, and now they're at 217. Octane, MP40 in hand for P5. He finds multiple kills. There's a break again. 4 dead for Atlanta FaZe. Yeah, look at this. Look at this streak on the right side. That is 12, 13 in a row for LA Thieves.
And you just put aBeZy and Simp in the blender. The Tiny Tears struggling to create any terror against this Thieves roster. But they get back in, trailing by approximately 50. Just trying to get this done with 30 left on the point, but Envoy still lurking. It's the flash, it's the MP40. It's everything coming through for the kills. It just feels like one more of these big breaks, and you might get it done. But FaZe, they do not want to go away. They're still battling on. This one's going to go down to the wire.
And how many times have we seen this on Tuscan, right? This ever so elusive P5. Yeah. Grab time back and forth. What does that do? It sets up a rotation. It's great to get this scrap, but now it's on Envoy. They're going to be the point man. You have RC's in the middle of the map. You do not want to gift Atlanta FaZe a free rotation, and it might have just happened. Simp able to find one. Now on to Octane, trying to wait for reinforcements. The nades hit, and Atlanta FaZe are in.
There's one team kill, but Simp will take that 2 for 1. Or will he? Kenny and Drazah pushing through. Envoy's turn now. 5 points needed. Are they the best hardpoint team in the game? It's looking that way right now. Thieves strike first.
In a way, I mean, just that first rotation where it just felt like Arcitys was taking over the game. The fact that they survived, down 30 or 40, they had some key breaks, and then we saw it when we got to that second P1. Kenny was getting more kills, Octane was lighting it up. It just felt like they needed that little warm-up, and then they took over.
But that part can't be too shocking. We know how good they can be in hardpoint.
That part's a little shocking. Those stats from 3 and 4, aBeZy and Simp, not known to do that.
Is that just, I mean, is that any sort of hangover from the previous series, or just warming up?
I hope they weren't drinking.
No.
That'd be bad.
I'm just throwing them back.
No, I know. No, I know, but I mean, potentially, or is just LA Thieves that good at hardpoint? Maybe the nades on point, whatever it is, they put them in a tough spot.
What a wonder class there from Los Angeles Thieves. We now look at some highlights and see if they can keep it going. It's the final match of the night before Championship Sunday. Just looking for that final team in the top 4. I love you guys, all right? I love you.
I'm not used to having chants in the crowd. It's awesome.
You make me feel very sexy.
They sure do, don't they? But man, I mean, yeah, this is 2 squads, 2 different stories. One side all about the hard point, the respawns. The other side, Atlanta FaZe, we know how good of a search team they can be. They're gonna need that S&D to bounce back.
And I mean, they've had it, right? Like they've been so strong there. Not really similar to Ultra and their woes and lights out and search and the hardpoint they can't find a win. I mean, FaZe has been getting it done through everything throughout the course, but that's one nice thing about being a team like FaZe. Like, you can lose a hardpoint and be all right.
Yeah, but I mean, we looked at the map rotation, right? I mean, we saw Atlanta FaZe on Yabutu hardpoint, map 4 against OpTic. Now, that was all about Scump, but you know how good LA Thieves is there, right? They say, don't play us there. Don't play us there.
They're not going to lose. That's
yeah, so the fact that we can at least get to a game 4, hey, man, we might have another game 5 on our hands.
So you think a lot of pressure now on FaZe with 2 and 3?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. How insane it would be if FaZe just get double bounced from this first major, but only one map in. It's a 49-point win for Thieves. The hardpoint game has been unbelievable. But, you know, I had interviews with Envoy and Octane. I'm just talking to them, and they're like, yeah, we win a search, we're winning this event.
Yeah, they just got to figure it out.
Yeah, and it's not the easiest thing to do. Like, that's one of the beautiful things about Call of Duty compared to maybe some of their games. Well, you can call it beautiful, you can call it crazy, whatever, but there's such a vast disparity in the game modes we have.
Yeah.
Title changing every year, and it's just about who can evolve best, who can learn quickly. It's got to be stressful. It's tough for the player.
And that's just tough team to team, player to player. You have different outlooks. You're trying different things. And even then, at the end of the day, you can make the best team plays, but if an individual play happens, it happens, and that can just ruin your momentum. But yeah, I'm sure that's really what they're focused on, right? In their VODs, what can we do, what can't we do? we'll see if they can find a little success here.
Well, maybe they're hoping they get the FaZe that we saw
The one getting first
today,
blooded
the
all the
sense
time.
of, just
find
a
those
lot of
first
individual
bloods.
moments, a lot of individual gunfights. And I think when Simp and aBeZy are playing out of their minds, like, that's okay. But when they're not on form, you have to rely on that teamwork. And it seemed like they were missing that at times earlier.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I guess good thing for them is, like, Cell and Arcitys did play really well in that game number 1. It wasn't that. It was the Tiny Terrors. You can see it right there. I mean, 0.58 across 2 maps for Simp. Like, what? Like,
yeah.
That is, usually that's a 1.58.
100%.
That's what we saw earlier in the tournament.
They're going to try to get fired up. You know, one of the things that really changed this team, I know it's been a while now, but Arcitys getting on this squad. And
he had that moment.
These are these moments, though, where they kind of need him, not only to step it up in the sling column, but I think pick them up more, just from whatever you call vibes or teamwork, the synergy that this team can have. I think he's responsible for a lot of that with this squad.
100%, but there you can see there, Atlanta FaZe 3-1. We saw the one loss earlier today, Los Angeles Thieves 1-2. Big focal point for them, that search and destroy, improving. I mean, they were watching that game, I'm sure. Maybe they saw some things that OpTic were doing, or maybe it's just hoping they can find that many first bloods.
You got to do something better than what we saw earlier. Yeah, I mean, aBeZy's hoping to get a kill. I mean, based on how it went. Can you rebound? Atlanta FaZe to kick it off, and we're going to check aBeZy because it was obviously a very, very tough map. So far, just a kill for other side. You got a 1v1 on the bottom, kind of a 2v2 working up top, and Arcitys and Cell picking up where they left off in the hard point. Kenny suddenly on an island, now in the 1 versus 3. Trying to get the read, but that gunfight is not a fun one, and I think everybody gets a kill on the FaZe side there, so already avoiding any kind of goose egg. aBeZy, you know, the special player he can be in search.
Yeah, getting on the board, right? Getting that first kill, getting him going.
And he probably isn't even phased, honestly, but I know if it was me, I'm like, all right, there we go.
I mean, it's player to player, honestly, because you can have a map where it just feels like you get nothing going. You play that map the next match, and you can stop doing what you're doing, but we've seen aBeZy. Whether it works or not, he's probably just going to run at you and take a gunfight.
Yeah, his left stick is getting smashed. That's for sure. But Octane with the snipe, the flick, a haircut for aBeZy. The poof might get ripped off, but now the nades.
Oh my God!
Oh my Lord, they are lined up.
Is that an airstrike? It's a bombardment.
aBeZy and Cellium, their legs just gone. As the Brags are able to hit, and now Kenny doing it all. Gun up as well. Simp. His turn to play from the island as he sees a snipe shot just rip across his face, and now the help comes in for Octane. 1-1.
Well, I mean, Octane, he's got the sniper. He doesn't hit any shots, but he gets all the info, right?
It looks
he's like,
scary.
two crossed. Two crossed there, so let's just throw all of our nades at this pillar, and, well, they hit. Find 2 kills.
And I know nades and stuns, and they're important every title, but without a trophy, it's like the team nading needs to be even more on point, right?
Yeah.
It has to be, because
there's nothing worse than when you're like, all right, let's throw it here, and you're like, all right, I got a hit marker, hit yours, and they miss it. It's like, that would be a kill.
Yep. Well, aBeZy's going to get right back to A quickly.
Right down the middle. Like, no one's even checking A side. Like, that was just a hard counter and a half. Like, the quick plan without checking the A side. Bomb down. Arcitys with the first blood. Arcitys with number 2. He had some shots in the Octane. That was so clean. Talk about VOD work.
Ooh.
I mean, they just went for the plant, hoping nobody was A-side from LA Thieves.
Woo! That was a fast one. That was a fast one. When Arcitys first reached out with like 70 HP, I was like, whoa.
I don't know if they're saying goodbye.
I think
goodbye.
I think it's fans talking trash to each other happening right now. Some chance, maybe.
I'm into it.
I'm not really sure, but I'm with it. The fans.
Bye. Have a good night.
The fans
Bye.
are crazy. They're crazy. Oh, it's just like a slug through the stun. But now starting to work on this A site. Arcitys just right up the gut. One before he falls, but now you're just trying to find that next opening for your Thieves.
They have Simp just making sure there's nothing towards the B side, but it looks like Envoy and Octane, they're going to get aggressive towards side church. Well, FaZe, they're just going to leave this like, okay, you want that side of the map, you can have it. We're just going to flip it. We have the man advantage. We're just going to play together. If you plant the bomb at B, you plant it at B.
They got a little time to make the decision, but eventually.
Has some time. Envoy just trying to find whatever he can. What's the call? It's going to be to B, but that's where Atlanta FaZe is. They rotate through together, all three. Push towards the back, and now it's just Envoy. 15 seconds left. And, you know, I don't mind the play call to go side church and try to find something, but you're hoping your players stay alive mid-map. Doesn't happen. And they just run away with man advantage.
See the final shots here from Cell. Arcitys and aBeZy exchange some words. Maybe he's thinking about the next round, how we're going to play this out. And it's just been much better, and you didn't have a ton of time to turn it around. I mean, a couple hours to really talk through what went wrong. I got to think that had to be one of the big focus points, though, considering how it went. Is Arcitys right back to his spot where we saw him pick up 3 around a couple rounds ago. And
I think aBeZy was thinking about going towards A, but all the nades going off kind of gives them a heads up. Hey, let's just wrap this, right? We have middle of the map control. There's nothing there. You can already see Simp's position. Drazah, there's the call from top radio. And he's going to back all the way up. Simp's going to get aggressive here. I don't think they're going to be ready for this. He just spots him, bomb planted 4v4.
Simp just trying to get some shots in, but Drazah going to make him pay. They have the numbers advantage. And now working around the flank, look at that number 5. It's Envoy trying to find an opening. He at least gets one before the trade is through. Now 3v2 for Thieves. Just over 20 seconds on the clock. aBeZy peeling faces, snapping a good job just getting out of that gunfight.
Just buying time.
Playing the clock.
He's buying so much time right now. Allows his team to get in position. Now one player has to hop the bomb. Octane's going to go for this. I think they got
it. They absolutely got it. It looked good for a second. It looked good for a second, but then, you know, Arcitys, who's working the pinch, I thought he was going to get one maybe, but loses the fight, then puts aBeZy in, I mean, kind of an impossible situation, or one where you're going to have to world star.
Yeah, I mean, aBeZy, he finds that first kill. I love what he does. He just backs up his playing time. He's basically saying, hey, this is on you. You have to check the bomb. And as he's pushing forward towards those flat stairs, he just gets caught. Octane with a nice read. Drazah on the other side, and just in the nick of time.
Bring it back within a round. And if you're Octane, maybe sniper away for a bit here. Just trying to get a little bit more aggressive, and knock, guess who's there? It's aBeZy, and well, unfortunately for him, it's the entire squad of Thieves that come at him like a bowling ball. aBeZy gets dropped, Simp able to get away.
Look at Kenny's position. Oh no, Kenny gets caught. They had a 4 versus 3. Kenny was all the way side church. Envoy gets caught as well. What just happened? You get the first blood, and they just get picked apart. I loved it to rotate through. Kenny is A side. He's getting all the info. But it's one of those things, does Kenny have to go for that? Maybe he just stays field side. They rotate the bomb over. They just go for that quick plant, but it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's just rare you get a first blood and then all 4 of you die within the next 5 seconds. Like,
and you know, they get the first blood, they back up. Like, cool, if we're going to take our time, let's take our time, but a little bit too quick. I think a step or two too fast.
And maybe that's when you're a struggling S&D team, sometimes it was sort of like, let's just hit stuff together and avoid some of the mid-round choices, but there you get punished.
But yeah, but I mean, if you get the first blood, I think with what we saw from OpTic, right? It's just, all right, let's just stop for a second here. Let's just, all right, what can we do? What utility do we have? Which bomb do we want to go towards?
Well, aBeZy got a tough welcome at the door last round. He's already out of it here. The Thieves behind this first blood. You got to get something done, but that's going to be the plant down today. And now the retake opportunity with numbers for Thieves. Drazah's POV now just looking for an opening, and he doesn't find an opening. The door gets closed, but Kenny, that's a massive trade to get Cell out of top broken. That's all the way around is Simp. He's found the route. He's found the opening. He's going to get the point. They're already going to be on it. Kenny's holding it, and Thieves
They get a big one. You're looking at a 4-3 versus a 5-2. That's a big round.
Yeah, Kenny finds all 4 in that round, picks up the ace. That's just trust in one another. That bomb gets planted. It could be a tough retake still with all the different angles. They can check when you hop that defuse. But we've seen it a couple of times. Honestly, their retakes have been solid. Their offense is right, getting that first blood, playing with one another. Let's see if they can switch it up here.
You get the pick. Can you make the better decisions? As Kenny's on 4 in a row, I mean, he's got a ways to go, obviously, till we're talking about streaks, but the hot hand right now, that's for sure. Now Octane at the block. We saw Arcitys do so much damage. See if they can line up the nades together, and they do. I think Octane and Envoy able to hit that together. Envoy follows it up, and they're looking to bring this back to 4-4, but you still got to deal with Arcitys and Simp. There's a plant looks to get down here today. That's some crispy beams there out of Arcitys.
And again, in a 2 versus 4, it's like, does that shell have to come in? I know he's feeling himself, has the ace last round, but now a little bit more possible here for Atlanta FaZe. And Simp, he's behind enemy lines. Behind enemy lines.
It's a give an auto, maybe.
Yeah, or maybe pre-patch, maybe, you know, a little nerf, especially range-wise, but still. Only a couple of shots, and Envoy!
That's the ace!
Back-to-back aces from the Thieves. Kenny in 1 round, Envoy in this one.
That is just unbelievable. You open it up with the team name with Octane. The rest done with the MP40 just tucked away in a pocket and making FaZe pay. It's been a story of 4s as they get all the aces, and now they bring it to 4-4. Just clawing their way back into this search and destroy. Envoy locked in, dialed in. Trying to continue into Sunday.
Well, in the last couple of rounds, what's played FaZe? It's been those first bloods that have turned into round wins. See all the players, all the stuns coming in, all the info. Here come the nades. One did a hit from Octane, another one. Drazah!
Their nades
on point right now. We saw it in round 1.
It counts for half their kills, it feels like. Like, it's just been unbelievable. Can they make it 3 rounds in a row to take the 5-4 edge? Oh, Simp has 9 HP. One of the smoke from the candles back there might knock him out.
4v2, still some time to work with, but all the LAPs are together. All together, they're gonna push this out. They're gonna push this out. Here comes the flank. Simp finds 2.
Okay.
Makes it possible.
He gives Cell a chance. Obviously, they know his position. 30 seconds.
I think he saw them both. He saw them both. Did he? Oh my God, he saw the player.
I guess not. 3 in a row now for Thieves. And 1 round away from a 2-0 edge and a map away from a championship Sunday.
Hey, they would have SND. They might get a bonus check from Nate. Might happen.
Can they close it out? I mean, you go up 2-0 and you know you got a Gavutu Lumen.
Hey, you're feeling good.
Feeling real damn good. The Thieves take it here. Do we have around 11? This time, they're honestly tucked away like screw your nades. Now the nades out from the other side. They connect. A little bit of revenge as Drazah deleted. Hello.
He did stop shooting. It was his last one. Okay, Envoy made him. That's really Envoy's kill. Just give Envoy a +1.
It just looks so funny because like Simp
he did stop.
Simp like turned to look at him and then I don't know that.
Yeah, he did stop.
That just looked awkward. I don't know. 3v3. Simp now has to rely on his teammates to get him to around 11. Arcitys going through, MP40 out. They got the edge and look at number 1 on the flank. That's going to be Cellium. It's looking like around 11 unless Kenny's got some magic. Not happening here. They're on the defuse. It's round 11 time. FaZe, Thieves. And what a massive round 11 this is.
And we've seen, I mean, I love seeing that from RC. Like, you know what? Let's switch it up. Let's not get naded. Let's play from church side. If they go towards A, wait for the bomb to be planted. He was able to back up, picks up the MP40, then boom. As soon as that bomb is down, has the confidence to take that first gunfight.
It's like the team that hits the nade wins this round.
Sometimes that's the way it is, right? Those first bloods.
Round 11 time. And maybe not the match everyone expected this evening, but it is a big one.
That's a wall.
Hello, Wall. You've been hit by these grenades as well, I can tell, due to the damage. Does anybody hit one? There's one over the top. Kenny is there.
Oh, baby! Ah, it's the double from Envoy.
Downtown.
It is the nade that makes the difference. He hits it. And now a 4v2 in the round 11, and Thieves can smell it. Nade shot, he's sweating, he's dancing, he's fired up for the boys. There's a dance man, Cellium is gone. Simp, 1v4. He has the brilliant moment, but not right now. Thieves, a map away.
They don't see the A side. They saw what they did last round, so they just, Kenny's like, let's throw an ace top church. You see a player, you're chucking an 8 that way.
My MVP goes to the grenade.
Someone's got to count how many that was. I don't know.
Listen, I know that's been a thing throughout this title.
No, that was a lot.
But you and I haven't been casting long. Like we just got here this weekend. That's the most nades I've watched.
That's a lot,
like, dude.
Man.
Oh. They were, I mean, it was just back and forth. Who was going to hit it? And it's Envoy and the squad to connect on the team nade to close out. Well, basically putting into that round 11. Just unbelievable stuff. It's been a party on Tuscan, and the party don't end. That is where the control will be as well, as Thieves look to close it out. But if they can't do it on the control, again, you've got that Kuavo too. As Kenny has said, like, don't play us there. Like, don't do it.
And well, sometimes though, like you rely on that, that's when things backfire. So
okay.
Try to put them away now, right? You don't want the guns to get hot. We saw what happened just a couple of matches ago. Reverse sweeps, they're possible.
Oh, it's been a glorious day. The fans have been outrageous, incredible. We love you. One more map, maybe 3. God, I don't know. We'll be back after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with blocks. Gaming is starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Thieves now. One more map, baby. You are in championship Sunday. You were into the top 4, and yeah, I saw the tweets from the guys. It's been a long day. They've been waiting to play, but they have brought it. And we're going to take a look at our Scump play of the game, and it's going to be grenades. Boom! It's literally going to boom! Boom!
I mean, listen.
Bang!
Props. I mean, we talked about it, right? Props for hitting them together, the same spot.
Yeah. It sounds easy.
Well,
but it doesn't always
watched
happen.
you throw grenades for a long time.
Mine are horrible.
You hit like every
I know.
You still don't know how long to cook them for.
I know. I hit myself with them sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's just, they're popping them, man. Look at how many, I mean, that was a double. The last round's a double. They had another one here at the Pillars that ended up taking out 2.
Explosion!
That's at least 3 rounds where it's just a 4v2 off of grenades.
It's like a Michael Bay film.
Basically, yeah.
That's just exploding everywhere.
Unbelievable. And yeah, get the fist bumps out because you guys were on point with those grenades. Truly unbelievable. But before, okay, so let's see the tweets. Oh, okay, so about the nades, also what's going on with FaZe? Yeah, looking a little bit shaky and...
Okay, listen, it's been a long time, so like people are trying to get him in now, right? Like, they have been in this spot forever.
Yeah. No, they've been holding on.
I gotta take a shot now. I don't know when I'm gonna have a chance again, so let me get this one.
These are tweets like coming out of the drafts, just waiting for that
just
tournament
drafted,
they struggle. Yeah, even if FaZe were to lose here, I'm not too concerned about their year. But yeah, I mean, it's still kind of wild for them to just kind of get double opt out and not make it a Sunday. I mean, we just haven't seen that since this is formed, right?
Right. I mean, they had a couple of, Major 5 last year with the Surge loss, but then they have champs. They win champs. I mean, it hasn't happened often. And even after
It's not done yet.
Right.
I know. These are up
but
too low.
still,
in
like two games in a row, we're like, what the heck? That doesn't happen often.
Well, listen, they got reverse swept. If they're going to get out of this, they've got to do the same now to Thieves. You saw how people looked, or the teams looked on this map, 3-1, 4-1 on the other side, a strong map for either team.
That was from the one, but it's okay.
Oh, I just saw it at the bottom. That was for a different map?
Well, that's for, I saw Texas, huh? It's okay.
Okay. It's okay. That's all right, sorry. It's like 11 p.m.
Yeah.
I can't read at this point. I'm glad you can.
I was going to talk about the records, but I was like, yeah, absolutely. But when FaZe is going to find those kills, going to work towards A, and well...
Hello, aBeZy.
Nice early life advantage here off that break. They have kept it going. Octane, though, off spawn, pre-firing. Where are ya? Finds both of them, and Envoy with a team name, but it doesn't matter. He cleans them on up, and now right off spawn. We saw this a lot, right? Simp sort of lurking, being ahead of the game, being ahead of these rotations. Can he get it started? Because he struggled against OpTic Texas.
And Arcitys just looking to work up mid-map, get eyes on one. He can see the gun, but not quite the player. He get back onto the zone for a second. Is trying to at least stop the clock. Still a minute to work with. What, 2 bits of progress on A, 1 on B.
Okay, well, Simp
is just doing his thing. Doing his thing.
This is what he was not able to do 4 in a row. And the big thing is when he's on B that long, right, you pause the clock. So important. They have the life advantage. Only down the 17 lives is LA Thieves, so they're going to get done with A here in just a moment. Going to put it up to 2 minutes, and now they have a lot of time to work with, and only, 2 ticks? I mean, that 1 tick is very important.
Well, let's see how this live sequence goes over the next couple of moments. As crispy shots there from Arcitys. And they're able to pick up the one, I think, leaking behind. That was Drazah. Kenny, though, sees straight for the cross at the auto, wins his fight. Octane there in support as well, and that's a nice sweep of the squad to send them back to it. Simp really the lone guy in a position again to try and maybe be a playmaker while his teammates come off spawn.
Yeah, so he's coming off spawn. He's hoping his teammates can just lock down radio side, but they're able to push out P5. You see where Octane is, so that's going to force Atlanta FaZe to either have to deal with him or fight from church side. Try to get top church control. That's not going to happen. You want because Envoy's here, so through the flank we go. Arcitys trying to snap with Kenny. Finds the double. Now things slow down. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Already 50 seconds off that clock.
And this is a big sequence. You're even in the lives department. Either squad just trying desperately to find an edge. Maybe you feel like you've done a pretty darn good job if you're FaZe, keeping this tight. We go 1 for 1. A little bit of a dance here with aBeZy. There's Octane outside the window, but Kenny keeps on finding the kills. That's 5 in a row now for Kenny as he's out to 9 and 6. He's had some big sequences over the latter part of this opening round. And now just 30 seconds left to go.
Looking for number 6, does find number 6. Can he find that glide? 24 seconds to go. Arcitys now on the flank, able to find one through top radio. Maybe the opening FaZe needs. Cell just trying to buy time. They're trying to find Octane to deal with him up there, but he just backs on down off his spawn. Drazah gets taken down. 8 seconds left. What, they're down 3. They're just going to stop it here.
Yeah, and now I guess, well, one, you don't want to give the streaks to Kenny. On the Thieves side, maybe you're thinking how you take this to the round 2 and set him up to maybe get the glide. But I mean, I guess I kind of feel it right if you're either squad. I mean, on offense, you're relatively close in the lives department if you're FaZe. You hold on defense, you get Kenny close to streaks if you're Thieves. Nothing major.
Yeah, nothing crazy. I thought Simp was making his plays, working towards B, but Kenny says no. Now looking for number 7 off his spawn.
Can they set him up?
See on the other side what Cell 1 and 5 really struggling. This is a guy, when you look at their qualifier match between these two, he dominated. I mean, Dashy's talked about his stats coming into this tournament.
Yeah, they've been absolutely insane. As you're still looking for that kill for Kenny, Drazah seems to be finding all of them, and there it is. There's the glide for Kenny now, 11 and 6, 7 in a row. And now they work their way onto A. And when does that glide come into play? How long can you hold on to it? That'll be the end of any kind of crazy streak, but the damage has been done to get the utility in his back pocket. Easy pickings now for Envoy towards the mid. You still have one looming church side, but kind of a flurry of kills. You go 2 for 2 on either end of it. You're getting closer and closer to closing out A. His players just beaming on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just trying to find openings. Envoy was trying to do it on the other side. You do have Cell and aBeZy very far pushed up near that offensive spawn. They're kind of in a straight line right now. Envoy, though, he knows all the routes. He knows the timing. He's able to find one on his Cell. Well, then a FaZe with that kill from Arcitys. Slow them down. That A-cap comes into play. Drazah going to try to get them some room to work with. You see what he's looking at. Allow his teammates to get pushed up, but it's really aBeZy and Simp near that P5. When are they going to wrap on back? They just try to avoid him, try to deal with him. Looks like they're going to go. They take him. Try to take him down. Oh, he stopped shooting. We've all been there.
Yeah, he finishes it, but it gets a little scary there for a moment. It's actually Cell's nade that ultimately takes him out.
Yeah.
It just nades all over the place. Now aBeZy's turn. Can he connect the shots right through the face? And now that's going to be the glide.
Hey.
Actually coming in. Just worried about maybe some of the forward pressure. Octane's going to catch that as well, but Arcitys also sent back to spawn. 50 seconds to go. Still so much work to do, but where's it going to start from? It's Simp just trying to make sure they continue to stagger this. Look at that number 3 going all the way around.
Yeah, interesting glide choice. I mean, we saw it right earlier today. If things go wrong at B, you have it for the extra utility. I mean, maybe if they had a tick or two done at B, a lot of position it calls in, but you know, definitely not the glide choice, especially because you take down one of your teammates. Now with 15 seconds left, 3 kills coming to kill feed. You have Drazah just going to try to play his life. It looks like Atlanta FaZe going to tie this up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, the big thing, I mean, what was it, 2 lives through the first? Here you have 8 lights advantage. I mean, this is a much better effort. We just talk about the disparity there. So you give them the edge a bit, the glide bomb gets used. FaZe maybe now in control a bit, but a lot of control to play still.
Well, they know, though, no glide bomb on Kenny, so can they get something going towards that B side? You know, I feel like online, you know, in the qualifiers coming into this, Tuscan, it felt like it was one of the more you know, it was the easier control to win offenses on. But I feel like throughout this weekend, we've seen more offensive wins on Gavutu than this.
I mean, it's been kind of wild compared to what we've seen online.
Yeah.
Without question. But through the doors, it's just a hit. They come flying in. They're trying to work statue. They're trying to get some progress on B immediately, but the pinch is coming in. Look at those white arrows just walking around everywhere, looking for the openings, hunting like sharks. And it's Drazah. 2, almost 3. Oh, sorry, that was Envoy's POV for a second. So Drazah's actually still going. He gets his 2, and now it's 3 in a row. And yeah, he's snapping right now.
Yeah, he's snapping.
He is right on the faces.
And just to bounce off that break. I mean, when we do see B-caps, sometimes it is right off that starting strategy, but you know, they take flag control, they don't allow anything to happen, you get one takedown, but you do have all of Atlanta FaZe now in this position. 2 players on it, progress almost done. I talked about it, they get it done, all right.
And
there we go.
Is a huge cap. Now the one person over here really is going to be Envoy. That timing, he takes a step out of the ADS. It's going to make him pay. Now Simp with that double. There's an opening here, but you've got nearly 2 minutes to work with. Lives-wise though, it's a pretty big advantage here for Thieves. Now it's like, do you go for the jugular and try to get A, but end up throwing away so many lives it might hurt you if you're FaZe?
No, you go for this, 100%. I mean, you know this is the easier one to get, and for LA Thieves, it's all about mid-map control, just trying to keep them trapped. But the nades come in, the shots come in from aBeZy and Arcitys. They're trying to push through Church.
Oh, I agree, you go for it, but I'm just wondering if this is where the lives could swing big time. Okay, never mind, Arcitys.
Now you stack this, and off a spawn, they're gonna have to hit some nades that we saw in S&D.
Wow, they're not gonna have time to hit the nades. That is an offensive win, and that is just the immediate B pressure. They leave the easy point for last, and now some smiles on the face.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think you're happy to see that. aBeZy with a smile, Arcitys with a smile. And you know, it's just off the rotation off spawns. 3 go down, they spawn up, they immediately go through P5, they hit B. You have, what, 2 players on it, 1 person watching over them. It was a nice setup, and that's one of those situations where that glide bomb comes into play, right? You don't have to worry about the
nice
full map transition.
Yeah. Well, you're Thieves. At least you go up 2-1, so you're not too stressed, but you still got a chance to bring it back here. But you need to get something efficient done on offense. Look at that number 4 on the minimap who's starting to leak his way through for a pinch. That's going to be Simp, who's trying to find an opening, maybe behind enemy lines as they set up on A. And he's able to do just that. He gets to the top broken. He finds a kill. Now heads are turning. You're looking at the white arrows, just trying to find where the point of attack is going to be. You've got 2 bits done. It could be a very quick strike on A, especially after they pick up Arcitys.
Yeah, and I think it needs to be, right? You need map control, you need life advantage. You're going to have, what, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in sort of this Church radio side of the map. This is where you have to stay alive to keep some map presence, put the pressure on it, but Arcitys with a big 2. In the middle of the map is going to be aBeZy and Simp dealing with the people coming up off spawn. Octane is able to find 1, but it's all about the clock now. This man on your screen just lurking in the offensive side. Able,
At first I was worried he was going to shoot between both players and not get a kill, but
that does happen.
He recenters and he gets both.
And while this is going on, they've just left the players in the back of the map, right? Just leave them there. They're not going to work this B point by themselves. Now it's just Octane. He's got to wait for the reinforcements.
Guys, he coming. We're trying. We are trying. It's Cellium just headbutting his way through the walls as the pistol is a-popping. And he's got Arcitys looking over him, and he continues to eat. FaZe now coming alive, and they'll be ripping all 4 off the map as we try again with 90 seconds left to go.
I mean, Octane, he was just back there for so long. He's like, all right, well, I'm going to try to make a play. He just gets on the point. But he ends up getting taken down. So at least now all 4 of them on the same side of the map. They can make a push, but they have to go now. 1 minute left, down 4 lives. Immediately Envoy just jumps out of the point, trying to make a play. Able to find 1. The punch, though, from Cell. Sometimes it just catches you off guard.
Yeah, I think the animation just looks so weird. Like, he's just in his face. just bopping him under the chin. 5 lives to separate him, and another hit starting to build. So much damage in from Arcitys. They get eventually leads to aBeZy getting the kill, and it's just been staggered over and over and over again. They haven't really got a good look at B at all, and this is why you see, I mean, getting that B first is such a big deal. How hard it is.
I think maybe that Envoy play, or getting down the cell was their best chance. If he's able to stay alive with Drazah, you get your MP40s pushed up, maybe you have a shot then, but it's 3 dead. Seems like the LA Thieves kind of know. I mean, Drazah's trying to do what he can, but only 6 lives remaining. He's all by his lonesome. Octane, his turn to try to step on up, but 10 seconds, 5 lives, it's looking impossible.
It appears FaZe have given themselves some life in this series, assuming they can get the final few kills. Nobody really close to it. And FaZe will survive to continue on in this one. And it was a heartbreaking loss earlier in the day, but now they're trying to do the same. It starts with 3. You gotta get through a 4, and then you get to the insane map 5. But now to Kuavo, where Thieves say do not play us, as they have just been hammering people on that map and mode combination. Well, really it's that map period.
Yeah, and for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, this is obviously something you've been trying to put it into your map pool. We know how they've been, right? Even if after losses, we saw it last year time and time again, big tournament, small tournament, league match, doesn't matter. They're gonna just put it through, right? They're gonna try to play what they can, what they feel they've been doing well in scrims. I mean, hopefully they don't have a player drop, 30 plus and 10 deaths like Scump. But LA Thieves, this is where, this is their map, their island.
They've just been so strong there. I mean, it's just in Hardpoint in general. But that is where you've been a monster. You get to your bread and butter. It's like you just got to close it out here. You need to. If you were Thieves, can they win them at 5? Sure. But do I expect them to win both searches? No, I do not.
No, but yeah. This is what you just wanted to get to that map for. They're talking about it. This is their map for Atlanta FaZe. It's like, all right, we could do this. Just happen to us. Let's do it to someone else.
Is there anything to when you're sort of talking trash or making maybe comments like they have, like don't play a song Kuavo, like does it put a little added pressure on you maybe when you're in this moment late on a Saturday?
Yeah, I mean of course it does, right? Like this is our map, but FaZe obviously not afraid of it, not afraid to play him on it.
As we just check out some of the highlights, is FaZe just stay alive, and they had some dominant moments over the stretch of this, just never really giving the Thieves offense a chance to get rolling, especially towards the B point. They were efficient.
That offensive round, right? That was really where they were able to.
Well, that B strike is so quick, right? Just so quick. But you see how it's played out so far. If you're joining us here late, Kuavo coming up, and I guess if you feel like Thieves, this is where they close it out, but. I just struggle so much with the thought of FaZe just bang gone. That they're gonna do something. This is gonna go to map 5 somehow. I just feel like it is.
There it is. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, there you go. So when you make a comment like that, that's not the same as saying this is a strong map and mode for us. That's saying do yourself a favor to sleep. There's a little trash stuff behind that, a lot of cockiness, confidence, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I feel like there's got to be a little bit that added pressure, 100%.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to look how Kenny was, man. He looked like he was having a good time in that photo.
You look good in that hat.
Yeah, I think I would, man. He looked like he was having a whole bowl of chips and salsa.
Just sipping on a mojito?
Yeah, maybe margarita.
Yeah.
Why not both?
Or game fuel.
Yeah. But yes, I mean, listen, what is it, though, that makes LA Thieves so strong on this map? And we talk a lot about the versatility of having that third AR in this game. In Drazah, I mean, since he's been on the Los Angeles Thieves, the guy has literally been asked to do everything. We saw him at times last year with an AR. He was fantastic, him and Ken.
Yeah, but he's jacked, dude.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he shows it off all the time.
Oh, it's incredible.
So this guy, the flexibility that he can run with that third AR.
Too, yeah.
I mean, I don't know about that. We're getting goofy.
We're having fun. And I don't know what I just want an epic Sunday. I think both these teams obviously can provide.
It's already lined up for that.
Yeah, it is.
No matter what, when you talk about the last 4 teams left after this match, It should be a doozy.
I guess I was just trying to think about who maybe shakes things up a little bit more tomorrow, but with the current form, both.
Both of them.
Yeah, hell yeah. To Gavutu. The home of Kenny. What did Kenny want to change his name to at one point? It was the dumbest thing I've...
Kuavo.
That was the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I just love yelling, Kenny! It's just such a good name to scream.
Yeah, it is. There you go, LA Thieves, 5-0.
That's pretty good.
But on the other side, we talked about Arcitys. I wanted to see him step up, and he has a 1.3. He played fantastic. I know they lost to Tuscan, but your AR is hot, and why not? What a better map than this one?
You're hot.
It's a little toasty in here.
Yeah, no, these lights, I'm getting a suntan. Okay, back to the nades, fine. It's gonna be 3 just dead off the break. It's Envoy able to take down 2 yet again behind the powerhouse grenades. And to the point go Thieves. There's the flurry of nades come back and forth.
Yeah, for a second there.
There, Drazah, able to connect on his shots. There's nothing too crazy through the opening 40 seconds of this hard point. Basically a tie game, but now look at the bottom of the map as everyone starts to fight for this ship side. It's Arcitys that's able to win a one-on-one and try to get his squad into position, but not able to dip away with his life. And he's just sort of got like a 3-stack on either side. Well, I was gonna say on either side of it, but Cellium, the auto, just zipping across.
Yeah, they're gonna be set up for this second hill. Arcitys gonna find Kenny, who was on a 4 spree. A lot of map position. This is kind of when you're relying on those nades, when they're up top ship or inside a ship, just trying to land them together, find that kind of first blood into breaking this setup. Is Cell and Simp lighten up the feed. They're both on, what, 5 in a row combined. They have a 6-point lead now. And this man on your screen, we know how good he can be, having himself a map, and he's on 5 in a row.
The assault, yeah, the slow start he had. Now maybe coming alive at the moment they're gonna desperately need him. He's like, where am I getting shot from? The answer is everywhere. There we go. If these fans start to get hyped as they look to rack up the tail end of this time, and Arcitys just trying to get out of the stun.
All right, it's kind of like Tuscan, right? You know, some of the scrap time, last 10 to 15, goes away LADs. It relies on these breaks. The setup is in for Atlanta FaZe. The nade's going out. An early trade over towards ringside. Well, that's gonna force Arcitys to spawn out, so they're gonna have to fight from ring. There's a lot of positions to clear. You can see Drazah just trying to find anything he can. Cell and Simp though, gonna find the opening too.
Can aBeZy just stay alive in the point? They're starting to push it out. He hits one melee, but aBeZy up, but not until the nade will finish it off. So you get them out of the point, make sure they aren't racking up any more time, and you've got 30 left here. You gotta start thinking about that long rotation across, but it's just been difficult to get into the point. So now, yeah, give 20, 25 seconds, you're in.
Yeah,
if you're Octane,
thinking about the rotation, but LADs don't really care. I mean, Atlanta FaZe is gonna take it, but this is just the way that they're playing the hardpoint this series. They're finding the last 25, 20 seconds.
But not only are they getting the 20 to 25, it's like they're also
making it messy.
Getting them out of it for 20 to 25 seconds like before that, right? Like not getting a lot of time to FaZe, and that's why you're looking at this lead. Like it's different when you talk about getting scrap time, different scenarios, right? The Thieves, they're on their bread and butter. They're a map away from top 4 and getting the championship Sunday and putting away who many thought were the top team in the game. They've just been waiting all day to play. They're digging deep for this final match to elicit it with Los Angeles Thieves.
I'm crossing it. They didn't come good too. They didn't come good right now. I'm playing for got it dead. On the boat, right side time. You're on top. You're on top. One spot right too. I would say on time. Yeah. It's top of it. That's good shit. Top of it. Okay, so we're gonna go back to time. Once we both, sure. I'm in the circle. I'll see you, bro. Could be cliff on there. Yeah. Low cliff. Yo, there's some stairs. Absolutely. He's two, I think. He's there. Okay, I'm gonna cliff tank. Stay down. One is cliff. Another circle tank. No, one more cliff. I'm nading low cliff. Got it. I hear you. I can tell. Gotta hit you, bro. Yeah, you got it. Nice. I'm need every time. I want to be there for a second. I want to be there for a kill. I have a top. I'm on top. Oil. Top. I don't live that. You have to live.
No, on point. Top green. Top green, absolutely. Yo,
yeah, push out oil. I think push out oil.
Yeah, he's
I need a top, bro. I'll give you
mid-tank, Chris, bottom boat, right off. I think right off.
We can. Yo, mid green, top green.
I'm P3, guys.
Top green. I'm gonna die top green. Jump top green. Nice, I'm coming to you.
I'm hold P3. I'm only low P3, guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's play boat.
I'll be P3, Chris. Absolute, bro. Go in.
Low. I can get the yellow.
Anything major just stood out to you?
They talk fast, okay? They talk. I don't know about Tyler. They're talking real fast.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing, but I'm not even sure I understand half of what they're saying.
I understand, but woo, that was quick. I mean, the major thing for me during that listening is, okay, over at P4, kind of the same scenario where they get the last 20 seconds or so. But at P5, Atlanta FaZe finally make them pay. Sell right now. What's going to a 9, but another nade. Yeah, okay.
Of course, the whole team basically wiped out. You see Cell get through the pistol, it's just bang, bang, bang. Everybody getting ripped off the map. But they're back within 20 now. As the battle on Gavutu for T4 continues.
Yeah, you had the chance there. What, it was 50 points after that P5. These, of course, keeping it close as they always have. Now, is there going to be a chance? Can they open this game open? Can Atlanta FaZe keep doing what they're doing behind Cellium, 24-9. aBeZy struggling, but a difficult SMG map. Drazah's gonna be the first one here. You have 3 players over towards this oil side. Is Cell just shooting his pistol, climbing the ladder. Drazah with the beat down. He's able to find 2.
Trying to apply the beatdown, but more importantly, trying to rack up the time. Is Octane just lying prone and waiting? Reads the pinch, but unfortunately gets shot in the backside by Arcitys. But we're down within 7. Back into the point. Drazah just looking for the next hit, but the combination there with Kenny enough for it. He's able to get eyes on multiple players and gets away with his life. Some valuable information on the rotation towards Beach, and they're just going to soak this up. Lead changes, Thieves now back in front. But you're going to rely on, can you make it messy again? Can you get the, get 20 to 25?
Listen, I've been saying it all serious, and I'm sorry, but yeah, we're going to the same thing. Scrap time, LA Thieves, now the break in the setup. Has to come on through, Envoy. He's able to find 2. Now going to be the one to push up, almost snaps onto the second one as aBeZy and Simp line up. aBeZy, he would love to get front ring, inside a ring, where he can just play his life with that MP40, but of course.
But this is so different than last time, right? Like, they got through the back, they were spawning.
It's different, but it's still messy.
No, 100%. It's just this time, the push a little bit different, but Cell gets to his nerdy spot, and he's at 4 HP and 28 and 11, and somehow he is still alive. And this time, you're definitely able to rack up quite a bit more time with your FaZe.
Yeah, a lot more time. And now, kind of what we haven't asked for Los Angeles Thieves is to get a setup of their own. Atlanta FaZe is going to be the ones going to have to break here over towards P4. Simp working through the middle of the map, trying to find an opening. Envoy. He's going to be the one taken down as the push comes through ship. So the Arcitys and aBeZy working their way through. You do have the close spawns, but Cell's going to call that out to his teammates. Now just trying to get on the hill.
I thought Envoy was going to be in such a good lurk position, but this break looks to be so good. They don't lose anybody.
Still there. They can get nades in.
Is it a good spot? It looks like it's more like a spawn trap. They're just getting cut down. There's a massacre in the back line of the radar point. 30 points now needed for FaZe to get this to a map 5. Is Simp and aBeZy with a crossfire just mowing through them. And what a break it was. His Cell now on 5 in a row. He is positive 20, and he is having himself a map.
Oh, Simp. He's able to get 5 in a row now, and I mean, they can win it here still. They can win it here. LADs, they have been stuck back there the entire hill. Envoy, he's not going to allow it to happen on the rotation. No, Arcitys, game 5, baby. We got some more Call of Duty coming up.
What a day it has been, just map 5 after map 5. It has been one of the most competitive leagues we've ever had. If you look at the qualifiers getting here, everybody rises up to the occasion. But of course, in this final match of the evening, it'll get to a search and destroy. And I'm sure if you are a coach, a fan, an owner of either team, you are sweating now.
Well, Cell, he had one of those maps, 35 and 12.
Woo!
2,900 kills. Similar to what we saw from Scump earlier today. On the other side, I mean, everybody negative, the entire squad. And sooner or later, that domino falls. It certainly does, and this was it for LA.
It just didn't just kind of feel like it was going to happen. Like,
yeah.
Just
sooner or later.
One part because it's FaZe, who we know can win anywhere, but you just can't. It's just tough to win somewhere over and over and over again, because the more success you find, the more that people watch your success there, the more that people try to replicate what you're doing on a particular map, and it's difficult to do. But I did think after FaZe went up 2-0, Thieves went up 2-0, I'm like, all right, yeah, maybe they got this. But no, of course not. It's a wild, wacky event, and I'm having a blast.
I know, it's getting crazy. And well, we got one more map to go.
We sure as hell do. One more map until we get to Championship Sunday. I know it's late. I know you've been watching for a long time.
Hang in there.
Don't go anywhere. Hang on tight. We're back after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
One final map to decide the last team to get into the top 4 to battle on Championship Sunday at our first major of the year. All the pressure in the world on these 2 teams, these 8 players. I have no clue how this is gonna play out, but give me something crazy, Joe.
Well, we've already
had some wild.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I mean, yeah, Cell is literally a cheat code. What he just did at team number 4.
He's a naughty boy.
Prestinni getting excited as they get to a map 5. But I mean, listen, right? I mean, for LA Thieves, you know, they lost on a map they were undefeated on. I don't think they have a Berlin Search and Destroy win. I think they're 0-4 on the stat sheet that I just looked at on the year on this map. Can they do it? Can they win one?
If I told you before this,
the
Thieves won the series and won both Search and Destroys, you would told me I was a jackass, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I figured.
I don't know if I'd use that word, but probably a liar.
Oh, yeah. No, we're still. Can Thieves somehow get another search one in an area they have struggled so mightily? Or will FaZe do the ludicrous? You get your worst loss since you formed with a reverse sweep, and now you get your backs up against the wall and you might pull off your own reverse sweep. Like, let's say FaZe do win this. What a ridiculous day of Call of Duty.
Yeah, and everyone else who's still in the tournament's probably pissed. They're like, shoot.
Yeah. I thought they were out. Round 1, map 5. His Envoy is ready to play. Who's on the other side of that doorway? Arcitys comes slipping and sliding on in, but Envoy ready for it. The trade, though, it comes in instantly. Now 3 versus 3. As Nade's just blowing this building to pieces, if that were possible.
I mean, it is, honestly, yeah.
Parts of it, yeah.
Yeah, just literally most pieces. Yeah, you're not wrong, but Simp's going to make this a 3 versus 2. We saw what Simp could do on this map, but Kenny and Octane, they line up! They try to run away. They both win gunfights. They're probably weak.
Surprise.
That's an easy 2.
I'm here. And now somebody
one bullet. Yeah.
Somebody who needs to have a map though. Like if there was pressure on someone, aBeZy 0-6 and the map 5 versus OpTic. You need to step it up here. You do. You're one of the best search and destroy players all time. You need to have a great map. Who's going to counter him on the other side though? We'll see.
Yeah, it just depends on those, different positions. Now, what did we see from Simp, though, when they played this map? Very aggressive.
Oh,
wasn't that? It was not that sniper. It was not that.
No, it was not.
It was an FP4 where he was just running around.
And they're changing up the strats, and Octane hit some nice beams. But his kill's in 1 bullet.
Well, Drazah, though, I don't care. He does not care. Maybe someone that needs a match aBeZy, it's that man, right? He could be the entry guy.
Okay.
Well, they're just going to rotate the way on over. Envoy, he's got the bomb. Drazah's looking for number 3. Hello, number 3. Here we find number 4.
He's looking for it. It's Kenny that's able to close it out, and after the first blood snipe, it is all Drazah. Just slapping FaZe to get the round win.
Okay, I mean, these rounds they've changed quickly. It's like a first blood comes in, things are looking good. You had 2 come in for LA Thieves in the final round, and then aBeZy just flies on in.
Story of swings right now. Like
between these 2 teams, it really has been.
Yeah. And part of it just, you've got 8 freaks on the main stage. Like they're so talented. Who's just hot at any given moment.
And they're all really good at throwing grenades.
Yeah, apparently. Okay, well, you called it. See if this is a good one. Do they line it up together? Kenny's like, dear God, I got 20 HP. I'm out of here.
Listen, if someone else hits it, that's a kill.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if somebody missed there or... I assume that's the case. aBeZy, he's down to 8. But they go 1 for 1 to the 3v3 as aBeZy still dancing. Cellium still finding kills. 1 guy left. It's going to be Drazah, and he will go down. FaZe dominate towards lobby.
I mean, both of these teams are just making first bloods just not matter. I mean, Drazah, he works through the middle of the map. He's able to find the bomb planter. Doesn't allow the bomb to go down, and in the 4v3, then they all just drop. Drazah, he was able to get away with his life and back up at A. Hey guys, we're all winners here.
Yeah, we're all
Watch
winners.
this
Hey,
game
we're having
live.
a great time.
We all get to watch some great
There's some sort of
quality.
war. There's some sort of war going on in the crowd. I don't know what it is, but hey, it's hostile. The fan bases are getting fired up. It's late on day 3, but it's FaZe now up 2-1. His on-push is trying to find an opening on the plant, but he's got Octane looking over him. His Arcitys, he's just, yeah, he sees everything coming his way. He tries to get out the door, but it will not happen. But aBeZy, he is still here. Little bunny hop. And Octane's face is removed. Now Kenny, 1 versus 3. And that might be the scoreline in a moment as he is mid-map and he is pinned. FaZe picking him apart.
I'm pretty sure that's 3 rounds in a row where the team that gets first blooded wins. Happens again.
Some haven't been like clean though, like, you know, like some have though. your face just.
Some happen for sure.
aBeZy trying to make up for the dud earlier today. You saw the full talent on display there as he is now up to 6-1, basically flipping his stat line on its head.
One in map 1, it was the Tiny Terrors that really struggled this time. Map 5, they're on 11 through 4 rounds.
Envoy very sneaky. Very sneaky. Ah! Peekaboo, I'm here, help me out! Oh, one more fight though, but aBeZy is there to continue his hot streak up to 5 in a row. Envoy, a slippery little snake, but can't quite get out of it. 45 seconds to go.
Sim's trying to make a play,
He is doing just that. The Tiny Tears wreaking havoc on Berlin. Round by round, they're pulling away.
Just waiting for those timings. They tried to hit through as soon as they go. I mean, the game sense from Simp to just, you know what? All right, it's my time to shine. aBeZy finds another one. I think that duo, they got 15 on the map. They had all 4 in that round.
Now, Cellium got him their last map, but they're taking over here in the map 5. 3-round edge now, 6 in a row for aBeZy. And Arcitys, he's on a goose egg, but you know, he's had a hell of a series. And you got your boys popping off now.
What's it matter?
Exactly. The boys are popping off.
And a lot of this map has been towards this A site. Finally, a little bit something different. Going for a B plant, but
oh, there. No more goose eggs. The nade just all. Oh! And Simp just slides under the shots, I guess, and the hip fire in. 5 in a row for him. 6 in a row for aBeZy. The demons are awake on Berlin. And he got the glide right before he dropped, right?
I didn't see.
I think he did.
I believe you.
I think he got number 7 right before he fell. I don't know if it's going to matter all that much, though, as Octane is in trouble. His spot given up. The hunt is on. But he stayed in it for now. The pistol gets it there. He centers well, but too many players to deal with. And now you need one more round. I believe you got the glide available on aBeZy. And this is the type of thing you expect out of those players typically. I mean, I know it's been a crazy day. Maybe the craziest day in the history of this team for them from a results standpoint. Just all over the place, but you got a chance to get to Sunday. And guess what? You get some sleep, tomorrow's a new day.
Yeah, listen, everyone's been there. Every team in the CDL has been there. Sometimes these two just do this.
18-4.
And there is nothing you can do, especially at Search and Destroy.
You might have 2 glide bombs, so that's not going to be the case. But, okay, Simp does drop as soon as the glide comes in. Octane trying to run.
Whoa!
Okay, all right. Well, that's not exactly what you were going for. Arcitys, you were having a tough map. Sorry to make it worse. This is your pal aBeZy. You're dead.
Did a lot of info, though. They know they're all over this P2 area. Drazah just trying to sneak on through. Kenny,
okay,
all right.
Okay. So you
glide
survived,
is out. Yep.
Survived the glide. Well, a couple good things. One, you're not knocked out of the tournament. Two, the glide gets used for aBeZy. Three, Simp doesn't get number 7 for another glide. And you win the round. I mean, as good as you can get, I guess, considering
Now
the
they just gotta
circumstances.
do it 4 more times.
Yes. I just wonder what RC's like, come on, man. Round by round, if you're Thieves, you work to bring this back. Octane loses the tough one.
They're going, though. They're going. They're trying to fly it. They'd love to have that pick. Cell. Able to find one. Now a 3-on-2 for Drazah and Envoy. They both have MP40s. Quickly into a 2-on-2. The timing, he's got to go to Chow.
It's all on Envoy.
Oh, no.
It is all on Envoy in the 1 versus 2 now. The hopes and dreams of Thieves at this major. If he can make something happen. Let me in, please let me in. There's so many windows and doors, just give me in one. 19 HP in a dream. As he gets back to full HP, there's 40 seconds to work with. Now he's got the bomb in hand, but what do you do here?
Oh, you gotta plant the bomb. Maybe he sees that player running away. Maybe that's the info. So he's gonna try to put this down. RC's and aBeZy, they're just kind of rotating around, right? They don't see anything at A, so they're gonna wrap back towards B. Bomb being planted.
Well, good thing you get the plant down. But now you got a 1v2. Oh, God, he's got 6 health. How much damage is he going to take throughout the course of it? But they both soar. And it's redemption for FaZe, redemption for aBeZy. And it's the reverse sweep for FaZe as they stay alive and make it to Sunday.
Everyone else is like crap. They're still in the tournament. They're still alive. Down 2-0. After getting the reverse sweep, they got a reverse sweep of their own.
Yeah, right? Like, what?
Insane composure.
And that's just, it's got to be a punch in the gut. Because if you're under Thieves, like, you go up 2-0. I mean, you're able to what? You're able to win a search and destroy, which has been so difficult for you. You guarantee a Gavutu.
Yep.
But you can't win it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like, we know how good this Thieves team can be. And, I mean, what they've shown, but the fact is, it's 2 Game 5 losses here at this tournament. You have the Toronto Ultra round 1 loss. Now, Atlanta FaZe. And the trend in the CDL the last couple of years has all been about this search and destroy, clutching up in these moments. But to aBeZy and Simp, 21-7.
Yeah, that is a map without question. And, you know, early when they were taking some losses, RC's was kind of leading the way. Then as they start to bring it back, Cell is just a man on a mission. And now these little villains, little tears, little demons, whatever you want to call them.
Tomorrow. That's what they wanted to do.
You get there. Where they have seen so much, so that was what it looked like from his POV. Because we saw Octanes, and he was beaming him and just dropped. A little flick there from Simp.
Honestly, overall, like a pretty odd series. I mean, a lot of first bloods that didn't turn it around wins. You saw in the hard points, it was like scrap time for Thieves.
So
just break after break.
Let me ask you, who MVP, was it somebody on FaZe or Grenades, or was it Grenades?
Well, I mean, Grenades for both sides.
Yeah, true.
I mean, if I had to pick one, I mean, I guess Cell just in the Game 4, like, you need a performance to get you to Game 5.
Yeah, no, that was
getting you to that point.
I think especially considering how good these are on Gavutu, too, I'm good with that. Cell, what a monster map 4 it was. One of the hardest kills in the game, and just put up a nuke, just an absolute bomb in that map 4. And yeah, I guess if you're other teams, you're like, we gotta do it again. Or even if you're OpTic, it's like, all right, we beat them. That was an insane series. We brought it back, but you might have to do it again.
Yeah, well, I'm just hoping that, you know, they win tomorrow, get to the final, and then other teams have to deal with Atlanta FaZe. But, I mean, Atlanta FaZe, Toronto Ultra, that'll be a very exciting match. We saw that matchup so many times, a World Championship rematch. But I think there is issues for a lot of these squads and what they have to improve, or, well, they're just happy to get there. I mean, get to Sunday.
Absolutely. But speaking of how good Simp and aBeZy were in that map 5, I believe we've got both on stage. Miles, take it away with the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight.
Literally, bro.
Thank you very much, Maven. Yeah, this is the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. I'm joined by the Terrors themselves. Gentlemen, that was, you put it best, that was a grueler. That was a deep comeback to make. aBeZy, how you doing? It's quite late.
I'm doing pretty well. I mean, you know, thankfully we got the reverse sweep after the OpTic series, but I mean, that was a grueler of a series. It really was. It was crazy.
You took him down on Gavutu. So many said it couldn't be done. How did it feel to get it? How did it feel to finish it? And obviously, you guys didn't see it, but Atlanta FaZe were tweeting out, you know, the picture of Kenny and all that stuff. Like, was that a tough one for you guys, obviously?
No, yeah. I mean, it was a tough one. I mean, we've been putting in a lot of work on our hard points, and I mean, it showed in that Gavutu. That's our Gavutu now.
So I get the feeling that, like, you know, teams should have killed you when they had the chance, right? They had to put you down because the comeback was always on. I mean, like, how do you, what goes through your mind, like, in these sort of situations? Like, cool, we're losing map after map. How do you bounce back?
I mean, the second map was just, like, wild because I think we got naded almost every round, and it was actually absurd because, I mean, we were able to bounce back after that, too, because I was just mind-blown after the map. I was like, I got naded 7 times this map. I was like, guys, we got this. So, like, we're actually playing really good COD, and then we came out and showed it the next 3 maps, so.
Chris will talk to you now, dude, but like, so let's just go to Sunday now. So you made it to Sunday, you survived. You're gonna keep the tournament going. How are you feeling going into tomorrow now? And obviously the revenge tour is now on.
I mean, we've been super confident this whole tournament. I think after that OpTic series, we had a pretty good realization of what the issue was that series, and I mean, we came out pretty flat-ish. First map, Tuscans, S&D didn't go our way, but I mean, we were still playing pretty good COD, like Tyler said, and I think it pretty much showed the last 3 maps.
We saw you sniping a little bit. We're going to see some more snipes this weekend?
Maybe. I mean, you know, I take it out maybe once in a blue moon, but I'll get my pick here and there.
We saw you, like, jump off or something. We were like, all right, Simp's back. This is going to be lit.
Yeah, I kind of trick shot at Sam the one time I used it. It was kind of nice.
Obviously, you got a chance to go back up against OpTic tomorrow. You want it?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the match was super insane. Probably one of the craziest matches we've been a part of as a team. And, I mean, OpTic's looking really good right now, so I'm sure it'll be another grueler if we play him tomorrow.
Love it, boys. Any final piece of trash talk, any sort of love you want to give to the fans, or yours?
I mean, you know, to the portion of FaZe fans here, we appreciate you guys. The rest of you guys, listen, man, we're doing our best to give you guys some good comp here. We do appreciate you guys, though. Thanks for being an amazing crowd, and hopefully you guys keep being fired tomorrow.
Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy the rest. Good luck tomorrow. That has been our Game Fuel.
Let's get it.
Here's the reaction. Clint, Joe, it's back to you.
Thank you. It's Simp's still hanging out. You guys are gonna spend the evening talking about strategies. Miles, you got to give me your advice as they get ready for Sunday. But no, I love it. Just I think they seem very self-aware when it comes to why they struggle. Because they've never been a team. There are a lot of teams that make excuses, or you know, whether it's been online play, or this is why we struggle, or you know, the game this, the game that. But they've always been pretty, I feel like, self-aware and like know what issues to fix, and they work on that, and they get back to the lab, and that's probably why they've been the best team over the last several years.
Well, I think there's a clear example of the Gavutu versus OpTic versus what we just saw from LA Thieves, right? Obviously, you had Scump go off that you really can't control, but it's one of those things where if they did go back to watch that VOD, fixed a couple of things, it paid off because you beat an undefeated team in that game mode.
Yeah, no, unbelievable. But let's take a look at the bracket and where we are as we get ready for what I'm hoping is the craziest championship Sunday. As this is OpTic Major 1, presented by Mountain Dew, and what an occasion it has been. But you've got OpTic and Royal Ravens in the winners final. And on the bottom side, Ultra and FaZe. Those are the 4 teams that remain, and this is what the schedule is going to look like. I don't know. It's like, can Ultra fix the hard point a little bit? Because they've got a chance to make a run. Ravens are still this, like, I don't want to say like question mark, but could they beat OpTic? Yeah. Like that strikes me as one of those series that like OpTic will be favored in, but then like something crazy happens. Gismo goes nuts, drops 50. Like I don't know.
London's a really good team. I think they have a very solid map pool. That should be a great matchup. It's just one of those things between these 4. I mean, you could have said any 4 of these would probably be the champions, and someone would probably believe you, right? I think maybe you throw LA Thieves and a Surge in there. That's pretty much 4 of your top 6.
Yeah, I mean, Surge, obviously, a disappointing weekend, but Thieves are probably the big one that you would expect to be in the top 4. But from Joe and I, baby, we had some fun.
It was a long day.
What a day it was. It was a long one. It was a fun one. It was filled with some ludicrous plays, some crazy upsets, some comebacks, the likes of which we have never seen. But tomorrow is the final day. It's Championship Sunday. We'll see you tomorrow.